In a world where destiny seems sealed by bloodlines, Li Xuan finds himself reborn as a helpless prince, stripped of his previous life as power and wisdom. With no spiritual roots to guide him, the path to immortality appears closed. Yet, armed with an unparalleled understanding of Feng Shui and the mystical arts, he refuses to be shackled by fate. He forges his own way, creating a sanctuary that attracts extraordinary companions and harnesses the forces of Yin and Yang. As dark forces threaten his newfound existence, Li Xuan must navigate a treacherous realm filled with deceit and ambition, using his knowledge to turn the tides and reclaim his rightful place in the world. Watch as he transforms from a mere child into a master of destiny, challenging the very heavens and defying the curses of his past. In this journey of self-discovery, can he rise above the limitations of his rebirth and carve a path that leads to ultimate freedom? Join him and witness the birth of a new legend. The fierce wind tore at the night sky, and the torrential raindrops pounded against the ancient glazed tiles of King Chengshan's millennia-old temple, producing a dull, thunderous sound, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. Within the main hall of the temple, only a single perpetual lamp flickered in the tempest, casting a soft glow upon the sorrowful and indistinct visage of the three purities deities. Li Xuan, clad in a faded dark blue Taoist robe, stood erect like a pine tree before the altar. In his grasp, he held an archaic bronze sword, its blade dull, yet intricately engraved with convoluted patterns resembling the stars and the river Luo. Outside the hall, a swirling black mist coalesced, and a figure cloaked in a dark robe cackled ominously, its voice grating like a night owl. Little Taoist, hand over the scroll of Zi Fu Tianzhong within the temple, and I shall spare you and your temple from destruction. Otherwise, this night will witness the extinguishing of your Taoist lineage. Li Xuan's expression remained calm, raindrops cascading down his temples, yet his gaze was as sharp as lightning. You vile fiend dare covet the true teachings of the Tao ancestor? The lineage of Qingqing shall not be sullied by your kind. With each step, he executed the profound stance of the Tao, and the bronze sword, seemingly slow, moved rapidly before him. Each swing summoned the residual will of incense and the faint spiritual energy of the earth, creating layers of invisible barriers in front of him. In the air, faintly, the images of the 8 trigrams emerged, Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, endlessly revolving, firmly resisting the tainted black energy that incessantly assaulted the temple doors. Humph, stubborn fool. The dark-robed, evil cultivator bellowed, forming a strange seal with his hands, as the surrounding black mist suddenly coalesced into a massive skeletal claw, reeking of a foul wind and eerie wails, which lunged towards the 8 trigrams barrier with ferocity. Break for me. Crack. The barrier groaned under the strain, fissures spreading across it. Li Xuan grunted softly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, as the veins in his arm bulged from the effort. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. The spiritual energy here was thin, and the temple's remaining power was insufficient to confront this ancient demon. Only one desperate strike remained. He bit his tongue, letting a mouthful of essence blood spray onto the bronze sword. The sword hummed, the dormant star and river Luo patterns instantly igniting with blinding golden light, as if awakened, resonating with the hidden stars obscured by dark clouds in the night sky. Heaven and earth are boundless. I invoke the laws of the universe. Evil spirits, be vanquished, thunder arise. Li Xuan poured every ounce of his strength into the incantation, his feet firmly planted, sword pointed towards the heavens, unleashing his final roar. Boom! A colossal purple thunderbolt, unprecedented in its might, tore through the heavy curtain of rain and dark clouds, akin to the spear of a wrathful deity, piercing directly through the temple's dome. The brilliance consumed everything in an instant. The thunderbolt did not strike the evil cultivator, but instead surged into Li Xuan's hand, where it infused the lightning-attracting bronze sword. An unimaginable destructive energy erupted from the sword. Li Xuan felt his consciousness shatter in an instant, his body disintegrating within a sea of blinding light. In his last moments, he glimpsed the horrified expression of the evil cultivator, contorted in the lightning's glare, vanishing along with the skeletal claw he had conjured, reduced to ashes. The entire temple, along with the Taoist lineage he had devoted his life to protect, crumbled into dust amidst the cataclysmic radiance. The lineage shall be severed, you will regret. A fragment of malevolent thought, imbued with endless resentment and curses, pierced through the thunderous cacophony, leaving a profound imprint on the fading depths of Li Xuan's consciousness. A cold, viscous sensation of overwhelming pressure enveloped him. His awareness felt as though it were sinking into an abyss of endless darkness, the cursed voice echoing like a spell in the void. Time became irrelevant as a faint glimmer of light and the clamor of voices shattered the darkness. Push, Your Highness. The head is out. One more effort. Hot water. Quickly, bring hot water. Your Majesty, has there been no response from over there? Shoo. Silence. Attend to the Empress. Intense pain and an indescribable choking sensation enveloped him, as if he were being forcibly squeezed through a narrow passage by an overwhelming force. He could not think, only instinctively struggle. Wah! A weak yet clear cry finally broke free from the confines of his throat, resonating in the oppressive space filled with the scents of blood and medicine. However, this cry lasted but a fleeting moment before abruptly ceasing. Li Xuan strained to open his heavy eyelids. His blurred vision gradually focused. Before him loomed faded beams and cobwebbed pillars, and a patched green canopy. The air was thick with a musty odor, a bizarre mixture of inferior incense and the stench of blood. Several women in coarse palace garb surrounded him, their faces fraught with alarm, one elderly maid frantically wiping his sticky little body with a rough cloth. He had transformed into an infant? A profound sense of absurdity and dizziness crashed upon his residual consciousness. Fragments of memories from his past life, the self-destructive lightning strike and the curses of the evil cultivator, flashed before his mind. Where was this? Was it not the underworld? He attempted to move his eyes, hoping to discern more. Your Highness, look, the young prince, he is not crying? He is still awake. The elderly maid's voice trembled with disbelief and fear as she gazed down at the swaddled infant. Li Xuan turned to regard his new body's so-called mother. She lay upon a simple wooden bed, her complexion as pale as paper, lips cracked, sweat soaking her forehead, her breath faint like a flickering candle in the wind. Her gaze was unfocused, yet upon hearing the maid's words, she struggled to fixate on the infant's face, her eyes filled with exhaustion, pain, and a trace of deep sorrow. At that moment, Li Xuan's innate Taoist sensitivity surged into action for the first time since his transmigration. He instinctively turned his awareness inward, striving to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, the foundation of cultivation. However, in the next instant, an indescribable sharp pain pierced through his fragile sea of consciousness. Spiritual energy. He distinctly sensed it. The air was suffused with thin yet undeniably present particles of energy, weaving around him, exuding a strange and profoundly discomforting chill. They floated as if alive, yet exhibited a fierce rejection towards his infant body, as if he were inherently incapable of accommodating spiritual energy, a pariah scorned by the laws of this realm. What shook him even more was that when he attempted to capture even a mere thread of that malevolent energy, the infant's feeble meridians immediately responded with a stabbing pain, as if the curse of the evil cultivator deep within his soul had been stirred, unleashing a silent, sinister laughter. Unable to absorb, rejected, stinging pain, born with a severed pulse. A term, faintly lingering in the remnants of this infant's memories, struck Li Xuan like a bucket of ice water, plunging his soul into a chilling abyss. The palace door creaked open, and a eunuch's sharp voice, laced with deliberate indifference, announced, "By imperial decree, Lady Lu has given birth to a prince, named Xian. He is to be confined in the cold palace for recuperation, and is forbidden to leave without permission." The frigid decree fell like a final verdict in the silent delivery room. The old matron's hands trembled even more violently as she cradled Li Xuan. On the bed, concubine Lu slowly closed her eyes, a tear silently slipping from the corner of her eye. Li Xuan, or rather the former Li Xuan, lay in the icy swaddling, his gaze piercing and profound, not befitting an infant's, fixed upon the cold and damp stains seeping from the dilapidated beams above. In his previous life, he had perished to protect the lineage. In this life, esteemed as a prince, he was born into a cold palace that was even more frigid than a prison, burdened with the cursed fate of being born with a severed pulse, repelling even the spiritual energy of this world with its ominous aura. The malevolent thoughts of that sinister cultivator, before annihilation, coiled around his soul like a venomous serpent. In the land where the lineage is severed, you shall surely regret. The tiny fists of the infant, swaddled tightly, clenched resolutely in silence. In this dire predicament, where then lies his path? Chapter 2 The celebration of the first birthday stuns the audience. The time in the cold palace was thick and languid, akin to the silent growth of mold in the corners. Li Xuan, an infant harboring the soul of a mature Taoist, after the initial shock and chill, found himself ensnared in unprecedented tribulations. This frail little body was utterly weak, with hunger and cold being daily lessons, each cry draining his strength. What tormented his soul even more was the omnipresent yet unattainable spiritual energy. Every instinctive attempt at perception resulted in needle-like pain coursing through his meridians and echoed within his soul the silent curse, a realm severed from the Tao. Inevitable regret. He resembled a parched sponge, yet could only soak in a mire filled with venom, unable to absorb even a drop. Indeed, this body was a natural vessel of failure. The old nurse, surnamed Lu, remained the sole loyal servant of Lady Lu, her withered and rough hands often caressing Li Xuan's sparse fetal hair with a mix of pity and despair. Little prince, such a miserable fate, she would often sigh. Lady Lu's body had utterly collapsed after the perilous birth, remaining bedridden, her handkerchief frequently stained with a glaring dark red. Li Xuan lay in the cold, musty swaddling, listening to his mother's suppressed coughs. Watching as Nurse Lu discreetly wiped away tears, his heart sinking like ice in an ancient well. He could not die, nor could he allow his mother to succumb to despair. The obsession from his past life of guarding the Taoist temple transformed in this life into an instinct to protect this fragile mother and the slender thread of hope. A solution must be found. Since spiritual energy repelled him, could there be other forces in this world to wield? Fragments of memories from his previous life, steeped in the study of Feng Shui and astrology, surged within his tranquil consciousness. Feng Shui harnesses the forces of heaven and earth, drawing upon the energies of the earth veins, independent of spiritual roots. Astrology observes the workings of the cosmos, glimpsing the trajectory of fate, equally requiring no spiritual power as a guide. A faint flicker of hope reignited in the icy abyss of despair. Days passed in a broth of insipid milk, gruel, and the bitterness of medicine. Most of the time, Li Xuan feigned sleep, desperately recalling and sorting through the vast array of Feng Shui texts from his past life, employing the limited energy of the infant to deduce and verify. Occasionally, he would gaze intently with his overly calm black eyes at the small, dilapidated window of the cold palace, as if attempting to penetrate the prison-like palace walls and discern the veins of this world. In the blink of an eye, it was his first birthday. According to the ancestral customs of Dian, a prince must undergo the Zhuazhou ceremony upon reaching his first year to divine his future. This should have been a day of jubilant celebration, yet for the third Prince Li Xuan, it felt more like a silent humiliation. No guests filled the room, no chimes or ceremonial music, and even the decorations were pitifully sparse. A faded red velvet cloth lay atop the cold floor tiles, upon which a few symbolic items were placed. A diminutive jade seal crafted from inferior jade, a short sword of wooden base with unsharpened gilt, a yellowed scroll of the Shao Jing, a dull golden abacus, and a small safety lock that Nurse Lu discreetly tucked in. The emperor did not attend, merely dispatching an expressionless old eunuch as a witness. Lady Lu struggled to rise with Nurse Lu's assistance, wrapped in a thick old cotton robe, seated on a makeshift wooden chair, her complexion as pale as paper, each breath heavy with a rasping sound, her gaze fixed intently on the small figure in the center of the red cloth, filled with humble hope. Li Xuan, dressed in a stiff old cotton jacket, was carefully placed at the center on the red cloth by Nurse Lu. He surveyed his surroundings, his cold gaze sweeping over the objects symbolizing imperial power, martial strength, civil governance, and wealth, his heart unruffled. For him, ensconced in the cold palace and burdened by a severed lineage, these items were nothing but laughable illusions. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the scroll of Shao Jing, beside which, due to some oversight by a eunuch, lay a copy of Huang Chao Kinyu II and a tattered volume of Dao Zongjiyao. The rough lines of the geography map and the familiar characters of Dao, Qi, Yin, and Yang shone like a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly capturing the entirety of his attention. Without a moment's hesitation, amidst the profound silence and the fleeting glimmer of Lady Lu's gaze that quickly dimmed, Li Xuan scrambled towards it. He extended his small, pudgy hand, clutching the thick Huang Chao Kinyu II and the tattered Dao Zongji Yao tightly to his chest. His tiny body trembled slightly from the effort, as if embracing the sole hope of the world. The eunuch was momentarily taken aback, his face displaying an expression of astonishment for the first time. Grabbing books during the Zhuazhou ceremony was not unheard of, but to seize such obscure volumes of geography and Taoist texts? Unprecedented. In the corner, an elderly man in a dark blue official robe, gaunt in appearance, suddenly had a glimmer of sharpness flash in his previously murky eyes, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey, fixated on the infant at the center of the red cloth and the scroll he clutched. Following a brief silence, whispers erupted, suppressed giggles puncturing the air. Even the witnessing eunuch wore a barely perceptible smirk of derision. Clutching a book, a geography map, and a Taoist text? This third prince is indeed an oddity. Seated at the head of the table, the eldest prince, Li Xuan, aged 9, was already displaying signs of arrogance. Held by his wet nurse, he could not help but point and laugh at Li Xuan, his childish voice ringing clear yet laced with unabashed malice. Ha! Does third brother wish to become a street performer? Or does he aspire to imitate those charlatans? Truly, he has brought shame upon our royal family. This piercing laughter struck like a sharp needle into Lady Lu's heart. Her body jolted violently, and she suddenly bowed her head, covering her mouth, succumbing to another bout of heart-wrenching coughs, blood seeping through her fingers. Li Xuan, clutching the book, held his small body rigid. The eldest prince's mockery, the eunuch's disdain, his mother's blood. The icy fury surged like molten lava within his chest. He could not speak, could not express his anger. Yet this did not mean he was powerless. His gaze swiftly scanned the items upon the red cloth. The jade seal, earth, the short sword, metal, the Shao Jing, wood, the golden abacus, metal, the safety lock, earth. On the low table beside him, there lay a few neglected milk cakes and dried fruits. Feng Shui, seizing the opportunity, an audacious, nearly mad thought swiftly formed in his mind. Ignoring the malice surrounding him, he clutched the scroll. Mustering all of his infantile strength, and awkwardly crawled to the low table. Under the astonished and bewildered gazes of all present, he extended his small hand, grasping a piece of soft milk cake, and with great effort, pried off a small piece of candied fruit. Then, he began to manipulate the red velvet cloth, which symbolized fate, as if oblivious to the world around him. He used milk cake to represent the earth element, placing it in the northwest corner, which symbolized the direction of the cold palace. A small handful of peeled lotus seeds, water, was placed directly to the north. A sliver of jujube cake, fire, was set to the south. Mung bean cake, wood, was pressed towards the east. And finally, a piece of golden candied fruit, metal, was positioned to the west. The milk cake, lotus seeds, jujube cake, mung bean cake, and candied fruit were arranged in an exceedingly enigmatic configuration of positions and distances, subtly forming a rudimentary yet rhythmic prototype of a five-element formation. Upon completing this task, beads of sweat began to form on his small forehead, leaving him nearly exhausted. He held the scroll, sitting cross-legged at the central position of the rudimentary formation, closed his eyes, and silently recited the few remaining guiding verses from the fragmented text of Daozong Jiao. With a faint yet resolute intention, attempting to connect with the subtle energy of the earth veins within this cold palace and the pervasive malevolent spirit. What he sought was not absorption, but rather to invoke. Even if it were merely a whisper of wind, the hall was enveloped in profound silence. Everyone was taken aback by the infant's bizarre behavior. The crown prince had forgotten to smile, the old eunuch furrowed his brow, and Lu Mama covered her mouth in shock. Only Qinianjian Jianzhong, whose pupils suddenly contracted to pinprick size, stared intently at the milk cake formation on the ground and the closed-eyed infant in the center, his hand clutching the feather duster trembling slightly. 1 second, 2 seconds. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it seemed only a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a faint, nearly imperceptible breeze, carrying a touch of coolness, quietly stirred from an unknown corner of the hall, precisely brushing over Lu Fei's frail form. At that moment, her violent cough inexplicably paused for a brief moment. The pain etched on her brow relaxed slightly, and her previously labored breaths, akin to a windbag, seemed to ease just a fraction. Though still weak, the suffocating sensation that she might lose consciousness any moment strangely diminished for a heartbeat. This change was exceedingly subtle, yet it did not escape the watchful eyes of Lu Mama. She stared in disbelief, glancing between Lu Fei and the small figure seated cross-legged in the center of the red cloth, clutching the Daozong, her lips trembling, rendered speechless. Humph. pretending to be mysterious. A cold scoff shattered the eerie silence. The emperor, who had maintained a stoic expression, stood up at some point, the hem of his golden dragon robe brushing against the cold floor tiles. His profound gaze swept over the ludicrous formation crafted from pastries, over the meditative Li Xuan, and finally settled on Lu Fei's still pallid face, which seemed to exhibit a hint of life. His expression was complex and inscrutable, ultimately transforming into a deep-seated indifference and a barely perceptible disdain. This child possesses a curious temperament, unlike ordinary folk. The emperor's voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority. Resonating clearly in everyone's ears, Lu Shi is frail and requires rest. Without matters of urgency, she must not venture even a step from the cold palace. After stating this, he cast not another glance at anyone, sweeping away his sleeve and departing with firm strides, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Lu Fei's eyes amidst the dead silence that filled the hall. The Zhaozhou banquet concluded abruptly with the emperor's departure. The milk cake and candied fruit were roughly swept to the ground by the palace attendants, crushed into dust. Only Li Xuan remained, still tightly clutching the Huangqiao Kanyu Tu and Daozhongjiao, his small frame standing straight amidst the chaos and cold despair, his eyes, as dark as ink, yet burning with a silent flame, opened wide. He perceived the disdain in the emperor's gaze, the crown prince's smugness, and the palace attendant's scorn. Yet, he more distinctly captured the fleeting moment of relief that brushed over his mother when the breeze passed. The principles of Feng Shui, in this realm, are indeed feasible. Though this path appears desolate, the forces of heaven and earth can be harnessed for my purpose. The rudimentary formation laid out with milk cake marks the first glimmer of hope cleaved from this chilling abyss. However, the emperor's remark about his curious temperament, likening him to an outcast, hung heavily around his neck like a cold shackle. In this deep palace, a prince scorned by the sovereign, viewed as an anomaly, faces a future that may prove even more frigid and suffocating than the cold palace walls. Chapter 3. Stealing a glimpse of 3,000 volumes in the cold palace. The night in the cold palace was bitterly cold, piercing to the bone. Li Xuan curled up in a thin swaddle, listening to the howling wind outside and his mother's suppressed cough. Lu Fei's illness showed no signs of improvement. The brief respite brought by a wisp of wind during the Zhaozhou banquet ultimately could not withstand the chill of the deep palace and the long-term accumulation of her ailments. Her breaths grew increasingly labored, resembling a dilapidated bellows, each gasp accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood. Lu Mama knelt by the bedside, wiping Lu Fei's forehead with a cloth soaked in warm water, her murky tears silently cascading down. "Your Highness, please hold on a little longer. The little prince is still so young." Li Xuan kept his eyes shut, feigning deep sleep, yet his tiny fists clenched tightly in the darkness. He yearned for more knowledge, more power. The volumes of Huangqiao Kanyu Tu and Daozhongjiao were carefully stored in a wooden box beneath the bed, the only treasures in the cold palace. However, these two tomes were far from sufficient. He required complete classics, a more systematic Daozhong, an understanding of the rules governing this world. Yet, the cold palace was a true prison. The emperor's decree forbade any unauthorized exit from the cold palace, akin to an iron gate that completely sealed off his movements. Guards stood watch outside, and even Lu Mama had to be interrogated when fetching meals. He had to find a way out. An opportunity arose one gloomy afternoon. The charcoal fire in the cold palace had long since burned out, and Lu Mama had no choice but to seek a new supply from the Naiwafu. Before departing, she hesitated repeatedly, ultimately gritting her teeth and entrusting Li Xuan to a young eunuch on duty in the cold palace. "Xiao Shun, please look after the third prince. I'll be back shortly." The young eunuch, around 12 or 13 years old, was as thin as a bamboo pole and still bore the innocence of youth. He took Li Xuan and nodded perfunctorily. "Don't worry, Mama." Li Xuan fixed his gaze on Xiao Shun's face, his infant black eyes deep as ink. This eunuch might just be the breakthrough he needed. Once Lu Mama walked away, Li Xuan suddenly reached out his small hand, grasping the hem of Xiao Shun's garment and gently tugging. "Ah, Your Highness, are you hungry?" Xiao Shun looked down, somewhat flustered. Li Xuan shook his head, but his fingers stubbornly pointed toward the door. "Do you wish to go outside?" Xiao Shun was startled and quickly waved his hands. No. His Majesty has commanded that you cannot leave the cold palace." Li Xuan remained still, simply gazing at him with his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Shun felt a chill run down his spine, hesitating for a moment before finally sighing. "Your Highness, please don't make it difficult for me. How about this? I'll take you to the courtyard for some fresh air, but I absolutely cannot let you out of the palace gates, all right?" Li Xuan blinked, indicating his agreement. The courtyard of the cold palace was desolate and dilapidated, overgrown with weeds. Yet, Li Xuan's gaze was firmly locked onto a distant, gray structure, the library. That was the palace's repository of texts. While not a forbidden area, it was certainly not a place accessible to ordinary individuals. "Xiao Shun," Li Xuan suddenly spoke, his voice tender yet imbued with an undeniable calmness. Xiao Shun nearly dropped him in shock. "Why, Your Highness? You can talk. Take me to the library." Li Xuan fixed his gaze on him, articulating each word clearly. Xiao Shun's face turned pale, and no, absolutely not. "If anyone finds out, no one will discover us." Li Xuan interrupted. "You merely need to carry me there. I will enter on my own. But, if you assist me, I assure you will not be treated unfairly in the future." Li Xuan's voice was soft yet sharp as a blade, pressing against Xiao Shun's heart. "Otherwise, I shall cry out now, claiming you are mistreating a royal prince." Xiao Shun trembled all over. This infant was terrifying. Ultimately, driven by fear and a hint of secret greed, Xiao Shun gritted his teeth. "As you command, Your Highness." The library was even more desolate than he had imagined. Only an elderly eunuch dozed at the entrance, and Xiao Shun, holding Li Xuan, claimed he was there to fetch books on the Emperor's orders, easily slipping inside. The dim light within the library revealed dust-laden shelves, clearly seldom visited. Li Xuan wriggled free from Xiao Shun's arms and staggered toward the shelves. His target was clear: Daozong, Feng Shui, Qimen Duanjia, anything that could aid him in breaking through. However, as he perused the texts, his heart sank bit by bit. Incomplete. The Daozong of this realm was fragmented. The Tao Te Ching was only half a volume. The Zhou Yi lacked the hexagram annotations, and the Qimen Duanjia was reduced to scattered phrases. More strangely, the words within these texts seemed deliberately smudged and altered, with many crucial contents becoming obscure and even contradictory. A place severed from the Tao. The curse of the evil cultivators echoed once more in his mind. Li Xuan's fingers trembled slightly. What on earth had transpired in this world? Just as he was on the brink of despair, his fingertips suddenly brushed against a thin booklet buried beneath the dust, Jiugongbu. This was a lightweight skill emphasizing the coordination of steps with breathing, traversing the positions of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and when perfected, could leave no trace in the snow. Upon opening the first page, his pupils contracted sharply. This technique was complete. Furthermore, it did not rely on spiritual energy, purely depending on the body's coordination and the intricacies of footwork. He devoured the content with insatiable hunger. The infant's mind astonishingly processing each word at a remarkable speed. The knowledge of Feng Shui from his previous life surged forth, causing the fragmented Daozong pieces in his mind to reassemble and connect, allowing him to instantly perceive the essence of Jiugongbu. This was not an ordinary lightness skill, but a simplified version used by ancient cultivators to traverse the realm. If it could be improved. A fervent flame ignited in Li Xuan's eyes. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to simulate in his mind. 1 step, 2 steps. The Qian position transitions to the Kuan, stepping from Li to Kansas. Xiao Shun watched in stunned silence. This infant was practicing martial arts? 3 days later, a heavy snowfall blanketed the imperial city. In the courtyard of the cold palace, the snow accumulated to half a foot. While Lu Mama was out early to sweep the snow, she suddenly let out a startled cry. In the snow, a series of shallow footprints extended from the palace door all the way to the courtyard wall before turning back. The footprints were so faint that they almost left no trace in the snow. More intriguingly, the arrangement of these footprints vaguely formed a profound pattern, resembling the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Lu Mama trembled as she turned to look at the sleeping Li Xuan inside. The infant's lips seemed to carry a hint of an elusive smile. In the uppermost level of the library, a long-sealed window, unknown when, had been pushed open just a crack. The cold wind swept in with the snowflakes, stirring the pages of an ancient text laid open on the table. The pages fluttered, ultimately settling on a fragmentary star map. Beside the star map was a line of crimson characters, spiritual roots severed. Only the inner landscape can attest to the Great Way. Chapter 4. The scheme of Yin and Yang without spiritual roots. Li Xuan sat cross-legged on the mat in the cold palace's side hall, his palms facing the heavens, his breath long and steady. Outside the window, heavy snow fell in a flurry, while the charcoal fire within the hall flickered weakly, allowing the chilling air to seep into his bones. Yet, beads of fine sweat formed on his forehead, and a faint white mist enveloped him. This was an extraordinary phenomenon resulting from the culmination of the Jiu Gongbu technique, as his vital energy surged. Step, turn, bend, hold. His consciousness delved deep within, guiding his vital energy along the refined path of movement. Each step coincided with the positions of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Each turn drew upon the faint energy within his body. This was not spiritual energy, but rather pure internal breath refined through the physical body. Suddenly, his consciousness brushed against an invisible barrier. At the end of his meridians lay a realm of chaos. This was where the Dantian should reside, a reservoir for a cultivator's spiritual power. However, his Dantian resembled a lifeless prison forged from molten iron, devoid of any vitality or spiritual essence. Born with a severed meridian, one without spiritual roots is forbidden from cultivation. Li Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of resentment flashing within his dark pupils. Indeed, it is still futile. Have you heard? The Ascension Conference of Qinjianmen, held once every decade, is set to commence next month. Hush! Should we even be discussing this? What is there to fear? No one in our palace possesses any celestial affinity, unless it is that strange child in the cold palace. A muffled laughter echoed from outside the hall. Li Xuan's fingers paused momentarily. Qinjianmen, the Ascension Conference. He silently approached the window, peering through a gap to observe 2 young palace maids taking a break under the corridor, holding warm tea with flushed faces filled with excitement. I heard that this time, Qinjianmen only accepts disciples under 20 years of age, and they will test for spiritual roots? Indeed, our eldest prince was tested 2 years ago, but was unfortunately found to have a false spiritual root, rendering him unable to enter the outer sect. And the 3rd prince, him? A discarded child of the cold palace. Even the emperor despises him. How could he possibly have celestial affinity? I heard that when he was born, it was predicted that he would have severed meridians and would never be able to cultivate in this lifetime. The laughter grew louder. Li Xuan withdrew his gaze, expressionless. The decade-long Ascension Conference. This was his singular opportunity. In the deep of night, Li Xuan once more infiltrated the library. This time, his goal was clear: to seek any texts related to cultivation for those without spiritual roots. The library was as silent as death, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing among the shelves. Huang Tingjing, Bao Pu Zi, Jin Dan Yao Ju. He flipped through them one by one, but they were filled with fragmented pieces, lacking any value. Just as he was about to give up, a dusty silk tome in a corner caught his attention. Su Nu Jing, the section on health preservation. This book had evidently been torn apart, leaving only a few pages. Yet, one passage made Li Xuan's pupils constrict. When Yin and Yang interact, energy arises. Those without spiritual roots may borrow from another's furnace, gathering primordial Yin and Yang, transforming into innate energy. Li Xuan's breath quickened. This is a method of dual cultivation? Moreover, it is a secret technique specifically for those without spiritual roots. He clenched the pages tightly, his mind racing with possibilities. If one cannot generate spiritual energy, could they not use another's body as a medium? If the Dantian is like a lifeless prison, could one not create a new reservoir for energy externally? If the heavenly path rejects me, can I not carve a new path for myself? In the cold palace's side hall, the candlelight flickered. Li Xuan bit his fingertip, using his blood as ink to draw a complex pattern on his arm. This was a pseudo-spiritual vein he deduced from the remnants of Su Nu Jing and the Taoist texts of his previous life. He would forcibly open a path for external circulation of energy. The moment the blood pattern was completed, he pressed his arm onto a prepared array, a piece of warm jade, representing Yang, taken from Lu Fei's ornament, and a basin of cold pond water, representing Yin. When Yin and Yang interact, energy arises. With a hiss, the blood pattern suddenly glowed with a crimson light, and a violent suction force erupted from the design. The warm jade instantly became scalding hot, while the cold pond water crystallized into ice. 2 opposing energies were forcibly drawn away, surging through the blood pattern into Li Xuan's arm. The pain. His arm felt as though pierced by countless burning steel needles, his skin cracking inch by inch, blood pouring forth. More terrifying was that the 2 energies collided violently within him, threatening to tear apart his meridians. Had he failed? Just as he was on the brink of collapse, a hum resonated deep within his soul. The long silent curse of the dark cultivator suddenly stirred. A cold force seeped from the curse, forcibly suppressing the raging Yin and Yang energies. Li Xuan trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But when he looked down at his arm, he found the blood pattern undiminished. A faint, chaotic energy was slowly flowing within the pattern. "Xianer, what has happened to your hand?" Lu Fei's weak voice came from behind him. Li Xuan turned abruptly, only to see his mother standing at the doorway, her pale face filled with horror. Her gaze fell upon Li Xuan's blood-soaked arm, and she swayed, collapsing directly to the ground. "Your Highness!" Lu Momo exclaimed as she rushed in. Li Xuan quickly tore off his sleeve to cover his arm, but it was too late. Lu Fei's emotional turmoil caused her to spit out another mouthful of blood. "Quickly, go summon the Imperial physician." Lu Momo frantically supported Lu Fei. Li Xuan stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched tightly. He could not afford to wait any longer. His mother's illness must be resolved swiftly. At the top of the library, a pair of aged eyes slowly opened. "Interesting." The director of the Astronomical Bureau set down the star chart in hand, his fingertips gently caressing an open ancient text on the table. The title page of the book boldly read, "Han Yuan Yin-Yang Nei Jing. Born with severed meridians, yet daring to reverse fate?" He chuckled softly, sweeping his sleeves, and the star map at the top of the hall suddenly illuminated. A blood-red star was slowly approaching the Z-Wei Emperor star. Chapter 5. Stargazing to unravel celestial secrets. The Imperial physician hurriedly arrived and departed, leaving behind a bitter concoction and a chilling diagnosis. Excessive worry, beyond the remedy of medicine. Lu Fei lay on the bed, her breath faint as a wisp, with a trace of uncleaned blood lingering at the corner of her lips. Lu Mama knelt by the bedside, trembling as she administered the medicine, her murky tears splattering against the bowl's rim. Li Xuan stood in the shadows, the blood on his arm tightly bound with cloth, yet the chaotic energy still coursed beneath his skin. He had stumbled upon an unprecedented path. However, his mother might not survive long enough for him to traverse it. Outside the palace, the heavy footsteps of guards echoed, accompanied by the sharp clinks of iron armor. Although the emperor despised them, he had not relaxed his vigilance. Since the incident at the Zhaozhou banquet, the guards at the cold palace had doubled, and even Lu Mama was subjected to searches upon entering and exiting. He felt utterly trapped. In the dead of night, Li Xuan silently ascended to the highest point of the cold palace, the Zhaixing Tower. The improved Zhou Gongbu allowed him to move like a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace upon the snow, evading the guard's gaze entirely. On the rooftop, the biting cold wind was imperceptible to him as he gazed up at the pitch-black sky. Stargazing was fundamental for Taoists. In his past life on Qingcheng Mountain, he had recorded the changes in celestial patterns every night under his master's guidance, deducing fortunes and misfortunes. Yet now, as he focused with the secret techniques of his sect, the starry sky before him made his pupils constrict. The Z-Wei Emperor star was dim and shrouded in a blood-red, ominous aura. The greedy wolf star shone fiercely, its rays like blades, pointing ominously towards the southeast. More strangely, in the depths of the firmament, a foreign dark red star approached Z-Wei at a slow but relentless pace. The Emperor star was on the verge of collapse, and chaos was imminent. Li Xuan whispered, his mind racing with calculations. Z-Wei symbolized imperial authority, while the greedy wolf represented bloodshed, and that dark red star he suddenly recalled the curse uttered by the malevolent cultivator before their demise. A land where the Dao lineage was severed. Could that star be related to this? Li Xuan retrieved a sharp shard of porcelain from his bosom, a piece he had deliberately shattered from the medicine bowl yesterday. He traced the shard's edge with his fingertip, etching fine lines in his palm, which soon formed a rudimentary compass. Lacking vermilion, he bit his finger, using his blood as ink, marking the center of the compass with a Yin-Yang symbol. Heaven above, earth below, thunder as the force wears my fate, he softly chanted, and to his astonishment, the blood markings on the compass began to emit a faint glow. This was the blood divination technique passed down in his previous life, utilizing one's own essence to glimpse fate. Though the cost was exorbitant, he had no other choice at this moment. The blood droplets on the compass began to flow of their own accord, finally pausing between Can and Sun. The hidden dragon trapped in the abyss required water to nourish wood, which in turn ignited fire, breaking the 9-yin stalemate. Li Xuan clenched the compass tightly, the shard cutting into his palm, blood dripping down his wrist. The southeast. The celestial patterns and the destiny map pointed toward the same direction, the place where the fallen star would descend. There, perhaps lay the key to his breakthrough. At that very moment, within the imperial study, the flickering candlelight illuminated the emperor's somber expression. He clutched a sealed missive, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. A letter from Qin Yunmin announced the advancement of the once-a-decade Ascension Conference. In the shadows, the head of the Astronomical Bureau stood with a bow, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, the celestial phenomena are unusual. Zi-Wei is in conflict, which may not bode well. The emperor scoffed. I am well aware. That disaster star draws ever closer. What does the National Master say? The head lowered his gaze. The National Master remains in seclusion, but has left word that the cold palace holds uncertainties. Uncertainties? A glint of cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. Is it that anomaly? After a brief silence, the head spoke slowly. The third prince possesses a unique fate, possibly resonating with the celestial signs. If left unchecked, I understand. The emperor interrupted, casually tossing the missive into the brazier, issuing an edict. Increase the shadow guards in the cold palace to closely monitor that child. As for the Ascension Conference, he narrowed his eyes. I shall see what waves a naturally severed waist can stir. When Li Xuan returned to the side hall, it was already the third watch of the night. The blood divination technique had drained him greatly, leaving his complexion as pale as parchment, yet his gaze sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. The southeast, Qianlonggu, that was his lifeline. Yet the problem remained. He could not leave the palace. As he pondered, a sudden sharp pain surged through his brow. He raised his hand to touch it, discovering a faint indentation, shaped like a miniature Yin-Yang symbol. When did this appear? In the mirror, the mark glimmered with a faint azure light, subtly resonating with the blood markings on his arm. More peculiarly, as he attempted to channel the chaotic energy, the Yin-Yang symbol on his brow began to rotate slowly. It was absorbing starlight. A cool stream of stellar power flowed from his crown, coursing through his meridians, ultimately merging into the blood markings. That chaotic energy, thus, grew stronger. Li Xuan's heart raced. Could this be the true breakthrough? Your Highness. Lu Mama's voice suddenly came from behind. Li Xuan quickly dropped his hand and turned to see the old matron kneeling at the door, her forehead pressed to the ground, her frail shoulders trembling slightly. Old servant. Has a way to help you escape. Li Xuan's pupils contracted. What did you say? Mama looked up, determination evident in her murky eyes. The dog hole in the north wall of the cold palace has been dug through by this old servant. If you take advantage of the guard shift at the hour of the tiger, you can slip out, and you and my mother? Li Xuan's voice turned icy. The old woman let out a bitter smile. Lu Fei will not survive this winter. I will accompany her to the end. As for you, she bowed deeply. You must live. Last night, I dreamt of a black dragon flying out of the cold palace. That must be you. Li Xuan remained silent for a long while before reaching out to help her up. There is no need to crawl through the dog hole. He raised his hand, the Yin-Yang symbol on his brow flickering with azure light. I shall walk out with dignity. In the darkest hour before dawn, on the stargazing platform of the Astronomical Bureau, the head suddenly spewed forth blood, and the star chart before him cracked in two with a loud snap. It has come, it has finally arrived. He trembled as he gazed toward the southeastern horizon, where a blood-red meteor tore through the night, hurtling down. And its landing point was none other than Qianlonggu. Chapter 6. The Blood Jade and the Hidden Dragon. In the cold abyss at the third watch of the day, the cold palace lay in its darkest hour. Li Xuan sat cross-legged in the corner of a side hall, the Yin-Yang fish mark on his forehead emitting a faint azure glow, pulsating like a breath. Starlight filtered through the tattered window paper, weaving its way in, drawn by the mark, transforming into a delicate flow of energy that gradually coursed through his meridians. This was the sole glimmer of hope he had discovered in his dire predicament. Since his return from stargazing that night, he had realized that the mark on his forehead could devour starlight, converting it into a peculiar energy. Although tenuous, it was far purer than the chaotic energies stirred by bloodlines. Not enough. He opened his eyes and gazed at Lu Fei, who lay on the bed. His mother's complexion had turned ashen, her breath faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Lu Mama knelt beside her, constantly wiping the cold sweat from her forehead with a damp cloth, her eyes filled with despair. Li Xuan clenched his fists. He needed more power. Your Highness, Lu Mama suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse as dry leaves rustling. Li Xuan turned to see the old maid pull out a cloth pouch from her bosom. As she unwrapped it layer by layer, a thumb-sized piece of crimson jade was revealed. The jade was blood red, with dragon-like patterns swirling within, glimmering with an eerie sheen under the dim candlelight. This is the blood dragon jade passed down by the ancestors. Lu Mama presented the jade before Li Xuan, her frail fingers trembling slightly. It is said to be capable of invoking the dragon energy of the Earth's veins. Li Xuan's pupils contracted. Blood dragon jade. In the Taoist scriptures of his previous life, it was recorded that this jade was the essence of dragon veins, allowing the wearer to borrow a trace of true dragon energy for protection. However, the piece before him was clearly depleted of much of its essence, leaving only remnants of energy. "Mama, this is far too precious," he murmured. Lu Mama let out a bitter laugh and suddenly knelt down, bowing her head vigorously. "Your Highness, I have lived for 60 years. It is time for me to return to the earth. But the Empress and you must survive and escape." She grasped Li Xuan's hand tightly, pressing the blood dragon jade into his palm. "At the third watch tonight, the dog hole in the north wall is open. With this jade, you will surely break free." Li Xuan tightened his grip on the jade, feeling a warm current spread through his arm, resonating subtly with the Yin-Yang fish on his forehead. This jade might indeed aid him in breaking through. As the hour of the rat approached its zenith, Li Xuan began his final preparations. He helped Lu Fei sit up, carefully placing the blood dragon jade against her back, using the azure glow from his forehead as a guide. Attempting to channel the dragon energy within the jade into his mother's body, Lu Fei suddenly opened her eyes, her frail fingers gently grasping his sleeve. "Don't waste your efforts, mother. Just hold on a little longer." Li Xuan's voice was deep, his actions unceasing. "As long as I can escape, I will find a way to save you." Lu Fei shook her head, a bitter smile curling her lips. "Southeast, Qianlong Valley." Your father. Once before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, slipping back into unconsciousness. Li Xuan felt a jolt of shock. His father? The emperor who had been indifferent to him. Did he have any connection to Qianlong Valley? But there was no time for contemplation now. He bit his fingertip, drawing a soul-consolidating talisman on Lu Fei's forehead to stabilize her life force temporarily. "Mama, take good care of my mother," he said as he rose, hanging the blood dragon jade around his neck, his gaze resolute. "I will return." At precisely the third watch, at the northern wall of the cold palace, Li Xuan moved stealthily through the shadows, executing the 9 palaces' steps to perfection, seeming to meld into the night. At the base of the northern wall, a dog hole, obscured by weeds, was faintly visible. It was a path Lu Mama had painstakingly excavated over 3 months. He bent down, preparing to crawl through when suddenly, he froze. A breath was heard. In the shadows 3 steps away, a tall figure stood with arms crossed, armor glinting coldly in the moonlight. "Shadow Guard, Your Highness, out at this late hour, do you have pressing matters?" The Shadow Guard's voice dripped with sarcasm as he slowly drew his blade. Li Xuan remained silent, his fingers subtly clutching the blood dragon jade. "His Majesty has ordered that you are not to step out of the cold palace even a single step." The Shadow Guard advanced, the blade reflecting his icy gaze. "Those who defy will be executed without mercy." The moment the last word fell, Li Xuan crushed the blood dragon jade with a sudden force. Crack! A crimson light erupted. A dragon-shaped phantom soared from the shattered jade, unleashing a silent roar. The ground of the cold palace trembled violently, as if something had awakened. The Shadow Guard was taken aback, his blade not yet descending when an invisible force hurled him away, crashing heavily against the palace wall. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Li Xuan in terror. "What have you done?" Li Xuan did not respond. The fragments of the blood dragon jade embedded deeply into his palm, blood trickling down his wrist. Yet it was devoured greedily by the crimson dragon shadow. Pain! A ferocious dragon energy surged through the wound, clashing violently with the Yin-Yang fish on his forehead. His meridians felt as though they were being seared by raging flames, his skin cracking inch by inch, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Yet amidst the agony, power, an unprecedented strength, surged within him. Li Xuan threw back his head and let out a roar that did not resemble that of a human, his feet executing the 9 palaces' steps with sudden force. 1 step, the position of Qian. 2 steps, the position of Kuan. 3 steps, breaking through the palace wall. Boom! The towering northern wall of the cold palace crumbled beneath his footfall. Amidst the dust, Li Xuan's figure shot forth like a specter, vanishing into the vast night. Behind him, the Shadow Guard's furious shouts and urgent alarms echoed throughout the Imperial City. To the southeast of the Imperial City, in the desolate woods 10 miles away, Li Xuan collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood. The shards of the blood dragon jade remained embedded in his palm, the clash of dragon energy and the Yin-Yang fish nearly tearing his body apart. But strangely, as the two energies battled to their utmost, they began to merge slowly, transforming into a new, chaotic, and violent aura. What is this? He trembled as he raised his hand, noticing a grayish stream of energy swirling around his fingertips. Wherever it passed, the flora withered in an instant, only to bizarrely rejuvenate the next moment. Devouring and rebirth. This aura possessed the dual characteristics of destruction and creation. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Someone was approaching. Li Xuan whipped around to see a figure in a black robe standing atop a nearby treetop. In the moonlight, the figure slowly removed their hood, revealing an aged yet familiar face. Kintianjian Jianzheng. Your Highness, impressive skills. The voice of Jianzheng resonated like rusty iron scraping against one another. The blood dragon jade shattered, and the dragon's veins stirred. At this moment, His Majesty must be unconscious from blood loss. Li Xuan's pupils constricted sharply. The Emperor is in a state of unconsciousness. And what of my mother? What are your intentions? He strained to rise, chaotic energy gathering in the palm of his hand. However, Jianzheng merely chuckled, retrieving an object from his sleeve and tossing it towards Li Xuan. The key to Qianlong Valley is not singular. Instinctively, Li Xuan caught it, discovering that it was indeed a half-piece of a fish-shaped jade pendant, perfectly matching the remnants left by Lu Fei. In 10 days, when the falling star descends, the valley's gate shall open. Jianzheng turned away, his black robe melding into the night, and in that time, you will comprehend the meaning of severed Dao lineage. The lingering echoes faded, and the figure vanished. Li Xuan tightened his grip on the jade pendant, raising his gaze towards the southeastern horizon, where a crimson star grew ever brighter, resembling a slowly opening blood-red eye. Chapter 7. The last words from the sickbed locking the southeast as dawn broke. The bells of the imperial city rang out abruptly, each toll more urgent than the last, akin to the gasps of a dying man. Li Xuan concealed himself within a dilapidated tea-house in the southern part of the city, peering through the shattered window frames toward the towering palace walls in the distance. The remnants of blood dragon jade, shards embedded in his palm, fused with flesh, sending a sharp pain coursing through him with the slightest grip. Yet, what filled him with greater dread was the sight above the imperial city. The brilliance of the Ziwei Emperor star had nearly extinguished entirely. Had the emperor truly fallen into a coma? He recalled the words of the chief supervisor, a wave of ominous premonition surging within him. If the emperor had collapsed due to the turmoil of the dragon vein, then the Lu Fei in the cold palace, he must return. However, the imperial city would undoubtedly be on high alert at this moment, and the shadow guards had likely sealed off all entrances. He glanced down at the two halves of the fish-shaped jade pendant given to him by the chief supervisor. One half was warm and smooth as fat, while the other, belonging to Lu Fei, felt icy and resistant, as if repelling any closeness. Why had the key to Qianlong Valley been split in two? Why did his mother and the chief supervisor each possess one half? As night fell, Li Xuan donned a set of stolen eunuch attire, blending into a procession carrying night incense as he stealthily returned to the imperial city. The cold palace was even quieter than he had imagined. There were no guards, no lights, not even the sound of insects. Only the night wind swirled with dead leaves, producing a sound akin to a lament. Upon pushing open the door to the side hall, a heavy stench of blood assaulted him. Lao Mama. Li Xuan's voice caught in his throat. Lu Mama knelt before Lu Fei's bed, her forehead pressed against the edge of the bed, her hands gripping the blankets tightly. A short dagger was lodged in her back, and the blood had already congealed into a dark purple. On the bed, Lu Fei lay pale, a smile gracing her lips, with no rise or fall of her chest. Stumbling to the bedside, Li Xuan's trembling fingers brushed against his mother's cheek. Cold. Utterly cold. The medicine bowl at the head of the bed had toppled over, the remnants of the medicine forming a winding black stain on the ground, resembling a small snake mocking him. Who did this? His voice was nearly inaudible. Yet a surge of chaotic energy erupted uncontrollably from his palm, instantly corroding the bed into a web-like fracture. While sorting through Lu Fei's belongings, Li Xuan discovered a blood-soaked letter beneath the pillow. My son Xian, if you see this letter, your mother has already departed for the Yellow Springs. Do not grieve, do not harbor hatred. This is fate. Your father encountered celestial fortune in Qianlong Valley, yet due to his obsession with imperial power, He severed his path. The valley's secret treasure was split in two. Half of the jade was given to me, and the other half is hidden in the Qintian Bureau. Remember, on the day the jade merges, tread carefully into the realm of life. The greatest regret of your mother in this life is not being able to see you with my own eyes. The latter half of the letter was obscured by bloodstains, rendering it illegible. Li Xuan clutched the letter tightly in his palm, the chaotic energy surging uncontrollably, consuming the paper along with the bloodstains entirely. His father, celestial fortune, severing his path? So the emperor despised him because he bore the bloodline of one who had forsaken cultivation? Suddenly, he recalled the emperor's cold assessment at the Zhaozhou banquet. This child possesses a treacherous nature, unlike that of ordinary people. So, he feared that he would tread the same path? At dawn, a group of guards violently kicked open the doors of the cold palace. By the decree of the crown prince, the Liu family has passed away. The body must be moved immediately, the lead guard declared with a stern face, his gaze sweeping over Li Xuan, who knelt beside the corpse, sneering, "Third prince, please restrain your grief. His Majesty has commanded you to reflect on your transgressions and may not attend the funeral." Li Xuan slowly lifted his head. The guard leader met his ink-black eyes and suddenly shuddered, for within those depths swirled a wisp of gray mist, as if capable of devouring light itself. "Where will my mother be buried?" Li Xuan's voice was eerily calm. "In the city, at the western mass grave." The guard leader instinctively took a step back. A sinful consort is not permitted in the royal tomb. That is the ancestral rule. The chaotic energy roiled within Li Xuan's sleeves, and he nearly tore these ants apart on the spot. But at that moment, Lu Fei's cold hand suddenly slipped from the blanket. In her palm, she tightly grasped a copper coin. The fare for the journey to the underworld. Li Xuan's pupils constricted. Was this his mother's final hint? The guards hastily wrapped Lu Fei's body in straw mats, dragging her away like a burden. Li Xuan did not intervene. He silently observed it all until the crowd dispersed, then bent down to pick up a blood-stained osmanthus cake that had fallen from Lu Mama's stiff hand. This, he had secretly saved his rations to gift Lu Mama on her birthday when he was 3. The old woman had cherished it all this time. "Mama." He gently closed Lu Mama's wide-open eyes, placed the osmanthus cake in her mouth, and then inscribed a passage to the afterlife on the ground with chaotic energy. "The road to the Yellow Springs is long. You. Take care of mother." As the inscription was completed, a sudden gust of cold wind arose, swirling the dry leaves around Lu Mama's corpse 3 times before dissipating into the morning light. At noon, the funeral bells tolled again. His Majesty has passed away. The mournful announcement echoed throughout the imperial city. Li Xuan stood at the highest point of the cold palace, observing the palace attendants in a frenzy, white banners hanging like snow against the vermilion walls. Crown Prince Li Yin, clad in plain white mourning attire, ascended the Golden Lawn Hall amidst the throngs of officials, taking possession of the Jade Seal. The third prince, Li Xuan, is a calamity, bringing misfortune to both mother and father. The new emperor's voice resonated through the heralds. From this day forth, he shall be reduced to a commoner, never to set foot in the imperial city again. Li Xuan smiled. He removed the jade pendant symbolizing his princely status and casually tossed it into a well, then retrieved the 2 halves of the fish-shaped jade pendant from his bosom. Finally, he could venture into Qianlong Valley without reservation. That night, Li Xuan quietly departed the imperial city, carrying Lu Fei's urn of ashes. The sky to the southeast grew increasingly crimson. The fallen star now appeared as large as a wheel, its crimson light staining the clouds a sea of blood, and occasionally, the sound of thunderous friction could be heard from the heavens. As he passed a desolate grave, Li Xuan suddenly halted. Before the grave stood a nameless stone tablet, with 3 offerings placed before it, a cup of clear wine, a copper coin, and a rusty key. The wine was Lu Fei's favorite, Li Huabai. The copper coin perfectly matched the one in his mother's hand, and the key. Li Xuan picked it up, discovering that its shape matched that of the fish-shaped jade pendant perfectly. Was it the chief supervisor? Or his father? He surveyed his surroundings. The wilderness was eerily silent, save for the sound of the wind's lament. Suddenly, the key trembled violently in his palm. At that moment, the fallen star in the southeastern sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Countless fireballs rained down, the largest one hurtling toward the direction of Qianlong Valley. In Li Xuan's embrace, the 2 halves of the fish-shaped jade pendant soared into the air, seamlessly joining together to form a complete Taiji fish pattern. Radiating a dazzling azure light, the key ascended, inserting itself into the lock at the center of the jade pendant. With a resounding crack, a pillar of light, reaching to the heavens and penetrating the earth, erupted from the direction of Qianlong Valley. In Li Xuan's ears, the final warning of the supervisor echoed. On the day of the Jade's union, tread carefully through the gates of life. Chapter 8. The falling meteor illuminates the wrath of heaven. The clouds above Qianlong Valley were torn asunder. At the moment the meteor fell, Li Xuan felt the ground beneath him tremble violently, as if a dragon were stirring beneath the earth. In the distance, a crimson beam of light pierced the heavens and the earth, illuminating the night as if stained with blood. A fierce wind, laden with scorching heat, rushed toward him, causing his robes to flutter wildly. The day of unity was upon them. The gates of life had opened. The Tai Chi fish jade pendant in his hand began to levitate, the azure light entwining with the distant red radiance, weaving into an ethereal portal in midair. Inside the portal, mist swirled, revealing vague outlines of mountains and rivers, only to be devoured by the blood-red haze in the next moment. Li Xuan pressed the urn of his mother's ashes tightly against him and dashed toward the beam of light without hesitation. He could not afford to miss the opportunity gained at the cost of his mother's life. At the entrance of Qianlong Valley, the scene was terrifying. The crater created by the meteorite was over 100 zhang in diameter, its walls glazed with a strange dark red hue. At the center of the pit, a jet-black steel stood askew, its surface riddled with fine cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. Even more bizarre was the fact that within a 10-li radius of the crater, all vegetation had withered. It was not due to burning or breaking. Rather, it seemed as if all vitality had been drained, reducing everything to gray-white powder that vanished at the slightest breeze. As Li Xuan stepped into the desolate area, the Yin-Yang fish on his forehead began to throb with intense pain. A chilling aura emanated from the direction of the steel, coursing through his feet and into his meridians, clashing violently with the chaotic energy within him. Was this malevolence? He suddenly recalled the curse uttered by the evil cultivator before his death, proclaiming the severance of the Tao lineage. Could it be that the meteor brought with it a destructive energy that was the antithesis of this realm's spiritual essence? The inscription on the steel revealed itself. As Li Xuan endured the agonizing pain and reached the bottom of the pit, the black steel suddenly cracked open, its outer layer peeling away, revealing a core as translucent as jade. 3 lines of blood-red characters were inscribed upon it, where the spiritual roots sever. The gateway to the inner realm opens. In the chaos of Yin and Yang, the true path is revealed. The last generation's sect master of Zhuantiangong, a final note. The writing was as fresh as if it had just been penned in blood. The moment Li Xuan reached out to touch it, the entire steel erupted with a thunderous explosion. Countless fragments floated in the air, forming a swirling star map. At the center of the star map was the projection of the Tai Chi fish jade pendant. So that was it. Enlightened, Li Xuan abruptly pressed the pendant against the center of the star map. With a crack, the pendant and the star map fit together perfectly. A stream of azure light surged through his arm and into his body, racing toward the Yin-Yang fish at his forehead. In the midst of excruciating pain, he glimpsed a fragment of shattered memory. A towering celestial gate collapsed. Countless cultivators transformed into blood mist amid their screams. Above the heavens, a crimson star exhaled black gas, tainting the spiritual essence in its wake, rendering magical artifacts ineffective. Hurry, take the Neijing Xinjing to the lower realm. An elder with white whiskers thrust half of a jade pendant into the hands of a youth, striking it into a rift in the void with a palm. Remember, only those who cultivate both Yin and Yang. The vision abruptly ceased. Li Xuan let out a muffled groan as blood seeped from his 7 orifices. The information carried by that memory was overwhelmingly vast, nearly overwhelming his fragile sea of consciousness. Yet one thing was clear. This meteor was of the same origin as the calamity that annihilated the ancient celestial gate, and Qianlong Valley was the last bastion left by Zhuantiangong. As the malevolence surged through him, the star map dissipated, and thick, ink-like black mist suddenly erupted from the pit's bottom, engulfing Li Xuan in an instant. The black mist infiltrated his body through every pore, freezing his meridians and stagnating his blood. Even more terrifying was that the long-dormant curse of the evil cultivator deep within his soul now reveled in delight, greedily consuming this malevolence. The Tao lineage is severed. You will inevitably rot alongside us. The voice of the curse grew louder, and Li Xuan's vision began to redden, his rationality gradually submerged by violent emotions. Just as he was on the brink of losing control, a sudden crack appeared in the urn containing Lu Fei's ashes. A stream of pure white light overflowed, transforming into the ethereal figure of Lu Fei, gently cradling his head. "Xin'er, calm your mind." Her tender voice flowed like a clear spring, and Li Xuan jolted awake. Seizing the moment, he exerted all his strength to channel the Yin-Yang fish at his forehead, compressing the malevolence within him until it coalesced into a pitch-black malevolence core in his dantian. To combat poison with poison. To nurture chaos with malevolence. A sudden change occurred. Just as Li Xuan stabilized the balance within him, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the pit. Quickly. There must be treasures in the area with the densest malevolence. The people from Qinjianmen were right behind. He had to seize the opportunity. 5 men clad in brown shorts burst into the pit, their chests embroidered with the words Bloodblade. The leader, upon seeing Li Xuan, first froze, then grinned menacingly. "Kid, hand over the jade pendant." Li Xuan narrowed his eyes. These men were from Bloodblade sect? He recalled that they were a small cultivating family allied with Qinjianmen, notorious for their murderous treasure hunts. What if I refuse? He slowly straightened his body, the malevolence core in his dantian beginning to rotate slowly. Seeking death, the leader swung his blade, the edge crackling with pale green spiritual energy, indicating he was a third-tier qi refining cultivator. Li Xuan did not flinch or evade, allowing the blade to strike his shoulder. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, as the blade was unexpectedly blocked by a layer of gray mist. What? The members of Bloodblade sect were horrified. Li Xuan raised his hand, a wisp of chaotic energy swirling around his fingertips. "Do you want this?" With that, the gray mist leaped forth like a living creature, instantly piercing through the brows of the 5 men. "Oh!" Their screams echoed as their flesh and blood essence were drained by the chaotic energy, transforming into 5 lifeless husks that collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the malevolence core within Li Xuan grew even stronger. The true threat was upon him. Just as Li Xuan finished searching the bodies, a sudden ringing of swords echoed from a distance. 3 beams of sword light sliced through the night sky, arriving in an instant. The leading youth, standing upon a flying sword, bore the emblem of Qin Yun and coldly shouted from above, "Who dares to kill my Qinjianmen's affiliates?" The oppressive aura of a perfected qi refining cultivator descended with thunderous force. Li Xuan's pupils constricted. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Yuanji, the steward of Qinjianmen. Chapter 9. The theft of the Imperial burial chariot. Before Zhao Yuanji's flying sword could arrive, the chilling sword aura had already torn apart Li Xuan's robe. The overwhelming pressure of his perfected qi refinement weighed down upon him like a collapsing mountain, causing Li Xuan's knees to buckle as the earth beneath him sank 3 inches in an instant. He abruptly raised his head, chaos energy roaring through his meridians. The azure light of the Yin-Yang fish at his brow surging, defiantly resisting this oppressive force. "Oh, a mere mortal dares to withstand my spiritual pressure?" Zhao Yuanji gasped in surprise, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes, only to be quickly replaced by an even more intense killing intent. Indeed, he has cultivated dark arts. He sliced his sword in the air, and the azure blade hovering beside him emitted a piercing wail, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at Li Xuan's throat. No way to evade. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Li Xuan executed an unforeseen maneuver. He turned his hand and struck the Tai Chi fish jade pendant against the black stone remnants behind him. Boom. At the moment of impact between the jade pendant and the stone, a dragon's roar reverberated from the depths of Qianlong Valley. Centered around the impact crater, a 100-foot radius of the ground suddenly revealed a dense network of crimson patterns. An ancient formation had been activated. Zhao Yuanji's flying sword collided with the suddenly rising crimson light shield, as if sinking into a swamp, its speed drastically reduced. "This is the geo-locking spirit formation of Xuantian sect?" Zhao Yuanji's expression changed drastically. "How could you possibly activate it?" Li Xuan did not respond. His palm pressed tightly against the stone. Chaos energy surged wildly along the crimson array lines. This formation, dormant for a millennium, was now resonating with his consciousness through the jade pendant. Countless fragmented images flooded his mind, celestial mountains collapsing amidst a blood rain, an elderly man with a white beard self-destructing in despair, and a scroll of the Imperial Dragon vein map, torn in half. So it was. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Xuan's mouth. Yet he chuckled softly. The Dragon Vein map from Qintian Monitor is the other half left by Xuantian sect. Seizing the opportunity while the formation held Zhao Yuanji at bay, Li Xuan grasped the urn of Lu Fei's ashes and rushed toward the northwest corner of the crater, where an inconspicuous spring lay, the nurturing spirit hole arranged by Xuantian sect in his memories. Surrounding the spring, not a blade of grass grew. But the moment he placed the urn into the spring, splash! The clear spring water suddenly turned blood red, and a tender shoot burst forth from the ground, visibly growing, unfurling, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a 3-foot-high plum tree. Its branches were like blood, yet its petals were pure white, with tiny azure points of light flickering in the heart of the blossoms. This is the essence of wood spirit? Li Xuan reached out to touch the plum branch, but what his fingertips encountered was not the texture of a plant, but a gentle flow of energy. This spirit plum, nourished by Lu Fei's ashes, was spontaneously absorbing the ambient energy of heaven and earth. Even more astonishingly, when his chaos energy made contact with the plum blossom, the previously violent energy suddenly became docile, even nurturing his injured meridians in return. Even after her death, Mother still protects him. Shinner. In a daze, he seemed to hear Lu Fei's gentle call. The plum tree swayed without wind, a petal drifting down to his brow, merging with the Yin-Yang fish mark. The azure light flared brightly. Li Xuan felt a crisp sound resonate in his mind, as if a certain confinement had been shattered. The previously hazy memory of the Imperial Dragon Vein map suddenly became clear. On the top floor of Qintian Monitor, a bronze box. A flood dragon lock. At the hour of the rat, within the Imperial City's Qintian Monitor, Li Xuan utilized the 9 Palaces step to traverse the eaves, descending like a falling leaf onto the rooftop. Through a crack in the window, he saw the Monitor Chief standing with his back to the window, murmuring to a star map. The blood plum appears, chaos will ensue. Your Majesty, the seeds you planted years ago are finally bearing fruit. On the desk lay a bronze box. Li Xuan held his breath, waiting for the Monitor Chief to depart. However, the old man suddenly turned, his murky eyes fixated on the window. Since you have come, why not enter for a chat? Discovered. Li Xuan's body tensed, ready to retreat, but he saw the Monitor Chief wave his hand, and the bronze box flew out of the window, landing steadily before him. I have little time left, and am not interested in meddling in the grievances between you and your father. The Monitor Chief's voice came through the paper of the window, hoarse yet calm. The Dragon Vein map can be given to you, but remember, if the spirit plum at your mother's burial site blooms with 9 flowers, it will surely attract the golden core elders of Qinyan sect. Li Xuan took the bronze box, and the moment he touched it, the flood dragon lock automatically disassembled. On the unfurled silk, mountains and rivers were embroidered in silver thread, while the position of Qianlong Valley was marked with a blood-red symbol, Li trigram, overlaid with Qin trigram. This is fire and water unjoined. Li Xuan's pupils constricted. In Feng Shui, this symbolizes an imbalance between Yin and Yang, a harbinger of great misfortune. Yet the symbol on the map given by the Monitor Chief was specifically marked right beneath Qianlong Valley. Is it a trap or? He abruptly looked up, only to find the Monitor Chief had vanished, leaving only a flickering oil lamp illuminating a newly hung inscription on the wall. Stealing heaven to change the day, what is the cost of defying fate? Upon returning to Qianlong Valley with the Dragon Vein map, Li Xuan discovered something even more terrifying. Although Zhao Yuanji was ensnared by the formation, a dozen cultivators had gathered at the edge of the crater, including reinforcements from the Bloodblade sect and wandering cultivators drawn by the news. Further away, 3 streaks of escaping light were rapidly approaching, their auras far surpassing the Qi refinement stage. Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Li Xuan clenched his teeth and unfurled the Dragon Vein map, comparing it to the terrain of the valley. According to the map, there should be a sealed spiritual vein beneath Qianlong Valley, and the location of the fire and water unjoined symbol was precisely where Lu Fei's spirit plum resided. So that's it. He suddenly realized Xuantian sect was not aiming to seal the spiritual vein, but to use the spiritual vein as bait to set up a scheme that spanned millennia. Without hesitation, Li Xuan bit his finger, using his blood as ink to swiftly sketch on the Dragon Vein map. With every stroke, the corresponding ground in the valley lit up with a faint glow. When the last stroke connected the formation, boom, the entire Qianlong Valley shook violently. Those cultivators previously assaulting the formation stumbled, shrieking as they fell into the pit. Meanwhile, the spot where the spirit plum was located suddenly caved in, revealing a sloping stone staircase. The secret realm has opened. Enter quickly. Amidst the greedy shouts, dozens of cultivators rushed toward the staircase. Li Xuan, however, stood motionless, coldly watching them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The first cultivator to step onto the staircase was suddenly engulfed in flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, a dark spring gushed forth from the ground, instantly freezing the following few into ice sculptures. Fire and water unjoined. Yin and Yang in reverse. This is the true killing move of Xuantianzong, using the spirit vein as bait to lure and eliminate all those coveting its legacy. As the screams subsided, Li Xuan walked slowly towards the stone steps. Ling Mei parted her branches automatically as he passed, revealing an intact passage below. At the end of the steps lay a stone chamber, in the center of which floated a gray sphere the size of a fist, within which the faint outlines of mountains and rivers could be discerned. Inscribed on the stone platform beneath the sphere were 2 lines of text. Those with severed spiritual roots can open the inner realm with their blood. Only on the day of Yin and Yang cultivation can the true path be revealed. Li Xuan cut his palm, allowing his blood to soak into the stone platform. Suddenly, the sphere expanded, enveloping him entirely. Amidst the swirling chaos, he beheld the birth of a miniature world. As chaos began to separate, pure qi rose to form the heavens, while turbid qi sank to become the earth. In the center, a small sapling broke through the soil, rapidly growing into a towering tree. Its crown bore 9 buds, one of which had already blossomed, taking the unmistakable form of Liu Fei Ling Mei. This is the embryonic form of the inner realm. The moment Li Xuan's consciousness touched the giant tree, an overwhelming stream of information surged into his mind. Huan Yuan Yin-Yang, Nei Jing Jinjing. Using the body as the furnace, with Yin and Yang as the fire, refining chaos to open the heavens. When Li Xuan's consciousness returned to reality, the entire stone chamber began to collapse. As he dashed out of the passage, Ling Mei had grown to over 10 feet tall, and the second bud among the 9 was slowly unfurling. At the entrance of the valley, 3 terrifying foundational pressures had already descended. Thief, do not escape. Zhao Yuanji's voice brimmed with malice, and a beam of sword light crossed 100 feet, aimed directly at Li Xuan's back. In a moment of peril, Li Xuan swiftly struck the Long Mai Tu in his embrace. The symbols representing the unbridled fire and water on the map ignited with a blinding crimson light, instantly draining the spiritual energy of the entire Qianlonggu, transforming it into a pillar of intertwined crimson and black light that shot skyward. With a thunderous roar, the sword light shattered, and Zhao Yuanji spat blood and was sent flying backward. Seizing the opportunity from the recoil, Li Xuan leaped into the depths of the forest. Tightly clutching a jade slip he had retrieved from the stone chamber, the Xuantianjinfa Jinjia. Chapter 10. The first cry of Zhou Yin startles the Emperor. Li Xian raced through the dense forest, the furious roars of the Foundation establishment cultivators behind him resonating like rolling thunder. The jade slip in his embrace radiated heat, and the phantom of a colossal tree from his inner world swayed in the sea of consciousness, with the second flower bud visibly swelling. Suddenly, a crisp fragrance of plum blossoms wafted from within him. He glanced down and observed faint azure meridian patterns emerging on his arm. It was the projection of the Ling Mei root system within his veins. The Ling Mei, transformed from Liu Fei, was symbiotically thriving with his inner world. Thief, leave the inheritance. A sword light cleaved through the ancient tree embraced by 3 cultivators, the shockwave casting Li Xian several zhang away. Seizing the momentum, he rolled into the underbrush and swiftly retrieved the jade slip of the Xian Tian formation true explanation, pressing it against his brow. Buzz. An overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind, among which a particularly striking formation technique titled Little Zhou Tian Mising Formation stood out. Li Xian's gaze darted, and he seized a broken branch and some stones from the ground, scattering them according to specific orientations. Qian Sen Lian, Kuan Lu Duan, rise. Chaotic energy flowed from his fingertips into the ground, and those ordinary stones and branches suddenly glimmered with azure light, causing mist to rise within a radius of 10 zhang. The foremost Foundation establishment cultivator crashed into the mist, instantly losing direction, his sword energy slashing wildly, but achieving nothing. Child's play. Another Foundation establishment cultivator formed seals and recited incantations, summoning 12 copper coins from his sleeve, which whirled into a formation to break through the mist. Li Xian sneered. biting his tongue and spraying a mist of blood. The moment the blood touched the formation's core, all the flora within the Mizing formation began to grow wildly, vines coiling around the three foundation establishment cultivators like giant pythons. Using blood as a lure and wood as weapons, this was precisely the Qing Mu Hua Ling technique from the Xiantian formation true explanation. Taking advantage of the formation to delay, Li Xuan escaped into a cave. He sat cross-legged, immersing his consciousness into the inner world. The towering giant tree had grown to 3 zhang high, and the second flower bud had opened halfway, revealing a faint silhouette of a woman, dressed in a green shirt and flowing skirt, holding a scroll, her features exquisite yet as cold as ice. Could this be Lin Wani? Li Xuan's heart jolted. The visage of this phantom bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Prime Minister's daughter, whose family had been exterminated. Strangely, when his consciousness touched the flower bud, he faintly heard a crisp cracking sound, snap. In the real world, the Tai Chi fish jade pendant in his arms suddenly cracked open a thin seam, and a wisp of azure light shot forth, casting a map on the cave wall. The western market of the capital, the slave auction. In the image, a woman in plain clothes, shackled, was being pushed onto a platform, while wealthy merchants below raised their bids. In a corner, a cultivator with azure cloud patterns embroidered on his sleeve revealed a greedy gaze. Xianin body. Li Xuan suddenly recalled the core principle of the Han Yuan Yin-Yang inner scene true scripture. Jiu Yin nurtures the scene, one Yin, one heavy sky. Xian Yin as a guide. Chaos begins. Just as Li Xuan prepared to move to rescue her, the ground trembled violently. He dashed out of the cave, only to see the night sky above the imperial city glowing crimson like blood, the Jiwei Emperor star flickering frantically, and finally, with a thunderous explosion, it shattered into countless luminous fragments. The Emperor star has fallen. Li Xuan gasped in shock. This phenomenon signified that the Emperor had not merely fainted, but had already perished. Even more terrifying was that the exploding starlight did not dissipate. Instead, it plummeted like meteors in all directions. The largest fragment was hurtling towards Qianlong Valley. Not good. Li Xuan sprinted away, the earth-shattering explosion echoing behind him. The shockwave hurled him several zhang away, crashing through 2 large trees before he came to a halt. As the dust settled, the original Qianlong Valley had vanished, replaced by a gigantic pit over 1,000 zhang in diameter. At the bottom, magma churned, and the Ling Mei, transformed from Lu Fei, floated above the magma, with 9 flower buds glowing simultaneously with azure light. Li Xuan gritted his teeth and approached the edge of the pit, suddenly narrowing his eyes. On the opposite cliff, the chief of the Qintian Monitor stood, his white robe fluttering in the hot wind. An ancient bronze sword was embedded in his chest, and blood dripped down the cliff into the magma, hissing as it fell. Senior. Li Xuan attempted to circle around, but saw the chief slowly shake his head, using his last strength to throw something over. It was a star plate, with half a turtle shell embedded in the center. The treasure of Xiantian sect. The chief's voice carried on the wind. Jiu Yin gathers at the sun. Be cautious. Qing Yunzi. Before he could finish, a sword light descended from the heavens, cleaving the old man in 2. Traitor to the sect, deserving of death. A cold proclamation echoed from the clouds. Li Xuan looked up to see an elderly man with white whiskers standing in midair, stepping on a gourd, his sleeves adorned with dazzling azure cloud patterns. The pressure of the golden core was as deep as a prison. Li Xuan's bones crackled, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Just as he was about to kneel, the Ling Mei in his inner world suddenly shook violently, and the second flower bud fully blossomed. Swish! A beam of azure light shot from his spiritual center, forming an ethereal plum blossom above his head, momentarily resisting the pressure of the golden core. The white-bearded elder displayed a look of astonishment, preparing to intensify his pressure when an urgent bell rang out from a distance. The devil sect is attacking the mountain? His expression changed, disregarding Li Xuan, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. Li Xuan picked up the star plate left by the chief, noticing the turtle shell bore engravings of 9 stars, with 2 having been stained red with blood. The first blood star was marked with Lu clan, and the second with Lin clan. When he infused chaotic energy into the star plate, the remaining 7 stars gradually illuminated with a faint glow, each accompanied by a place name. Northern Border Cold Pool, Eastern Sea Jiao Palace, Southern Wilderness Which Village. This is the location guidance of the Jiuyin daughter? Li Xuan suddenly realized that the chief had known everything all along. He looked down at the Ling Mei in the pit. The third flower bud was already beginning to turn red, corresponding to the star-marked Eastern Sea Jiao Palace on the star plate. 3 days later, disguised and altered, Li Xuan infiltrated the western market of the capital. Outside the slave auction house, a crowd gathered, and today's highlight was the daughter of the trader, Lin Wani. Xianin body, starting bid of 1,000 taels of gold. With the auctioneer's shout, Lin Wani, shackled, was pushed onto the platform. Her complexion was as pale as paper, yet her back stood straight, her eyes filled with determination. 1,500 taels. 2,000 taels. The bidding voices rose and fell. In a corner, the Azure Cloud sect cultivator grinned maliciously, raising 3 fingers, 3 spirit stones. The entire venue fell silent. Spirit stones were the currency of the cultivation world, 1 piece equivalent to 10,000 gold. The auctioneer swallowed hard. 3 spirit stones once, 3 spirit stones. Wait. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. As the crowd parted, an elderly figure, cloaked and stooped, approached with a staff in hand, cradling a blood-red jade pendant within his palm. An ancient bloodthirsty crystal, he declared. What? A cultivator from the Qinjianmen sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Do you know who I am?" The elder lifted his hood, revealing the disguised visage of Li Xuan, a mere dog of the Qinjianmen, unworthy to contend for the Xianin body. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly as the chaotic energy from Li Xuan's sleeve surged forth, causing all the candle flames in the auction hall to flicker and transform into an eerie shade of azure. Chapter 11. The fall of the talented woman and the Feng Shui trap. The blue flames in the auction house surged abruptly, transforming into dozens of serpentine fire snakes that coiled around the pillars. Wealthy merchants screamed in panic, while the disciples of Qinjianmen sneered and formed hand seals, summoning a bronze mirror from their sleeves to dispel the illusions. As the light approached Li Xuanjin's visage, the blood crystal in his grasp suddenly exploded. A roar echoed as crimson mist enveloped the entire venue, accompanied by the faint wails of vengeful spirits. The cultivator's bronze mirror cracked with a sharp sound, causing him to stagger back in shock. The blood barrier of the Yinsha sect? You are a demonic cultivator. Li Xuanjin remained silent. With a flick of his black robe, he executed the 9 palaces step, gliding like a specter across the auction stage. The shackles binding Lin Wani disintegrated automatically. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was swept off her feet. Impudent. The Qinjianmen cultivator bellowed furiously, casting 3 beams of golden light from his sleeves. Li Xuanjin did not look back. Instead, he tossed a handful of copper coins behind him. The coins clinked as they accurately intercepted the golden light, forming a miniature Bagua diagram in midair. The golden beams collided with the diagram and vanished without a trace. Feng Shui interception technique. The cultivator's expression changed dramatically. You are from the Qintian Bureau. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuanjin crashed through a side window, vanishing into the alley with Lin Wani in his arms. Behind them, the cultivator's frantic roar echoed. Search the city. Dig 3 feet into the ground to capture them. Inside a dilapidated temple, Lin Wani curled up among the grass, warily eyeing the elder before her. Why did you save me? Li Xuanjin removed his disguise, revealing his true identity. Lin Wani's pupils contracted. You are the 3rd prince who caused the empress's death? Now, you carry an additional charge of kidnapping a treasonous noble's daughter. Li Xuanjin tore a piece from his robe to bandage her injured ankle. Miss Lin, the Shanajantu is still with you, correct? Lin Wani stiffened. How do you know? Your father sewed it into the lining of your collar before he passed away. Li Xuanjin pointed to her damaged collar. Qinjianmen is not after your Xianin body. They seek the diagram that can locate the royal mausoleum's dragon vein. The young woman abruptly covered her collar, her eyes flashing with determination. I would rather destroy it than allow it to fall into the hands of usurpers. Usurpers? Li Xuanjin raised an eyebrow. Do you think it was the crown prince who caused the emperor's demise? He produced the star chart of the monitoring officer, adjusting the pointer to reveal a scene. Before the dragon bed, the crown prince poured poison into the emperor's mouth, while an elder from Qinjianmen laughed approvingly beside him. Impossible. Lin Wani staggered back. My father clearly said it was the 2nd prince. Your father was deceived, Li Xuanjin scoffed. Qinjianmen needed a legitimate excuse to excavate the royal mausoleum and frame the chancellor's residence for treason. Trembling, Lin Wani unfastened her collar and retrieved a golden silk that was as thin as a cicada's wing. As the Shanha Jantu unfolded, A chilling wind swept through the temple. An icy crystal pattern emerged on her forehead, and the temperature around her plummeted. The star chart in Li Xuanjin's arms levitated, overlapping with the diagram to project a three-dimensional phantom of the royal mausoleum's depths, revealing a crystal coffin suspended within. This is the first saintess of the Shantian sect. Li Xuanjin gazed at the white-robed woman seemingly in slumber within the coffin, the embodiment of the 9 Yin's supremacy. Before he could finish, Lin Wani suddenly collapsed in pain. The icy crystal on her forehead emitted a haunting blue glow, resonating intensely with the crystal coffin in the diagram. Li Xuanjin swiftly placed his fingers on her brow, channeling chaotic energy into her meridians. As the two forces clashed, azure veins emerged beneath Lin Wani's fair skin, as if something within her was striving to break free. Hold on. It is activating your Xianyin essence. With a crack, the land deity statue in the temple shattered, and a stream of incense power inexplicably flowed into Lin Wani's spirit. She let out a piercing scream, her hair instantly crystallizing with frost, while within Li Xuanjin's inner realm, the second spirit, Plum Blossom, fully bloomed. At that moment, the temple doors were shattered by a wave of sword energy, and over a dozen Qingyun disciples armed with swords surged in. Leading them was the very cultivator from the auction house, now wielding a blood-red flag. Surrender the Xianyin body. Li Xuanjin shielded the exhausted Lin Wani behind him, 7 copper coins slipping from his sleeve. The universe is reversed. The coins fell to the ground, forming a formation, and the entire dilapidated temple tilted at a 45-degree angle. The walls became the ground, and the ground turned into walls, causing the Qingyun disciples to scream as they slid into the corners. Furious, the cultivator waved the flag, unleashing 3 blood shadows from its fabric. Tear them apart. The moment the blood shadows contacted the copper coin formation, Li Xuanjin suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the Shanajantu. A rumble resonated from beneath, akin to a dragon's roar, as the spiritual energy of the earth within a 10-mile radius was frantically drawn in. The phantom of the royal mausoleum solidified in the diagram, the crystal coffin's lid slowly opening, and a beam of moonlight-like radiance crossed the void, directly illuminating Lin Wani. No. The cultivator's eyes widened in horror. She was receiving a legacy. The blood shadows disintegrated under the radiant light. The cultivator clenched his teeth, shattering the jade pendant at his waist. Please, master, descend. With a thunderous boom, a massive hand of azure light emerged from the clouds, descending with the might of a golden core cultivator. Just as the hand loomed overhead, Lin Wani suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils had transformed into an icy blue, and she raised her hand, commanding, calm. With a crack, the azure hand froze in midair, its surface rapidly icing over. From the depths of the clouds came a muffled groan, followed by a furious roar, the cold moon restriction of the Shantian sect. This girl is the reincarnation of the saintess. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuanjin pulled Lin Wani and dashed towards the back of the temple. As they ran, the young woman urged breathlessly, "The memories from the coffin tell me that within the royal mausoleum's depths lies." Her words were abruptly cut off. A pitch-black arrow pierced through her shoulder, and a putrid green spread from the wound. A corpse poison arrow. Li Xuanjin whirled around, spotting a bowman wearing a bronze mask perched on a distant rooftop, the mask's forehead inscribed with the words Jiu. A demonic sect assassin. Even worse, 3 elders of the Bloodblade sect emerged from the alley ahead, while Qingyun disciples were already breaking through the formation in pursuit. In this dire situation, Lin Wani suddenly pressed the Shanajantu against Li Xuanjin's chest. Remember, beneath the 9th coiling dragon pillar of the royal mausoleum. The diagram radiated with golden light, transforming into a stream of brilliance that entered his body. Simultaneously, a synchronized clang of armored boots echoed in the distance. The Imperial Guard is on duty. All civilians retreat. A squad of black-armored cavalry burst onto the battlefield, their leader brandishing a copy of the monitoring officer's star chart. Shouting, "By the late emperor's edict, escort the 3rd prince back to the palace." The Qinjianmen cultivator's face turned ashen. "General Xiao, are you protecting the usurpers?" "Usurpers?" General Xiao smirked, tossing out a scroll bearing the imperial decree. "Behold the true succession order." As the decree unfurled, the imperial seal was unmistakably stamped with the star pattern of the Qintian Bureau. Taking advantage of the standoff, Li Xuanjin lifted the unconscious Lin Wani and mounted a horse. As they sped away, he sensed the Shanha Janta merging with his inner realm, intertwining with the roots of the spirit plum blossom into golden veins. Meanwhile, in the sky, a third star began to twinkle, heralding the emergence of the tide sound from the East Sea's Mermaid Palace. Chapter 12. The chaotic devouring spirit and the slaying of immortals. The warhorse galloped through the dense forest, while Lin Wani's shoulder, tainted by a putrid green toxin, had spread to her collarbone. Her breathing grew increasingly shallow, and tiny ice crystals formed on her eyelashes. The Xianyin body instinctively resisted the corpse poison, inadvertently accelerating the freezing of her blood. Hold on. Li Xuan tore open her collar, his fingertips coalescing chaotic energy into needles that pierced the acupoints around the wound. Hiss! Dark blood splattered onto the grass, instantly corroding the plants within a 3-foot radius into pus. Li Xuan's pupils constricted. This was no ordinary corpse poison, but rather the Jiuyou heart-devouring goo, tainted with the life essence of a demonic cultivator. Suddenly, Lin Wani's eyes snapped open, her ice-blue pupils fully dilated, her voice transforming into a haunting dual tone. The royal mausoleum. The 9th pillar has Xiantian, steel. Before her words could fully escape, she arched her body, spewing a mouthful of black blood onto Li Xuan's chest. The moment the blood touched his skin, the spiritual plum in the internal world trembled violently, the second flower visibly wilting at an alarming rate. The Xianyin body was being tainted. Hand over the reincarnation of the saintess, and I shall spare your life. A chilling voice echoed from above. Li Xuan looked up to see a bowman in a bronze mask hanging upside down from the treetops, his skeletal bow glimmering with phosphorescence. More terrifying was the fact that this person exuded no trace of life, as if he were a corpse capable of speech. A corpse puppet of the Jiuyou sect? Li Xuan quietly infused chaotic energy into the ground. Did Qinjianmen know you had crossed the line? The bowman emitted a laughter akin to metal scraping against metal. That old scoundrel Qinjianzi, who rose to power by betraying Xuantianzong, dares to interfere with my holy sect? Betraying Xuantianzong. Li Xuan's heart shook violently, yet he maintained a facade of calm. What do you desire? The Tianjinjie of the one in the coffin. The bowman snapped his fingers, shooting a green flame that ignited a nearby tree. Bring me this girl, and I will overlook the chaotic seed within you. Under the illumination of the flames, Li Xuan suddenly noticed a faded red string tied around the bowman's left wrist. A traditional longevity thread meant to protect children, but its weaving technique was unmistakably Lu Fei's unique craft. You know my mother? He blurted out. The bowman momentarily faltered, and in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, boom, 7 vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring the bowman's ankles and pulling him down mercilessly. The vines were covered in spikes formed from chaotic energy, hissing as they made contact. Seeking death, the bowman roared in fury, releasing a dense green, poisonous mist from beneath his mask. Li Xuan had anticipated this, swiftly tossing 3 copper coins from his sleeve, which formed a fire-warding talisman in midair. Whoosh! The poisonous mist ignited upon contact with the talisman, swirling back towards the bowman himself. Seizing the moment of his disarray, Li Xuan scooped up Lin Wani and dashed toward the riverbank, leaping into the turbulent waters. The icy river engulfed them, and Li Xuan held Lin Wani tightly as they flowed downstream. The corpse poison diminished significantly upon contact with water, but more astonishingly, the riverbed was covered with fine crystal sand. These grains emitted a faint blue glow in the darkness, forming a clear path as they flowed with the current. Li Xuan, sensing a stroke of fortune, followed the luminous sand towards a concealed whirlpool. Gurgle! A powerful suction drew them into an underwater cavern. When Li Xuan emerged, coughing up water, the sight before him left him breathless. A miniature altar stood at the center of the cavern, atop which floated a crystal coffin, precisely the one depicted in the Shana Jin 2. However, this coffin was merely palm-sized, its lid already ajar, and its interior was etched with an intricate array of runes. This is the mother and child coffin of Xuantianzong? He recalled the records within the monitoring star chart. The true saintess coffin lay in the royal mausoleum, while the distributed child coffins acted as conduits for inheritance. Suddenly, Lin Wani convulsed violently, black blood seeping from her 7 orifices. Li Xuan had no time to ponder. Laying her flat on the altar and biting his finger to inscribe a blood symbol on the coffin's surface. Buzz! The mini crystal coffin radiated a brilliant blue light, and a spectral figure ascended from within, magnifying into a grand image of the saintess. She looked down at Lin Wani and sighed softly. Foolish child, having been reincarnated, Why cling to causality? With a gentle sweep of her hand, the black mist within Lin Wani screamed as it was forcefully extracted from her body. Even more astonishing, the toxins were compressed into a droplet resembling ink jade, suspended in the saintess's palm. The heart-devouring goo of the Jiuyo old monster? The saintess's spectral form scoffed, perfect for feeding dogs. With a flick of her finger, the toxic liquid shot into the cavern's dark river. From a distance, the bowman's heart-wrenching screams echoed. That drop of poison had surged upstream, striking true against the searching corpse puppet. As the toxins were purged, the icy crystal patterns on Lin Wani's forehead reformed into a snowflake-shaped mark. The saintess's spectral figure became transparent, her voice becoming ephemeral. Remember, the inscription beneath the 9th pillar of the royal mausoleum must be activated with Xianin blood. The Yangshin Pian stolen by Qinji Yunzi is hidden in. The final words dissipated into light points, and the mini crystal coffin shattered with a crack. Li Xuan was about to step forward when the altar suddenly collapsed, revealing an upward slanting tunnel beneath. Sunlight poured in from the exit, and faint sounds of waves echoed outside. Li Xuan hoisted the still unconscious Lin Wani and climbed out, only to be struck by the stunning sight before him. A crystalline palace stood majestically atop the reef beneath a cerulean sky, and the entrance they emerged from was situated behind a mural of a certain palace. Is this the Donghai Jiaogong? The third star on the star chart suddenly heated up, and Li Xuan realized with a start that the underwater dark river connected to the territories of the Jiaozu 1,000 miles away. There, a commanding voice rang out from the sky, and 3 beams of sword light sped toward them. Leading the charge was Zhao Yuanji, who now rode a crimson flying sword, his aura having broken through the foundation establishment. Little beast, let us see where you can escape this time. Li Xuan concealed Lin Wani among the coral, and stood at the shore with a cold smile. Since you covet the Shanhe Jin Tu so dearly, how about explaining first how Qinji Yunzi betrayed Xuantianzong? Zhao Yuanji's expression changed dramatically. Where did you hear this? No, wait. You tricked me. Enraged, he summoned his sword technique, and 3 crimson rays sliced down in a triangular formation. Li Xuan did not dodge or evade, allowing the sword energy to strike him. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through Li Xuan like foam, yet his true form appeared on a rock 10 zhang away. Zhao Yuanji then noticed that the entire beach had been covered with strands of fine mist, which reflected countless indistinct shadows under the sunlight. A mirage array? The accompanying elder from Qingyun exclaimed, how could this kid know our sect's secret formation? Li Xuan merely smiled in silence. The mural in the underwater cavern was, in fact, the array inheritance left by Xuantianzong, the triad sword formation. The Qingyun elder summoned a bronze array disc, and the 3 cultivators instantly formed a triangular battle array. The intertwining sword energies formed an impenetrable web, sealing off all escape routes for Li Xuan. In this dire situation, he made a bold decision, willingly relinquishing all defenses and allowing 3 sword energies to pierce his body. With a soft thud, blood stained his long robe, yet Li Xuan wore a smile. His bloodied fingers traced an ancient symbol upon his chest, the final secret technique conveyed by the vanishing shadow of the saintess, to use oneself as bait and lead others into a trap. Suddenly, the flying swords of the 3 cultivators began to tremble violently, their spiritual power uncontrollably flowing towards Li Xuan's wounds. Even more alarming, their own dantians began to stir, as the spiritual energy accumulated over years of arduous training was forcibly drawn through their life-bound flying swords. What kind of dark sorcery is this? Zhao Yuanji felt a surge of terror as he realized his foundational cultivation was plummeting. Li Xuan, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, laughed heartily to the heavens. Thank you, esteemed guests, for the generous gift of spiritual energy. Within his dantian, the malevolent Dan spun wildly, converting the absorbed spiritual energy into chaotic essence. In the inner world, the roots of that colossal tree surged with vitality, and the 3rd blossom began to bloom. From the direction of Donghai Jiaogong, a faintly melodious song could be heard. As the last Qingyun disciple transformed into a lifeless corpse and fell, Li Xuan stumbled to his knees. The overwhelming influx of spiritual energy shattered his meridians, yet the chaotic seed swelled in strength, more than doubling its power. In the distance, behind the rocks, Lin Wani rose, supported by coral. The wound on her shoulder had healed, and her eyes shimmered with an otherworldly icy blue light. Li Xuan, I hear the tide calling. Suddenly, the waves parted, and a crystal pathway ascended from the ocean's depths. At the end of the pathway stood a silver-haired mermaid maiden, holding a coral staff and softly humming an ancient lullaby. The star plate flew from Li Xuan's embrace, and the third star shone brightly, illuminating the snowflake mark on the maiden's forehead, which shared its origin with Lin Wani, the third of 9 Yin, the tied sound body. Chapter 13. The dual cultivation of the Xian Yin body. Li Xuan stood upon the newly constructed Ting Tao Pavilion's terrace, the lingering cool touch of the mermaid maiden still faintly felt on his fingertips. The snowflake mark of the Dong Hai Chao Yin body intertwined vividly with the icy pattern on Lin Wani's forehead, as the heat from the third star in the celestial sphere had yet to dissipate. However, the chaotic energy swirling within his dantian surged forth like a tsunami, and the backlash from forcibly absorbing the spiritual power of 3 cultivators had finally arrived. The excruciating pain forced him to kneel upon the green stone slab, which instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The erratically absorbed chaotic spiritual energy rampaged through his limbs and bones, each heartbeat feeling like a hammer striking him. In the inner realm, the colossal tree rooted in chaos swayed violently, and the newly bloomed third flower unexpectedly oozed dark red threads. Li Xuan, Lin Wani exclaimed, rushing forth from behind the coral cluster, her ice-blue divine light still swirling deep within her pupils, a manifestation of her awakened Xianyin body. Her cool fingers pressed against his feverish wrist, and a strand of pure Tai Yin energy flowed into him, momentarily halting the rampaging spiritual power, as if it had encountered a formidable foe. Your meridians are about to shatter. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she suddenly swayed. The wound on her shoulder that had already healed was violently torn open once more, thick black blood seeping through her garments, and an overwhelming chill erupted around her. The terrace's railing was instantly adorned with icicles, and the distant sound of crashing waves eerily fell silent. The Xianyin energy had completely gone out of control. Li Xuan gritted his teeth against the agony of his nearly ruptured meridians, transforming the chaotic energy into fine needles that sealed several of Lin Wani's major acupoints. Yet that cold energy surged upwards like a living entity, piercing directly towards his fingertips. Had the backlash accelerated? A sense of dread enveloped him. Although the Jiu Yushir Xian Gu had been eliminated, the residual soul of the saintess forcibly awakened her Xianyin essence, akin to igniting a fierce flame upon decaying wood. In this moment, her body could not withstand the awakening's power. With a decisive resolve, he scooped up the semi-unconscious Lin Wani and dashed toward the core of the estate, where the newly built Yin-Yang pavilion awaited. This was a dual cultivation sanctum erected at the geologic convergence point marked by the Shan Heijin Tuesday. The octagonal structure was paved with black and white jade, forming an immense Taiji diagram. As Li Xuan stepped into the Yang polar fisheye position, the entire edifice trembled, awakening the dormant geologic energy beneath. Hold on. He laid Lin Wani gently upon the icy jade bed at the Yin polar fisheye, while he seated himself in the Yang polar position. With his hands forming the initial seal of the Jiu Yin-Yang Jingju, the chaotic energy condensed into a fierce Dan within his dantian began to whirl frantically, forcefully organizing the tumultuous flow of spiritual power within him, as a strand of pure Yang polar energy flowed from the jade beneath him into his body. Almost simultaneously, the Yin polar fisheye beneath Lin Wani released a brilliant glow. The uncontrolled Xian Yin cold energy surged forth like rivers returning to the sea, absorbed and refined by the icy jade bed, transforming into a concentrated black stream that flowed into her back. Under the guidance of the Taiji array, the dual energies formed a visible vortex between the two. Li Xuan directed the Yang polar energy, extending it towards Lin Wani's brow from a distance. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, an unforeseen change occurred. The dormant Xian Yin essence within Lin Wani seemed provoked, unleashing an even purer and more frigid wave of cold energy. Boom! The glazed tiles of the Yin-Yang pavilion's dome shattered in response. An extreme cold mist erupted forth, covering the ground in solid ice. In the courtyard, several spirit trees sprouting new buds were instantly frozen, their emerald leaves shattering into powder in the frigid wind. This is bad. Li Xuan's pupils constricted. This was no longer a healing process but a self-defense mechanism of the Xian Yin essence against him. The intruder. If he did not withdraw, he would be frozen solid. If he retreated, the unrestrained Lin Wani would be instantly overwhelmed by the uncontrolled essence. On the brink of life and death, he made a decision that was almost self-destructive. He withdrew all his mental focus from suppressing the chaotic energy, pouring the entirety of the restless, nearly bursting Dan's power into the forbidden seal recorded at the end of the Jiu Yin-Yang Jingju. The chaotic returned to the void. Blood erupted from Li Xuan's 7 orifices, his meridians lamenting under the unbearable strain. Yet a grayish chaotic energy, seemingly capable of devouring light, surged upward from his crown, fiercely colliding with the Yin cold energy. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the gray energy met the cold energy, it sizzled with an agonizing sound, akin to a scorching iron plunging into icy water. The two opposing yet origin-linked forces tore, devoured, and merged with reckless abandon. Ultimately, they coalesced above the two into a constantly twisting and transforming gray-white orb of light. Inside the orb, stars flickered and extinguished, magma surged, and a shadow of a colossal tree rooted itself within, 3 exquisite flowers swaying in a manner reminiscent of the scene in Li Xuan's inner realm. The orb of chaos slowly descended, enveloping the two in a cocoon. Within the chaotic sphere, time and perception blurred. Li Xuan's consciousness seemed to plunge into the depths of the ocean, then soar to the heavens. The excruciating pain vanished, replaced by an indescribable emptiness. He observed his Dan slowly rotating at the core of the orb, each turn siphoning a strand of pure Yin cold energy. The grayish Dan's surface gradually formed intricate ice-blue patterns. Simultaneously, deep within his dantian, the long silent inner seed gently stirred under the nourishment of the intertwining chaotic and Yin energies, producing a minuscule yet remarkably clear crack on its seed coat. A tender green sprout broke through its confinement, visibly stretching upward at an astonishing speed. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. The inner realm expanded wildly. The chaotic mist receded, revealing a solid ground shimmering with starlight. The shadow of the colossal tree solidified somewhat in the center of the expanding space, its roots greedily burrowing into the newly birthed earth. The blood threads creeping along the petals of the 3rd flower gradually faded away under the rich Yin energy, returning to their pristine whiteness. A faint whimper pulled Li Xuan's consciousness back to reality. The orb of light had dissipated unbeknownst to him. He opened his eyes, meeting Lin Wanni's gaze, clear as an icy lake. The snowflake mark on her forehead had solidified like crystal, radiating a gentle brilliance, devoid of any trace of ferocity. More astonishingly, in her eyes, it was as if the entire world had shed a veil, the ethereal spiritual energy flowing through the air, the robust energy surging beneath their feet, even the chaotic energy within Li Xuan's body. Each fluctuation transformed into colorful streams of light, vividly displayed before her. I see it. Lin Wanni raised her hand, her fingertip brushing against a faint golden stream of energy in the air, which coiled around her finger like a docile serpent. Spiritual energy, the earth's veins, and within your body, that grayish sea. Her eyes brimmed with shock and enlightenment. Is this the clarity of Yin? Li Xuan's heart surged with tremors. The clarity of Yin. This is the pinnacle of the Yin body, a supreme talent known as Ling Shi, which possesses an exceedingly low probability of awakening. It not only allows one to perceive the flow of energy, but, when cultivated to profound depths, enables glimpses into the traces of the laws of heaven and earth. He suppressed the turbulent blood energy within him and spoke in a deep voice. Focus your mind and attempt to guide the earth vein energy you perceive into the array beneath your feet. Lin Wanni complied, closing her eyes. When she reopened them, her ice-blue pupils shimmered with brilliance. Her delicate fingers danced gracefully in the air as if playing an ethereal instrument. In silence, the spirit wood in the courtyard, which had been frozen, rapidly thawed. Sprouting branches and buds, growing over a foot in mere breaths. The fissures in the ground, cracked open, were swiftly mended by the surging earth spirit energy. Even more astonishing, the shattered glazed tiles of the Yin-Yang pavilion were enveloped by the golden stone energy being drawn up, spinning and reassembling in midair, restoring to their original state in an instant. At that moment, the earth energy of the entire estate resonated subtly with her. Success! Li Xuan's heart surged with joy. With the Yin Tongming body and the Feng Shui array Lin Wanni was the finest array master and control core of this estate. A beastly roar, filled with ferocity, suddenly tore through the night sky. A A section of the newly constructed earthen wall on the east side of the estate collapsed with a thunderous crash. Through the dust, a monstrous creature resembling a giant lizard, the Dihua lizard, with a single horn on its head, charged in. Its body was covered in magma-like crimson scales, scorching the flora in its wake, clearly drawn here by the pure energy that had just erupted within the estate. A perfect opportunity to test my skills. A cold glint flashed in Li Xuan's eyes, yet he remained seated, merely casting a glance at Lin Wan. Wan, Sun position for life, Kuan position for death. Understanding his intent, Lin Wan's ice-blue eyes instantly locked onto the beast. In her vision, the energy flows of the crudely laid array bases throughout the estate became vividly clear. She pointed her fingers like a sword and, with a swift motion, struck the air. Several inconspicuous stones on the estate's ground suddenly glowed, and the invisible currents of energy redirected instantly. The Dihua lizard, which was about to unleash a torrent of flames, stumbled as if it had stepped into a quagmire. Its movements slowed significantly. Almost immediately, the ground beneath it bizarrely collapsed and softened, ensnaring its limbs like quicksand. Even more terrifying for it, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and its scorching scales emitted a chilling, cracking sound. The foundational arrays of the misty maze, sinking ground, and ice condensation, laid by Li Xuan, unleashed their combined might for the first time under Lin Wan's precise guidance. The Dihua lizard thrashed wildly, its horn glowing with a fierce red light, poised to expel a scorching flame. At that very moment, a blood-red blade energy, as striking as a dying sun, shot forth unexpectedly from the dense forest outside the estate. The blade energy, condensed as if material, bore a relentless and tragic momentum, striking precisely at the base of the Dihua lizard's horn. With a crisp snap, the horn, brimming with fiery power, was severed at the root. Before it could unleash its fiery breath, the energy exploded within its mouth, leaving its head a mangled mess of flesh and blood. A figure staggered into view from the edge of the warning array that Lin Wan had seen, a woman clad in a tattered red garment, resembling a broken butterfly, revealing a back marred with bloodstains yet still firm in texture. Most strikingly, a vivid dark blue dragon tattoo coiled upon her back, its eyes radiating a fierce glow. Leaning heavily on a battered long knife, she left trails of blood with each step, yet defiantly raised her head to cry out, her hoarse voice piercing through the air, "Master." The Feng Shui slaughtered the villagers of Kaoshan and abducted 37 women. I implore you, save them. After uttering these words, she could no longer bear the strain and collapsed forward. In her last moment before losing consciousness, her gaze locked onto Li Xuan, and the azure dragon tattoo on her back seemed to come alive, emitting a low, resonant dragon's roar. An ancient and domineering aura surged forth. Within Li Xuan, the chaotic energy that had just settled surged abruptly, igniting a fierce battle spirit that stemmed from the depths of his bloodline. In the inner realm, the roots of the colossal tree trembled violently, as if sensing a shared essence. Lin Wan's complexion turned pale. Within her Xian Yin Tong Ming vision, at the moment the red-clad woman fell, her fate entangled with Li Xuan's, infused with a deep, inescapable sanguine ominousness. Dragon bloodline, a blood-red omen? Li Xuan gazed at the unconscious woman in red, and then noticed the lingering shock in Lin Wan's eyes, his heart clouded with uncertainty. The atrocities of the Feng Shui must be halted, yet this sudden appearance of the woman and the mysterious azure dragon tattoo upon her back, are they a boon or the harbinger of a storm? Why did the chaotic energy within him resonate so violently with that dragon's roar? The night wind swept through the newly healed estate, carrying with it distant cries and the raucous laughter of bandits. A new crisis, shrouded in unresolved mysteries, loomed like dark clouds over the city. Chapter 14. The rising dragon of Jiuyu town. As dawn's first light began to break, Li Xuan stood atop the ruins of the eastern wall of the manor, with the remains of the earth-fire lizard, felled by the dual forces of ice and fire, at his feet. The unconscious woman in red had been placed in a side chamber, where Lin Wan was employing her newly awakened Xian Yin energy to tend to her wounds. His fingertips caressed the half of the bronze token he had found in the woman's embrace, the characters Zhenbei on its surface stained with blood, while the fragmented dragon pattern on its reverse mirrored the tattoo on her back. "Master." The old steward rushed in, breathless, clutching a recently received message. "The Longline map from the monitoring bureau has arrived." Li Xuan unfurled the yellowed parchment, his pupils constricting in shock. The depicted flow of spiritual veins starkly contradicted his own perception of the earth veins, particularly marking the manor's location within the Xiangui Formation as a malevolent site where the white tiger devoured corpses. Strangely, the bottom right corner bore the private seal of the Monitoring Bureau, the ink infused with a faint, nauseating scent reminiscent of the Jiu heart-eating goo. Indeed, there is treachery afoot, he sneered. The previous night's incident, wherein Li Xuan lost control of her Xianin body, was no mere coincidence. The Monitoring Bureau and the Jiu sect were clearly plotting to ensnare him using the Longmai map. As his chaotic energy seeped into the parchment, hidden runes emerged on the back of the sheepskin. When the manor's foundation was constructed according to this map, these runes would silently alter the flow of earth energy, awakening the Jiu earth fiend that had lain dormant for millennia. Prepare the ink. Li Xuan suddenly turned. I intend to amend the map. By midday, 30 craftsmen had gathered at the manor's periphery. Li Xuan laid the modified map upon a slab of blue stone, the ink lines outlining a foundation resembling a coiled dragon, with the dragon's head precisely where the Yin-Yang pavilion had stood the night prior. It is imperative to complete the foundation of the city wall today, he asserted, pointing to 7 star positions on the map. These 7 dragon stakes must be driven 9 zhang into the ground. The craftsmen exchanged bewildered glances. The eldest, Master Wang, summoned his courage. Master, according to regulations, the foundation of the city wall should not exceed 3 zhang. 9 zhang is the standard for imperial tombs, moreover. He gestured toward the volcanic rock marked at the dragon's heart on the map. This crimson vein stone originates from the volcanic regions of the southern lands. Transporting it here would be. The materials are already in the granary, Li Xuan interjected, clapping his hands. The servants lifted the granary's grass curtain, revealing a heap of dark red, diamond-shaped stones, their naturally formed patterns resembling blood vessels, precisely the crimson vein stones the map specified. The old craftsman gasped. These were clearly the priceless blood marrow rocks, legendary for their growth deep within the magma. Unnoticed, a faint blue glow surrounded Li Xuan's fingertips. In her Xianin vision, these blood marrow rocks appeared as ordinary stones, their unusual properties only revealed by the slight infusion of chaotic energy from Li Xuan. The true lethal weapon lay hidden in his sleeve, a pseudo-earth fire essence extracted from the earth fire lizard's horn. The work commenced amid an eerie atmosphere. As the first crimson vein stone pillar was driven into the dragon's head position, a thunderous rumble erupted from beneath the ground. The craftsman, horrified, witnessed the veins on the pillar begin to pulsate, as if blood truly coursed within the stone. Yet, Li Xuan wore a satisfied smile. The Jiu earth fiend set by the Monitoring Bureau had been successfully activated, channeling into the pseudo-Longmai toward the crimson vein stone pillar. Continue, he commanded, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his black robe billowing in the sudden gusts of ominous wind. By dusk, the 7th stone pillar was driven into the dragon's tail position. Almost simultaneously, all 7 pillars ignited with blood-red patterns. The ground began to tremble violently. The craftsmen screamed and scattered, as the earth around the manor split open in a web-like fissure, dark as ink, spewing forth the malevolent energy of the earth fiend, coalescing into fearsome, clawed apparitions in the air. Master, be careful. Li Xuan leaped down from the loft, her ice-blue pupils reflecting the flow of the earth fiend's energy. Her fingers danced like butterflies as she unleashed the array manipulation technique she had just mastered the previous night. The array bases buried throughout the manor lit up sequentially, forming a faint blue barrier that barely held back the encroaching earth fiend energy. Li Xuan, however, boldly approached the apparitions. Under the horrified gazes of all, he opened his robe, revealing the swirling chaotic energy at his heart. The apparitions surged toward him like bloodthirsty sharks, ravenously entering his body. The fiend Dan greedily consumed these sinister energies, the icy blue patterns on its surface growing increasingly vivid. Not enough. Li Xuan's 7 orifices oozed black blood, yet he continued to crave more. As the last vestige of the earth fiend was devoured, he abruptly slammed the pseudo-earth fire essence into the ground. Boom. The 7 crimson-veined pillars erupted in blinding blood light. The surging earth fiend energy was forcefully reversed, merging with the pseudo-earth fire essence, transforming into 7 intertwined columns of black and red light shooting skyward. The columns interlaced high above, spiraling down to envelop the entire manor. Where the light curtain touched, the collapsed eastern wall's ruins saw the scattered bricks and stones miraculously returned to their original positions, rapidly regenerating and extending to form a towering 3-zhang-high black stone city wall. What? What is this? Master Wang collapsed to the ground. The newly formed wall was adorned with naturally occurring dark red patterns, which upon closer inspection revealed an intricate network of countless miniature arrays interlinked together. A fragment of flying stone grazed his hand, and before the blood droplets from his wound could touch the ground, they were absorbed by the wall, igniting the brick patterns in an instant. Li Xuan knelt, panting, yet a cold smile played upon his lips. The Monitoring Bureau would never suspect that he had not only averted the Earth Fiend crisis, but had also, through the enemy's hand, completed the Jiuyu Dragon Stakes. With the Earth Fiend as its foundation and the pseudo-Earth Fire as its pulse, the wall constructed bore a soul-devouring characteristic, causing low-tier spells to crumble upon contact. "Master," Lin Wani suddenly exclaimed. In her eyes, she perceived visions invisible to ordinary people. After the wall absorbed Master Wang's blood, eerie symbols, identical to those of the Monitoring Bureau's seal, emerged from the depths of the dark red patterns. Li Xuan staggered to his feet, eager to investigate, but a frantic knocking echoed from the manor's entrance. A bloodied courier staggered in. "The Black Wind Valley has slaughtered 3 villages. Their leader wears a bronze mask, and their arrows are laced with green fire." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan trembled. The bronze mask and green fire arrows were identical to the characteristics of the archer who had once inflicted the Jiuyu heart-eating goo upon her. Even more chillingly, from her Xianyin perspective, a nearly invisible green smoke trailed behind the courier, silently seeping into the cracks of the city wall. "Wani," Li Xuan grasped her trembling shoulder, his voice barely a whisper, "prepare that." His gaze swept over a certain area of the wall, where the patterns on a particular stone were grotesquely twisting into the visage of the Monitoring Bureau's head, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Understanding, Lin Wan nodded, her fingertips forming the Xian-Yin incantation in her sleeve. Just as she turned, her pupils constricted in shock. The unconscious woman in red had somehow risen from the shadows of the corridor, her dragon tattoo, now entirely crimson, fixated intently on Li Xuan's back. In the distance, the sky over the Black Wind Valley was stained red with fire. The newly embedded meteoric iron in the city wall glimmered coldly under the moonlight, and those seemingly chaotic patterns were quietly forming an ancient star map, perfectly aligning with the third star of the star disk in Li Xuan's embrace. Chapter 15. The Genesis of Chaos and the Spiritual Spring. At the stroke of midnight, Li Xuan stood alone at the edge of the inner realm. In a space measuring 3 zhang, a colossal tree rooted in chaos had grown to the height of 2 men, and the third flower bud had fully blossomed, its petals adorned with remnants of blood transforming into golden veins. He gazed at the newly birthed land beneath his feet, where star-like glimmers flowed through the black soil, faintly forming the same runes as those on the city walls. Indeed, it was permeating in reverse. Li Xuan crouched down, his fingertips piercing the earth with chaotic energy. The hidden runes writhed as if alive, revealing themselves to be a variant of the monitoring seal. These markings, which should have existed solely on the real city walls, had quietly tainted the inner realm through his process of devouring the earthly malignants. Suddenly, the tree's roots quivered violently. A primary root burst forth from the ground, its end entwined with a struggling green light, the very essence of the Jiuyu spirit that the courier had brought into the estate. The green light was ensnared and compressed by the roots, ultimately bursting forth, scattering dozens of minute runes in flight. Attempting to escape, Li Xuan scoffed, forming the Gui Su seal with both hands. The entire inner realm froze in an instant, and the fleeing runes became entrapped like amber. Just as he prepared to thoroughly refine them, the colossal tree abruptly withdrew all its roots from the earth, and 3 extraordinary flowers simultaneously erupted with a grayish-white radiance. Within the brilliance, the ethereal figure of Lin Wani materialized. Her eyes were tightly shut, yet her hands precisely formed the Xianyin Pure World seal, which Li Xuan had never taught her. A pillar of pure, ice-blue light descended from the heavens, and the tainted soil boiled within its embrace, while the monitoring runes emitted piercing wails, melting away like snow under the blazing sun. In the real world, Li Xuan's true self suddenly opened his eyes. The sound of a struggle echoed from the side room, followed by Lin Wani's sharp command, "Do not touch that bucket of water." As Li Xuan burst through the door, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. A woman in red held a servant by the neck with one hand, suspending him in midair. An abnormal azure light flickered in her eyes, and the dragon pattern on her back had detached from her skin, coalescing into a clawed phantom in the air. More disturbingly, the water bucket overturned on the ground had transformed from clear water, meant for washing wounds, into a viscous green liquid that writhed toward the woman's ankle. "Wani!" Li Xuan shouted. Lin Wani, who had long been on guard, brought her hands together. Hundreds of ice needles coalesced in the air and shot toward the vital points of the woman. The moment the ice needles touched the dragon-shaped phantom, the woman suddenly released her grip, and the servant fell to the ground. She looked around in confusion, and the dragon phantom swiftly retreated into her body, leaving only a faintly glowing tattoo on her skin. "What have I done?" The woman gazed at her trembling hands, her voice hoarse. She attempted to approach Li Xuan, but suddenly knelt before him, blood seeping from the azure dragon tattoo on her back. Li Xuan quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on her crown. As the chaotic energy permeated, he saw that what flowed through her meridians was not blood, but a dark golden liquid. This liquid formed a vortex at the position of her heart, within which floated a piece of bronze dragon scale and remnants of a token, fitting together seamlessly. "Where's the Hefeng stronghold?" He fixed his gaze on the woman's gradually clearing eyes. 30 li to the east, Laoya Mountain. She coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. "They are not ordinary bandits. Their arrows can absorb souls." Suddenly, she grasped Li Xuan's wrist with incredible strength. "Among the kidnapped women, there is a pregnant woman. She is hiding." Her words were abruptly cut off. The dragon pattern on her back released a resounding dragon roar, resonating with the newly constructed walls of the estate. Blood light burst forth from the crevices of the bricks, intertwining in the air to form a fragmented star map. The star disk in Li Xuan's arms trembled violently, and the third star unexpectedly flew out on its own, embedding itself into the gap of the star map. Boom! A pillar of light transcended heaven and earth, and the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly turned transparent, revealing the surging dragon energy of the earth beneath. At the spot where the dragon energy was most concentrated, a crystalline droplet was forming. "The embryo of the spiritual spring," Lin Wani exclaimed, through her Xianin clear vision. It was evident that this was a treasure formed from the essence of the earth accumulated over millennia. However, what horrified her further was that within the droplet curled a thumb-sized, ethereal figure of an infant, resembling the woman in red by 7 parts. Now is not the time. Li Xuan suddenly drew the dagger from his waist and sliced open his palm. A drop of blood fell onto the transparent ground, corroding a small hole like acid. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into the hole, and the chaotic energy surged directly toward the embryo of the spiritual spring. The entire estate shook violently. The meteoric runes on the city walls flickered frantically, attempting to stabilize the foundation. Inside the side room, the dragon pattern on the back of the woman in red suddenly detached and drilled into the earth along Li Xuan's arm. Just as the chaotic energy and the dragon pattern were about to touch the spiritual spring, the water droplet-shaped embryo abruptly split into two. The larger part was ensnared by the dragon pattern and sank deep into the earth, while the smaller part willingly merged with the chaotic energy. The ground returned to its original state. On Li Xuan's retracted arm, a stream of clear spring water entwined around it, coalescing into 3 drops of crystalline liquid that emitted a calming fragrance. A false spiritual spring. He observed the small dragon figure swimming within the droplets, suddenly flicking one into the mouth of the woman in red. She trembled violently, and the wound on her back healed instantaneously, the tattoo transforming to a deep azure. The confusion in her eyes completely dissipated. 7th Camp Lieutenant Qin Hongxiu of the Northtown Army. "I thank the estate master for saving my life." Li Xuan, however, turned his gaze toward Lin Wani. "Prepare the 5 elements spiritual seeds." He then addressed Qin Hongxiu. "Now that you have regained your senses, are you willing to join me in obliterating the Hefeng stronghold?" Qin Hongxiu knelt on one knee, the azure light of the tattoo swirling on her back. "I am willing to be the vanguard." Not in haste. Li Xuan approached the half-dead blood-colored spiritual plum tree in the courtyard and dropped the second drop of spiritual liquid at its roots. The spiritual plum visibly sprouted branches and budded, blooming profusely in an instant. Even more astonishingly, 5 branches bore fruits of gold, azure, blue, red, and yellow, corresponding to the 5 elements' spiritual energy. Lin Wani suddenly pressed her temples. "Estate Master, the root system of the spiritual plum is consuming the runes beneath the city walls." Her shining, clear vision revealed a scene invisible to ordinary eyes. The root system of the spiritual plum was penetrating the boundary between reality and the inner realm, frantically absorbing the contaminated soil of the inner realm. With each bit of pollution absorbed, the fruits grew more plump. Li Xuan plucked the golden spiritual fruit and tossed it to Qin Hongxiu. Consume this. He then offered the azure spiritual fruit to Lin Wani. You too. The moment both consumed the spiritual fruits, a sudden transformation occurred. The dragon pattern on Qin Hongxiu's back fully awakened, coursing across her body before coalescing into azure armor on her right arm. Lin Wani's entire being crystallized with ice, and a snowflake mark on her forehead projected a three-dimensional array. As for Li Xuan, after swallowing the red spiritual fruit, the rotation speed of the malevolent core in his chest tripled, revealing a face remarkably similar to that of the infant within the embryo of the spiritual spring. Thus it is. Li Xuan felt the surging power within him, his gaze directed towards the gradually lightening eastern horizon. The pregnant woman abducted by Haifeng Zhai likely bore the true reincarnation of the dragon spirit. The monitor and the Jiuyu sect had set up an intricate trap, their true aim never being the manner, but rather to harness the pollution of the earth's energy to awaken the dragon's essence and capture the imminent birth of the dragon spirit. He looked at the last drop of spirit spring in his palm. Within the droplet, a miniature dragon silhouette suddenly opened its eyes, emanating a faint wave of consciousness. Sister. Danger. Qin Hongxiu was struck as if by lightning, the dragon patterns on her armored sleeves emitting a mournful cry. She abruptly seized the thick-backed blade from the corner, its edge pointed towards the east. There. The dragon's essence is wailing. The crowd followed her indication, their eyes drawn to the direction of Laowa Mountain in the morning light, where a blood-red beam of light soared into the sky. Within the light, dozens of women bound by iron chains formed a circle. At the center, a woman with a prominently swollen abdomen. In her arms, instead of an infant, she cradled a dragon egg riddled with cracks. Even more chilling was the sight of 3 bronze coffins suspended at the pinnacle of the light, one of which was slowly creaking open. Chapter 16. The blood rain of the illusory garments rescues Qin Hongxiu at the moment the crimson pillar of light pierced through the heavens and the earth. The star disk within Li Xuan's grasp inexplicably disassembled. 3 shards of celestial bodies hovered in the air, each pointing towards Laoya Mountain, the inner world of the manor, and the violently heaving chest of Qin Hongxiu. Let us proceed. Li Xuan seized 2 shards and pressed them against Qin Hongxiu's arm armor and Lin Wani's brow, while he held the third in his mouth. As the chaotic energy erupted, the figures of the 3 twisted, and they were directly transported to the foot of Laoya Mountain by the power of the stars. A heavy scent of blood assaulted their senses. Li Xuan spat out the shard from his mouth and discovered it was stained with a trace of golden blood. The blood of Qin Hongxiu, a descendant of dragons, served as the medium for their transportation. At this moment, the surface of the shard revealed intricate dragon scale patterns, resembling the cracks on the dragon egg within the pillar of light above. The 7 Fiends dragon locking array. Lin Wani's ice-blue pupils reflected the scene atop the mountain. In her profound and clear vision, 37 women were pierced by iron chains through their scapulae, their blood flowing along the rune-carved grooves towards the central pregnant woman. Her abdomen was already cut open, with a dragon egg embedded in her flesh, its shell oozing golden blood that connected with the pillar of light. Suddenly, Qin Hongxiu collapsed to her knees, clutching her head, as the dragon patterns on her arm armor emitted a pained wail. Her tattered red garments stirred without wind, revealing a spectral azure dragon behind her, tenfold clearer than before. That is, her teeth chattered, my half of the reverse scale. Li Xuan abruptly realized. The tattoo on Qin Hongxiu's back was not mere adornment, but the shed reverse scale of a true dragon. The dragon egg hatching within the pillar was intrinsically linked to her, a dual essence of dragon spirit. A resonant twang echoed from the mountain peak. A green fire arrow shot through the air, its tip unmistakably resembling the seal of the watchman. Li Xuan waved his sleeve to deflect the arrow, but the shaft suddenly erupted, enveloping the 3 in a cloud of green poison mist. Another trick. Li Xuan scoffed, a vortex of chaotic energy forming in his palm. The moment the poison mist was entirely consumed, his expression changed. This time, the mist concealed thousands of miniature runes that surged towards his dantian upon entering his body. Lin Wani formed hand seals, the profound Yin energy transforming into an icy net to protect Li Xuan's meridians. However, More dire was the sudden emergence of 3 bloodlines from the mountain peak's pillar, lunging towards them like living serpents. Where the bloodlines passed, vegetation withered and rocks crumbled to dust. Retreat. Qin Hongxiu suddenly leaped up, the dragon patterns on her armor radiating blinding azure light. Using her blade as a conduit, she absorbed all 3 bloodlines into her body. Her skin instantly cracked, golden blood seeping out, yet in the air, it condensed into ancient characters, the very script Li Xuan had encountered in the inner world, the Xiantian steel. The characters formed chains that ensnared her limbs. Qin Hongxiu emitted an inhuman dragon roar, her spectral form solidifying into a 5-clawed azure dragon soaring skyward. Its eyes were blood-red, charging towards the pillar of light atop the mountain. You are forcing the awakening of the dragon's soul. Lin Wani urged, your physical body will shatter. Gritting his teeth, Li Xuan flicked the last drop of pseudo-spiritual spring towards the azure dragon. The small dragon shadow within the droplet joyfully fused with the dragon's soul, causing the deterioration of Qin Hongxiu's cracked skin to halt. Seizing the moment, he plunged his hands into the ground, the chaotic energy coursing through the fissures of the mountain, reaching the remnants of magma from the previous fire lizard's lair. Boom! The entire mountain trembled. 7 pillars of fire erupted from the earth, accurately striking the 7 array nodes at the base of the pillar. The chained women were instantly freed. Yet the central pregnant woman let out a heart-wrenching wail as her flesh was being frantically absorbed by the dragon egg. A massive claw, covered in scales, emerged from the bronze coffin, reaching for the impending dragon egg. In a critical moment, a blade of rainbow-like light cleaved upwards, severing the giant claw. Qin Hongxiu, having broken through the bloodline's blockade, transformed her shattered red garments into a flurry of butterfly shadows, each carrying a fierce blade aura directed towards the coffin. The dance of illusory garments. Li Xuan recognized this as the long-lost ultimate skill of the Northern Expeditionary Army. Yet, what astonished him more was Qin Hongxiu's current state. She was half human, half dragon, her right arm fully transformed into a dragon, while her left face retained its human form, blood tears streaming from the corner of her eye. A furious roar erupted from within the coffin. Abomination! I could strip your reverse scale back then, and today I can extract your dragon tendons. The second coffin violently opened, releasing 9 bronze nails inscribed with runes, shooting towards Qin Hongxiu like a torrential downpour. Wani, Li Xuan bellowed. Lin Wani had long been prepared. The profound Yin clarity allowed her to predict the trajectories of all the bronze nails, her hands tapping in the void. With each fingertip's descent, a bronze nail was frozen by ice crystals. Yet the last nail suddenly veered, heading straight for the dragon egg in the pregnant woman's embrace. No! Qin Hongxiu leaped to block. The bronze nail pierced her dragon-transformed right arm, and the runes instantly spread throughout her body. She plummeted like a kite with a severed string, but in midair, she twisted and threw her thick back blade. The edge, infused with dragon blood, severed the iron chains binding the pregnant woman. The woman fell to the ground, the dragon egg rolling out of her embrace. From the crack in the egg, a small hand, covered in mucus, reached out, struggling towards the direction of Qin Hongxiu's fall. Sister. Amidst the chaos, Li Xuan dashed into the heart of the array. He seized the dragon egg and tucked it into his embrace, forming a protective barrier of chaotic energy to isolate against the bronze coffin's pull. The watchman's mocking laughter echoed from the third coffin. Do you think you are rescuing the dragon seed? Look closely. The dragon egg suddenly trembled violently in Li Xuan's arms. What emerged from the shell was not an infant, but a swirling mass of gray mist, within which the visage of the 9 Nether sect master materialized. This was no dragon spirit, but an evil fetus nurtured by dragon energy. Now do you understand? The watchman's voice dripped with derision. From the moment you found that Northern Expeditionary Army token, you were destined to aid me in completing the scheme of stealing the dragon and turning the tide. Li Xuan gazed down at the evil fetus in his embrace and suddenly laughed. Is that so? He forcefully slammed the evil fetus against his heart. The Shi then spun furiously, devouring this malevolent energy directly. The chaotic energy instantly turned a deep green. Yet the colossal trees in the inner world swayed joyfully, the 4th flower bud expanding at a visible rate. You. The watchman was both furious and astonished. The third coffin finally opened completely, yet what emerged was not a humanoid figure, but a constantly shifting shadow, vaguely resembling the outline of a star-crowned robe. This was the watchman's external incarnation. The shadow raised its hand, summoning celestial energy from the heavens to form 7 starry swords. Yet before the swords could descend, the mountain suddenly erupted. A colossal serpent made of magma burst forth, the very essence of the earth fire Li Xuan had previously summoned. The serpent swallowed the 7 swords and turned to lunge at the shadow. In the midst of the turmoil, Li Xuan rescued the nearly unconscious pregnant woman. The woman clutched her wrist tightly, squeezing out a few words from her throat. The egg is a fake. The real one is. Before she could finish speaking, a golden light shot forth from her abdominal wound. In an instant, Li Xuan's profound Yin clarity revealed that this pregnant woman was not human at all. Her womb was a meticulously crafted human pouch, and the true dragon egg had already been transferred through the earth veins. The golden light pointed in the direction of the manor. Li Xuan suddenly turned around and beheld. On the distant horizon, the meteoric runes of the manor's walls forming a pattern that perfectly mirrored the 3rd celestial body of the star chart. Within the inner world, from the 4th flower bud of a colossal tree, the faint sound of an infant's wail echoed. Qin Hongxiu's draconic transformation began to wane. The runes of the bronze nail eroded her human memories, with scales on her right arm gradually shedding. She struggled to crawl towards the unconscious pregnant woman, yet froze upon touching the tips of her fingers. As the woman's sleeve slipped to reveal a small bronze mirror, the back inscribed with the characters Hongxiu. Fragments of memory surged forth like a tidal wave. Qin Hongxiu recalled a time when she was still a complete dragon spirit, imprisoned by the overseer with chains of stars. A blurred-faced maid had secretly used this mirror to reflect moonlight, alleviating her suffering. The pregnant woman's features gradually aligned with those of the maid from her memories. Be careful. Li Xuan's warning rang out abruptly. The overseer's shadow broke through the barriers of the earth fire python, a beam of starlight piercing directly at Qin Hongxiu's back. In a life-or-death moment, she instinctively raised the bronze mirror. The starlight refracted upon the mirror's surface, unexpectedly striking the dissipating remnants of the malevolent fetus in the air. The visage of the Lord of the Nine Nether emitted a shriek from within the remnants, and the overseer's shadow twisted in response. No, our symbiotic contract. Before the words could fully escape, the shadow dissipated like a bubble. 3 bronze coffins simultaneously exploded, revealing the true orchestrators within, 9 corpses bound by chains, each with a bronze nail inscribed with the overseer's seal driven into their foreheads. Silence returned to the mountaintop. The surviving women lay unconscious, with only the counterfeit pregnant woman still awake. Her lips quivered, and as Qin Hongxiu leaned down to listen, she caught the barely audible last words. Go to Jiaogong, 3rd sister awaits you. Before she could finish, the woman's body suddenly transformed into countless motes of light, dispersing. The motes coalesced in the air into a miniature light dragon, which dove into Qin Hongxiu's arm armor. The dragon pattern instantly restored itself, though its hue transformed into a chaotic gray-white. Li Xuan picked up the bronze mirror from the ground. The reflection did not depict his own image, but rather the 4th flower bud in the inner world of the manor, now fully bloomed, cradling a dragon-horned infant sucking its fingers. More unsettlingly, the infant's neck bore a fragment of reverse scales, perfectly matching the missing portion on Qin Hongxiu's back. Chapter 17. The celestial exchange of stars and fate. A delicate mist enveloped the manor just before dawn. Li Xuan stood at the edge of the inner world, gazing intently at the slumbering dragon-horned infant nestled within the 4th flower bud. The reverse scales on the infant's neck shimmered with a bluish-gray glow, resonating subtly with the dragon patterns on Qin Hongxiu's arm armor. As he reached out to touch it, the petals suddenly folded together, cocooning the infant once more. Zhuangzhu. Li Xuan's voice pierced through the exterior, tinged with an unusual urgency. The Wang family's entourage has arrived at the foot of the mountain. Li Xuan's consciousness returned to reality, and through the ice mirror formed by Li Xuan's fingertips, he beheld a scene from 10 miles away. Over a dozen horse-drawn carriages, adorned with flame emblems, cut through the morning mist. Leading the procession was an elderly man in a blue robe, wielding a compass that pointed directly towards the manor. The spirit-seeking compass. Li Xuan narrowed his eyes. This was indeed the artifact employed by the Wang family elder to probe the meteorite pit, capable of tracing spiritual energy fluctuations within 3 days. The dragon energy and chaotic aura leaked from last night's battle at Laowa Mountain had evidently attracted this pack of hyenas. Qin Hongxiu leaned against a pillar, her newly emerged right arm's scales yet to stabilize, shifting between hues of blue and gray. She caressed a small bronze mirror. Shall we fight our way out? A cold glint flashed across the mirror's surface, reflecting the battle intent that flickered within her eyes. Not yet, Li Xuan replied, retrieving 2 shards of starlight from the remnants of the star disk, allowing them to witness the unfolding spectacle. At the hour of Chun, the Wang family had arrived 3 miles from the manor. The elder holding the compass suddenly halted, a spark of clarity igniting in his murky eyes. No, the spiritual energy trail has vanished. The compass's needle spun wildly before finally settling on a seemingly inconspicuous barren slope. Young disciple Wang Yin stepped forward. Third elder, could it be an illusion? Nonsense. The third elder slapped the compass into the ground. This is a high-grade artifact capable of sensing foundational-level spiritual power. He formed a seal and chanted a spell, yet the compass cracked, revealing several transparent little insects, the spirit-devouring worms cultivated by Li Xuan using the false spiritual spring. Meanwhile, high above the true manor, Lin Wani stood on the newly constructed stargazing platform, hands forming seals. The snowflake mark on her forehead projected a 3-dimensional star map that resonated with the meteorite runes on the city walls. Qin Hongxiu stood atop the manor, her armor's dragon patterns resonating with a certain flickering dark star on the star map. I found it. Li Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. A shard of starlight in his hand shot forth a silver beam, piercing the heavens. The moment the clouds were rent asunder, a barely discernible dark star ignited. This was the remnant core of the meteor that had fallen here years ago. Shift the stars and change the constellations, arise. With Li Xuan's command, the dark star cast a nebulous starlight that enveloped the entire manor. The moment the starlight touched the ground, the vegetation withered, the streams reversed, and the structures eroded at a visible pace. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the once thriving manor transformed into a desolate ruin, abandoned for a century, with even the spiritual energy fluctuations vanishing entirely. When the Wang family arrived, they found only scattered, severely weathered black stones amidst the wild grass, barely recognizable as remnants of some structure. The third elder, with a pallid face, kicked aside a stone, revealing a damaged array disc inscribed with the characters Zhou Tian. The Zhou Tian Mising Array. He stumbled back in alarm, for this was a secret formation of the Zhuantiangong. Could the rumors be true? Before he could finish, the array disc spontaneously ignited, and a line of small characters appeared in the azure flames. Spirit seekers die. As night fell, the true manor was ablaze with lights. Li Xuan stood at the center of the stargazing platform, beneath a celestial sphere composed of 360 pieces of meteorite iron. Qin Hongxiu's dragon-patterned armor was embedded at the core of the celestial sphere, serving as a medium to guide the star power. Lin Wani controlled the meteorite runes on the city walls, forming the outer layer of the formation's defense. It cannot hold much longer. Lin Wani's fingertips trembled slightly. Only 30% of the residual energy from the meteorite remained. Li Xuan gazed at the illusory figure suspended above the celestial sphere, revealing the true scene disguised as a barren slope. The Wang family was digging deep into the earth, the third elder now wielding a bronze ancient mirror, where the reflected light revealed subtle distortions in the illusion. They are using the breaking illusion mirror. Qin Hongxiu suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a metallic resonance. The Wang family's ancestors served in the Zhuantiangong's artifact refinement pavilion. This mirror is likely a counterfeit. Li Xuan's gaze sharpened. Can you decipher the inscriptions on the back of the mirror? Qin Hongxiu shook her head in confusion, but inexplicably recited a string of obscure incantations. The celestial sphere responded, and the breaking illusion mirror within the illusory image suddenly shattered, sending shards that impaled 3 Wang disciples against a tree. This is the language of the Dragon Clan? Lin Wani was astonished to see a flash of green vertical pupils in Qin Hongxiu's eyes. An unexpected turn of events. The third elder withdrew a blood-red talisman from his bosom and slapped it against his chest, his aura surging to the level of a false foundational realm. He bit his tongue, spraying blood onto the compass shards, which transformed into a miniature blood dragon that lunged towards a particularly weak spot in the star power disguise. He intends to forcibly breach the formation. Lin Wani hastily formed seals. The city wall runes illuminated one after another. Yet the blood dragon was exceptionally cunning, always managing to slip through the gaps during the shifts of the formation. Just as it was about to reach the core, Qin Hongxiu leaped from the stargazing platform, her dragonized right arm reaching out to grasp the blood dragon. With a swift motion, the blood dragon was crushed, sending the third elder into a frenzy of bloodshed. However, what was even more terrifying was that amidst the bursting blood mist appeared the visage of the overseer, who opened his mouth to expel 9 blood-red runes, branding them onto Qin Hongxiu's forehead in a flash. At the critical moment, a giant tree in Li Xuan's inner world began to sway. The 4th flower bud unfurled, and the dragon horn infant opened its crimson eyes. In the real world, a pattern identical to the infant's appeared on Qin Hongxiu's forehead, and the 9 blood-red runes melted away as though snow meeting boiling water. The dragon spirit protects its master. The third elder, concealed outside, turned pale with disbelief. This was impossible. It had clearly been. He suddenly fell silent. Fear etched upon his face as he gazed at the sky. A meteor streaked across the night, plummeting towards the direction of the Wang family ancestral home. At the stroke of midnight, the star power maintaining the disguise finally waned. Li Xuan retracted the starlight shards, noticing that they bore several blood-like markings, residual traces of the blood dragon consumed during the day. Lin Wani, exhausted, leaned against the wall, her overuse of Yin causing her vision to darken. Most astonishing was Qin Hongxiu. She remained frozen in the posture of crushing the blood dragon, her dragonized right arm scales fully erect, as if resisting some invisible attack. Li Xuan approached to investigate, only to realize that what flowed within her was no longer blood, but a pale golden liquid originating from the false spiritual spring. Hongxiu? Lin Wani gently touched her shoulder. Qin Hongxiu abruptly turned, her eyes alight with a fierce green glow. She seized Lin Wani by the throat, uttering an ancient language completely foreign to her. Traitor! Xuantiangong, all must awaken. With a decisive strike, Li Xuan pressed his palm against her back, channeling chaotic energy directly into her dantian. Within the interior of the world, the dragon-horned infant simultaneously wailed, its sound waves piercing through the boundaries of reality. Qin Hongxiu, as if struck by lightning, staggered back, tugging at her collar to reveal a bronze seal mark beneath her collarbone, identical to that on the brow of the desiccated corpse within the coffin of Li Xuan. Memory, chaotic. She clutched her head in agony, witnessing the harrowing scenes of the dragon clan being slaughtered. There was a figure adorned with a star crown. Li Xuan and Lin Wani exchanged glances, both thinking of the monitor. Yet, more pressing was the fact that the dragon patterns on Qin Hongxiu's armor were gradually transforming into an ominous dark red, reminiscent of the uncontrolled state she exhibited in the side chamber. A true spiritual spring was needed to stabilize the dragon's soul. Lin Wani retrieved a small bronze mirror, recalling the dying words of a pregnant woman about her third sister in the Jiaogong. Before she could finish, the mirror suddenly failed to reflect any figures, instead revealing a tumultuous sea. The view rapidly descended, weaving through coral jungles, finally settling in front of a crystalline palace. The stone steel at the palace gate glowed with the design of the third star, while a silver-haired maiden, shackled by iron chains, knelt before it, bearing deep, visible lash marks on her back. The maiden seemed to sense something and abruptly lifted her gaze. The mirror cracked open, revealing a snowflake mark on her forehead identical to Lin Wani's. Tied sound body. Lin Wani gasped. Even more astonishing was the dragon scale tattoo on the maiden's neck, corresponding to the missing part on Qin Hongxiu, with remnants worn by the dragon-horned infant perfectly forming a complete dragon scale. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion echoed from outside the manor. The group rushed out, only to see the southeastern horizon stained crimson, where the Wang family's ancestral home stood. A fire tornado soared into the sky, within the flames faintly visible the spectral forms of 9 bronze pillars, their chains clattering as if attempting to bind some colossal entity. Chapter 18. The peep-a-bone locks of the enemy country's princess. The flames emanating from the Wang family ancestral home illuminated half of the night sky. Yet Li Xuan's gaze was fixed upon the northern official road, where a contingent of black-armored soldiers was escorting a prisoner cart that moved slowly forward. Inside the cage curled a woman clad in white, her peep-a-bone pierced by 2 bronze chains, the ends of which were connected to shackles engraved with the Wang family crest. This was the enemy country's spy, Xiao Yunu, whose assassination attempt on the general of the north 3 days prior had failed. Suddenly, she gasped softly. In the reflection of the icy mirror conjured by Lin Wani's fingertip, the woman lifted her head, revealing a snowflake mark on her forehead that bore the same origin as that of the girl from the Jellyfish Palace, though its hue was a peculiar shade of pink. Qin Hongxiu's dragon-transformed right arm reacted uncontrollably, reaching toward the void, the bronze nail mark growing hot. That chain. It is a tool of punishment from the dragon clan. Li Xuan narrowed his eyes. The black armored soldiers surrounding the prisoner cart appeared ordinary, yet each of their steps fell into distinct positions, clearly indicating the formation of a specific spirit sealing array. Moreover, it was suspicious that the swords at their waists were wrapped in red threads, the ends tied to bronze bells identical to those of the archers from Lao Mountain. He prepared to rescue her. With a flick of his finger, he shattered the icy mirror, its fragments transforming into 36 ice needles that floated in the air. Wani controlled the scene, while Hongxiu cut off their retreat. At the hour of noon, the prisoner cart reached the edge of Duanlong Cliff. Suddenly, countless plum blossom petals drifted down from an ancient locust tree on the cliff's edge, their fragrance intoxicating. The soldiers became alert and drew their swords, only to find that the petals they struck down turned into drops of blood, which upon hitting the ground transformed into ice crystals. In the blink of an eye, the entire convoy was surrounded by an ice crystal matrix. Was this the Hanmei blood fiend array of the Xianin sect? The leading mustached lieutenant sneered, forming the array. The soldiers swiftly arranged themselves into a circular formation centered on the prisoner cart, the bronze bells on their swords ringing simultaneously. As the sound waves passed, the ice crystal matrix began to crack. Lin Wani, hidden in the shadows, stifled a groan, blood spilling from her lips. She hadn't anticipated that the bronze bells could disrupt the Xian energy, nor did she realize that the essence flowing within these soldiers was not true qi, but rather a cadaverous energy derived from the Jiuyu sect. The lieutenant suddenly tore open his leather armor, revealing a chest etched with runes. He cackled as he struck his heart. "Please, General, descend." Before he could finish his words, a beam of azure light pierced through the forehead of Qin Hongxiu, who had already driven her dragon claw through his skull. Yet, peculiarly, instead of collapsing, the headless corpse grinned, and its body seized her right arm. "Got you." The remaining soldiers simultaneously ripped off their human skin masks, revealing bronze skin skull faces. The runes on their chests glowed, transforming into blood-red chains that ensnared Qin Hongxiu. In a moment of peril, Li Xuan erupted from the ground, his palm gathering chaotic energy into a black blade, severing all the chains in one stroke. The Jiuyu corpse puppet technique. He recognized this as a more advanced method of crafting than that employed by the archers of Lao Mountain. These puppets had likely been foundation-level cultivators in life, now preserved in their cultivation through secret methods yet devoid of consciousness. Suddenly, the Xiao Yunu in the prisoner cart lifted her head, a mocking glint flashing in her pink eyes. She parted her crimson lips, and an ancient ballad drifted forth. The moment the song touched the bronze skeletons, the puppets froze in unison, the ghostly flames in their eye sockets flickering violently. The heavenly demon bewitching melody? Li Xuan's heart quaked. This was a forbidden technique of the Xiantian sect, specifically designed to counter various puppet control methods. Before he could ponder further, Xiao Yunu had already shattered the peepa bone chains, her blood-stained hand reaching through the cage to grasp the nearest puppet's crown. Crack! The skull was crushed in her grip. More shockingly, the essence of the corpse that floated from the shattered bones was devoured by her in one gulp. After consuming 3 puppets, the wound from her peepa bone visibly healed, and the snowflake mark on her forehead transformed into a dazzling rose-red hue. "Be careful." Lin Wani suddenly lunged toward Li Xuan. A silver flash grazed her shoulder, creating a deep crater in the stone wall. The group turned to see a golden python-patterned archer atop the cliff, sneering as he loaded a second crossbow bolt. "The Crown Prince's secret guard," Qin Hongxiu exclaimed. Flickering memories of a similar scene surfaced. A golden python-patterned assassin driving a bronze nail into the brow of a descendant of the dragon clan. Xiao Yunu suddenly shrieked and charged toward the cliff top, moving so swiftly that she left an afterimage. The golden python assassin hastily shot his arrow, yet it pierced through her phantasm, an explosion of sound left in her wake. Her true form had already appeared behind the assassin, her fingers like blades plunging into his back. "Yunu, wait!" Li Xuan shouted urgently, but it was too late. The assassin's heart had already been extracted. Xiao Yunu licked the blood from her fingertips, suddenly frowning. "Sweet?" She pried open the corpse's mouth, revealing a scarlet pill nestled beneath the tongue. The blood fiend substitute pill. Li Xuan's complexion changed. It was a scheme to lure the tiger from its lair. As if affirming his judgment, a thunderous explosion echoed from the direction of the manor. The meteor symbols on the city walls illuminated collectively. weaving together a distress signal in the sky. Someone was exploiting the chaos to invade the inner world. By the time they returned to the manor, the central courtyard had transformed into a massive pit. At the bottom stood a masked woman cradling a pipa, standing atop a swirling vortex that served as the entrance to the inner world. 3 crystal coffins floated behind her, identical in style to the bronze coffins seen at Lao Mountain, but constructed from the northern sea's mysterious ice that could isolate chaotic energy. Third sister, Lin Xuan gasped in shock. The woman's figure resembled the girl from the jellyfish palace seen in the bronze mirror, yet her aura was entirely different, enveloped in a thick stench of blood, with half a bloody dragon scale hanging from the strings of her pipa. Xiao Yunu trembled, blood tears streaming from her pink eyes. Elder sister, is that you? She staggered forward, only to be intercepted by Qin Hongxiu. The dragon pattern markings on her right arm resonated intensely with the dragon scale on the pipa strings, confirming that the scale was indeed the missing third reverse scale. The masked woman gently plucked the strings. As the sound waves traversed, the earth and stones at the edge of the pit crumbled to dust. A cold, mechanical voice escaped her throat. By the decree of the overseer, retrieve the chaos seed. Li Xuan's pupils constricted. This was not a living person, but rather a sound puppet crafted from the body of the jellyfish palace girl. The snowflake mark on her forehead had been forcibly transformed into a control symbol, and 7 bronze nails were driven into her spine, sharing the same origin as those within Qin Hongxiu. Wani, he transmitted secretly, prepare the Yin purification seal. Lin Wani gathered ice blue light points at her fingertips, but the sound puppet suddenly shifted its melody. The pipa music turned mournful and lingering, causing Xiao Yunu's eyes to glaze over, compelling her to walk toward the pit. More terrifyingly, the dragon patterns on Qin Hongxiu's arm began to fade, with scales peeling away one by one, as the sound puppet siphoned the dragon energy from within them. So this was the plan. Li Xuan smirked coldly. The overseer sought a complete dragon spirit. He suddenly crushed the fragment of the star disk in his arms, starlight cascading like rain. The sound puppet's movement slowed, yet the crystal coffin opened of its own accord, shooting out 3 chains that ensnared Li Xuan's dantian. In the blink of an eye, the sound of a baby's cry echoed from the bottom of the pit. The chaotic vortex of the inner world suddenly expanded. As a dragon-horned infant crawled out of a flower bud, its small hands grasping the nearest chain, gnawing on it as if it were candy. The runes on the chain extinguished one after another, and for the first time, the sound automaton displayed a hint of panic. Now, Li Xuan bellowed. Lin Wani unleashed the Xian Ying seal with all her might, while Qin Hongxiu cast a small bronze mirror. At the intersection of the light from the seal and the mirror, the control rune on the automaton's forehead shattered with a sharp crack. She froze in place. Her mechanical voice suddenly transformed into a girl's clear cry. Sister, save me. This cry acted like a key, instantly unlocking the sealed memories of Xiao Yunu. Her powdery eyes turned crimson, and her fingers elongated into sharp bone blades. I remember now. We are the 3 dragon guards of the Xiantian sect. The bone blades pierced her own temple, astonishingly extracting a bloodied bronze nail. Upon witnessing this, the sound automaton trembled and raised her hand toward her own crown. Just as she was about to force out the control nail, 3 Xianbing coffins suddenly erupted. The voice of the supervisor echoed from all directions. Since we cannot obtain the chaos seed, we shall destroy the key. The automaton's body rapidly expanded, and the reverse scale on the pipa string emitted a blinding red light. In an instant, Li Xuan realized she intended to self-destruct the dragon spirit's source. At the critical moment, a dragon-horned infant suddenly leaped from the chaotic vortex and bit down on the reverse scale. Amidst the bone-chilling sound of chewing, the furious dragon energy was entirely consumed. The automaton collapsed in relief, revealing her true form. The body of a silver-haired mermaid girl was covered in stitching scars, and there was a transparent hole where the core pearl of the Chaoyin body should have been. Xiao Yunu rushed forward to embrace her, only to find her hands covered in icy shards. The girl's body was melting away. She struggled to point toward the east, the pearl, in the Qingyun, Z. Before her words could finish, she transformed into a puddle of seawater, seeping into the ground, leaving behind the blood-stained pipa. The dragon-horned infant contentedly burped and crawled back into the inner world. Just as Li Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard Qin Hongxiu let out a muffled groan as the bronze nail within her was being forcibly extracted by an unseen power. At the moment the nail left her body, a distant pained groan echoed from the heavens. While the fire tornado in the direction of the Wang family ancestral home surged violently, and the ethereal images of 9 bronze pillars solidified by a third. Chapter 19. The inferno consumes the city and annihilates the Wang clan as the bronze nail within Qin Hongxiu's body struck the ground. The long dormant shards of the star disk within Li Xuan's sleeve suddenly ignited with warmth. The fragments began to coalesce autonomously, projecting an ethereal image where 9 bronze pillars above the ancestral home of the Wang clan slowly revolved, each rotation diminishing their height by 3 inches. As if something was striving to break free from its constraints. It was imperative to seize the bronze pillars before the supervisor arrived. Li Xuan crushed the communication talisman in his hand, which had just delivered urgent intelligence from an infiltrator within the Wang clan. The clan's elders had vacated the ancestral home, leaving only the old, weak, ill, and disabled behind. Even more perplexing, all remaining guardians had miniature bronze mirrors embedded in their chests, composed of the same material as the control nails within the Sanlong Guard. Xiao Yunu picked up the blood-stained people left by the sound puppet, her fingertips grazing the dried golden blood on the strings. This was a string of vengeful bone tempered with dragoness blood, capable of sensing akin energies. Suddenly, she plucked a string, and the pipa emitted a haunting wail, its strings pointing directly southeast, the direction of the Wang clan's ancestral home. Lin Wani infused the city wall with the energy of the Xian Yin, causing the entire estate to begin its descent. The earth-walking technique could only be sustained for 2 hours. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. There were restrictions beneath the Wang clan's grounds, and approaching the core area would surely lead to detection. No matter. Li Xuan plucked a crimson spirit fruit from the inner landscape. It was a fire spirit fruit born of the energy consumed from the earth fire lizard. The moment the fruit entered his belly, flames erupted from every pore of his body, and the soil beneath his feet parted to create a searing pathway. Let us proceed. After traversing underground for half an hour, the temperature suddenly surged. A string of Xiao Yunu's pipa snapped, her pink eyes narrowing. Ahead lay the wrath of a dragon. Before she could finish her words, they broke through the soil and fell into a vast cavern of molten lava. The sight before them rendered all breathless. 9 towering bronze pillars loomed over a lake of magma, entwined with chains inscribed with runes. The chains collectively bound a dragon skeleton the size of a mountain. A long sword, radiant with starlight, was driven into the dragon's heart, and a half-scale was suspended at the hilt, fitting perfectly with the remnants on Qin Hongxiu and the dragon-horned infant. Is this my true form? As Qin Hongxiu's dragon-transformed right arm uncontrollably extended towards the half-scale, the moment her fingertip was about to touch it, the hollow eye socket of the dragon skeleton ignited with green flames, and the entire cavern trembled violently. Retreat. Li Xuan conjured a barrier of chaotic energy. The dragon skeleton's jaw opened and closed, emitting a hoarse, ancient dragon tongue. Traitor, you dare return. The chains rattled, and a torrent of lava erupted, coalescing in mid-air into the visage of the supervisor. The face opened its mouth, spewing starlight. Li Xuan, do you know the origins of this dragon corpse? The fiery tongue licked the inscriptions on the bronze pillars, revealing a chilling scene. 3 young dragons, lured by the star-crowned Taoist, devoured the golden core of the Xiantian sect's leader. The image froze at the moment the young dragons were flayed and tortured, with 2 transforming into human forms, while the smallest was refined into a spirit of the instrument. Nonsense! Xiao Yunu shrieked as she hurled the blood pipa. The instrument exploded in the lava, and before the supervisor's phantom dissipated, it left behind a sneer. Do you not believe? Ask your beloved third sister. Where has her Jiao Pearl gone? The magma lake suddenly boiled, and the 9 bronze pillars began to sink. Li Xuan suddenly realized. He intends to unseal the dragon skeleton. If the supervisor were to obtain the complete dragon spirit, combined with the Jiao Pearl in his possession, it would be sufficient to reconstruct the golden core path of the Xiantian sect's leader from years past. Stop him. Qin Hongxiu's dragon-transformed right arm swelled. Seizing the nearest bronze pillar, Xiao Yunu lunged for the starlight long sword embedded in the dragon's heart, which was the core of the entire ceiling array. Just as she was about to grasp the hilt, the cavern's ceiling abruptly collapsed, and the remaining defenders of the Wang clan plummeted like rain. The condition of these individuals was exceedingly strange. The bronze mirrors embedded in their chests had fused with their flesh, and the reflections they cast were not human faces, but the phantasmal image of the supervisor. Upon landing, they immediately formed a formation, channeling their life as cultivation into the magma lake. The water surged, and the bronze pillars sank further. Kill them. Xiao Yinu swung her bone blade, cleaving 3 Wang clan cultivators in half. Yet, bizarrely, the corpses transformed into a bronze liquid, flowing into the lake and hastening the unsealing of the dragon skeleton. Lin Wanni's Yin energy froze the lake's surface, but the ice layer evaporated in an instant. The lives of these individuals had become the finest fuel. Li Xuan made a swift decision, channeling chaotic energy into the earth beneath. The earth veins were stirred, and the entire molten cavern began to tilt. He shouted towards Qin Hongxiu, "Draw the sword." Qin Hongxiu leapt towards the dragon's heart, her dragon-transformed right claw grasping the starlight-long sword. The moment she exerted her strength, the hilt's half-scale suddenly radiated golden light, resonating with the remnants of dragon spirit within her. Countless fragments of memory flooded her mind. 3 young dragons imprisoned within the star disk, day after day, their dragon chi drained. The youngest sister, in a bid to protect her 2 elder sisters, willingly transformed into a spirit of the instrument. Third sister. Tears streamed down her face as she exerted all her strength to draw the sword. The instant the sword left her body, the entire dragon skeleton fell apart, and the 9 bronze pillars collapsed with a thunderous crash. The supervisor's roar echoed from the depths below, "You seek death." The cavern began to crumble. Li Xuan seized the half-scale, enveloping everyone in chaotic energy as they rapidly ascended. Behind them, a cataclysmic roar resounded as the mountain where the Wang clan's ancestral home resided completely collapsed, spewing not lava, but a viscous, blood-red flame. The inferno of the earth. Lin Wanni's face turned ashen. This was a more insidious energy alteration than the earth fiend. Contact with it would corrode souls and bones. As they burst through the surface, the blood flames were already at their heels. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yinu suddenly snatched the half-scale from Li Xuan's hand and pressed it against her forehead. "With my alluring blood, summon the tide sound." The scales merged with the dragon spirit remaining within her, erecting a transparent water barrier before the blood flames. This was the tide sound body's innate divine ability, the 3,000 weak waters. The water barrier collided with the blood flames, evaporating into a toxic mist. Seizing the opportunity, everyone retreated to a safe distance. But they beheld Xiao Yinu bleeding from her 7 orifices, her form swaying precariously. Qin Hongxiu caught her collapsing body, discovering the snowflake mark on her forehead gradually fading. "Hold on." Li Xuan poured the last drop of pseudo-spirit spring into her mouth. Yet, Xiao Yinu grimaced and shook her head. "It is futile. The life souls of our 3 sisters have long been refined into the star disk." She suddenly grasped Qin Hongxiu's dragon-transformed right arm, pressing the half-scale against the wound left by the bronze nail sister. "Reclaim your power." Amidst the melting golden light of the scales, all the dragon scales on Qin Hongxiu's right arm fell away, yet beneath her skin, more refined dragon-patterned meridians formed. She howled towards the heavens, the sound waves dispersing the toxic mist. This was the true awakening of the dragon lineage's colossal might. In the distance, the pit of the Wang clan's ancestral home had transformed into a lake of blood flames. At the center of the lake floated a bronze altar, upon which rested a crystal box, within which pulsated a vibrant jiao pearl. The voice of the supervisor echoed from all directions. "Li Xuan, how about striking a deal? In exchange for this tide sound jiao pearl, you must use the chaos seed, or else." Before the words could fully escape, Lin Wanni suddenly summoned the Yin-Yang seal. The luminous seal pierced through the blood flames, revealing the truth beneath the lake's surface. There was no altar, but rather an open Xian Bing coffin. Inside lay a silver-haired maiden, strikingly similar to the sound puppet. With a starlight short sword embedded in her heart, a shrunken version of the blade from the dragon's spine. An illusion. Li Xuan's chaotic energy transformed into a long whip, curling towards the coffin. Just as the whip's tip made contact, the maiden within abruptly opened her eyes, unveiling the unique star pupils of the monitor. Too late. Boom. The jiao pearl exploded, sending shockwaves that hurled everyone into the air. Li Xuan managed to stabilize himself mid-flight, only to witness countless beams of flowing light erupting from the shattered pearl, each encasing fragments of memory. Those were the last remnants of the imprisoned tide sound body's 3rd sister, delivering vital information with her final strength. The flowing lights surged into the brows of the crowd. Li Xuan discerned a chilling truth. On the night of the fall of the Xiantian sect, the Monitor utilized the reverse scales of the 3 dragon guards to forge the star disk. And the Yang Shenpian, stolen by Qinjianzi, was hidden within the Jianzhuang of Qinjianmen. Qin Hongxiu and Xiao Yunu spoke in unison. Images of the conspiracy between Xingguan Daorun and Qinjianzi surfaced simultaneously in their memories. The two had divided the Xiantian sect master's golden core into 2, concealing the Yang Shenpian in the sword tomb, while the Taiyin Jinjie sank into the imperial mausoleum. The blood flame lake suddenly solidified, then receded into the earth like a retreating tide. The Monitor's cold laughter drifted in the wind. Since you have uncovered the truth, then go to the sword tomb and meet your demise. The world returned to a chilling silence. Li Xuan picked up a half-melted reverse scale from the ground, discovering the inner side was inscribed with the minuscule emblem of the Xiantian sect. This was not a dragon scale, but a fragment of the Xiantian sect master's life-bound artifact. Xiao Yunu grasped his clothing with a feeble grip. Master, in the memory of the 3rd sister, Qinjianmen will hold a disciple ceremony in 7 days. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, revealing tiny ice crystals within. They would use the dragon soul from the sword tomb to sacrifice the sword. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous rumble echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see a chaotic beam of light rising from the direction of the manor, the ethereal image of the inner world flickering amidst the clouds. A dragon-horned infant was growing wildly, gnawing at a chain that concealed the chaotic demon seed nurtured by the Monitor. Chapter 20. The dragon's roar stuns the Foundation establishment on the 7th day of the chaotic light pillar bridging heaven and earth. Li Xuan stood amidst the ravaged interior world. The space, originally 3 zhang square, had expanded to 100 zhang. A massive tree in the center had grown to the girth of 10 men embracing it, and 4 peculiar flowers had withered, giving way to grayish-blue fruits. Most alarmingly, the dragon-horned infant had grown to the size of a 3-year-old child, voraciously gnawing on a section of bronze chain, each bite etching a new blood-red line upon its body. Master, Lin Wani burst in, breathless. In the clear vision granted by Xian Yin, he witnessed the chaotic energy within the dragon child battling against the blood-red lines. The people from Qingyun Gate have arrived at the mountain gate. Li Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Through the ice mirror formed by Lin Wani, he saw 12 Qingyun cultivators arriving on swords, led by an elder in blue robes whose presence was as imposing as a mountain, mid-Foundation establishment. More terrifying was the compass he held, crafted from half a reverse scale, its needle pointing directly at the dragon child within the interior world. Take Hongxiu and Yunu to the Xingyan platform. He swallowed a grayish-blue spirit fruit, which turned into a bitter juice upon entering, activating the starry sky formation. As Lin Wani turned to leave, the entire estate suddenly trembled violently. The starfall runes on the surrounding walls shattered one after another, the pressure of Foundation establishment crashing down like a tsunami. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the ice mirror reflecting a horrifying scene. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the elder in blue had collapsed the eastern wall of the estate, as if it were made of paper. Little thief. The elder's voice boomed like thunder. You have killed my Qingyun disciples and stolen treasures from my sword tomb. Today, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. A sphere of blazing white true fire appeared in his palm, within which floated 3 bronze nails, identical to those extracted from Qin Hongxiu. On the Xingyun platform, the dragon pattern gauntlet on Qin Hongxiu resonated with the celestial instrument. Although Xiao Yunu was severely weakened, she still strained to play the vengeful bone pipa, the sound waves sketching a fragmented formation in the void. As Li Xuan leaped onto the high platform, the elder from Qingyun had already breached the second line of defense, with 12 Qi refinement disciples forming a sword array, their sword energies cascading like a galaxy. Activate the formation. Li Xuan clapped his palms against the celestial instrument. 360 pieces of meteorite iron on the surface lit up simultaneously, drawing upon the residual power of the fallen stars above. The starlight twisted into a shield, barely withstanding the furious strike of the Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet the backlash caused Qin Hongxiu's gauntlet to shatter, golden blood splattering onto the celestial instrument. Strangely, the blood was absorbed by the device, revealing a miniature star map at its core, the very trajectory of the meteor that had fallen here years ago. Li Xuan, filled with inspiration, bit his tongue and sprayed his blood onto the center of the map. By blood as a guide, summoned the stars to return. Boom. The clouds above tore apart, and the remnants of the long-dormant meteor suddenly blazed like the sun. Starlight pierced through the clouds and flooded into the celestial instrument, which spun wildly, projecting a vast star map that temporarily repelled the Qin Yun sword array. The elder, instead of growing angry, laughed, a mere parlor trick. He produced a purple gold talisman from his sleeve, which transformed into a gigantic sword 100 zhang long in the wind. Let me show you the true starfall sword technique. At the moment the gigantic sword descended, Li Xuan made a reckless decision to retract the starlight shield. In the instant the sword tip approached him, the phantom of the dragon child suddenly materialized before his heart. The child smiled widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and grasped the sword blade with both hands, gnawing at it. What kind of monster is this? The disciples of Qin Yun were horrified. Even more frightening was that with each bite the dragon child took, Li Xuan's aura surged, breaking through the shackles of qi refinement, ascending to the false foundation establishment realm. Meanwhile, the elder's life sword talisman dimmed, small cracks appearing upon it. Demonic cultivator. The elder retreated 10 zhang, finally becoming serious. He formed a seal to summon his life treasure, a flying sword shimmering with radiant starlight, its blade faintly adorned with dragon patterns. Brothers, formed the demon extermination great formation. The 12 disciples quickly repositioned, the flying sword forming a circular sword array. The moment the formation was complete, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was forcibly siphoned away, and Li Xuan's newly attained false foundation establishment began to destabilize. In this critical moment, Xiao Yunu suddenly played an ancient melody, the pipa's sound resonating with the sword array. This is the Xiantian sect sword song? The elder's expression changed drastically. How could you? His words were abruptly cut off as Qin Hongxiu transformed into a half-dragon, soaring into the air. Her right arm fully morphed into a dragon claw. Grasping that half-reverse scale, she forcefully struck at the core of the sword array. As the reverse scale touched the starlight, the elder's flying sword let out a mournful wail, the dragon patterns on its blade threatening to erupt. He hurriedly summoned back his treasure, only to see the dragon patterns detach from the sword body, merging with the reverse scale to form a complete dragon scale. The scale erupted with dazzling light, casting a shocking image in the air. Qinjiunzi had pinned a wailing young dragon onto the sword blank, extracting its soul and refining its essence alive. Meanwhile, the attendant handing him tools was unmistakably a younger version of the overseer. The master's secret. The elder's resolve wavered violently. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Li Xuan's chaotic energy transformed into a spear, piercing through his protective spiritual light. Master, be careful. The eldest disciple rushed to block the sword, getting pierced through the chest by the spear. Seizing the opportunity, the elder retreated, only to collide with Lin Wani, who had appeared unannounced. She pressed her hands against his back, unleashing the full power of the Yin purification seal. Ah! The elder let out a pained scream, his Dao robe exploding, revealing a star map tattooed on his back. The center of the tattoo was marked by 3 bronze nails, precisely aligned with the location of Qin Hongxiu's former wound. So that's how it is. Li Xuan sneered. You high-ranking members of Qingyun Gate are all puppets of the overseer. The elder's face contorted, suddenly biting his tongue and spraying blood onto the bronze nails. May the Star Lord descend. The curse was left unfinished as the dragon claw tore open the top of his head, delivering a swift and decisive blow from Qin Hongxiu. The uncontrolled flying sword clattered to the ground, revealing a small piece of bone, a young dragon's finger bone. The remaining disciples scattered like birds and beasts, but Li Xuan did not pursue. He bent down to pick up the flying sword, its blade reflecting the star mark that had appeared on his brow, a sign of the backlash from over-consuming spiritual power. Worse still, the dragon child in the interior world had ceased gnawing on the chain and was now gazing at the real world with crimson eyes, a grin stretching from ear to ear. 3 days later, Xiaoyao Manor officially opened its doors. Li Xuan stood atop the newly rebuilt black stone city walls, overlooking the refugees who had come to seek refuge. Qin Hongxiu was training the newly recruited guard team, while Xiao Yunu was responsible for screening suspicious individuals. Her charm arts easily piercing through lies. On the surface, everything appeared to be falling into place, yet the 3 knew all too well. Qingyun Gate would never rest easy. More pressing was Lin Wani's discovery through Xian Yin's clarity that the dragon child had inscribed bizarre runes in the interior world, those lines quietly spreading through Li Xuan's meridians into the real world. Master Lin Wani hesitated to speak. She dared not mention that those runes bore the same origin as the Overseer's seal, nor could she reveal that the dragon child had inexplicably spoken the night before, uttering only one phrase, "Daddy, hungry." Li Xuan caressed the Qing Yuan flying sword and suddenly asked, "Have you investigated the ninth pillar of the royal tomb?" Lin Wani shook her head. The Jiantian Sea was heavily guarded, yet she lowered her voice, revealing that the celestial phenomena of the previous night indicated that the seal of the Xiantian steel was weakening. Just as they were conversing, Qin Hongxiu hurriedly arrived, exclaiming, "Zhuangzhu, there is a scholar at the gate requesting an audience, claiming to be an old acquaintance of yours." Li Xuan furrowed his brows and walked towards the gate, where he beheld a scholar clad in a green robe standing beneath the willow tree. As the scholar turned, a visage both familiar and unfamiliar emerged. It was none other than Su Huijin, his companion from the Eastern Palace in years gone by. However, the folding fan he held was evidently transformed from a sword sheath, its surface inscribed with ominous crimson characters. "Chaos breeds demons, 100 days to fulfill." The scholar smiled and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I trust you are well? Lord Jianzheng has entrusted me to inquire whether you still remember our agreement from the third autumn." The golden python pattern on his sleeve glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Chapter 21. Ling Yu moistens the withered bones. The 8-character prophecy left by Su Huiqin lingered in Li Xuan's mind, while outside the tranquil estate, dark smoke blotted out the sun. The putrid stench wafted into the manor with the wind, as the refugees swarmed like a driven colony of ants, using their last energies to batter against the newly erected black walls of the estate. It was the plague. Lin Wani's complexion turned ashen. In the clarity of Xianin, she beheld countless grayish-black miasmas emerging from the mouths and noses of the refugees. The venom of the plague was more perilous than swords and blades. Qin Hongxiu crushed a brick with her dragon-like claws, her eyes wide as she watched a mother force the last morsel of a coarse cake into her child's mouth, only to collapse into the filthy muck herself. Li Xuan pressed his fingertips into his palm, the murmurs of the dragon child within the chaos echoing in his ears. Hunger. Within the discussion hall of the estate, the atmosphere was thick enough to squeeze out water. Li Xuan sat at the head, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the cold surface of the starry stone table. The rhythmic sound was the sole noise in the hall, suffocating all within. Outside, the distant wails of despair from the refugees and the dull thuds against the obsidian city walls echoed, each sound striking the heart. The air was saturated with an unsettling, cloying odor tinged with decay, the very breath of the plague. Lin Wani hurried in, holding a rough earthen bowl filled with murky water. Her face was paler than her plain attire, her eyes heavy with fatigue and fear. "Master." Her voice trembled as she gently set the bowl before Li Xuan. It was taken from the most afflicted refugee. "Please, take a look at this water." Li Xuan lowered his gaze. The water was murky and yellow, and more disturbingly, a thin layer of almost imperceptible gray fuzz floated on the surface, resembling some form of mold. He extended his index finger, a wisp of thin chaotic energy swirling around it, cautiously dipping it into the water. A faint but sharp sound of corrosion filled the air. The chaotic energy, akin to a heated iron rod plunged into ice, was instantly corroded by the water, leaving a small segment eroded. Lin Wani gasped, and Li Xuan's eyes narrowed sharply. In the chaotic realm of his consciousness, the dragon child, which had been coiling and gnawing at a bronze chain, suddenly lifted its head, its scarlet tongue brushing against its bone-white fangs, emitting a silent howl. A primal, greedy thirst surged through the invisible connection, assaulting Li Xuan's mind. Under the clarity of Xianin, the potency of this toxic miasma was unprecedented. Lin Wani's voice was strained as a faint icy blue light flickered at her fingertips, hovering over the bowl of water. As the light spread, the murky liquid revealed exceedingly fine dark green threads, writhing like living creatures within the water. The core is the corrupted heart grass. But the corrupted heart grass should not possess such soul-devouring ferocity. This poison has mutated through some alien force. Corrupted heart grass? Li Xuan's eyes widened. He recognized the name from a tattered ancient pharmacopoeia, marked as a forbidden substance in the medical immortal valley, capable of corroding the heart and bones upon contact, with no antidote. Indeed, Lin Wani affirmed, the icy blue glow at her fingertips flickering erratically. The secret poison of the medical immortal valley is cultivated by a select few in the world. This is no ordinary epidemic. Someone has poisoned us. Poisoned. The target was directly aimed at the newly established Xianyao Manor. The deceitful smile of Su Huaiqin and the prophecy inscribed in blood, with a 100-day deadline, flashed through his mind, a chilling intent rising from his spine. Master. Outside. Qin Hongxiu's low growl, restrained yet fierce, broke through. Her towering figure blocking the doorway and shielding them from the hellish scene outside. Yet, the golden glint beginning to shimmer in her vertical pupils burned with an all-consuming rage. The black stone walls cannot withstand much longer. Those refugees, they are on the brink of collapse. And the two brothers we sent to investigate the water source have returned, collapsing and burning with fever, their bodies rotting. She slammed her fist against the doorframe, sending shards of starry stone cascading down. We cannot wait any longer. Li Xuan rose abruptly, his dark robe billowing without wind. Open the manor gates. The heavy black stone gates creaked open, revealing a nightmarish tableau. The filthy ground was littered with bodies, strewn about like discarded sacks. Many faces were swollen and blackened, with horrifying violet veins visible beneath the skin, their mouths spilling forth foul, grayish slime. Each labored breath was accompanied by a wheezing sound reminiscent of a broken bellows. Others had walnut-sized boils erupting on their exposed skin, oozing yellow-green pus, emanating a nauseating stench. Desperate mothers clutched their lifeless children, their eyes vacant. The few survivors still able to move were futilely pounding against the unyielding black stone walls, their nails torn and bloodied, emitting anguished, beast-like whimpers. The miasma of the plague rose like a tangible gray fog, swirling from these dying souls, drawn by an invisible force that sought to seep through the cracks of the manor gates. The guards within the manor, even at a distance, turned pale and on the verge of collapsing upon being touched by the gray mist. Form the formation, Li Xuan commanded, stepping beyond the manor gates. The biting mountain wind carried the heavy scent of death towards him, yet he remained unfazed, swiftly moving his hands before him. His fingers dancing like butterflies weaving through flowers, tracing visible trails of faint golden light in the air. He was inscribing the patterns of a Feng Shui formation, drawing upon the Earth's meridians and celestial positions, establishing the four symbols. His voice was steady, overpowering the wails carried by the wind. As he moved, the earth beneath him hummed ominously, and at several key nodes. The starry iron shards that Lin Wani had previously placed began to emit a faint glow, echoing the remnants of starlight above. Xiao Yunu. Li Xuan called again. From the shadows behind the door, Xiao Yunu emerged, her complexion still pale from her recent confrontation with the vengeful spirits, yet her gaze was sharp. With a flourish of her delicate hand, she opened a finely crafted pouch, instantly releasing countless specks of dust, shimmering with an ethereal pink glow, into the foul-smelling waters outside the manor. As the pink powder met the water, it did not dissolve. Instead, it floated as if alive, the pink radiance spreading beneath the surface. Astonishingly, the dark green threads of the corrupted heart grass toxin in the creek appeared to recoil as if faced with a natural enemy, being absorbed and enveloped by the pink glow, the murky water visibly clearing as it transformed. On the banks of the stream, the dying refugees encountered the mist that had been initially purified by the emotional flower, and their agonized, contorted faces seemed to relax slightly. A gentle spring breeze and rain arose. Li Xuan completed the final seal of the formation, pressing both palms forcefully against the ground. Boom. The fallen star iron blocks, strategically placed at the crucial nodes of the Earth's veins outside the manor, simultaneously erupted with a soft silver-white beam of light that soared into the sky. The residual star power high above was forcibly drawn together, merging with the Earth's sinister energy. The hellish sky outside the manor, with its somber clouds, was stirred by an invisible force, slowly beginning to rotate. Moments later, fine droplets of rain truly began to fall from the center of the swirling clouds. This rain was not transparent. Instead, it bore a peculiar, warm, pale green halo, resembling a diluted emerald solution. As the raindrops fell upon the refugees' scorched and decaying skin, they emitted a faint sizzling sound, rising wisps of gray-black smoke. The violent toxic energy gradually dissipated, akin to winter snow melting in the sun, neutralized by this pale green rain. The anguished cries miraculously diminished, and many convulsing bodies gradually calmed, sinking into a state of near-exhausted slumber. The despairing death energy was temporarily suppressed by this spirit rain, which contained a faint glimmer of vitality. Effective. Manor Master. The spirit rain is effective, a manor attendant exclaimed with excitement. However, Li Xuan did not dare to relax, his expression growing increasingly grave. He stood in the rain, maintaining the operation of the formation, tightly intertwining the chaotic inner scenery with the spring breeze and rain array formed by the pseudo-spiritual spring. He could clearly see that within the inner scenery, the illusory spirit spring, simulated and condensed from chaotic energy, was rapidly diminishing. Minute cracks even appeared at the edge of the spring. The dragon child halted its gnawing on the chains, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the impending depletion of the spirit spring, emitting a suppressed, hunger-filled growl from its throat. The consumption rate of this pseudo-spiritual spring far exceeded expectations. The catalyzed and mutated Fu Xian grass poison, with its domineering and depleting capability, seemed designed specifically to exhaust his foundations. Hold on. Li Xuan gritted his teeth. A torrent of spiritual power surging into the formation nodes from within. Lin Wani, Qin Hongxiu, and Xiao Yunu each occupied a position, exerting their utmost spiritual energy to sustain this spirit rain that maintained the lives of hundreds. The rain continued for nearly half an hour. When the pale green droplets finally ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the area outside the manor. Most of the refugees lay in a deep slumber, although their decaying bodies remained horrendous. The bone-corroding aura of malevolence had indeed been temporarily subdued, leaving only a heavy aura of sickness. Shallow pools of pale green water reflected light across the muddy ground. Li Xuan's complexion turned pale, his form slightly swaying, and he was steadied by the supportive grip of Qin Hongxiu. He paid no mind to regaining his composure, his gaze darting like lightning over the temporarily tranquil crowd of refugees. The sensation of depletion from the spirit spring in the inner scenery gnawed at him like a relentless parasite, and the dragon child's hunger stirred tumultuously within his consciousness. Find the source of the Fu Xian grass. Only by locating it can we completely detoxify. Li Xuan's voice bore a barely perceptible hoarseness. He forced himself onward, accompanied by Lin Wani and the others, stepping into the realm of slumber. The stench remained potent. Lin Wani's fingertips glimmered with an ice-blue light, akin to the most precise probe, meticulously searching through the filthy, muddy ground, the refugees' meager belongings, and even the refuse they had expelled. Her brow furrowed tighter, wherever the ice-blue light swept. Aside from the temporarily subdued remnants of the Fu Xian grass toxin, no trace of the original poisonous plant could be found. Impossible, Lin Wani murmured. Such a fierce Fu Xian grass toxin must have its source plant or high-concentration toxin residue. Just as the atmosphere thickened with doubt among them, and the dragon child's ravenous howls in Li Xuan's inner scenery threatened to break free, the ice-blue light from Lin Wani's fingertips passed over an inconspicuous muddy corner. There lay an unconscious guard clad in the leather armor of the Xiao Yao Manor's security, though the style appeared somewhat outdated. Evidently one of the two sent out earlier to investigate the water source who had fallen ill and was brought back. The ice-blue light fell upon the curled hand beside him, where a small piece of fabric half buried in the mud was conspicuously embroidered with a twisted, menacing golden snake pattern. It was identical to the design on Su Huiqin's sleeve. The Crown Prince's men. Qin Hongxiu's pupils constricted, and dragon-like features instantly manifested on her arm. However, Lin Wani abruptly raised her head. The ice-blue light did not linger on the golden snake pattern, but instead fixated firmly on the guard's other clenched fist. From the crevice of that fist, an extremely faint yet remarkably resilient emerald luminescence emerged. Manor Master. He has something in his hand. Li Xuan stepped forward and pried open the guard's stiff, cold fingers. Plop. A small object fell into his palm. It was a medicinal hoe, no larger than a palm. Its wooden handle smooth as jade, cool to the touch, and the blade, neither metal nor iron, displayed a peculiar dark green hue, thin as a cicada's wing, its edges radiating a chilling, razor-sharp glint. At that moment, this small hoe blade was stained with a few drops of already solidified, black viscous liquid, exuding a malevolent aura that originated from the Fu Xian grass toxin, but was even more concentrated and fierce. The resilient emerald light seeping through the crevice of the fist emanated from the core of this dark green hoe blade. This is, Li Xuan grasped the medicinal hoe. A wave of pure, vibrant with spirit energy coursed through his palm, faint yet distinctly resonating with his inner scenery of the depleted spirit spring and the restless dragon child, forming an uncanny connection. Just then, a sudden upheaval occurred, deep within Li Xian's consciousness. The chaotic inner scenery trembled violently. The dragon child, which had been howling in hunger due to the depletion of the spirit spring, abruptly turned its crimson gaze toward the direction of Li Xian's awareness. It seemed to have caught the scent of the pure Fu Exine grass toxin emanating from the medicinal hoe. It abandoned the half-eaten bronze chain and, for the first time, emitted a clearly discernible murmur filled with greedy desire. Hungry, poison, eat. Almost simultaneously, in the distant sky, a blinding golden light streaked with a long tail, erupting in the darkened heavens like a signal. The light momentarily outlined a remarkably clear, clawed golden snake pattern before dissipating. The golden light illuminated Li Xian's abruptly somber face, as well as the chilling reflection of the few drops of black toxin in his palm. Chapter 22. The exchange of black hair for lives. The drop of corrupted heart grass poison on the medicinal hoe glimmered with an alluring sheen under the golden light, while the murmurs of Longhai echoed in his consciousness like a persistent affliction. Li Xian tightened his grip on the hoe, the icy sensation of the wooden handle clearing the fog of his thoughts. This was no ordinary farming tool. The potency of the poison lingering on the blade far surpassed the diluted pestilence found in creek waters. Pursue, Li Xian commanded fiercely, propelling himself like an arrow towards the source of the golden light. Qin Hongxiu's dragon-transformed right arm cleaved through the air with a thunderous crack, while Lin Wani's ice crystals, formed by her toes touching the ground, burst into frost flowers amidst the mud. The trio had scarcely covered 100 paces when a refreshing medicinal fragrance unexpectedly mingled with the putrid air. The outline of the mass grave loomed ominously in the dusk. Among the tilted tombstones, a figure clad in white was bent over, inspecting several recently discarded corpses. Upon hearing the sound of their approach, the figure turned alertly, the hood slipping away to reveal cascading black hair that shimmered like emeralds in the moonlight. Mu Ling Ti. Lin Wani gasped in surprise. Under the illumination of the Xian Yin Tongming mirror, the green spiritual aura enveloping the figure appeared as tangible silken ribbons, originating from the same source as the residual essence on the hoe. The woman in plain garments, seeing the three charge towards her, elegantly revealed 3 silver needles with a flick of her slender fingers. The cold blue glimmer at the needle tips caused Qin Hongxiu to halt abruptly. Poison dragon saliva? You are from the medical immortal valley. Su Miao. Her voice was as chilling as the clash of ice, yet she suddenly tore open the sleeve of her right arm, revealing a pale skin marked by a grotesque brand. The dark green lines within the scar writhed as if alive. Not anymore. Li Xian's pupils constricted. The brand was unmistakably a form of restriction, with the dark green lines visibly consuming the spiritual energy from the woman's arm. More horrifyingly, the corpses behind her exhaled faint wisps of white mist, indicating they were still alive. Are you saving them? Li Xian opened his palm to reveal the medicinal hoe. Don't touch that. Su Miao suddenly shouted, launching the silver needles which embedded themselves in the soil before Li Xian's feet. The moment they struck, a 3-foot-high, ghastly green poisonous flame erupted from the ground, declaring that contact with the corrupted heart poison would be fatal. Before her words faded, a crackling sound of breaking branches resonated from the forest. Su Miao's expression changed drastically as she swiftly drew a wooden hairpin and traced a line in the dirt. The green spiritual energy that surged from the pin transformed into a thorny barrier, just in time to deflect a black arrow hurtling through the air. The traitor is indeed here. A hoarse roar exploded from the woods. More than a dozen cultivators clad in dark green cloaks surrounded them in a fan shape, their leader wielding a bizarrely shaped bronze bottle. The chains coiling around the bottle rattled ominously with each step he took. Hand over the Qing Nong corpse disintegration diagram. The soul-devouring goo bottle. Li Xian recognized the infamous artifact the moment he laid eyes on it. A prized possession of the medical immortal valley used for punishing traitors. Said to extract a cultivator's soul and convert it into a goo slave. The holder's sleeve bore a golden snake pattern that shimmered in the moonlight, identical to the previous signal of golden light. The lapdog of the crown prince. Su Miao scoffed, her hair swirling without wind. Abruptly, she sliced off a strand of her long hair with her fingers, which transformed into a stream of emerald light, diving into the nostrils and mouths of the dying individuals on the ground. Astonishingly, those who were barely clinging to life began to experience an upsurge of the black toxin beneath their skin, exchanging hair for lives. The goo bottle holder exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury. You would deplete the essence of the Mu Ling for these ants. Su Miao's complexion visibly paled, yet she straightened her back to stand protectively in front of the patients. "Senior brother, you have hunted me for 3 months. Is this not what you desire?" She tore open her garment to reveal a half-etched meridian diagram on her chest, the dark green lines flowing beneath her skin. Li Xuan's heart trembled. The pattern was undoubtedly a route for a high-level cultivation technique, and eerily, as he gazed at the diagram, the depleted spiritual spring within it began to ripple, even calming the restless Long Hai momentarily. Seeking death. The goo bottle cultivator bellowed angrily as a jet of black mist erupted from the bottle's mouth. The sound of countless goo insects flapping their wings sent chills down their spines as they surged towards Su Miao in an instant. Clang. Qin Hongxiu's dragon claw collided with the black mist, producing a sound akin to iron meeting iron. She stifled a groan, retreating 3 steps as the scales on her right arm began to sizzle from corrosion. Lin Wani hastily formed an ice wall with her hand seals, but the gnawing sounds of the goo insects were already closing in on them. In a moment of desperation, Li Xuan thrust the medicinal hoe into the ground, allowing chaotic energy to flow through the handle into the earth. The ground shook violently as 7 Feng Shui gold needles shot forth from his sleeve, embedding themselves around Su Miao to form a Beidou formation. Heavenly pivot, summon the spirits. Li Xuan bit his tongue and sprayed blood onto the medicinal hoe. The pure corrupted heart poison on the hoe's blade began to bubble violently, transforming into dark green mist that was drawn by the needle formation, annihilating the black mist and goo insects in a cataclysmic convergence. Impossible. The goo bottle cultivator staggered back, horrified. How could the corrupted heart poison? Because this is the true essence of poison. Seizing the opportunity, Su Miao transformed the last few strands of her hair into medicinal mist, causing the patients on the ground to open their eyes. She turned to face Li Xuan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth against her pale visage. "Take me back to the village. I can revive your spiritual spring." The goo bottle cultivator suddenly erupted into laughter. "Traitor, you think?" Before he could finish, the bronze bottle in his hand exploded without warning. From the fragments, a shadow of a monstrous serpent with wings surged forth, striking towards Su Miao's throat with lightning speed. "Be careful." Li Xuan's chaotic energy transformed into a long whip, wrapping around Su Miao's waist to pull her back urgently. But the serpent's shadow twisted mid-flight, sinking its fangs into his wrist holding the hoe. In excruciating pain, he distinctly felt something surge through his blood vessels straight towards his consciousness. The Goo King. The inner world trembled violently. Long Hai emitted an excited roar, instinctively facing the invading Goo King. At the moment the two shadows collided within Li Xuan's consciousness, all observers witnessed a terrifying scene. A dragon-shaped pattern suddenly bulged beneath the skin of Li Xuan's right arm, and wherever it passed, the Goo King's venom was devoured entirely. "Ah!" The Goo Bottle cultivator shrieked in agony, as countless tiny goo insects crawled from his 7 orifices, the consequence of his own Goo King being rebuffed. The remaining cultivators from the medical Immortal Valley fell into chaos, some shouting, "He has consumed the Goo King. Retreat." Qin Hongxiu attempted to give chase, but was halted by Li Xuan. The dragon pattern on his right arm was fading, yet the dark green blade of the medicinal hoe had transformed into a deep golden hue. Su Miao gazed at the remnants of the dragon pattern on his arm and murmured, "So that's how it is. Chaos nurtures dragons. No wonder you could withstand the Goo King." The night wind howled fiercely at the cliff's edge. Just as Li Xuan was about to speak, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled rhythmically, the sound of galloping hooves. From the distant mountains and forests, a dark horde of cavalry rushed along the official road, the leader brandishing a flag under the torchlight, revealing a golden python brandishing its fangs. The Crown Prince's Black Scale Guards. Lin Wani's voice tightened, at least 300 riders. Suddenly, Su Miao seized Li Xuanzhan's bloodied wrist. "Take me back to the manor, now? I know who is cultivating the mutated corrupted heart grass." At the very bottom of the Jintian Division's dungeon is an abandoned disciple of the Yixin Valley, marked with the same character of rebellion on his left arm as I am. Her voice grew weaker, but they have planted something in his mind. Before she could finish, the woman fell like a white crane with broken wings. In an instant, Li Xuanzhan caught her, feeling the uneven contours beneath her clothing on her back, which were not mere fabric creases, but ancient runes intricately carved into her skin. More alarmingly, when his blood touched those runes, the dragon child in the interior suddenly emitted a low growl filled with ominous warning. Below the cliff, The horn of the Black Scale Guards was clearly audible. Qin Hongxiu's dragon-transformed right arm tightened with muscle. I will take this girl away first. You all. No. Li Xuan pushed Su Miao towards Lin Wani, turning to face the cliff himself, leading her back to the manor through a secret passage and activating all defensive formations. He picked up the color-changing herb hoe, his eyes glowing with a crimson hue reminiscent of the dragon child. I will meet these old friends. As the first rocket streaked across the night sky, Li Xuan stood at the edge of the cliff, arms outstretched. The mountain wind billowed his robes, revealing the dragon scale patterns that had emerged on his chest, greedily absorbing the residual aura of the Gu King from the herb hoe. Chapter 23. The Banquet of 100 Poisons. The thunderous hoofbeats of the He Lin Wei sent fragments of the cliff tumbling down, while flaming arrows traced dozens of blinding trajectories across the night sky. Li Xuan stood alone at the edge of the precipice, his dark golden medicinal hoe beginning to absorb the fiery toxins clinging to the arrows. The intricate patterns on the blade gradually illuminated, as if an ancient incantation was being awakened. Release. The commanding voice of the He Lin Wei echoed throughout the valley. The second wave of arrows whistled towards him, this time tipped with a ghostly blue liquid that exuded a deadly miasma in the air. Li Xuan did not flinch. He swung the hoe horizontally, and the burst of dark golden radiance formed a fan-shaped barrier. As the poisoned arrows struck the shimmering veil, their toxins were entirely extracted, dissipating into wisps of green smoke that vanished into the blade. Indeed, it was as such. Li Xuan observed the increasingly vivid patterns on his hoe, realizing they were not mere decoration, but layers of intricate microformation. At that moment, the dragon markings on his right arm resonated with the newly formed scales on his chest, and within the chaotic inner landscape, the dragon child was etching patterns identical to those on the hoe's formation onto the inner wall. Suddenly, a cacophony of warhorses echoed from below the cliff. The foremost 10 riders unexpectedly toppled, their steeds frothing at the mouth and convulsing as the poisoned arrows in their quivers ignited spontaneously. The commander of the He Lin Wei hastily reined in his horse, casting a bewildered glance at the solitary figure wielding the hoe atop the cliff. What have you done? Li Xuan merely smirked in silence. When the hoe absorbed the first wave of arrow toxins, he had discovered its ability to manipulate similar toxins from a distance. At this moment, the formation being replicated by the dragon child in the inner landscape suddenly shone brightly, establishing a bizarre connection between the hoe and the poison pouches of the He Lin Wei. The toxins were being manipulated in reverse. Zhuangzhu. The voice of Xiao Yunu called out from the dense forest behind him. She rushed forward, clutching a ghostly pipa, followed by over 20 estate guards, each shouldering bulging sacks. The materials are ready. Li Xuan's peripheral vision caught sight of the sacks, filled with powdered Qinghua, dried and ground from the estate's cultivated flowers, mixed with the juice of explosive berries, precisely the deadly concoction he had ordered prepared in haste the day prior. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the He Lin Wei had assembled below the cliff, with more torches winding like a serpent along the mountain path. Prepare the banquet, Li Xuan uttered through clenched teeth. Xiao Yunu understood, her pipa string emitting a sharp sound wave. The estate guards swiftly untied the sacks, pouring vast amounts of pink powder into the stream at the cliff's edge. The Qinghua powder, insoluble in water, shimmered with an eerie fluorescence under the moonlight. Cascading down the stream, the He Lin Wei remained oblivious to the impending danger. The commander was ordering the crossbowmen to load new arrows when someone suddenly pointed at the stream, exclaiming, "What is that?" The fluorescent mist had already drifted downstream, gradually rising in the night breeze. The first soldiers to encounter the mist suddenly froze, then erupted into fits of foolish laughter, their weapons clattering to the ground. Their pupils dilated, and a bizarre expression of bliss spread across their faces, as if they beheld the utmost ecstasy of the world. Hold your breath. It is a hallucinogenic poison, the commander shouted, tearing off his cloak to cover his mouth and nose. But it was too late. The powder mist had enveloped the majority of the army. Some who were afflicted knelt in tears, others disrobed and danced wildly, while yet others brandished their blades at non-existent foes, shouting to execute traitors, their perception of reality utterly distorted. On the cliff, Li Xuan struck the hoe against the ground. At the moment the blade pierced the rock, the absorbed toxins began to flow back through the earth veins into the stream. The mixture of Qinghua powder and various toxins transformed the fluorescence into a deep crimson, within the mist emerging countless elusive silhouettes of beautiful maidens. Xiao Yunu's ghostly peepa resonated with the ancient tune of Inai Chong from afar. "Welcome to the banquet," Li Xuan coldly announced, his voice reverberating through the valley. The misty maidens danced gracefully to the rhythm of the peepa. The soldiers of the He Lin Wei were utterly deranged. Some embraced withered trees, lost in passionate kisses, while others pursued non-existent enemies with swords. The commander struggled to maintain his sanity, yet was met with the most terrifying sight. The skin of those entranced by the illusions began to swell, with visible purple-black pustules. This is not merely a hallucinogenic poison. It is a plague toxin. The commander finally realized, his gaze filled with horror as he noticed his own arm breaking out in blisters. Despair washed over him as he looked up to the cliff's summit. The last sight imprinted in his mind was Li Xuan raising the hoe, upon which coiled a small snake of dark green, formed from a myriad of collected toxins. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, the base of the cliff lay in utter silence. 300 He Lin Wei soldiers lay dead, their bodies arranged in grotesque poses, some in embrace, others in combat stances, and even mounds of corpses, as if they had partaken in some absurd ritual within the illusions. The bodies by the stream were further decomposed, their armor corroded with honeycomb-like holes. The inexperienced estate guards retched, leaning against tree trunks. Xiao Yunu put away her peepa, her complexion pale. The Qinghua mixed poison is indeed terrifying. Li Xuan silently surveyed the devastation below. The hoe trembled slightly in his grasp, as the collected toxins began forming new formations within the blade. Strangely, with each death, a wisp of grayish-black aura drifted through the air, absorbed by the dragon markings on his heart and chest. Those were the resentful energies of the deceased at their last moments. Zhuangzhu. The communication talisman from Lin Wan Yi suddenly ignited, revealing her anxious visage in the air. Su Miao has awakened, but she said. Before she could finish, the image distorted. The background echoed with the sounds of collapsing structures and the screams of estate guards, finally freezing on a sight that froze Li Xuan's blood. The eastern wall of the Zhuang had collapsed with a thunderous roar. Amidst the dust, over a dozen figures cloaked in dark green emerged, led by one wielding a soul-devouring goo bottle that was 3 times larger than the one seen the previous night. The main force of the Yixian Valley had arrived. Li Xuan crushed the remnants of the communication talisman, and the formations on the hoe illuminated brilliantly, returned to the estate. As they fled to within 3 miles of the estate, a heavy scent of blood filled the air. The once lush spirit fields were now marred by scorch marks, and the carefully arranged Feng Shui nodes lay utterly destroyed. Even more terrifying were the sounds approaching from the direction of the estate, not the sounds of battle, but the ominous buzzing of gigantic insects, intermixed with the sickening sounds of gnawing. "Get down," Li Xuan bellowed, forcefully pushing Xiao Yunu into the roadside ditch. Almost simultaneously, a cloud of darkness erupted from within the estate, revealing a swarm of countless goo insects. As the swarm passed, the flora withered instantly. Even the stone surfaces bore honeycomb-like indentations. At the center of the swarm hovered a colossal shadow of a goo bottle, nearly the size of a man. Through its transparent surface, one could see a dozen estate guards being devoured by the goo insects, their anguished cries echoing as they frantically struck at the festering pustules on their bodies, each burst releasing even more goo insects. The myriad of goo insects devoured the heart. Li Xuan fixated on the indistinct figure at the core of the goo bottle's illusory projection, possessing at least the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, Xiao Yunu grasped his wrist. "Master, look at the western wall." In the shattered corner of the western wall, a figure clad in pure white was strategically retreating while engaging in combat. Su Miao held a fainted child in her left arm, while her right hand continuously scattered emerald-hued powder to hinder the goo insects. Her right sleeve was torn, revealing a bloody brand inscribed with the character traitor, from which dark green blood flowed profusely. She could not hold on for long. Li Xuan swiftly retrieved 3 explosive berries, handing them to Xiao Yunu. "When I charge into the formation, you..." His words were abruptly cut off. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from within the estate, followed by a golden-red figure breaking through the rooftop and soaring into the sky. The half-dragonized Qin Hongxiu, her arms covered in shattered scales, fiercely protected the unconscious Lin Wani in her embrace. Behind them, 2 cultivators from the Yixian Valley rode the winds in pursuit, their silver needles transforming into a myriad of flowing lights. In this moment of utmost peril, Li Xuan performed an unthinkable act. He drove the medicinal hoe forcefully into his own heart. At the instant the blade pierced flesh, the dragon scale patterns on his chest erupted with blinding crimson light. In the interior realm, the dragon child emitted a joyful cry, voraciously consuming the excruciating pain and blood essence transmitted through the medicinal hoe. In the real world, a dark golden ripple suddenly erupted from Li Xuan's center, causing all goo insects within its path to stiffen and fall. Now, Li Xuan withdrew the medicinal hoe and hurled it toward Xiao Yunu. The blade, stained with his heart's blood, traced a crimson line through the air. Xiao Yunu understood. As the resentful bone Pipa emitted a piercing discord, and 3 explosive berries accurately flew along the trajectory of the blood line into the estate. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive explosions stirred a storm of blood and gore. The juice of the berries mixed with the pollen of the emotional flower, forming a pink mist barrier within the estate, temporarily halting the onslaught of goo insects. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan charged towards the western wall. The chaotic energy in his palm coalescing into a long whip that lashed towards Su Miao. Just as the whip was about to reach her, the fabric of her clothing suddenly tore apart without wind. Li Xuan's pupils constricted. What lay beneath her back was not a talisman, but 7 dark green crystals embedded beneath her skin, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. At this moment, the crystals radiated an otherworldly glow, and the child in Su Miao's arms suddenly opened their eyes, revealing compound pupils resembling those of a goo insect. Run! Su Miao exerted her last ounce of strength to throw the child towards the pursuers, while she lunged towards Li Xuan. They are targeting your inner realm. Before she could finish, the 7 crystals simultaneously exploded. A terrifying shockwave sent both of them flying dozens of zhang. During his descent, Li Xuan clearly saw that the powdered remnants of the exploded crystals formed a blurred, illusory image of a Dan furnace in the air, with inscriptions etched into the furnace wall that were of the same origin as the medicinal hoe. As the smoke cleared, the cultivators from Yixian Valley surprisingly ceased their assault. The leader stowed away the goo bottle and respectfully bowed before the illusory Dan furnace. Reporting to the Star Lord, the Tao marker has been planted. A voice, neither male nor female, emanated from the illusion. Good. After 100 days, the furnace shall be opened to retrieve the Dan. With that, it gradually dissipated. Li Xuan propped himself up, only to find Su Miao collapsed in his embrace. Her back was a gruesome mess, but more horrifying was the fact that the brand of traitor on her right arm was absorbing the remnants of the crystals, gradually transforming into a dark golden hue identical to the dragon scales on Li Xuan's heart. They have planted a tracking goo in my marrow. With each word, Su Miao coughed up blood. In 7 days, when the goo awakens, I will sense the location of the mother root of the corrupted heart grass. In the distance, the cultivators from Yixian Valley retreated like a receding tide. Qin Hongxiu attempted to pursue, but Lin Wani held her back firmly. Don't fall for their ploy. Li Xuan lifted the unconscious Su Miao, his gaze landing on a snow-white crow perched in the treetops, which bore a third eye on its forehead, coldly observing the devastation of the Xiaoyao manor. Upon sensing Li Xuan's gaze, the crow suddenly spoke. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. After 100 days, refine the heavenly Dan. With that, it transformed into green smoke and vanished. Chapter 24. The vast fields emerged. The azure smoke from the dissipating remnants of the San Yin Baya lingered in the air, when suddenly, Su Miao in Li Xuan's embrace began to convulse violently. From the gaping wound on her back, caused by the crystal explosion, faint golden threads writhed within the flesh. Hold her down, Lin Wani exclaimed, rushing forward. The icy blue radiance of the Xian Yin Tong Ming Jian swept over the golden threads, causing Li Xuan's expression to change dramatically. This was not a goo insect. It was a form of grafted spiritual root. Li Xuan bent down to observe. The golden threads were weaving themselves into a network, forcibly reconnecting Su Miao's shattered meridians at a visible pace. Even more bizarre, the dragon scale patterns on his chest began to heat up, and the dragon child within the internal realm exhibited an unprecedented interest in the golden threads coursing through Su Miao's body. Returned to the manor, Li Xuan gathered Su Miao in his arms, his gaze sweeping across the devastated Xiaoyao manor. The eastern wall had completely collapsed, and over half of the spiritual fields lay in ruins. Fortunately, the core structures remained intact due to the protective formations. At noon, the scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the discussion hall. Su Miao was laid upon a meteorite stone bed, while Lin Wani used silver needles to guide the rampaging golden threads within her. Qin Hongxiu stood by the window, her arms crossed, and on her right arm, which still bore traces of dragon transformation, new deep goo poison scars were evident. It has been clarified. Xiao Yinu pushed the door open, her resentful bone Pipa now bearing cracks. 3 of the 7 poison elders from the medical immortal valley had been dispatched, and they retreated eastward. East. Li Xian's head snapped up. Qing Huangze? Indeed, Xiao Yinu confirmed, and there is something more troubling. She unfurled a blood-stained silk cloth, upon which were hastily scrawled the words corrupted heart mother plant, disaster in 3 days. The silver needle in Lin Wani's hand suddenly began to hum. Su Miao opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with the same luster as the golden threads. They have cultivated 10,000 acres of corrupted heart grass in Qing Huangze. When mature, it will release toxic miasma, wiping out all life within 100 miles. Li Xian exchanged a glance with Lin Wani. If this were true, the hundreds of refugees recently taken in by Xiaoyao Manor would be the first to suffer. He rubbed the dried poison blood on the herb Ho and suddenly inquired, "How many spiritual plants can your wooden spiritual body nurture?" Su Miao struggled to prop herself up, her right arm bearing the golden imprint of the character trader shimmering. "If there's a spiritual spring, 100 acres a day." "There's no spiritual spring," Li Xian interrupted her, "only this." He lifted a floor tile, revealing the withered spiritual spring's illusory projection in the realm. Su Miao stared at the spring for a moment, then suddenly tore off several strands of her azure hair and cast them into it. The hair dissolved upon contact with the water, and 3 drops of spiritual liquid seeped from the parched spring's bottom. A sickly blush appeared on her pale face. "Using my blood as a guide, it can temporarily substitute for a spiritual spring." "No." Lin Wani pressed down on her wrist. "The golden threads within you are unstable. Consuming more blood will lead to death." Yet Su Miao smiled, a smile that reminded Li Xian of a dying white crane on a cliff, rather than being refined into a Dan. "I would prefer to die in the spiritual fields." 3 days later, the morning outside Xiaoyao Manor revealed a starkly transformed scene. The once devastated spiritual fields had expanded tenfold, with hundreds of acres of spiritual rice undulating like emerald waves in the morning breeze. Among the rows, Su Miao stood barefoot in the soil, each step causing tender shoots to break through the earth. Half of her once azure hair had turned white, yet the imprint on her right arm grew ever more resplendent. "This girl has gone mad." Qin Hongxiu squatted on the ridge, watching as Su Miao cut another lock of white hair to catalyze new seedlings, having not eaten or slept for 3 days. Li Xian silently observed it all. With each acre of spiritual fields that Su Miao nurtured, faint threads of willpower rose from the refugees, nourishing the inner realm. At this moment, the chaotic space had expanded to 50 zhang, and although the central spiritual spring had yet to recover, there were now shadows of farmland. "Master." Xiao Yinu hurried over. Scouts report abnormal green fog emerging from the direction of Qing Huangze. Li Xian's expression hardened. This was indeed a sign of the corrupted heart grass reaching maturity. Just as he was about to issue orders, he suddenly noticed Su Miao had halted her catalysis, staring intently at a certain spot where an old farmer was secretly gathering the explosive rice. "An infiltrator." Qin Hongxiu's dragon pupils constricted. "Should we deal with him?" "Wait." Li Xian narrowed his eyes. The old farmer skillfully concealed the explosive rice in a specially crafted bamboo tube, the body of which bore the inscriptions of Beiman characters. As they observed discreetly, Su Miao suddenly staggered towards the old farmer. Her white hair danced in the wind, and the golden imprint on her right arm radiated brightly. The old farmer, sensing danger, looked up, revealing a poisoned dagger in hand. "Miss, be careful," the surrounding refugees cried out. Yet Su Miao halted 10 paces away from the old farmer, her dirt-stained hands forming an unusual seal. Suddenly, dozens of vines shot up from the ground, ensnaring the old farmer's limbs in an instant. Even more astonishing, those vines began to absorb the toxins from his body, blooming into blood-red flowers. Poison-devouring vines. The old farmer's face contorted in horror, the forbidden technique of the medical immortal valley. "You." Su Miao coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, staining the blooming poisonous flowers crimson. She smiled weakly. "Tell the king of Beiman. The corrupted heart poison is ineffective against me." With that, she collapsed to the ground. Li Xian dashed forward to catch her, her body cold as ice. Lin Wani urgently checked for a pulse and suddenly exclaimed, "The golden threads inside her are reorganizing the spiritual meridians. Only then did everyone realize that Su Miao's white hair was turning black again, while the imprint on her right arm gradually faded. Even more miraculously, the blood-red flowers, now saturated with toxins, detached themselves and accurately fell into the hands of each afflicted refugee. She has turned herself into a medicinal catalyst. Lin Wani's voice trembled, activated some ancient heritage with the poison of the Bei Man infiltrators. Suddenly, Su Miao and Li Xian's arms opened her eyes, her pupils completely transformed to gold. Master, the miasma from Qing Huangze can be neutralized with these spiritual rice. She pointed to the heavy ears of rice in the fields, but it requires meteorite powder. Before she could finish, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distant horizon. Everyone looked up to see a massive green cloud rising from the direction of Qing Huangze, spreading at a terrifying speed. There is no time, Li Xian declared solemnly. Hongxiu, go retrieve the meteorite iron. Yunu, organize the refugees to take shelter in the cellar. He lifted Su Miao and headed towards the inner courtyard. While Wani prepared to move the meridian formation, I will project the shadow of the spiritual fields into reality. As night fell, Xiaoyao Manor was enveloped in an eerie green light. Li Xian stood upon the restored starfall platform, the formation's patterns beneath his feet overlapping with the farmland shadows from the inner realm. Su Miao was placed at the center of the formation, her golden threads extending from her orifices connecting to it. Begin. Li Xian pressed his palms against the Hun Tianyi. The entire manor trembled violently. The shadows of the farmland from the inner realm manifested in the real world like a mirage, with hundreds of acres of spiritual rice swaying without wind. Even more astonishingly, these spectral rice ears began to absorb the corrupted heart miasma wafting through the air, the grains gradually shifting from green to red. It succeeded. Lin Wani cheered. Yet her smile suddenly froze. Su Miao's heartbeat has stopped. Li Xian dashed to the center of the formation and discovered that the golden thread at Su Miao's chest was rapidly contracting. Without hesitation, he slashed his wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto her brow. The moment the blood droplets permeated her skin, the dragon child within the internal realm suddenly erupted, reaching through the void towards the golden thread within Su Miao. At that instant, the barrier between reality and the internal scene was momentarily shattered. The onlookers were filled with terror as they beheld the ethereal figure of the dragon child materializing above Su Miao's body, clutching a radiant golden spiritual root. Thus, it became clear to Lin Wani that the medical Immortal Valley had implanted a false spiritual root within her, intended for. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous explosion. Outside the manor, Qin Hongxiu, who was on guard, was sent flying into the courtyard. Her dragon scales smeared with greenish slime. Master, there is something in the poisonous miasma. The crowd rushed towards the courtyard wall, only to see dozens of towering black shadows rising from the poisonous fog. Those monsters resembled monstrous locusts standing upright, their compound eyes shimmering with the same golden light as Su Miao's, as they wielded sharp forelimbs to slash at the protective formation. Wanda puppet, Xiao Yunu exclaimed in horror. It is from the medical Immortal Valley. Her words were cut short. The puppets in the front row suddenly turned in unison, their compound eyes locking onto Su Miao on the Xingyan platform. They simultaneously opened their grotesque mandibles, emitting a piercing screech. Return. Directional marker. Return. Li Xian abruptly turned to find Su Miao's corpse at the formation center had vanished. On the surface of the Xingyan platform, only a few drops of golden blood remained, forming a mysterious rune that exuded a ferocious aura identical to that of the dragon child. Chapter 25. The dance of silken attire breaks the formation. The golden blood symbol upon the starfall platform continues to emit a faint glow, while the myriad poison puppets within the noxious miasma commence a frenzied assault on the protective array. Li Xian gazes intently at the few drops of golden blood forming the runes, as the dragon child within his inner realm grows restless, gnawing at the spatial barrier in a desperate longing for that blood. Maintain the formation. Li Xian's voice booms, as chaotic energy transforms into 7 elongated spikes, anchoring the golden blood symbol in place. The howls of the puppets escalate abruptly, their compound eyes surging with golden light, as they thrash their forelimbs, spraying toxic venom, corroding the black stone walls of the outer defenses into a honeycomb of gaping holes. Qin Hongxiu's half-dragon arm ignites with golden flames, about to leap from the city wall, when the distant sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly pierces the air. A battalion of black-armored cavalry bursts through the miasma, leading the charge, their black banner adorned with the celestial insignia of the Celestial Monitoring Office. It is the court's emissaries. Xiao Yuna tightens her grip on the pipa strings. Are they here to take advantage of the chaos? Li Xuan squints. The cavalry suddenly splits to either side when they are but 100 paces from the manor, revealing a gilded carriage drawn by 4 dragon blood steeds. As the curtain lifts, what emerges is not the expected official boots, but a bare foot adorned with jingling silver bells. Is the manor lord well? A sultry voice wafts through the air. The curtain fully unfurls, revealing a woman in extravagant attire reclining against a soft couch, none other than the esteemed Xiao Yunu Sr., Mu Qingcheng, the master of the silken attire pavilion, who was supposed to be performing in the imperial city. Xiao Yunu's complexion drains of color. Senior sister, you have allied with the Celestial Monitoring Office? Mu Qingcheng chuckles softly, her silver bells jingling at her wrist. She suddenly raises her hand and tosses a roll of gilded silk scroll into the air, which unfurls automatically to reveal a decree inscribed in vermilion by the mandate of heaven. The Xiaoyao Manor is to immediately deliver 100,000 stones of spirit rice to alleviate the disaster in the northern borders. Nonsense. Qin Hongxiu's fist shatters the parapet. The northern barbarians have only just pilfered the explosive rice, and you dare to demand. Her words are abruptly interrupted by Mu Qingcheng's sudden dance. The woman leaps gracefully from the carriage, her bare feet striking the ground, producing a strange rhythm with the silver bells. Strangely, with each of her spins, the movements of the myriad poison puppets slow incrementally. Junior sister. Mu Qingcheng dances and laughs, yet her voice is laced with a chilling coldness. Did you think I came merely to collect grain? She suddenly tears open the front of her luxurious robe, revealing 3 bronze nails embedded into her chest, identical to those once within Qin Hongxiu. Li Xian's pupils constrict. Mu Qingcheng's dance is not a mere performance, but an ancient ritual to break the puppet's control. Indeed, as she reaches the 7th turn, the nearest 3 puppets suddenly redirect, spewing venom at their companions. The chief supervisor entrusted me with a message. Mu Qingcheng's voice mingles with the sound of the bells. What the Star Lord desires is never the Xiaoyao Manor. She spins sharply, pointing at the golden blood symbol. But the seed within that girl. A jolt of realization strikes Li Xian. He suddenly comprehends the implications of the Dan furnace phantom formed when Su Miao's 7 crystal stones exploded. The Yaoxian Valley and the Celestial Monitoring Office are 2 sides of the same coin. They intend to use Su Miao to concoct pills. Master, Lin Wani suddenly exclaims. The Xian-Yin transparent mirror in her hand reflects a horrific scene. The golden blood symbol absorbs the toxic miasma, gradually revealing a blurred visage of Su Miao within the runes. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar reverberates from the distance. The sky above Qinghua Marsh is completely shrouded in green clouds, from which a colossal Dan furnace phantom is discernibly forming. All the myriad poison puppets simultaneously tilt their heads and howl. The pill is forming. In 100 days, Mu Qingcheng's dance suddenly falters. She gazes in shock at the sky. No, the timing is wrong. The chief supervisor clearly stated. Before she can finish her thought, the bronze nails in her chest erupt with black blood, causing her to collapse like a kite severed from its string. Senior sister. Xiao Yunu leaps from the city wall. Just as she is about to reach Mu Qingcheng, the ground suddenly cracks open, and dozens of roots burst forth, revealing that the spirit rice roots, having absorbed the miasma, have mutated into monstrous entities. In a moment of crisis, Li Xian hurls a medicinal hoe. The blade accurately severs the roots, allowing Xiao Yunu to seize the barely conscious Mu Qingcheng and retreat back into the manor. It is then that everyone sees the web-like black lines crawling across Mu Qingcheng's back, violently surging towards the bronze nails embedded in her heart. It is backlash. Mu Qingcheng coughs black blood, grasping Xiao Yunu's hand. They activated it ahead of time. The myriad poison Dan furnace. With a final burst of strength, she tears off her silver bell bracelet and leaps, the heavenly demon dance, to break the deadlock. Before the words leave her lips, her body arches violently, and the 3 bronze nails shoot forth from her body. The black gas entwined around the tips coalesces in midair into the phantom of the chief supervisor, coldly surveying the crowd. At the 3rd hour of noon, the holy edict arrives. As the phantom dissipates, the surviving cavalry of the Celestial Monitoring Office outside the manor suddenly pivot their mounts. They remove their helmets, revealing faces that have rotted away for the most part. These should be corpses. Living corpses of cavalry. Lin Wani's voice trembles. The most insidious of the Celestial Monitoring Office. Her words are abruptly interrupted by a sudden trumpet call. At the end of the official road, a squad of cavalry bearing bright yellow ceremonial insignia slowly emerges, the leading figure raising a holy edict that glimmers ominously in the miasma. The Xiaoyao Manor, Li Xuan, receives the edict. The shrill voice of the palace eunuch pierces the heavens. The situation in the northern borders is critical. The manor lord is to immediately enter the capital and marry the northern barbarian princess. Marriage? Qin Hongxiu scoffs in rage. Is the manor lord to be used as a hostage? Yet Li Xian's gaze remains fixed upon the dragon energy coiling around the holy edict. It is not the imperial aura that should accompany such a decree, but the ink-green essence that shares a source with the miasma. He suddenly awakens to the truth. This is not a holy edict. It is a Dan guide. As if to affirm his words, the holy edict unfurls on its own, revealing a dense swarm of worms within. These insects form the shapes of characters, distinctly resembling a human skin dam prescription. Yinu. Li Xian abruptly turns. Can you dance the heavenly demon dance? Xiao Yinu is taken aback. Glancing down at the silver bells left by her senior, I can, but it requires 12 maidens of pure form, correct? Li Xian gestures towards the refugee girls peering from the cellar. They will suffice. Lin Wani suddenly comprehends. The manor lord intends to use their willing power to combat the Dan furnace? No. Li Xian picks up the bronze nail that Mu Qingxing dropped, its tip still stained with black blood. I shall use this dance to transform the false holy edict into a true decree. He bites his finger, smearing blood upon the nail. The chief supervisor seeks to use imperial authority to concoct pills. I shall turn this edict into a protective talisman for the Xiaoyao Manor. At the 3rd hour of noon, as the eunuch pompously concludes his proclamation, the manor gates swing wide. 12 maidens in plain garments emerge in succession, their steps echoing with the sound of silver bells, led by Xiao Yunu, cradling a bone pipa, a dot of vermilion at her brow like blood. The Xiaoyao Manor receives the edict. Li Xian declares loudly, but allow us to perform our dance first. The strings of the pipa resonate, and the silver bells ring out. The dance of the 12 maidens initially resembled the delicate sway of willows in the breeze, gradually transforming into a mesmerizing and enigmatic spectacle. Remarkably, each step they took left behind glowing footprints upon the ground, which, when connected, formed an enormous character for forgiveness. This was the dance of the celestial demons. The eunuch suddenly recoiled in terror, hastening to retreat, but it was too late. The maidens simultaneously tore open their collars, revealing talismans drawn upon their chests with meteorite dust. At the instant all the talismans illuminated, the venomous insects inscribed on the imperial decree burst forth. Their dark green ichor drawn by an invisible force, reassembling in midair to form the words, 3 years tax exemption. This was inconceivable. The eunuch shrieked, frantically tearing at the imperial edict. Yet, the scroll had transformed, coiling around his arm like a living entity, the newly inscribed golden characters searing deeply into his skin. Meanwhile, the phantom of the cauldron above Qinghua Zhe shuddered violently, fissures appearing along its body. Faintly echoing an enraged roar. Who dares to disrupt my alchemical path? Li Xian let out a cold laugh, launching 3 bronze nails toward the cauldron specter. The moment the tips of the nails touched the cauldron's surface, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated in the ears of the onlookers, as the phantom collapsed, and a figure clad in pure white plummeted from the clouds. It was Su Miao, Qin Hongxiu, with her dragon-like legs, forcefully propelled herself from the ground, catching the falling figure in midair. As she landed, Su Miao abruptly opened her eyes, her golden pupils devoid of any humanity. The time has come. The seed of the Tao returns to its place. She mechanically turned her gaze toward Li Xian, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Daddy, hungry. This address sent chills down the spines of all present. Even more terrifying was the fact that the dragon child within Li Xian's inner realm echoed with jubilant cheers, while in the distant sky, the golden light of the Second Imperial Decree became faintly discernible. Chapter 26. The Divine Edict of Thunder and Fire. The lingering echo of Su Miao's call to her father still resonated in the ears of those present, as the golden light of the Second Divine Edict pierced through the noxious miasma. This edict boasted an even greater majesty than the first, with a spectral, ink-green dragon coiling around the scroll. Li Xian received the edict from a newly appointed eunuch, whose voice, mingled with an unearthly resonance, proclaimed a decree of execution for all those who dared to defy the command. Suddenly, Su Miao, cradled in Qin Hongxiu's arms, began to thrash violently. Her golden pupils reflected the dragon of the edict, and a guttural growl escaped her throat. Hungry, eat. The dragon child within Li Xuan's inner realm stirred restlessly. The chaotic space trembled violently, and the ethereal spring surged like boiling water. The absorbed toxins coalesced in the dragon child's claws, forming a miniature dragon shape. Master, beware. Lin Wani suddenly pointed towards the sky. The first fragment of the tampered edict was ablaze, and amidst the ashes appeared a myriad of curse-laden characters. More terrifyingly, these words began to morph into crimson chains, ensnaring Li Xuan's limbs. Xiao Yinu reacted swiftly, wielding her vengeful lute to unleash a piercing sound wave. 12 dancers moved in unison, forming a human barrier in front of Li Xuan. As the crimson chains touched the amulets on the girls' chests, a sickening, corrosive sound erupted. Futile, the eunuch sneered as he unfurled the second edict, infused with the emperor's blood. His words were abruptly cut off as Li Xuan erupted with fury, hurling his medicinal hoe with precision, embedding it into the scroll. The golden blood sigil on the hoe collided with the dragon of the edict, producing a thunderous roar. Falsehoods will inevitably be revealed. Li Xuan scoffed. He had long seen through the ruse of the so-called divine edict, which was merely a counterfeit concocted by the eunuch using the vengeful spirit of a dragon. The true lethal strike was, beneath the ground. Qin Hongxiu suddenly transformed, her dragon-like feet striking the ground with force. The earth within a Tinzhong radius fissured, revealing a network of ink-green tendrils below. These were not mere plant roots, but chains of countless parasitic insects. Sensing their exposure, the chains surged into action. The 3 nearest dancers had no time to evade. As their calves were ensnared, their flesh shriveled at an alarming rate. Retreat. Li Xuan clapped his palms against the ground, chaotic energy flooding into the fissures. The insect chains recoiled as if struck by lightning, twisting wildly in an attempt to escape. But it was too late. The dragon child in his inner realm had established a connection and projected its greedy will into reality. A chilling sound of gnawing emerged from the depths below. The ferocious insect chains suddenly went rigid, then snapped like twigs, as if bitten by an invisible force. With each severed segment, a stream of ink-green fluid gushed forth, coalescing into the shape of dragon scales in midair. This is the shedding of the dragon? Lin Wani realized, understanding that the eunuch had cultivated these insects using the remnants of the dragon. Seizing the moment, Li Xuan yanked the medicinal hoe from the ground. The insect fluid clung to the blade, coalescing into droplets that hovered above the edict. An inspiration struck him. He bit his tongue and sprayed blood onto the hoe. By blood as a guide, come forth, thunder. The clear sky erupted with a deafening thunderclap. This was not an illusion conjured by spellcraft, but a true bolt of purple lightning descending from the heavens. The lightning struck the suspended toxic fluid with precision, igniting the entire edict in a conflagration. The ink-green dragon writhed in agony amidst the flames, emitting a human-like wail. Impossible. The eunuch's face contorted in disbelief. How could you summon true thunder? Li Xuan himself was taken aback. Only upon seeing the sigils swirling on the hoe did he comprehend that this mysterious agricultural tool could indeed invoke the laws of nature. Moreover, the dragon child's consumption of the dragon insects enhanced this strike exponentially. The ashes of the burning edict did not disperse, but instead formed a grotesque dragon head in the air. It glared venomously at Li Xuan. Those who steal the secrets of heaven shall face the wrath of the heavens. Enough of this noise. Li Xuan cleaved the apparition with his hoe. The remaining ashes fell to the ground, spelling out the words Xiaoyao Manor, 3 years tax-free, deeply etched into the rock beneath. A tremendous explosion resonated from the direction of Qinghuozha. The phantom of the alchemical furnace collapsed entirely, and the noxious miasma receded like a receding tide. The rampaging poison puppets fell rigidly to the ground, their surfaces revealing the same golden patterns as Su Miao. Is it over? Xiao Yunu gasped. Just as Li Xuan was about to respond, Su Miao in Qin Hongxiu's arms suddenly screamed. Her still-healing back wound burst open, and 7 streams of golden light shot forth, heading towards Qinghuozha. Even more alarming, each beam of light encased a miniature phantom of an alchemical furnace. This is bad. Lin Wani's face turned pale. I have been implanted with 7 Dao seeds. As if to validate her words, 7 pillars of smoke rose from the depths of Qinghuaxia. They twisted and intertwined in the air, faintly forming the outline of a new alchemical furnace. An overwhelmingly grand voice resounded through the heavens. After 100 days, the 7 furnaces shall open simultaneously. Li Xuan suddenly grasped the eunuch's overarching scheme. Su Miao was merely a decoy. The true ingredients were the land of Shaoyao Manor itself. He looked down at his feet and indeed noticed that the sigils formed by the edict's ashes were seeping into the earth's veins, while the dragon child in his inner realm danced with excitement. "Master!" the guard on duty exclaimed suddenly, "To the north! To the north!" Everyone looked up to see a dark tide of cavalry sweeping in from the horizon in the northern frontier. At the forefront, a banner bearing the northern barbarian wolf totem intertwined with the sigil of the supervisory celestial office was raised high, with a severed head displayed at the top. None other than the northern barbarian spy from 3 days prior. The northern barbarian envoy. Xiao Yunu's voice trembled. They've arrived so quickly. Yet, Li Xuan noticed an even more terrifying detail. On the bronze chariot at the center of the envoy, a crystal box floated. Within it lay a living dragon hatchling. The scales on the little dragon's forehead were identical to the newly glowing sigils on his medicinal hoe. Su Miao suddenly broke free from Qin Hongxiu's grasp and threw herself at Li Xuan's feet. Her golden pupils reflected the image of the dragon hatchling, and her words froze the blood of all present. "Brother is hungry." Chapter 27. The all-consuming poisonous insect's brother. "I am hungry." The voice of Su Miao lingered in the wind as the Bei Man envoy approached the estate, now merely 2 li away. The crystal box atop the bronze chariot trembled violently as the young dragon frantically struck against the transparent barrier, each collision illuminating the symbols on the medicinal hoe with a flicker of light. Li Xuan pressed down on the restless hoe and suddenly noticed that the newly formed patterns on the blade matched precisely with the scales on the young dragon's forehead. The roar of the dragon child resonated with the shrill cries of the young dragon, causing his temples to throb. "Prepare for battle." Qin Hongxiu's dragon-transformed right arm unfurled its scales, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. "I shall tear that apart. Do not move," Li Xuan commanded as he gripped her arm. His gaze fixed intently on the front line of the envoy's cavalry. From the gaps in the knight's armor seeped a dark green mist, the essence of the corrupt heart poison. These were the goo corpses, and to touch them was to be tainted. As if to confirm his words, the frontline cavalry suddenly removed their helmets, revealing not human faces, but distorted visages formed from countless tiny poison insects. The moment the insect faces opened their mouths, a swarm of insects blotted out the sky, surging forth. "Heavenly demon dance formation." Xiao Yinu cried out sharply. 12 dancers quickly formed a formation, weaving a net of pipa sounds and silver bell chimes. Yet this time, the insect swarm pierced through the sound barrier, engulfing the foremost dancer in an instant and eliciting a piercing scream. In the nick of time, Li Xuan thrust the medicinal hoe forcefully into the ground. The blade touched the golden blood that had dripped from Su Miao, erupting in a dazzling golden light. Wherever the light passed, the poison insects melted away as if snow met boiling oil. Even more astonishingly, the scales on the young dragon's forehead began to glow, absorbing the purified essence of the insects from within the crystal box. Indeed, Lin Wani suddenly comprehended that the overseer was using the young dragon as bait to provoke the estate master into activating the hoe's devouring properties. Before she could finish her thought, the ground heaved up, forming dozens of mounds. The remnants of the poison insects that had been consumed by the dragon child burst forth from the earth, coalescing in the air into a vague dragon shape that lunged at Li Xuan's heart. "Master!" Qin Hongxiu leaped to save him, but was ensnared by chains that shot forth from the bronze chariot. The chains were inscribed with the same symbols as those on Su Miao's back, igniting with azure flames upon contact with dragon blood. Just as Li Xuan was about to act, Su Miao moved even faster. This seemingly frail woman leaped up, using her body to shield the dragon-shaped shadow. At the instant the shadow pierced her chest, her still-healing wound burst forth with 7 golden threads, ensnaring the shadow as if she were a marionette. "Now," Su Miao howled, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, "use the hoe to extract my spiritual root." Li Xuan instantly understood that Su Miao intended to sacrifice the remnants of her wood's spirit essence to counter the poisonous dragon. Without hesitation, he raised the hoe, but just as the blade was about to touch her heart, the young dragon within the crystal box emitted a heart-wrenching wail. This cry seemed to serve as a command. Behind the Bayman envoy, 12 figures in black robes simultaneously pulled back their hoods, revealing miniature bronze alchemical furnaces embedded in their crowns. Instead of flames, a viscous mist, as red as blood, poured forth, enveloping the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. The blood sacrifice begins. The leading figure in black roared. All the Gu Corps cavalry suddenly turned their blades upon their mounts. The horses fell with pained cries, yet what flowed from them was not blood, but a scarlet liquid matching the hue of the mist. These liquids, as if alive, flowed toward the central chariot, gathering beneath the crystal box to form an eerie formation. The young dragon writhed in agony, its forehead scales beginning to peel away, revealing a pulsating golden orb beneath, clearly a sealed, innate spiritual object. They aimed to forcibly mature the dragon pill. Lin Wani hastily formed a hand seal, her Xian in cold energy attempting to freeze the thunder. However, as her spiritual power touched the blood thunder, she was violently repelled, coughing up blood as she staggered back. At the most critical moment, no one noticed Su Miao crawling toward the center of the battlefield. The remnants of her with spirit energy formed a faint protective barrier, struggling to navigate through the chasm between the blood thunder and chaos. When her hand finally made contact with the fallen medicinal hoe on the ground, a golden blood oozed forth from her 7 orifices, with my, as the cauldron. The hoe suddenly soared into the air, piercing precisely into her heart. There was no spray of blood, only 7 beams of golden light bursting forth from the wound, intertwining in the air to form a miniature alchemical furnace. This unexpected turn of events momentarily delayed the blood thunder, allowing the dragon child to seize the opportunity, wrapping its tendrils around the nearly lifeless young dragon suspended in midair, dragging it into the inner world. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The 7 bolts of blood thunder lost their target, redirecting towards Su Miao. In a critical moment, the hoe flew out from her heart, the golden blood clinging to the blade transforming into a barrier, barely blocking this lethal strike. The remnants of the Bayman envoy let out desperate wails. With the loss of the young dragon, the entire blood sacrificial formation began to backfire. The miniature alchemical furnaces above the black-robed figures exploded one by one, each detonation dimming the illusory furnace in the direction of Qing Huangze. When the last furnace shattered, an abrupt change occurred. The Tao seed lingering within Su Miao's body suddenly detached, transforming into 7 golden stars shooting off in different directions. At each point where the golden stars landed, a blood-red pillar of light rose, perfectly corresponding to the 7 vital Feng Shui points surrounding Xiao Yao Zhuang. This is a furnace exchange? Lin Wanyi's voice trembled. They intend to use the entire Xiao Yao Zhuang as a cauldron. As if to confirm her words, 7 light pillars simultaneously shot forth red lines, intertwining above Xiao Yao Zhuang. An alchemical furnace, 10 times larger than before, began to take shape, with the celestial patterns of supervision clearly emerging on its walls. Li Xuan gritted his teeth against the pain and stood up. The hoe flew back into his hand, the runes on its blade glowing brightly. He fixed his gaze on the gradually solidifying alchemical furnace in midair, suddenly noticing a vague silhouette suspended at the furnace's opening, bound by bronze chains, with a familiar wooden hairpin lodged in her hair. Su Miao's true form. Xiao Yunu gasped in astonishment. Indeed, despite her indistinct features, the simple white medical robe and the unique emerald sheen of the wooden spirit form unmistakably revealed her identity as the genuine Su Miao. We have merely rescued a mere avatar? Qin Hongxiu's dragon-like pupils contracted. The Su Miao on the ground had now ceased to breathe, her body transforming into golden specks of light drifting towards the furnace. Li Xuan suddenly leaped into the air, the hoe pointing directly at the alchemical furnace's illusion. Regardless of your authenticity, return what belongs to me. This strike carried with it the entirety of the dragon child's greed and fury. The barrier between reality and the inner world was briefly torn asunder, and the onlookers were horrified to witness in the inner realm the dragon child feasting ravenously on the young dragon. And at the spot where the young dragon's missing reverse scale was located, a half-submerged bronze nail was visibly embedded. The moment the hoe made contact with the illusion of the furnace, the entire world fell into silence. What followed was not an explosion, but a deep, resonant hum akin to an ancient beast awakening. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the furnace's walls, and the celestial patterns of supervision extinguished one after another. You dare! to steal the heavenly elixir. The voice of supervision seeped from the fissures, filled with disbelief. Li Xuan sneered in silence. Only he understood that the true power behind this strike stemmed from the dragon child's consumption of the young dragon's dragon power within the inner world, combined with the toxic essence accumulated by the Ho. Both mediated through the golden blood left by Su Miao's avatar, forming a fatal counter to the alchemical furnace. The illusion of the alchemical furnace could no longer withstand the force, collapsing with a resounding crash. 7 blood-red light pillars shattered like glass, and the deadly trap meticulously arranged by the Jiantianxi and Bei man disintegrated. However, the master, Lin Wani suddenly screamed. The Xian Yin Tong Ming Jian in her hand reflected a horrifying scene. The fragments of the collapsed furnace did not dissipate, but transformed into countless golden specks of light, being drawn into the runes on the Ho's blade. With each bit of golden light absorbed, the dragon child within the inner realm grew stronger, its form transitioning from that of a 3-year-old child to that of a youth. More terrifyingly, the true Su Miao remained trapped within the remnants of the furnace's core. As the dragon child matured, the bronze chains binding her began to snap one by one, and with each break, new blood-red patterns crawled across her exposed skin, reminiscent of the dragon scales that had once appeared on Li Xuan's heart. Chapter 28. Jin Pa Zongshan. The aftershocks of the collapsing Dan furnace still reverberated, as Li Xuan plummeted from midair, the symbols on the medicinal Ho flickering like breaths. Within the inner world, the dragon child had grown to resemble a 7- or 8-year-old, ferociously tearing at the remnants of a young Jiaolong with its newly formed claws. With each piece of flesh it ripped away, golden specks emerged from the void, merging into the chaotic space. Master. Lin Wani soared forward to catch Li Xuan, as the Xian Yin Tong Ming reflected a horrifying scene. The dragon scale patterns on his chest were rapidly spreading towards his limbs, while the symbols on the medicinal Ho glowed with 90% of their power. Enduring the searing pain in his meridians, Li Xuan fixated on the remnants of the Dan furnace's core suspended in the air. The true Su Miao floated within, her blood-red patterns covering half her face. Most unsettling was that beneath her tightly shut eyelids, her eyeballs were spinning rapidly, as if experiencing some dream. To save or to kill. Qin Hongxiu's dragon claw gripped a piece of fallen star iron, her voice hoarse. A festering wound on her right arm, burned by a bronze chain, was blackened, yet her gaze remained fixed on the crimson vertical pupil that was emerging from Su Miao's brow, a manifestation of their shared origin with the dragon child. Before Li Xuan could respond, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The spiritual field surrounding the Xiaoyao manor collapsed in patches, exposing the crisscrossed ravines below, where the ley lines, soaked with the tax-exempt fire script for 3 years, pulsated like veins. Earth dragon turning? Xiao Yunu had just helped a fainted dancer to her feet when she exclaimed in alarm, "No." It is her words were interrupted by the emergence of a colossal creature from the earth's fissures. A dark red being, as thick as a water vat, burrowed forth, its surface covered in scales reminiscent of the young Jiaolong, yet devoid of limbs, possessing only a circular mouth filled with sharp teeth at its head. Dilong Qiao. Lin Wani's voice trembled, the legendary beast that fed on dragon veins. As the creature raised its head, all present noticed a piece of bronze embedded in its forehead, identical to the fragment once extracted from Qin Hongxiu's body. The star patterns on the fragment mirrored the inspection seal, now glowing with an eerie radiance. The Dilong Qiao's circular mouth suddenly expanded, targeting the remaining Dan furnace core in the air with a powerful suction. Su Miao's body convulsed violently as 7 golden threads were forcibly extracted from her, the very essence of the Tao seeds once implanted within her. "Stop it," Li Xuan shouted, the medicinal Ho slipping from his grasp. The unfinished symbols on the Ho erupted with unprecedented force, contending with the Dilong Qiao for those golden threads. Under the pull of the two forces, Su Miao's body tensed like a drawn bowstring. In that critical moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her left eye retained the emerald hue of the wooden spirit body, while her right eye transformed into the same crimson vertical pupil as the dragon child. Shan He too, her voice oscillated between masculine and feminine tones as her right hand struggled to reach into her bosom, pulling out a blood-stained Jin Pa. At the instant the cloth unfurled, everyone felt a wave of dizziness. The embroidery was not ordinary patterns, but a miniature depiction of the vast mountains and rivers. Shan He too. Lin Wani felt as if struck by lightning. How could the treasure that guarded the Prime Minister's residence be with her before she could finish her thought? The Jin-Pa suddenly stirred without wind, hovering before Li Xuan. The mountains and rivers depicted on it began to flow and change, eventually settling into the exact terrain surrounding Xiaoyao Manor, revealing a chaotic vortex pattern identical to that of the inner world. Sensing the aura of the array map, the Dilong Qiao abruptly abandoned its pursuit of the golden threads, turning its attention toward the Jin-Pa. The bronze fragment in its forehead glowed fiercely, resonating with a specific point on the array map, an unnamed desolate mountain on the northern frontier. Li Xuan, enlightened, seized the Jin-Pa. The moment his fingertips brushed against the silk, the dragon child in the inner world abruptly ceased its gnawing, raising its head to release a thunderous dragon roar. The barrier between reality and the inner world blurred once more, and all present were horrified to see the dragon child's phantom overlap with Li Xuan's form, mouth agape as it faced the approaching Dilong Qiao. Crack! The sound of a bone-crushing chew reverberated across the land. The head of the Dilong Qiao was severed by an invisible force. Instead of blood, thick ley-lined spiritual energy gushed forth from the severed neck. This energy was greedily absorbed by the Jin-Pa, with the mountain and river imagery becoming ever clearer. The remaining half of the Dilong Qiao's body writhed frantically, suddenly burrowing back into the earth. Just as Qin Hongxiu was about to pursue, the ground erupted in dozens of mounds, revealing even more Dilong Qiao approaching. They aimed to destroy the ley lines. Lin Wani urgently formed hand seals, the Xian in cold air sealing off the nearest fissure. Master, look at the array map. Li Xuan looked down and saw the mountain and river imagery on the Jin-Pa changing at an astonishing speed. The chaotic vortex representing Xiaoyao Manor continuously expanded, while the location of the unnamed desolate mountain in the northern frontier gradually revealed vein patterns, spiritual minds. Now I understand. Li Xuan was struck by realization. The Tianjin division cultivated the Dilong Qiao not only to destroy the ley lines of Xiaoyao Manor, but also to seize the spiritual minds at the border. He abruptly turned his gaze to the remnants of the Dan furnace core in the air. Su Miao's figure had become indistinct, yet her mismatched pupils remained striking. Yulu. Li Xuan suddenly threw the Jin-Pa to Xiao Yulu, commanding, "Play Pezhunyu. I intend to shift the mountains." The sound of the resentful bone pipa echoed sharply. Li Xuan gripped the medicinal hoe tightly, channeling all the chaotic energy within him. The final symbol on the hoe finally illuminated, turning the entire weapon immensely weighty as it absorbed the residual ley line energy of the Dilong Qiao. Wani, fix the star position. Hongxiu, open the dragon gate. With each command, Li Xuan stepped forward. With the first step, Lin Wani's Xian in cold air froze 3 fissures. With the second step, Qin Hongxiu transformed her dragon arms, tearing a path directly to the ley lines. With the third step, the symbols on the medicinal hoe detached, forming a miniature mountain and river map identical to that on the Jin-Pa in midair. Shift the ley lines. With this thunderous shout, the medicinal hoe struck fiercely at the void. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a subtle hum as if some space were being torn apart. The imagery of the spiritual minds on the Jin-Pa suddenly solidified, transforming into beams of golden light that shot toward the north. In the next moment, the entire northern frontier trembled violently. On the unnamed desolate mountain 100 miles away, Tianjin division cultivators were supervising miners extracting spiritual ore. Suddenly, the mountain erupted with a thunderous roar, and all the mines collapsed simultaneously. Even more terrifying was that the already extracted spiritual ores soared into the air like living beings, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Above Xiaoyao Manor, golden light rained down. Each beam encased large chunks of spiritual ore, which automatically piled into small hills, perfectly filling the ravines damaged by the Dilong Qiao. Meanwhile, the imagery of the spiritual minds on the Jin-Pa had now shifted to the position of Xiaoyao Manor. A celestial switch Xiao Yulu's pipa strings snapped in unison. The master had emptied the northern barbarian army's demand for spiritual minds. The strange occurrences continued. The newly established Lingtong suddenly began to sink, merging with the earth's veins. The inner world expanded accordingly, and the edges of chaos revealed the phantoms of veins. The Longhai, filled with excitement, lunged toward the nascent veins, eagerly biting into a piece of ore. In the reality of Li Xuan, a sharp and unparalleled surge of golden spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. Qin Hongxiu suddenly knelt down, clutching her head. The remnants of the bronze nail fragments within her were expelled by this golden spiritual energy, disintegrating into powder in the air. More astonishingly, all the wounded dancers found their bleeding wounds ceased, forming scabs that gleamed with a metallic luster. A brittle sound like shattered glass echoed in the air. The core of the Dan furnace finally collapsed completely, and Su Miao's figure plummeted like a kite with a severed string. Li Xuan dashed forward to catch her, his hand meeting an icy touch. Her body was visibly turning into jade. This is not her true form. Su Miao's right eye, with its slit pupil, gradually dimmed, and she struggled to point toward the brocade handkerchief, revealing the true. Shanhua Tuesday. In the Prime Minister's possession. Before she could finish her sentence, her body suddenly disintegrated into countless jade fragments. These fragments did not scatter but formed a miniature formation, enveloping the brocade handkerchief within. When the radiance dissipated, the handkerchief transformed into a translucent jade tablet, upon which 3 ancient seal characters, Shanhua Wan, emerged. In the distance, the horn of the Baiman cavalry sounded. Clearly, the news of the Lingtong's disappearance had spread, and a retaliatory attack was imminent. Yet at this moment, all of Li Xuan's attention was captivated by the jade tablet. As he gazed at it, the Longhai within the inner world fell silent, its crimson slit pupil reflecting a rare reverence. This is no ordinary treasure. Lin Wani's voice trembled. The mark of the sword scar on the tablet's tail is an artifact unearthed from the ruins of Xuantiangong. As if in response to her words, the jade tablet suddenly projected a 3-dimensional map. 7 locations of Dan furnaces were clearly marked, 6 surrounding Xiaoyao Zhuang, and the 7th shockingly at the Imperial Mausoleum. It turns out the final Dan furnace is. Xiao Yinu's words were interrupted by a sudden tremor. The ground beneath everyone's feet cracked without warning, and the half-escaped earth dragon worm reappeared. A new head had grown on its incomplete body, and the bronze fragment on its forehead transformed into a complete Jiantian sea seal. Li Xuan responded to the summons, as the voice emerging from the earth dragon worm was that of a eunuch, declaring that the illicit appropriation of Lingtong is a crime deserving of death. The jade tablet suddenly unfolded on its own, and a shadow of sword energy swept out. The newly grown head of the earth dragon worm was severed in an instant, and the Jiantian sea seal rolled to the ground, revealing 3 small characters inscribed on its reverse. Yi Qingli, Yi family. Qin Hongxiu was struck as if by lightning, recalling the massacre of her entire family 30 years ago. Her words were interrupted by the sound of a sword ringing from the horizon. Everyone looked up to see a green light slicing through the sky, arriving in the blink of an eye. As the sword light dissipated, a slender figure bearing a sword box emerged, her face veiled except for her eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Su Miao's. Master of Xiaoyao Zhuang, the Shanhua Wan you hold is the source of my Yi family's downfall. Her sword box hummed ominously. Hand it over, or else. The sword box suddenly erupted, and 7 uniquely shaped flying swords surged forth, each adorned with the same star patterns as the life-bound sword of the Elder from Qinji. Chapter 29. The fury of the Jiao consumes the nation's fate. In the moment when 7 flying swords hovered in midair, Li Xuan's Shan Huan suddenly trembled violently. The surface of the jade slip manifested intricate cracks, as if something were striving to break free. The veil of the Yi family woman fluttered without wind, revealing an ancient sword scar that extended from her chin to her neck, its trajectory identical to the mark at the tail of the slip. Yi Qingli, who are you? Li Xuan shifted the jade slip to his left hand, while his right hand brandished the medicinal hoe protectively across his chest. In the inner scene, the dragon child ceased gnawing at the mineral vein, its crimson vertical pupils fixated on a remnant glimmer of blue light within the woman's sword box. Upon hearing his words, the woman's pupils constricted sharply, and the 7 swords emitted a tremulous roar reminiscent of a dragon. The central sword, the broadest among them, abruptly changed its direction, its tip aimed directly at Li Xuan's forehead. How do you know my mother's name? Mother. Lin Wani exchanged a shocked glance with Xiao Yinu. 30 years prior, when the Yi family was annihilated, it was rumored that a young girl had been rescued by a cultivator from the Xiantian sect. Little did they expect, she had become a sword cultivator. Before Li Xuan could respond, the ground suddenly erupted with several earthen mounds. The earth dragon, previously decapitated twice, resurfaced, its new head brimming with compound eyes, the mark of the monitoring heavenly office fully fused into its forehead. The remnants of the Yi family dared to. Noisy. The Yi family woman flicked her sword, and the 7 flying swords plummeted like shooting stars. The Earth Dragon had no time to react before being pinned to the ground, the formation of swords exploding with blinding azure light, transforming it into a puddle of putrid blood. Yet this strike seemed to have drained her strength. The woman swayed slightly, her veil lifting at one corner due to her labored breaths. Li Xuan keenly noted the golden blood seeping from her lips, resembling that of Su Miao's avatar. "You too have been implanted with a Dao seed?" Li Xuan suddenly advanced a step. The symbols on the medicinal hoe sensed the golden blood aura, glowing faintly. However, the woman recoiled as if struck by lightning, retreating 3 zhang, her 7 swords shielding her. "Stay back. You carry the aura of a Dan furnace." In this standoff, neither party noticed that the blood of the refined Earth Dragon was seeping into the cracks of the Shan Yuan jade slip. When the first drop of golden blood infiltrated, the entire Xiaoyao Zhuang trembled violently. The dragon child in the inner scene emitted a painful howl, while in reality, Li Xuan felt the dragon scale patterns on his chest burning like a branding iron. "Zhuang Master." Lin Wani suddenly pointed towards the northern horizon. There, a thick column of purple qi ascended from the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum, within which the faint silhouette of a jade seal could be discerned. This was a sign of the dynasty's fate being mobilized. Even more alarming was the majestic Jiao dragon coiling within the purple qi, its form indistinguishable from that of the Imperial Edict, yet its size was magnified tenfold. The direction in which the Jiao dragon dove was unmistakably towards Xiaoyao Zhuang. The monitoring chief has mobilized the dynasty's fate. Xiao Yunu's resentful bone pipa autonomously shielded its master, playing a mournful melody to shatter the formation. He seeks to suppress us with the power of the jade seal. The Yi family woman's expression shifted dramatically. She suddenly bit her fingertip, smearing her blood onto the bronze ancient sword. "Li Xuan, give me the jade slip. Only the bloodline of the Yi family can." Before she could finish, the Jiao dragon was upon them. The terrifying pressure bore down on everyone as if they were burdened by a mountain. The weakest among the dancing maidens collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from their ears and noses. Li Xuan struggled to remain standing, his legs sinking 3 inches into the earth. This was not a physical attack, but a direct suppression of fate. In a critical moment, the Shan Yuan jade slip suddenly broke free from Li Xuan's grasp, hovering above everyone. From the cracks of the slip erupted a spectrum of colors, intertwining in the air to form a hazy illusion of mountains and rivers. At the instant the Jiao dragon collided with the illusion, the entire Xiaoyao Zhuang was engulfed in blinding light. As the brilliance receded, the onlookers were astonished to find that the Jiao dragon had become ensnared within the illusion of mountains, struggling frantically. Meanwhile, the jade slip hovered before the Yi family woman, the mark of the sword scar glowing in unison with her old wound. So it was. The woman realized her mother was not a thief of treasures, but a seal. She suddenly pointed her finger like a sword towards her old wound, and golden blood gushed forth, all consumed by the jade slip. The jade slip, now infused with the bloodline of the Yi family, trembled violently, its surface layers of jade peeling away to reveal its true essence. This was no mere jade slip, but a fragment of a sword tip. The sword tip was inscribed with ancient symbols, identical to those on the medicinal hoe, now frantically absorbing the Jiao dragon's fate. The key to the Xiantian sword tomb. The woman exclaimed, "No wonder the monitoring chief." Her words were abruptly cut off by the Jiao dragon's thunderous roar. The liberated Jiao dragon opened its massive maw, lunging towards the sword tip. The dragon child in the inner scene suddenly erupted. Amidst the chaotic turbulence of the chaotic space, the dragon child tore through the inner scene's barriers, extending half an arm into reality. Its scaled claw accurately grasped the sword tip, just as the Jiao dragon was about to seize it, forcefully plunging it into Li Xuan's heart. An unimaginable agony made Li Xuan bellow towards the heavens. The instant the sword tip pierced his body, his entire meridian system felt as if it were being impaled by countless swords, every acupoint erupting with golden blood mist. This mist coalesced in the air, gradually forming a miniature Jiao dragon, confronting the fate Jiao dragon from a distance. The transformation of fate. Lin Wani attempted to advance, but was violently thrown back by the surging spiritual energy. The Zhuang master was extracting the dynasty's fate. Indeed, as the miniature Jiao dragon took form, the Jiao dragon of fate in the sky visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Even more bizarrely, The surface of the Jade Seal's illusion began to crack, faintly echoing the Emperor's furious roar. Unfilial sons stealing the nation. The Yi family woman suddenly soared on her sword. Standing atop the bronze ancient sword, the other 6 swords formed a protective array around her as she charged towards the fate Jiao dragon. Li Xuan. The sword tip can only be maintained for 10 breaths. At this moment, Li Xuan was enduring inhuman pain. The sword tip within him continuously released ancient sword energy, which was being transformed into devouring power by the dragon child. His consciousness gradually blurred, with only the dragon child's insatiable desire growing clearer. Eat. Eat. When the miniature Jiao dragon expanded to match the size of the fate Jiao dragon, a sudden transformation occurred. The Jade Seal's illusion exploded, countless fragments scattering like meteors. The largest fragment shot directly towards Li Xuan, swallowed by the dragon child's illusion in one gulp. No. From the distant imperial city, the monitoring chief's furious roar echoed. The fate Jiao dragon lamented as it disintegrated, the majority consumed by the miniature Jiao dragon, while the remnants transformed into 7 streams of purple qi fleeing in different directions. One unexpectedly burrowed into the Yi family woman's body. The woman, struck as if by lightning, fell from her flying sword. Li Xuan, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, leapt up to catch her, only to discover that her veil had fallen, revealing a visage remarkably similar to Su Miao's. Even more startling was the fact that the sword scar on her neck was now adorned with runes identical to those of the Shan He Wan. It turned out to be so. The woman, coughing up golden blood, clutched tightly to Li Xuan's collar. Her mother, all those years ago, did not steal the sword but sought to prevent something. Her words remained unspoken. The dragon child, having absorbed the fragments of the Jade Seal, suddenly emitted a thunderous roar within the interior scene, while in reality, a brilliant light erupted from Li Xuan's chest. When the radiance dissipated, the dragon scale patterns on his heart transformed into the form of a 3-clawed golden dragon, while a miniature dragon coiled obediently around his left arm, merging with the medicinal Ho's talisman formation. Yi Qingli's daughter suddenly pushed Li Xuan away, stumbling to the ground. She was astounded to find her 6 flying swords trembling uncontrollably, with only the bronze ancient sword emitting a joyful hum, its tip pointing directly at Li Xuan, an unmistakable sign of allegiance. Who exactly are you? The woman's voice trembled, questioning why the ancient sword of the Xuantiangong would. Her inquiry was abruptly interrupted by a sudden celestial phenomenon. The clear sky darkened with thick clouds, from which emerged not lightning, but countless moving star patterns, identical to those on the robes of the Watchers of Heaven. These star patterns were forming a vast array, slowly descending upon the Shaoyao Manor. The Great Celestial Array. Lin Wani's face turned ashen. The Watcher had activated the National Defense Array. Li Xuan gazed skyward, as the miniature dragon on his left arm swam with excitement. He suddenly comprehended the reason behind the Watcher's fury. Within the Jade Seal fragments swallowed by the dragon child lay something far more significant than the fortune of any dynasty. Indeed, within the interior scene, the dragon child was relishing the fragments, each bite causing star patterns to drift out and merge into the chaotic space. Meanwhile, on the medicinal Ho, the final talisman array had completed, revealing a miniature version of the Great Celestial Map. Prepared for battle, Li Xuan slammed the medicinal Ho down heavily. The newfound fortune of the golden dragon intertwined with chaotic energy, forming a towering beam of light. This time, we shall take the initiative. Yi Qingli's daughter suddenly pressed her hand on his shoulder. Wait. You have yet to tell me. She suddenly let out a muffled groan, the runes on her neck glowing with blinding golden light. Ah, the 7th furnace, at the sword tomb. Her mother. Her words were cut short by a sudden strike of starlight from the sky. This starlight did not attack the Shaoyao Manor, but precisely struck the woman's forehead. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, her body began to crystallize, transforming into a jade sculpture identical to Su Miao's avatar in the blink of an eye. No. Li Xuan's roar coincided with the dragon child's roar within the interior scene. The jade sculpture shattered piece by piece, revealing an item sealed within, a half-piece of the reverse scale, which could perfectly fit with the one once held by Qin Hongxiu to form a complete whole. The celestial array in the sky suddenly paused for an instant. The Watcher's furious voice echoed from the clouds. The reverse scale of Xuantiangong. Yi Qingli, how could you? A fragment of the jade sculpture suddenly soared into the air, Projecting a hazy image, 30 years ago, on a moonlit night, a woman resembling Yi Qingli's daughter handed a baby to a green-clad cultivator while holding the half-reverse scale, walking towards the sword tomb. Behind her, the shadow of the watcher was drawing closer. At the moment the image faded, a rumble erupted from beneath Xiaoyao Manor. The remnant seal of the earth dragon, refined and transformed, broke through the ground. The small dragon perched upon the seal resembled the miniature dragon on Li Xuan's left arm. Thus, it became clear. Li Xuan finally comprehended everything. He looked at the jade sculpture fragment in his arms, then at the celestial array in the sky, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. What a watcher of heaven! What a national thief! The great celestial map on the medicinal hoe projected into the air, countering the Watcher's celestial array. Meanwhile, within the interior scene, the dragon child had transformed into a youthful form, using his newly grown dragon claws to tear apart the hidden. Another layer of seal within the jade seal fragments. Chapter 30. The record of the broken sword at the immortal gate. In that moment when the little dragon on the seal of the monitoring heaven division locked eyes with the mini dragon on Li Xuan's left arm, the star formation in the heavens suddenly twisted violently. The star patterns within the clouds, as if disturbed by an unseen hand, began to reorganize into an entirely new design, one that resembled the recently completed celestial star chart of the medicinal hoe. Impossible! The furious roar of Jianzheng echoed, scattering the clouds. How could you possibly comprehend the secret script of the star pivot? Li Xuan remained silent, his entire focus concentrated on the balance of two forces within his body. The dynasty's fortune represented by the mini dragon on his left arm, and the inner authority symbolized by the golden dragon patterns on his heart. At this moment, they were fiercely clashing within his meridians. The medicinal hoe became the sole mediator, and the star chart on its blade accurately reflected this silent battle. Master, Lin Wani suddenly pointed at the seal of the monitoring heaven division. The seal was melting. Indeed, the bronze little dragon was visibly softening, and drops of copper juice falling to the ground transformed into golden blood droplets. Even more bizarrely, these blood droplets flowed automatically towards Qin Hongxiu, drawn by the remnants of dragon blood within her. Hongxiu, do not touch those. Li Xuan's warning came too late. Qin Hongxiu's dragon-transformed right arm instinctively caught a drop of golden blood. At the moment of contact, her entire arm's scales stood on end, emitting a howl of agony and ecstasy intertwined. This is true dragon blood? As if responding to her cry, the dragon child within her inner landscape abruptly ceased tearing at the seal and instead began to violently slam against the inner barriers. Each impact made Li Xuan's temples throb, fragments of some ancient memory flooding into his mind. Shattered altars, broken chains, and a young dragon pinned at the center of the star chart. So it was. Li Xuan knelt on one knee, the medicinal hoe firmly embedded in the ground to steady himself. He finally understood the source of the dragon child's hatred toward the star patterns. It was not a creature birthed from chaos, but rather the true dragon orphan imprisoned by Jianzheng's lineage through the celestial star formation. A sharp cracking sound like that of a mirror shattering echoed through the heavens. The star formation had finally completed its reconfiguration, but the pattern revealed was not one familiar to Jianzheng. Instead, it presented a chilling image, countless star pattern chains coiling around a young dragon. The ends of the chains connecting to the ethereal forms of past seal bearers of the monitoring heaven division. Stop! Jianzheng's voice, for the first time, betrayed a hint of panic. You have no idea what you are unleashing. Li Xuan coldly chuckled and looked up, the dragon on his left arm breaking free from his skin and spiraling into the sky. I am unleashing the dragon's fortune that has been imprisoned for 1,000 years by you. This statement resonated like an incantation. The seal of the monitoring heaven division completely melted, revealing within its core a drop of golden blood, radiant as a star, the very life essence extracted from the young dragon's body long ago. The blood droplet flew toward Qin Hongxiu, merging with the fragment of reverse scale on her forehead. Qin Hongxiu let out a cry towards the heavens, golden light bursting forth from her body, within which a dragon-shaped silhouette began to take form. Her dragon features rapidly spread, enveloping her entirely, with young dragon horns sprouting from her forehead. Simultaneously, the jade sculpture transformed from Yi Qingli's daughter suddenly levitated. A half-piece of reverse scale resonated with the remnants within Qin Hongxiu, astonishingly merging across the air into a complete dragon scale. The inscription manifesting on the scale caused Lin Wani to exclaim in shock, "Shintian Demon Suppression Order? This is not mere decoration. It is a seal." At the moment the complete reverse scale formed, a tremendous sound akin to a primordial beast awakening reverberated from beneath the Xianyao manor. The ground undulated like waves, causing everyone to struggle to maintain their footing, except for Li Xuan. The star chart on the medicinal hoe automatically unfolded, firmly anchoring him and the surrounding 3 zhang of earth. Wani. Li Xuan suddenly tossed the fragment of the Shanhe wand to Lin Wani, using the Xian-Yin clear mirror to illuminate the sword tomb. Though Lin Wani was bewildered, she instinctively formed a seal. The cold energy from the Xian-Yin infused into the fragment, but the image reflected was not that of the expected sword tomb. Instead, it was Jian Zhang's figure standing before a bronze alchemical furnace, within which lay the imprisoned essence of Su Miao. And beneath the furnace was a completely blackened broken sword, the Shintian demon-slaying sword. The strings of Xiao Yunu's pipa suddenly snapped. The legend was true. The Yi family had indeed discovered the sword tomb. Suddenly, the star chart in the heavens dimmed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jianzheng forcefully twisted the formation's orientation. A beam of starlight as thick as a barrel struck down toward Li Xuan like divine punishment, creating fine cracks in the very fabric of space. Master, Qin Hongxiu, now fully transformed, soared into the air. Her newly formed dragon horns erupted with golden light, deflecting the trajectory of the starlight at a critical moment. Yet, the aftermath of this strike still swept across Li Xuan's left shoulder, rendering it a bloody mess. The excruciating pain only heightened Li Xuan's clarity. He gazed at the fissure carved by the starlight, where a dark green mist, emanating from the same source as the alchemical furnace, began to swirl upward. Within the mist, a staircase leading underground was faintly visible. His instinct told him that this was what Jianzheng truly intended to conceal. Li Xuan abruptly tore off the jade pendant at his waist and crushed it, bringing everyone into the cellar. Just as Xiao Yunu was about to protest, the ground suddenly caved in, forming a massive pit with a diameter of 10 zhang. The pit's bottom was not soil, but rather a bronze surface gleaming with metallic luster, etched with symbols akin to those on the medicinal hoe, the foundation of the celestial star formation. Lin Wani's voice trembled, Xianyao Manor's underground actually. Her words were interrupted by a deafening clang of swords. The bronze plate at the bottom of the pit suddenly split open, and a rusted iron sword slowly ascended. Though the blade was damaged, the malice it emitted sent chills through everyone as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. This was a weapon that had tasted true dragon blood. At the moment the iron sword emerged, the dragon child within the inner landscape went completely mad. It no longer attempted to break through the barriers, but instead began to bite its own claws. In reality, Li Xuan felt a piercing pain, golden blood seeping from all 7 orifices. So the sword was here. Jianzheng's voice suddenly emanated from the iron sword. Li Xuan, do you think you are opposing whom? Countless souls have perished beneath this dragon-slaying sword. Adding yours today is of no consequence. The iron sword abruptly redirected its point toward Li Xuan's forehead. At this critical juncture, 2 events unfolded simultaneously. Qin Hongxiu lunged toward the iron sword, her dragon-transformed arms crossed to block, while the ancient bronze sword left behind by Yi Qingli soared up, positioning itself in front of Li Xuan. Clang! The sound of gold meeting iron resonated through the heavens. Qin Hongxiu was sent flying several zhang, her dragon scales shattered significantly. The bronze ancient sword broke into 2 pieces, yet the tip managed to pierce into the area of the iron sword most heavily corroded. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The iron sword trembled as if struck by lightning, rust flakes falling away to reveal a pitch-black blade inscribed with runes identical to those on the reverse scale. Even more astonishingly, these runes were being absorbed by the fragment of the bronze sword tip, and in an instant, the iron sword had shrunk by a circle. You are devouring the dragon-slaying sword. For the first time, Jianzheng's voice betrayed fear. No. This is impossible. Li Xuan suddenly understood everything. He rose to his feet despite excruciating pain, raising his medicinal hoe to point unflinchingly at the iron sword. This is not the dragon-slaying sword. It is a crude forgery. The true weapon was sealed long ago by Yi Qingli with the profound heaven sword. As if to confirm his words, the iron sword exploded violently. Amidst the shrapnel, only 3 fragments remained intact. One soared toward Qin Hongxiu, merging seamlessly with her dragon blood. Another pierced Li Xuan's chest, Instantly devoured by the golden dragon motif etched upon his skin, the third vanished into the northern horizon, swallowed by the vast, silent sky. Simultaneously, the celestial star array collapsed with a thunderous implosion. The supervisor's spectral form writhed and dissolved within the clouds, leaving behind only a venomous curse. In 100 days 7 furnaces shall ignite together, and all of you shall perish. As the dust settled, the Xiaoyao manor lay in ruin, crumbled walls, scorched earth, shattered beams. Li Xuan knelt on one knee, his soul support the medicinal hoe. Within his inner landscape, the dragon child, now pacified, began weaving its newly acquired power to mend the fractured chaos space. Meanwhile, the miniature Jiao dragon coiled back beneath his left arm, gliding silently through meridians to heal his wounds. Master of the manor Xiao Yu supported Qin Hongxiu as they approached, breathless. Her voice was cut short by a piercing whistle. A streak of azure light cleaved the sky. It struck the ground and resolved into a Taoist priest in azure robes, a sword casket slung across his back. His gaze swept over the broken bronze ancient sword, and his expression darkened like storm-racked water. Master of Xiaoyao Manor. Do you know this Qingming sword is the treasured artifact of Qingyan sect? Li Xuan offered no reply, only a cold, disdainful laugh. The Taoist's eyes then fell upon Qin Hongxiu's dragon horn, and a flash of avarice flickered across his face. A dragon-awakened cultivator, no wonder you shattered my Qingyun blade. Abruptly, he tossed forth a jade vial. This is the dragon-locking pill. Ingest it, and she shall remain in control for 3 months. In exchange, surrender the Shana scroll. The moment the vial struck the earth, Li Xuan erupted into motion, swift as lightning, his medicinal hoe arcing downward with residual star chart energy, aimed straight at the Taoist's face. The priest, clearly unprepared for such ferocity from a grievously wounded man, barely managed to raise his flying sword in defense. Clang! A grating, bone-chilling snap echoed. The Taoist's prized flying sword split cleanly in two. At the fractured edge, tiny ossified ridges gleamed unmistakably, the remnant of a young dragon's finger bone, forged into the blade's core. Immortal artifact? Li Xuan stepped down hard upon the severed tip, his boot grinding the broken edge into dust. The character Yi, faintly inscribed upon it, caught the sunlight, clear, unyielding, undeniable. Merely scrap iron. The Taoist leapt backward, face ashen with fury. You dare destroy my lifebound. Return to Qinjianzi, Li Xuan interrupted, kicking the broken blade back toward him. Tell him, the debt the Yi family incurred 30 years ago, I shall settle, stroke by stroke, with this very hoe. He gestured toward the shattered jade talisman the Taoist had unwittingly crushed in his palm. Send more disciples if you wish. For every one who comes, I shall break another blade. The Taoist retrieved the ruined sword, his eyes burning with malice. Very well. The Qingyun sect shall. His threat choked off mid-sentence. Li Xuan's left arm had, without warning, bloomed with the full, coiled silhouette of a Jiao dragon, its ancient, golden eyes locking onto him with glacial stillness. Only when the azure light fled, humiliated and diminished, did Li Xuan finally collapse. His last conscious sight was Lin Wani clutching the tattered fragments of the Shana scroll, her voice trembling with revelation. Master, this fragment reveals. The 9th pillar of the Imperial Mausoleum conceals darkness, swallowed all sensation. Yet deep within his inner realm, the dragon child murmured, soft, insistent, echoing like wind through ancient caverns. 100 days 7 furnaces hunger. Chapter 31. The array of 10,000 souls. The chilling aura of the Qingyun sword array enveloped the morning mist above the Xiaoyao manor, freezing it as if it were frost. 12 figures clad in azure robes hovered above the black wall of the fallen stars, their feet upon flying swords. The elder with a long beard waved a whisk in his hand, unleashing 360 strands of sword light that fell from the clouds, precisely piercing the 36 nodes of the earth veins outside the manor, the very focal points of Li Xuan's geomantic array. 9 heavens, lock the souls or rise. The elder's voice resonated like the clash of metal. Amidst the humming of the sword lights, a golden net of light formed, sealing the entire manor. The newly sprouted spiritual rice within the manor withered instantaneously. The spiritual fish in the pond turned belly up. And even the dragon scales on Qin Hongxiu's arm dimmed by a third. The 9 heavens sword array. Lin Wani's lips bled as the needle of her compass spun wildly. They were siphoning the earth's spirit. Li Xuan gripped the trembling pillar of the council hall, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the sword net towards the northwest. 5 miles away, at the direction of the mass grave, the gray-white resentment surged like boiling water. The natural source of malice from the 100,000 buried bones. Xiao Yinu. Li Xuan suddenly snatched the vengeful bone pipa from her embrace, urging all the villagers to sing the soul-summoning melody. The more sorrowful, the better. The sound of the pipa tearing through the air erupted just as Li Xuan crashed through the rooftop, soaring upwards. The medicinal hoe, infused with chaotic energy, struck the sword net, tearing open a 3-zhang gap. How dare it? The square-faced cultivator at the formation's core sneered, forming hand seals as 12 flying swords redirected their tips, transforming into azure rainbows that pursued Li Xuan's back. Before the swords reached him, the icy sword aura sliced through the fabric of his shoulder, revealing the agitated golden dragon scales on his chest. Now, Li Xuan plummeted towards the mass grave. The 12 sword rainbows followed closely, yet at the moment they entered the air above the graveyard, they all suddenly froze. Countless semi-transparent vengeful spirits crawled from the piles of desiccated bones, their decaying fingers reaching for the flying swords. Vengeful spirits eroding the soul. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he formed a protective seal. It was too late. The sound of Xiao Yunu's pipa mingled with the wails of hundreds of refugees, an entrancing melody infiltrating the sword array. The young cultivator on the far left suddenly appeared vacant, his protective azure light overwhelmed by the vengeful spirits. A soft pop echoed, and that cultivator, along with his sword, transformed into a mere pile of bones, his essence and soul devoured by the vengeful spirits. Senior brother. The square-faced cultivator's eyes widened in horror, biting his tongue to spray blood onto his sword. 9 heavens thunder, thunder upon your ancestors. The dragon's roar from Qin Hongxiu erupted from the ground. Her arms transformed into dragon limbs, and she hurled a segment of a fallen star pillar fiercely. The stone pillar, entwined with wind and thunder, smashed towards the core of the sword array, forcing the elder to wave his sleeve to block. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Li Xuan produced a shard emanating purple mist, the fragment of a royal seal. Using the dynasty's fortune as a guide, the fragment was forcefully pressed into the center of the nameless monument in the graveyard. At the instant the monument shattered, 10,000 vengeful spirits let out a simultaneous wail, gray malice coalescing into 100-zhang giant serpent, swallowing towards the remaining 11 flying swords. Poof! The 11 Qingyun cultivators were struck as if by a heavy hammer, their life swords tainted by the malice, each spitting blood. The giant serpent, having devoured the swords, was still unsatisfied, its head turning to charge directly at the core of the sword array. Ritual soul locking nails. The elder suddenly flung out 3 strands of dark light. The nails transformed into grotesque, ghastly heads, counteracting the malice-filled serpent. Li Xuan's pupils constricted as he recognized the style of the dark nails. They were unmistakably the same source as those once driven into Qin Hongxiu's spine. The malice entwined with the nails was purer than the vengeful spirits of the mass grave. The handiwork of the crown prince. Li Xuan laughed in fury, the medicinal hoe suddenly piercing his heart. The golden dragon scales erupted with blood light, and within the inner realm, the dragon child let out a greedy roar. In reality, the malice-filled giant serpent exploded, transforming into a rain of gray arrows shooting towards the 11 cultivators. Amidst the screams, 10 bodies fell like broken sacks. Only the elder, sheltered by the soul-locking nails, transformed into azure light, fleeing towards the sky. Li Xuan, Qingyun shall surely extinguish you. His ominous words were abruptly cut short as the nail embedded in his shoulder suddenly pierced into his brain. The elder's body stiffened, his soul forcibly drawn out by the dark nail, struggling as it was drawn into the skeletal mouth at the nail's tip. The uncontrolled soul-locking nail clattered to the ground, its tail inscribed with a minuscule character, Cheng. Crown Prince, Ji Cheng. Li Xuan picked up the still-warm dark nail, the elder's distorted visage suddenly appearing upon it. Save me. The Qingyun refining Qi general principles was being consumed by the black mist surging from within the nail. Simultaneously, 1,000 miles away at the royal capital's stargazing platform, a flame of soul fire in a bronze lamp extinguished abruptly. The crown prince Ji Cheng, standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly coughed, a stream of tainted blood oozing from his left eye. Your Highness? The black-robed sorcerer hastily presented a jade vial. Ji Cheng wiped the blood away, his single eye fixed coldly on the north, sneering. What a Li Xuan! Even the 12 sons of Qin Yun have been fed your nails. He caressed the jade pendant at his waist, the character Cheng glowing ominously with blood light. Within Xiaoyao Manor, the survivors gathered around the fallen star platform. Lin Wani, pale-faced, unfolded the recently acquired jade slip. Qin Yun refining Qi general principles, it actually contains methods for devouring spiritual energy to nourish oneself. So those flying swords, Xiao Yunu suddenly realized, they were piercing the earth veins to extract spiritual energy for sword cultivation? Li Xuan remained silent, focused on the chaotic energy in his palm, which had consumed the souls of 11 celestial cultivators, now crystallizing into fine black sand. With a slight thought, the sand floated towards the withered spiritual rice outside the manor. The moment the rice ears touched the sand, they transformed from yellow to green, with the tips even producing blood-red grains. Soul-devouring crystals? Su Miao pinched a grain of red rice. Astonished at its ability to induce mutated spiritual plants, the night wind suddenly carried the scent of charred remnants. The crowd realized that flames were rising high in the northwestern sky, precisely in the direction of the mass grave. In the inferno, the 10,000 dry bones were transforming into flying ash, the ashes forming a gigantic skeletal pattern in the night sky, with 2 points of phosphorescent fire in the eye sockets locking onto Xiaoyao Manor. The dead of souls must be repaid, a raspy whisper floated in the wind. Qin Hongxiu's dragon claw crushed a brick from the wall. Yet, Li Xuan remained transfixed on the soul-locking nail in his palm, the character Cheng emanating a jade-like cold light. Prepare to welcome guests. He suddenly plunged the nail's tip into the fallen star platform, as this grand gift from the crown prince was due for a remelting. At the moment the nail pierced the stone platform, a muffled roar akin to a waking cub echoed from beneath the ground. Within the inner realm, the dragon child feasted joyfully upon a newly formed chain, the shackles condensed from the dragon's soul of the earth veins. Chapter 32. The dragon vein reverses the universe. The dull thud of the soul-locking nail piercing the meteorite platform still reverberated, yet the dragon's roar emanating from beneath suddenly shifted to a mournful shriek. The ground beneath Li Xuan's feet abruptly heaved 3 feet upwards, and from the fissure erupted not soil, but a viscous, blood-like golden liquid. Long my dragon blood. Step back, Li Xuan bellowed, brandishing his medicinal hoe before him. The moment the hoe's blade made contact with the dragon blood, the dragon child within the inner realm ceased gnawing on the chains, its crimson vertical pupils fixated intently on the bizarre changes occurring in the real world. Observers beheld the golden dragon patterns on Li Xuan's left arm writhing as if alive, crawling up his arm towards the medicinal hoe, merging with the dragon blood to form an eerie totem. Suddenly, Lin Wani's Xianin Tongming mirror soared into the air, reflecting the terrifying scene below. 3 bronze chains, each as thick as a bowl, were tightening around the core of the dragon vein, inscribed with runes identical to those of the soul-locking nails. Most dreadfully, the ends of the chains were connected to a magnified shadow of a black nail, the cap of which bore the character Cheng in blood-red brilliance. The crown prince is extracting the dragon vein. Lin Wani's voice trembled. He intends to refine the entire northern region's spiritual vein into soul-locking nails. As if affirming her words, 12 blood-red beams of light suddenly ignited in the northwestern sky. At the base of each beam, the faint outlines of the corpses of Qin Yun cultivators floated. They were the 12 celestial cultivators who had perished in battle the day prior. Their bodies, drawn by some unseen force, formed the shape of the Big Dipper in the air, with the handle of the ladle pointing towards the royal city. Using the corpses of celestial cultivators to form a formation, Xiao Yunu's nails dug into her palm. Madman! Li Xuan suddenly knelt on one knee, driving the medicinal hoe deep into the fissure. The dragon blood totem on the hoe radiated with brilliant light, spreading through the fissure into the depths of the earth. The inner realm trembled in response, and the dragon child emitted a howl of both agony and exhilaration, beginning to fervently tear at the newly formed chains. Master! Qin Hongxiu's dragon-like arms plunged into the fissure, attempting to pry open the ground. Let me help you. Don't touch. Li Xuan's warning came too late. The moment Qin Hongxiu's dragon claws brushed against the dragon blood, 3 bronze chains suddenly erupted from the earth, coiling around her arms like venomous snakes. More terrifying still, the runes on the chains crawled onto her scales, causing them to rapidly wither and fall away. Su Miao swiftly hurled 7 silver needles. The needle tips, stained with her freshly drawn heart's blood, precisely pierced the joints of the chains. The The spread of the runes slowed, yet the chains tightened even more, revealing the white bones of Qin Hongxiu's arms. This is the dragon-biting chain? Su Miao's complexion turned pale, specifically designed to restrain. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous explosion. A blood-red beam in the northwest suddenly collapsed, and the Qingyun corpses within transformed into a rain of blood. From the clouds of smoke emerged a black-armored cavalry, the leader wielding a long lance, its tip skewering the still-bleeding head of the square-faced cultivator who had fled the day before. Master Xiaoyao. The knight lifted his visor, revealing a face strikingly similar to the crown prince's. My third brother has prepared a grand gift for you. He swung the lance violently, sending the head hurtling towards Li Xuan. The head exploded midair. Amidst the splattering brain matter and blood mist, countless fine golden needles shot forth, the secret weapon of the Qingyun sect, the soul-destroying needles. The nearest attendants could not even scream before they transformed into a puddle of blood, seeping into the ground. Li Xuan swept his medicinal hoe to form a barrier of chaotic energy, blocking most of the golden needles. Yet, over a dozen broke through his defenses, embedding themselves into his right shoulder. Strangely, the wounds did not bleed. Instead, runes identical to those of the chains emerged. Second Prince, Ji Huan. Lin Wani's Bingpa sword was already unsheathed. He colludes with the Qingyun sect. Ji Huan laughed heartily as he spurred his steed, pointing the lance towards the blood-red heavens. My brother extracts the dragon vein to forge nails, while I use the bodies of celestial cultivators to nurture goo. It's all four. He suddenly groaned, looking down to find a segment of bronze chain bursting from his chest, the end resembling a miniature soul-locking nail. Brother speaks too much. The cold voice of the crown prince echoed from the void. Ji Huan's body visibly withered at a terrifying speed, his essence flowing along the chain towards the northwest. The dragon blood steed he sat upon let out a mournful cry before collapsing, a gilded box rolling off the saddle. As the box's lid shattered open, Xiao Yinu's pipa strings snapped in unison. Inside, there were 12 Qingyun sword pills, each attached to a fragment of the souls of the celestial cultivators who had perished the day before. So that's it. Li Xuan gritted his teeth against the burning pain in his right shoulder. The brothers were competing for the souls of celestial cultivators. The blood-red beams in the northwest suddenly shifted, converging above Ji Huan's body. At the intersection of the beams, a shadow of a black nail as large as a millstone slowly took shape. Beneath the character Cheng on the nail cap, the character Huan faintly appeared, the two characters resembling ravenous wolves tearing at one another. Li Xuan, the crown prince's voice resonated from the void. Return the soul-locking nail to me, and I promise you sovereignty over the northern realm. Nonsense. Qin Hongxiu suddenly surged forth. In a shocking display, she severed her own arms to break free from the chains, the golden blood gushing from her stumps transforming into dragon-shaped energy, launching at the shadow of the nail. At the moment of collision, the entire Xiaoyao manor trembled, and all present heard the heart-wrenching wail of a young dragon. The runes on Li Xuan's right shoulder suddenly spread to his heart. In excruciating pain, he hazily saw the dragon child in the inner realm also lamenting. Those runes could penetrate the barriers of space. In a moment of life and death, he performed an act that no one anticipated. He plunged the medicinal hoe forcefully into his own heart. Master! The crowd gasped in shock as the blade pierced through his back. No blood gushed forth. Rather, a dense, ink-like chaotic energy surged along the handle into the dragon vein. The dragon blood within the fissure suddenly boiled, transforming into blood arrows that shot towards the shadow of the nail. The crown prince's astonished shout was drowned out by the roar of the dragon. The instant the blood arrows struck the shadow, all 12 blood-red beams collapsed simultaneously. From the distant royal city came the sharp sound of jade shattering, followed promptly by the furious reprimand of the overseer. Fool! That is a false dragon vein. Li Xuan knelt on one knee, yet a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He had already discerned the clues during the upheaval of the dragon vein. The 3 bronze chains were merely strangling a branch of the dragon vein, while the true main vein had been guided into the inner realm by the totem on his medicinal hoe. At this moment, the dragon child was joyfully devouring a substantial segment of the dragon vein, and with each bite, the runes on Li Xuan's right shoulder faded a little. Hongxiu. Li Xuan suddenly yanked the medicinal hoe from his heart and hurled it towards Qin Hongxiu. Catch it. The blade, stained with Li Xuan's heart's blood, traced a vivid line of crimson through the air. The flesh buds sprouting from her severed arms surged forth, transforming into dragon claws that skillfully caught the medicinal hoe. An astonishing scene unfolded as the dragon blood totem on the hoe spread along her dragon claw, quickly enveloping her entire body. This is Qin Hongxiu's dragon pupils transformed into a pure golden hue, two small bumps emerging on her forehead. As if dragon horns were about to break through her skin, she unconsciously swung the medicinal hoe towards the lingering shadow of the black nail in the air. As the blade passed through, minute cracks appeared in space. With a sharp crack, the illusion shattered. From the scattering fragments, a beam of dark light shot towards the northwest, while the majority was seized by Qin Hongxiu's dragon claw, which crushed it into powder. As the powder fell, a thunderous roar of broken chains emanated from the depths below, and the withered flora surrounding Xiaoyao Zhuang instantaneously revived. Had she succeeded? Just as Xiao Yunu helped Su Miao to her feet, the ground trembled once more. This time, the quake did not originate from below, but from the direction of the hidden Longu, where a towering dust storm arose, within which a dragon-shaped shadow over 100 feet long writhed in agony. The locked soul nail of the third brother still remains on the main vein. Suddenly, the corpse of the second prince, Ji Huan, spoke, his voice chillingly echoing that of the eldest prince's sinister laughter. Li Xuan, do you think? At that moment, Li Xuan abruptly seized the golden box on the ground and swallowed all 12 sword pills. The instant the essence of the celestial cultivators entered his being, a radiant blue sword light erupted from every pore. Rather than dispersing, these sword lights gathered above his head, forming an ethereal colossal sword, its tip pointing towards the northwest. Ji Cheng, this sword, I return to you. Li Xuan's voice, infused with the resentment of the 12 celestial cultivators, resonated as the giant sword sliced through the air, parting the clouds. Witnesses beheld a blinding white light illuminating the northwestern horizon, followed by the deafening roar of mountains collapsing and earth splitting. The dragon shadow within the dust storm abruptly ceased its struggles, throwing its head back to emit a thunderous dragon's roar. The dragon vein has awakened. Lin Wani suddenly knelt, the Xian Yin Tongming mirror reflecting a shocking scene from the depths of Longu, where a nail over a foot long was being expelled from the ground by the dragon vein. The nail was covered in intricate cracks, with drops of golden dragon blood hanging from its tip. Even more astonishing, at the location where the blood fell, the figure of the eldest prince, Ji Cheng, staggeringly materialized. His left eye was blind, his right arm severed at the shoulder, yet he clutched the nail cap with his remaining hand. I am the true dragon son, how dare you? The dragon vein's shadow dove downward, its mouth opening wider than Ji Cheng himself. In a moment of life and death, Ji Cheng suddenly tore off a jade pendant from his waist and crushed it. Supervisor, save me. The fragments of the pendant transformed into a green light, enveloping his entire body. At the instant the dragon's mouth closed, the green light narrowly escaped towards the imperial city, leaving behind a severed right hand that fell to the ground, still clutching half a locked soul nail. Within Xiaoyao Zhuang, the medicinal hoe in Qin Hongxiu's hand suddenly slipped from her grasp, tracing a perfect arc through the air before precisely cleaving the severed hand. Half a locked soul nail rolled onto the ground, where Li Xuan swiftly stepped on it. From the cracks of the nail, Ji Cheng's lingering soul emitted a venomous curse. Li Xuan, the supervisor is already in the royal tomb, preparing for you, 10,000 immortals. The curse was abruptly cut off. Li Xuan picked up the locked soul nail and discovered a piece of gold foil lodged within the cracks, upon which was inscribed a secret agreement of the immortal sect, signed by the leader of Qin sect and the master of Xianin sect. Indeed, it was as such. Lin Wani collected the golden crown lost by the second prince, the inner side engraved with the same secret agreement, revealing that both princes had been manipulated by the immortal sect. Xiao Yunu suddenly plucked the remaining string of her pipa. Master, the dragon vein is watching you. Everyone looked up to see that the dragon shadow from the direction of Longu had not dissipated. Instead, it coiled among the clouds, its lantern-sized eyes fixated on Li Xuan. More precisely, it was gazing at the golden dragon scale pattern visible through his clothing at the heart. The moment the dragon's eye met the scale pattern, Li Xuan's inner world was turned upside down. The dragon child ceased its gnawing for the first time, obediently lying on the ground. The fragmented dragon vein chain, previously gnawed upon, began to coil automatically around the dragon child's neck, transforming into a collar. The dragon vein's illusion in reality let out a satisfied long cry before slowly sinking into the earth. in the place where it vanished. The sky showered down a nourishing rain, mingled with tiny golden crystals of the purest earth vein spirit essence. Quick, catch it! Su Miao unfurled her sleeves. This is a token of gratitude from the dragon vein. Her words suddenly halted. A drop of spirit essence fell onto the back of her hand, which was directly absorbed by her skin. Strangely, the fading mark of betrayal on her right arm began to twist and change, ultimately solidifying into the same golden dragon scale pattern as that on Li Xuan's heart. Chapter 33. The wind whispers through the goo pit. The dragon pattern on Su Miao's arm still radiated a faint warmth, while outside the Xiaoyao manor, a rustling sound akin to a tidal wave began to rise. Under the moonlight, countless black dots, the size of fingernails, surged forth from all directions. These were goo insects. Each bore an eerie, iridescent sheen, leaving a trail of withered flora in their wake, even corroding stones into honeycomb-like formations. The 5 poison sects soul-eating goo. Xiao Yunu's pipa strings tightened to their breaking point, designed specifically to shatter protective spiritual energy. Li Xuan raised his hand to gather chaotic energy, but a sudden burning pain erupted from the runes lingering on his right shoulder. The side effects of devouring the souls of 12 immortal cultivators began to manifest, as the chaotic sword energy coursing through his meridians rendered his entire right arm immobile. The most dire aspect was that the dragon child within his inner realm lay asleep, clutching the dragon vein chain, utterly oblivious to the impending crisis. Master, the southeastern wall has been breached. The anguished cries of the manor's guards mingled with the ominous hum of the goo tide. Just as Qin Hongxiu transformed and leapt into the air, 3 goo insects burrowed into the gaps of her scales, causing her to stagger and fall to her knees. Her proud dragon scale defense was rendered as fragile as paper against the soul-eating goo. Lin Wani hastily cast a spell, freezing the first wave of goo insects with her profound cold energy. Yet, they merely paused for a few moments before breaking free from the ice, their colorful patterns growing ever more vivid as they absorbed spiritual energy to evolve. Use fire to attack. Li Xuan gritted his teeth, wielding his medicinal hoe, igniting golden flames from the earth's spiritual marrow. However, the tide of goo was overwhelming. For every patch he incinerated, more surged forth. Even more terrifyingly, the ground beneath their feet began to bulge, as if something far greater were about to emerge. Suddenly, Su Miao tore open the sleeve of her right arm. The newly formed dragon pattern shimmered with golden light under the moon, resonating with the markings on Li Xuan's chest. Without hesitation, she pointed her finger like a blade, slicing open the flesh along the edge of the dragon pattern. In the moment that golden blood gushed forth, all the goo insects simultaneously turned their gaze towards her, their compound eyes gleaming with avarice. Su Miao, what are you doing? Li Xuan attempted to pull her back, but was obstructed by a mound of earth that erupted suddenly. 3 goo kings broke through the ground, their mandibles clacking as they emitted a foul, toxic mist. The traitor of the medical immortal valley. Atop the central goo king stood a colorful-robed old woman, her bony staff pointed at Su Miao, demanding, hand over the Qingnong corpse dispersal map. To everyone's astonishment, Su Miao merely laughed. She stretched her bleeding arm towards the swarm of goo, her voice soft as a whisper. You want it? Come and take it. The goo tide surged with fervor. Countless soul-eating goo abandoned their attacks on others, rushing madly towards the tantalizing golden blood. The old woman's expression shifted dramatically as she frantically waved her staff. Come back. That is, too late. The first goo insects to contact the golden blood suddenly stiffened, their iridescent patterns transforming into a sickly gold. This transformation spread like a plague, and in an instant, half of the goo insects became golden-shelled puppets, turning against their unmutated kin. Wood spirit s goo. When did you comprehend it? The old woman was a tempest of fury and disbelief. Su Miao offered no response. She staggered towards the manor's spiritual fields, her golden blood dripping onto the soil, causing the withered spiritual rice to spring back to life. More astonishingly, the rice ears swelled visibly, their husks beginning to gleam with a metallic sheen. Sister Wani. Su Miao's face turned pale as parchment. Help me. Summon the rain. In an instant, Lin Wani understood, the profound cold mirror hovering above her head. The mirror reflected the moonlight, forming crystalline clouds that soon unleashed a fine spiritual rain. The rain mingled with Su Miao's dripping golden blood, evenly saturating the vast spiritual fields. An astonishing scene unfolded. Every spiritual rice plant grew wildly, the rice ears ripening in the blink of an eye, their husks transforming into resplendent gold. The aura emitted by these golden ears even sent the remaining soul-eating goo retreating in terror. Goo warding golden ears. The old woman's voice trembled. Impossible. This is documented in Goo Divine Nerve. Her words were abruptly cut off by a sudden phoenix cry. The women of the manor had gathered at the edge of the fields, led by Xiao Yunu as they joined hands to sing the ancient Kai Wei. Their voices, enhanced by the vengeful bone pipa, coalesced into a translucent phoenix apparition in the air. The phoenix soared over the golden rice fields, the wind carrying the fragrance of rice. Yet, to the goo insects, this aroma was a lethal poison. Those that came into contact with it exploded into oblivion. The three goo kings writhed in agony, and the old woman's staff clattered to the ground. The farmer's song. The old woman bled from all 7 orifices. How could it break my sacred goo? Xiao Yunu's fingers brushed over the pipa, the blood-stained strings suddenly shifting in melody. Because this is not merely a song. It is the phoenix cry breaks the formation tune. In an earth-shattering explosion, 2 of the goo kings were reduced to ashes. The last remaining one was cleaved in 2, from which rolled out a crystal box. Inside, soaked in venom, lay a palm-sized, multicolored mother goo. So it was you. Su Miao suddenly sprang forth, her bloodied hand piercing through the crystal box, seizing the mother goo. A chilling gnawing sound echoed as she began to consume the goo king raw. The colorful-robed old woman emitted a shriek that was anything but human, her form melting away like wax. Li Xuan swung his medicinal hoe, the chaotic energy swirling around the muck, only to hear a splat as a bony spike shot forth from the mud, striking Su Miao in the chest. With a thud, Su Miao collapsed to the ground, her mother goo reduced to a mere fragment in her hand. Strangely, the blood flowing from her wound had turned to pale gold, merging with the remnant of the mother goo to form an amber-like substance. Lin Wani rushed forward to support her, the profound cold mirror casting its light upon the amber, revealing a miniature map sealed within, marked with 7 skull symbols, the largest of which bore the inscription of the Yin sect's northern branch. Indeed, collusion. Su Miao coughed up golden blood, suddenly grasping Li Xuan's lapel. Master, my blood. Before she could finish, her body convulsed violently. The dragon pattern on her right arm detached from her skin and floated into the air, transforming into a miniature golden dragon that lunged towards Li Xuan's heart. In a flash, the medicinal hoe instinctively defended its master, the blade clashing with the golden dragon, erupting in a blinding light. As the brilliance faded, only the unconscious Su Miao remained on the ground, while Li Xuan bore a new dragon-shaped scar upon his chest. Even more peculiarly, within the inner realm, the dragon child now wore a golden bell on the chain around its neck, inscribed with the character Su. Master. Qin Hongxiu suddenly pointed northwest. The cloud cover in the night sky had ominously formed a grotesque face, silently roaring at the Xiaoyao manor. At the center of this ghastly visage was the 6-fingered blood seal of the Yin sect. 100 days. A chilling whisper floated in the wind, 7 altars to sacrifice. Li Xuan picked up the amber mother goo from the ground and discovered fine print inscribed on the back of the map, July 15th, under the blood moon. And today was precisely the first day of July. Chapter 34. The alchemical flames of the Dan Ding the dawn at the Xian Yao Zhuang was suffused with the bitter aroma of medicinal herbs. Li Xuan stood before the refining furnace, veins bulging at his temples, the remnants of sword qi wounds on his right arm still oozing blood. Within the furnace, it was not molten metal that churned, but rather a mixture of 12 Qingyun sword pills and half a soul lock nail, gradually melting into star-patterned steel under the caustic heat of chaotic energy. Master, it is now the 3rd watch of the Tiger Hour. Lin Wani approached, holding a fragment of the Shan, Hijin Tuesday. The Xian Yin Tong Ming Jian hung above the furnace, illuminating the runes swimming within the molten steel. If the array diagram was not added soon, the star pattern would solidify. Li Xuan did not respond immediately. He gazed into the furnace, where the starlight shifted. The souls of the alchemized immortal cultivators still struggling. Among them, one particularly intense grievance repeatedly struck against the furnace wall, its visage faintly recognizable as that of an aged man with a long beard. Why the haste? Xiao Yunu suddenly plucked a newly replaced pipa string, urging the master to linger a while longer. The sound reverberated through the refining furnace, causing the resentful souls to wail in unison. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan thrust a medicinal hoe into the furnace, its dragon blood totem swimming into the molten steel like a living entity. The moment the chaotic energy fused with the star-patterned steel, a blinding light erupted from the furnace, compelling everyone to shut their eyes to shield themselves. When they reopened their eyes, a palm-sized bronze array plate hovered within the furnace. The surface naturally formed a celestial map, with 12 recesses along the edge corresponding precisely to the number of Qin Yun sword pills. Even more astonishingly, as Li Xian's fingers brushed against the plate, the star patterns shifted in brightness with his breath. "It is complete," Lin Wani exclaimed eagerly as she pressed the Shan He Jun 2 onto the plate surface. The array diagram appeared to be pulled by an invisible hand, swiftly merging into the star patterns. The center of the plate then revealed a three-dimensional projection of the Xian Yao Zhuang. Even the newly planted Gai Gu Jin Sui was vividly detailed. Suddenly, Li Xian frowned. In the northwest corner of the projection, a discordant black mist appeared, which upon magnification revealed a miniature version of the ghostly face in the clouds from the previous night. Within the black mist, the outlines of buildings could be discerned, precisely indicating the location of the Xian insect's branch marked by Su Miao's mother-given map from the Amber Gu. Indeed, they could manifest the enemy's whereabouts. Li Xian lightly tapped the black mist, and the array plate immediately responded with fluctuations of spiritual energy data. 3 individuals at the mid-foundation stage, and over 20 at the perfected Qi refining stage. Qin Hongxiu crushed a piece of trial sword stone with her dragon claw. "Should we strike now?" "Not yet," Li Xian replied, tossing the array plate into the air. The palm-sized copper plate expanded in the wind, swiftly transforming into a massive compass spanning 3 zhang, enveloping the entire estate. The star patterns projected onto the ground, encompassing all the buildings and spiritual fields within a remarkable formation. This was the true Xian Yao array plate. Li Xian's voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, declared, "We shall engage with the wind and water formations, forging our path step by step." As if to validate this, he pointed towards the barren land beyond the estate. The corresponding star positions on the array plate illuminated, and 7 earthen mounds promptly rose from the ground, arranged according to the Big Dipper. The tops of the mounds automatically revealed runes akin to those of the falling star black wall, forming a miniature defensive array. While everyone remained in awe, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from the alchemy chamber. Su Miao leaned weakly against the doorframe, a medicinal vial rolling from her hand to the floor. Though her penetrating wound had ceased to bleed, her skin exhibited an abnormal pale golden hue. "I attempted the formula." She pointed towards the smoking alchemy furnace inside, using Gai Gu Jin Sui and dragon blood. The lid of the furnace suddenly exploded open, and 3 blood-red pills rolled out. One of them fortuitously fell into the pond in the courtyard, causing the water to boil instantly, and several surviving spirit fish, after consuming the foam, grew dragon whiskers. "A pseudo-foundation pill." Lin Wani's voice trembled. "Even without spiritual roots, it can." Her words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden buzzing from the array plate. The black mist corresponding to the Xian insect's branch churned violently, splitting into 7 fine strands that shot off in different directions. At the ends of each black strand, miniature alchemy furnace phantoms materialized, 6 encircling the Xian Yao Zhuang, and the last one shockingly situated beneath the imperial tomb. 7 furnaces operating simultaneously. Xiao Yunu's pipa strings began to resonate without wind. So this is what it meant. Li Xian picked up the pseudo-foundation pill, observing it in the morning light. The pill patterns revealed a Yin-Yang fish design under the sunlight, and the eyes of the fish projected the scenery of the inner world. Suddenly enlightened, he pressed the pill against the dragon pattern on his chest. Boom! A silent explosion surged through his consciousness. In the inner world, the dragon child abruptly lifted its head, the golden bell around its neck ringing wildly. The pill transcended the boundaries of reality, soaring directly into the dragon child's hand. The child grinned widely, stuffing the pill into the embrace of the dragon vein chain, which instantly illuminated with a myriad of runes. Simultaneously, the array plate underwent a transformation. The star patterns began to rotate autonomously, casting starlight that formed a 3-dimensional sand table in the courtyard. The sand table clearly displayed 6 alchemy furnaces interconnected through the earth veins to the main furnace beneath the imperial tomb, and all the connecting lines traversed. The Qianlong Valley. The dragon vein is the fuel. Lin Wani suddenly grasped the situation. They intend to drain the dragon vein for alchemy. As if affirming her suspicion, The phantom of the Imperial Tomb's alchemy furnace on the array plate abruptly solidified 1/3. The emission from the furnace was no longer black mist, but a viscous blood light. Within the blood light appeared the indifferent visage of the monitoring official. As his lips moved, a clear voice resonated in everyone's ears. 35 days. After the blood light dissipated, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. Everyone comprehended the significance of this countdown. The Blood Moon Festival on the 15th of July, precisely 35 days hence. Li Xuan suddenly crushed the pseudo-foundation pill in his hand. The powder spread across the array plate, astonishingly clarifying the image of the Yin sect's branch by tenfold. Even the character Yi on the jade pendant of the guard was discernible. The Yi family. Li Xuan traced the identical markings on his medicinal hoe. At the third watch tomorrow, we shall raise this branch. He turned to enter the alchemy chamber, but froze at the entrance. On the ground where Su Miao had collapsed, golden blood had formed an uncanny pattern. 7 skulls encircling a coiling dragon, with the dragon's forehead pierced by a fragment of a bronze sword. In the inner world, the dragon child suddenly erupted in fury. It tore off the golden bell from its neck, hurling it into the void, the bell passing through barriers, landing precisely at Li Xuan's feet. The character Su on the bell's surface had transformed into prison. Chapter 35. The crimson sleeve rips the imperial flag. The moonlight at the hour of the tiger was tainted with a sanguine hue, and the cavalry gathered outside the Xiaoyao manor stood silent as iron. Li Xuan caressed the newly added 5 grooves on the edge of the array plate, where the 5 elemental spiritual objects were enshrined. The peachwood heart from the eastern outskirts, the red iron ore from the western mountains, the dark ice crystal from the northern streams, the fire sand from the southern ridge, and the quintessence of earth extracted from the body of a ground dragon earthworm the previous day. Each spiritual object emanated a faint glow, amplifying the power of the array to its zenith. Master, the northern barbarian king's tent is 30 miles from here. Lin Wani held the Xianin illuminating mirror, revealing distant scenes. 100,000 northern barbarian troops loomed like a dark cloud. With a towering 9-zhang-high bone altar at the center, atop which were bound hundreds of commoners from Dian, preparing for a blood sacrifice. Qin Hongxiu's dragon scales glimmered coldly under the moonlight. After consuming the counterfeit foundation establishment pill the previous day, a half-inch dragon horn had sprouted from her forehead, and a row of sharp bone spines protruded from her spine. At that moment, she was caressing her newly acquired meteorite spear, the tip still stained with the blood of the Gu King. The array revealed 3 foundation establishment cultivators at the altar. The golden strings recently entwined on Xiao Yinu's vengeful pipa quivered slightly, yet the northern barbarian king himself exhibited no signs of spiritual energy. Li Xuan's gaze sharpened. The northern barbarian king's tent indeed appeared blank on the array, which could only mean 2 possibilities. Either he was a mere mortal, or his cultivation far surpassed the array's detection limits. He suddenly recalled the secret agreement found within the soul-locking nail, where the Xianin sect promised to assist the northern barbarians in summoning deities. Let us depart. Li Xuan hurled the array plate into the air. The copper plate spun, casting a starlit pathway directly toward the rear of the northern barbarian army. The group walked upon the light, their forms and presence concealed by the star patterns beneath their feet, unnoticed even by the most vigilant prairie wolves. When they were 100 zhang from the king's tent, the stench of blood became overwhelming. Beneath the altar lay a pile of over 1,000 desiccated corpses, all having their hearts gouged out. The shaman atop the altar was using a bone knife to slice open the chest of the last dying captive, blood pouring onto the totem pillar in the center, which was none other than a massive finger bone of the azure dragon, the finger bone of the barbarian deity. Su Miao's voice trembled. The dragon pattern on her arm suddenly heated up, resonating eerily with the totem pillar, as if they were summoning something. The shaman's chant abruptly rose in pitch. Once the finger bone absorbed enough blood, it shot forth a beam of azure light straight into the heavens. Through the opening in the clouds, a towering phantom of the barbarian deity could be faintly seen slowly lowering its head. Now, Li Xuan spun the array plate violently. The spiritual fields of Xiaoyao Manor, 1,000 miles away, suddenly blazed with golden light as the goo-repelling golden spikes ignited. The flames rapidly coursed through the earth veins to the feet of the crowd, transforming into a fiery net that enveloped the altar. The shaman's chant morphed into a wailing scream. Amidst the flames, the finger bone of the barbarian deity began to soften. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan hurled a medicinal hoe, the dragon blood totem on its blade colliding with the finger bone, producing a thunderous dragon roar. The sacred ancestor of the Azure Dragon. The northern barbarian king finally burst forth from his golden tent. This Tuzhong tall giant was surprisingly unarmored, his bare torso etched with blood curses that bore similarities to those of the Xianin sect. No, this was impossible. Qin Hongxiu's meteorite spear pierced the air like thunder. This strike was meant to pierce the northern barbarian king's heart, yet it was halted by an invisible barrier just before contact. The ground of the king's tent suddenly revealed a colossal blood array, within which countless pale arms reached out to seize the spear. Retreat, Hongxiu. Li Xuan's array plate spun urgently. The spiritual energy from the earth morphed into chains to bind those arms. But with a resounding crack, the chains shattered completely. In the center of the blood array, one hand of the barbarian deity's phantom had fully materialized and was slowly reaching beyond the array. The northern barbarian king laughed maniacally as he tore open his own chest. The moment his heart was detached, the barbarian deity's hand surged forth, seizing Qin Hongxiu. Amidst the sickening sound of shattering bones, her entire body of dragon scales burst apart, blood cascading like a waterfall. Hongxiu. Xiao Yinu's pipa erupted with a cacophony. The sound waves tore a gash in the back of the barbarian deity's hand, yet what flowed out was not blood, but a viscous mist of incense and wishes. This was not a true barbarian deity. It was a counterfeit fabricated by the Xianin sect through a century of sacrifices to the northern barbarians. Li Xuan's eyes turned crimson. He summoned the medicinal hoe back to his hand and, in a moment of desperation, struck his own left arm. Flesh and blood flew as a miniature dragon, formed from the luck of the dynasty, was brutally extracted. The instant the dragon left his body, the dragon child within the inner world let out a heart-wrenching roar. With the dragon as a guide, summoned the dragon veins. The dragon was hurled toward the altar, swiftly growing in size to transform into a 100-zhong azure dragon. This manifestation of earth vein dragon energy struck the barbarian deity's arm, creating minute fissures in the space where they clashed. The northern barbarian king's tent collapsed under such pressure, revealing a horrifying scene below. 3,000 youths were shackled in blood troughs, their lifeblood being channeled through pipes to the altar. Beasts. Lin Wani unleashed the chilling aura of Xianin, instantly freezing the ground to 3 feet deep. Yet, the pipes in the blood trough twisted to evade, evidently protected by a water-warding spell. The barbarian deity's arm suddenly shifted tactics, fingers blossoming like lotus flowers. Each fingertip manifested a miniature alchemical furnace, from which oozed not flames, but a thick mist of blood. The azure dragon was enveloped in the blood mist, emitting a lament of anguish as the mist eroded the very essence of the dragon veins. Master, the array. Su Miao suddenly slashed her wrist, allowing golden blood to drip upon the array plate, causing the 5 elemental spiritual objects to glow brightly. Li Xuan, feeling a surge of fortune, hurled the array plate into the air. 5 elements rotate. Chaos returns to origin. The 5 colored beams of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth shot skyward, forming a massive grinding mill in the clouds. As the mill turned, the alchemical furnaces on the barbarian deity's 5 fingers shattered one after another. In the final moment, the barbarian deity's arm lunged for the azure dragon's reverse scale. Whoosh! The meteorite spear pierced through the palm from below. Covered in blood, Qin Hongxiu had somehow broken free from her bindings. Her dragon horn had shattered, yet ethereal dragon wings sprouted from her back. This strike carried the entirety of her dragon blood essence, and the moment the spear tip touched the barbarian deity's skin, the land of the northern frontier trembled. Battle bones, awaken? The northern barbarian king gazed in disbelief at the blood hole in his chest. The arm of the barbarian deity he had painstakingly nurtured was shattered by the residual force of this strike. When Qin Hongxiu landed, she was no longer human. Her spine had fully transformed into that of a dragon, her limb joints reversed, yet her right arm, which held the spear, retained its human form. The meteorite spear, having absorbed the essence of the barbarian deity's blood, turned a fiery red, with runes appearing on its shaft that bore the same origin as Li Xuan's medicinal hoe. The barbarian deity's arm began to collapse. Without the northern barbarian king as a medium, it melted away like ice under the blazing sun. However, just before it completely dissipated, the middle finger suddenly bent, shooting something into Qin Hongxiu's brow. A miniature alchemical furnace. Hongxiu. Li Xuan reached out to catch it, but the ground suddenly split apart. The long-absent ground dragon earthworm burst forth, swallowing the falling Qin Hongxiu whole, before lunging toward the dying northern barbarian king. Amidst the horrifying sounds of chewing, the northern barbarian king's half-body was swallowed by the earthworm's throat, while the remaining portion was crushed by the suddenly awakened phantom of the azure dragon. As the dust settled, the formation emitted a blinding alarm. Li Xuan lowered his gaze and noticed that the surface of the array indicated intense fluctuations of spiritual energy beneath the ruins of the northern barbarian king's tent. It was the marriage contract that should have perished alongside the royal tent. He cleared away the scorched earth and unearthed a mysterious iron box. Within the box, the contract remained intact, but even more astonishing was the sheepskin parchment nestled inside. It meticulously detailed the birth dates and 8 characters of eligible young women from the Daiyan noble families, each name accompanied by a notation of their furnace qualification. Indeed, when Su Miao turned to a certain page, her hands suddenly trembled. There, encircled in red ink, was the name Yi Qingli's daughter, Yi Bingxian. The annotation boldly stated, Xianin body, supreme quality. The ethereal figure of the azure dragon suddenly let out a long cry of warning. Li Xuan raised his head and beheld a bronze lamp slowly drifting out from the spatial rift where the arm of the barbarian deity had dissipated. The wick burned not with flame, but with a concentrated, blood-red willpower. As the lamp flickered, the voice of the overseer resonated across the battlefield. 20 days. With this countdown, the flames surged dramatically. In the firelight, 7 ethereal furnace figures were distinctly visible. 6 encircled the Xiaoyao manor, while the last one astonishingly occupied the position where Qin Hongxiu had been engulfed by the earth dragon worm. Sister Hongxiu had become the 7th furnace? The strings of Xiao Yunu's pipa snapped in unison. The earth dragon worm abruptly burst forth from the ground. The seal of the monitoring heaven division on its forehead had, unbeknownst to anyone, transformed into the pattern of a furnace, and a massive bulge on its back vaguely resembled the silhouette of Qin Hongxiu in meditation. Even more horrifying was the glint of fierce battle intent in the creature's gaze directed at Li Xuan, reminiscent of Qin Hongxiu herself. Come with me. Back to the manor. It spoke in a voice that was a blend of male and female tones. The interior world suddenly quaked violently. Li Xuan diverted his attention to observe, only to see Long Hai wildly gnawing at the chain collar, the character for imprisonment having inexplicably morphed into Qin. Meanwhile, at the edge of chaos, a shard of a bronze sword tip was slowly materializing. Chapter 36. The jade coffin buries the mountains and rivers as the earth dragon worm languidly returned to Xiaoyao Zhuang, bearing the flesh lump transformed from Qin Hongxiu. The dawn was just beginning to stain the eastern crater with crimson hues. The bottom of the deep pit, created 3 years prior by the fall of a meteorite, now emanated an eerie blue light. The tremors from last night's battle had actually fractured the sealing enchantment at the pit's base. Master, the chill is overwhelming. Lin Wanyi's hair was encrusted with white frost, and the Xuanin Tongming Jian trembled violently at the edge of the pit, as something below repelled the Xuanin Qi. Li Xuan gazed intently at the array disk in his hand. The surface displayed a colossal rectangular object buried deep within the crater, its outline resembling a coffin. Yet the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it were entirely different from the current cultivation system. Strangely, when the array's star patterns swept across the area, the dragon child in the inner world abruptly ceased its gnawing on the collar, curling up in fear instead. I shall descend. Li Xuan secured the medicinal hoe at his waist and leaped into the abyss. After plummeting 100 zhong, the soles of his boots met a substance akin to solid ice. It was not ice, but a type of translucent blue jade, its surface inscribed with long-lost ancient thunder patterns. At the moment the hoe's blade collided with the jade surface, the entire crater resonated with a sound akin to a great bell tolling. The thunder patterns on the coffin's surface began to illuminate in sequence, revealing the scene within. A female corpse clad in the palace attire of a bygone dynasty lay quietly inside, her hands crossed over a rolled bamboo scroll, with 3 bronze nails embedded in her forehead, identical to those that had pierced Qin Hongxiu years ago. Liu Fei. Li Xuan's pupils constricted sharply. 300 years ago, the great ancestor of Daiyan had sacrificed the last favored concubine of the previous dynasty to the dragon vein in a bid for power. Legend had it that her resentment invoked divine punishment, leading to the fall of the meteorite. Who would have thought she had been refined into a warding object? Suddenly, the coffin lid slid open by half a foot. A bone-chilling cold surged forth, instantly encasing Li Xuan's right arm in ice. Even more terrifying, the 3 bronze nails began to tremble violently, their caps adorned with star patterns identical to those of the Tianjing Sea seal. In a moment of dire urgency, the array disc at his waist took flight. The North River Xuanbing crystal among the 5 elemental spiritual objects erupted in dazzling light, creating a delicate balance with the coffin's chill. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan yanked back his right arm, striking the icy layer with force. Amidst the shattering sound, the bamboo scroll was dislodged from the coffin. The scroll titled Jinghua Feng Shui Shi'er was inscribed with 7 ancient seal characters, seemingly carved with a knife. Upon unfolding, it revealed something astonishing. This was no ordinary bamboo scroll. Each piece had been soaked in dragon blood, with vibrant golden threads depicting a dynamic topographic map of mountains and rivers. As Li Xuan's fingers brushed across a particular mountain range, a low rumble echoed from the actual mountain in response. Master, the communication talisman from Xiao Yunu suddenly ignited. Sister Hongxiu's flesh lump has cracked open. The situation on the ground was far worse than anticipated. The earth dragon worm writhed in agony, its back split like pottery, exposing the seated figure of Qin Hongxiu within. She was enveloped in a blood-red crystalline shell, a micro-Dan furnace imprint prominently visible on her forehead. Even more bizarrely, with each breath she took, the earth chi surrounding Xiaoyao Zhuang fluctuated, as she unconsciously absorbed the dragon vein. The jade coffin must be removed at once. Li Xuan tucked the scroll into his robe and struck the coffin's base with all his might using the medicinal hoe. This strike triggered the coffin's internal restrictions, and the corpse of Liu Fei suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupilless gaze fixated on Li Xuan, and the 3 bronze nails shot forth simultaneously, aimed at his forehead, heart, and dantian. Clang! The hoe's blade deflected 2 of the nails, but the third was caught by the sudden appearance of the dragon child's illusion. The barrier between reality and the inner world was as thin as a cicada's wing at that moment, allowing Li Xuan to clearly see the dragon child using the tip of a bronze sword to pry open the collar. The clash of the sword tip against the bronze nail produced a sound reminiscent of chimes. The corpse of Liu Fei began to convulse violently. Silver liquid oozed from the nail marks, transforming into lightning upon contact with the air. The entire jade coffin began to sink, seemingly intent on dragging this secret back into the earth. Li Xuan could not allow it to escape. He pressed the array disc against the coffin, 5 elements locking spirit. Chains of 5 colors, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, ensnared the jade coffin. Just as the 2 forces clashed, the bamboo scroll slipped from Li Xuan's robe, unfolding precisely to the 12th diagram of the potential dragon returning to the abyss. The marked acupoints on the diagram aligned perfectly with the current position of the jade coffin. So it is. Li Xuan felt a surge of inspiration, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he sprayed onto the bamboo scroll. The moment the blood droplets seeped into the patterns, a tremendous roar echoed from 300 miles away in the direction of the royal tomb. The sealing dragon stone of the great ancestor's mausoleum had shattered. The jade coffin was struck as if by lightning. The palace attire of Liu Fei within suddenly turned to ash, revealing the intricate dragon-suppressing incantations inscribed all over her body. These incantations were frantically siphoning a certain power from her being, channeling it through the dragon vein towards the royal tomb. As the power dwindled, the 3 bronze nails began to loosen. She was using her resentment to nourish the dragon vein. Li Xuan finally grasped the malice of this Feng Shui formation. Liu Fei had been transformed into an eternal motion machine, her life's resentment strengthening the new dynasty's dragon vein after death. And that meteorite was clearly summoned to suppress any vengeful spirits that might arise. A sudden scream from Xiao Yunu broke the silence. Li Xuan leaped from the pit, only to witness Qin Hongxiu's crystalline shell completely shatter, revealing new flesh cloaked in dragon scales beneath. The moment she opened her eyes, all vegetation within a 10-mile radius of Xiaoyao Zhuang withered simultaneously, as all vitality was drawn towards the Dan furnace imprint on her forehead. Hongxiu. Li Xuan attempted to approach, but was swept aside by the earth dragon worm's tail. The massive creature's pupils had morphed into the shape of a Dan furnace, and its voice, laden with the cold laughter of the overseer, echoed, "In 20 days, the 7 furnaces shall open." Qin Hongxiu suddenly raised her hand, and the meteorite spear flew into her grasp. As the spear's tip touched the ground, The withered vegetation miraculously regained its verdancy. She returned the vitality she had seized. Yet, almost immediately after, she clutched her head in agony, as the Dan furnace pattern on her forehead and her dragon scales began to clash in a tug-of-war. She was battling against the control of the Dan furnace. Su Miao suddenly tore open her collar, revealing the dragon pattern on her chest, exclaiming, "I need more dragon qi." Li Xuan abruptly realized. He spread the Zhenghua Feng Shui Shi Ju bamboo scroll on the ground, pressing the array disc down upon the potential dragon returning to the abyss formation, while the medicinal hoe pierced into the earth beneath Qin Hongxiu's feet. The ancient and modern dragon veins shall converge. The golden threads on the scroll suddenly stood upright, wriggling into the ground like living serpents. The entire Xiaoyao Zhuang trembled violently as the new and old dragon veins intersected underground, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that sent everyone tumbling to the ground. Only Qin Hongxiu remained unyielding at the center of the storm, greedily absorbing this power, while the Dan furnace pattern on her forehead gradually became enveloped by dragon scales. When the dust settled, the earth dragon worm had shed its old form, emerging smaller yet adorned with bronze-colored scales. Its forehead's Tianjing Sea seal transformed into the shape of budding dragon horns. It had evolved into a ground-covering jiao, and there stood Qin Hongxiu, proud upon the jiao's head, wielding the meteorite spear now transformed into a Qinglong halberd, its blade entwined with solidified dragon qi. The master of the estate spoke in a voice as deep as a dragon's roar, revealing visions from beneath the imperial mausoleum. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she abruptly swung her halberd, cleaving through the void. The beam of her weapon tore open a rift in space, revealing the scene of the imperial underground palace. At the center stood 9 coiling dragon pillars, from which a colossal bronze coffin floated, entwined by 7 chains, each connecting to an ethereal furnace in the outside world. As she observed the 7th pillar, Qin Hongxiu's dragon-like pupils narrowed into slits. Suddenly, the rift was mended by an invisible force. She staggered back 3 steps, a trace of golden blood seeping from the dragon scale on her brow. Intriguingly, this drop of blood, upon touching the ground, transformed into a small dragon, merely an inch in length, which swam to Li Xian's feet and bit his pant leg, as if to warn him. The interior world was thrown into chaos. Li Xian, distracted, noticed the dragonling etching characters on the chaotic wall with the tip of a bronze sword. With each stroke, the jade coffin in reality trembled. When the final character was inscribed, Li Xian felt as though struck by lightning. It was a simplified Chinese character from his past life. Yi Qingli was here. Suddenly, the jade coffin exploded. Amidst the flying shards, the body of Lu Fei transformed into white bones, with only 3 bronze nails floating in the air, all pointing towards the northeast, the direction of the Yi family sword tomb. Beneath the coffin, the core of a fallen star revealed a bronze plate inscribed with star patterns, the grooves perfectly shaped to accommodate the formation plate. It turned out this was the missing piece. Li Xian embedded the formation plate into the groove. The star patterns on the bronze plate melded seamlessly with the formation plate, and in an instant, a star map with a diameter of 1,000 zhang emerged upon the ground of the Xiaoyao Manor. At the center of the star map, the white bones of Lu Fei were arranged as a pointer, directing straight towards the 7th pillar of the imperial mausoleum. The earthbound dragon suddenly became restless, spiraling anxiously. Qin Hongxiu pressed her brow's dragon scale, saying, "Master, the monitor is observing me through the furnace." She suddenly curled up in pain, and when she lifted her head once more, her left eye had taken on the shape of a furnace. "Hurry, to the sword tomb, find." Before she could finish, she swung her halberd toward her left arm. Blood gushed forth, and a jade tablet inscribed with the Yi family crest fell from the wound. This was not merely Qin Hongxiu's memory. It was information relayed by Yi Qingli, imprisoned within the coffin of the imperial mausoleum, transmitted through the furnace. The starlight surged magnificently. In the star map projected by the fusion of the formation plate and the bronze plate, 7 light points were in motion. Apart from the 6 known furnaces, the 7th point was rapidly approaching Xiaoyao Manor. Li Xian turned abruptly, and on the horizon, a beam of sword light was tearing through the clouds. Within that beam was a figure bearing a heavy sword, bloodstains in the shape of 6 fingers glaringly vivid upon his robes. Before he arrived, his voice echoed, "Elder of the Xianin sect, I have come to collect the 7th furnace." Chapter 37. The birth of the nine, in the chilling cry of the blood sword elder's sword resonated from 10 miles away, causing the ground of the Xiaoyao Zhuang to begin to crack. The star map, formed by the fusion of the array and the bronze plate, flickered violently, with the light point representing the Xian-Yin sex branch approaching the elder at an alarming speed, capable of carrying the branch's alchemical furnace with him. You knew. Take everyone into the cellar. Li Xuan shouted, thrusting his spade into the ground, allowing chaotic energy to flow through the fissures and temporarily stabilize the collapsing foundation. Qin Hongxiu rode the earth-overturning dragon into the air, her Qinglong spear aimed directly at the source of the sword light, and the dragon energy on the spear blade formed a protective barrier. This is not good. It is too fast. Lin Wanni's Xian-Yin Tongming reflected a terrifying scene. At the forefront of the sword light was a swirling mass of thick blood mist, leaving corrosive traces in its wake. He was burning the essence of his golden core. Suddenly, Li Xuan glanced at Su Miao. The dragon patterns on her arm emitted a blinding golden light, resonating with the array's star map. More strangely, the symbols she unconsciously drew in the sand perfectly matched the directional markers set by Lu Fei's skeletal remains. Su Miao Yu. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Miao abruptly launched an attack. Her fingers clawed towards Li Xuan's heart with such speed that they left behind afterimages. This strike was meant to pierce through his chest, but upon contact with his skin, it was obstructed by a hard object, the golden foil contract obtained from the soul-locking nail. Yi, family. Su Miao's voice suddenly transformed into a mixture of male and female tones, her right eye's pupil turning a bronze hue. The sword tomb. Has. She bit down on her tongue, and golden blood sprayed onto the golden foil. The moment the blood droplets touched the three characters of Xianyin sect, the entire foil ignited, revealing miniature sword shadows that plunged directly into Li Xuan's brow. The inner world was turned upside down. The dragon child screamed as it lunged towards the invading sword shadow, only to be cleaved in half by a single strike. Seizing the opportunity, the bronze sword tip pierced the chaotic barrier, forcefully implanting a fragment of alien memory, the last image before Yi Qingli's imprisonment, beneath the seventh pillar of the royal tomb. Extending from the bronze coffin were not chains, but 7 bronze fingers. Each finger was connected to the crown of a woman's head, 6 of whom had already turned to desiccated corpses, with only Yi Qingli still struggling. She pressed a fragment of the reverse scale into her heart, using her last ounce of strength to carve the words Xiaoyao onto the coffin lid. Li Xuan knelt on the ground, clutching his head, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The sword light in reality had reached the front of the manor, and the figure of the blood sword elder became distinctly visible, a middle-aged cultivator with a sinister countenance, whose heavy sword dripped with blood, its hilt shaped like a bronze hand. Zhuang Master Li, the elder hovered in midair, his voice grating like rusted iron. Hand over the 7th furnace, and I will spare your life. Qin Hongxiu's Qinglong spear cleaved downward fiercely. Nonsense. The blood sword elder flicked the sword tip, sending a droplet of blood toward the spear's glow. In the instant of collision, the entire Xiaoyao Zhuang trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Qin Hongxiu, along with her dragon, was sent flying, crashing through 3 buildings before halting her retreat. Remarkably, the pattern of the alchemical furnace on her brow re-emerged with this strike. Unappreciative, the elder pointed with his sword, and the heavy sword split into 7 blood shadows, each targeting a vital point within the manor. The first to be struck was the still twitching Li Xuan. In a moment of peril, the array's star map suddenly contracted, enveloping Li Xuan in a cocoon of light. The instant the blood sword pierced the cocoon, the star patterns radiated brilliant light, dissolving all the blood shadows. The elder's pupils contracted sharply. The Zhou Tian Stardo array? Impossible. Within the light cocoon, Li Xuan was undergoing a transformation. The bronze fingers from Yi Qingli's memory intertwined with the bronze nails in Lu Fei's coffin, piecing together a horrifying truth. The Jianzheng lineage connected 7 women through the 7 bronze fingers, extracting their unique physiques to refine human pills. And the 7th position was meant to be Yi Qingli's daughter, Yi Bingxian. Thus it is. Li Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with the same vertical slits as the dragon child. Hongxiu is merely a substitute. He pressed his hands against the array, and the star patterns flowed over his entire body like water. In the inner world, the dragon child ravenously consumed the memory energy brought by the sword shadow, its form evolving from that of a child into a youth. More astonishingly, Chaotic energy began to converge towards its Dantian, gradually solidifying into a virtual pill. The changes in reality were even more astounding. A 3-foot-high chaotic vortex appeared above Li Xuan's head, with 4 streams of light shooting towards him from different directions within the manor. Lin Wanni's Yin cold air, Qin Hongxiu's dragon blood battle energy, Xiao Yunu's emotional flower essence, and Su Miao's wood spirit origin, merging within the vortex to form a diagram of Yin and Yang fish. For women cultivating together, the blood sword elder's expression changed for the first time. You have deciphered the Hunyuan Yin-Yang Dongxian true classic. The Yin and Yang fish spun faster and faster, ultimately collapsing into a point that plunged into Li Xuan's Dantian. A terrifying wave of energy swept across the area, forcing even the blood sword elder to retreat from its brilliance. When the light faded, Li Xuan floated in midair, a chaotic phantom of 3 heads and 6 arms materializing behind him. This was the embryonic form of the Yuan-Ing, a pseudo-infant realm. The elder raised his heavy sword defensively, but was still pushed back 100 feet. Without a spiritual root, how can you? His words were interrupted by a sudden change in the heavens. The sky above Li Xuan darkened with ominous clouds, and lightning brewed within the layers. A 4th 9 heavenly tribulation. The life and death tribulation that every cultivator must face when forming an infant. The blood sword elder suddenly grinned maliciously. Heaven helps me. He pointed his sword toward the heavens, drawing the tribulation clouds toward Xiaoyao Zhuang. Let us see whether you endure the tribulation first, or I extinguish your sect. At the moment the first bolt of heavenly lightning struck, Li Xuan did something that no one anticipated. He plunged his hands into his Dantian, forcibly pulling the newly formed virtual infant out of his body. This chaotic Yuan-Ing, now one with the dragon child, grinned and lunged at the blood sword elder while holding the array. You! The elder's shock froze on his face. The virtual infant passed through his protective blood mist, pressing the array against his Dantian. The next second, the heavenly lightning that was meant for Xiaoyao Zhuang suddenly veered in midair, pouring down upon the blood sword elder like a cascade of galaxies. Boom! The screams within the lightning were spine-chilling. The elder's physical body melted like wax, leaving only the heavy bronze sword clattering to the ground. Even more bizarrely, 7 streams of blood light shot from the charred remains, 6 of which darted towards different alchemical furnaces, while the last one burrowed into the dragon horn on the forehead of the earth-overturning dragon. Qin Hongxiu suddenly screamed in agony. Clutching her head, the alchemical furnace pattern on her brow erupted with brilliant light, forming a 3-zhang-hai phantom of the furnace above her head. Instead of flames, a viscous blood-colored spiritual liquid spewed forth. This was the culmination of the blood sword elder's lifelong cultivation. Hongxiu, don't touch that. Li Xuan's warning came too late. Qin Hongxiu instinctively opened her mouth and swallowed a droplet of the spiritual liquid, her dragon scales instantly turning blood red. More horrifyingly, the earth-overturning dragon began to mutate, its bronze scales swelling with countless blood vessel-like protrusions, its aura pressing against the golden core. The residual waves of the tribulation began to rain down indiscriminately. Just as Li Xuan retracted the virtual infant, he saw Su Miao struck by a bolt of lightning. The anticipated dissolution into ash did not occur. The dragon pattern on her arm detached autonomously, transforming into a miniature golden dragon that devoured the heavenly thunder before burrowing back into her body. The brand of treachery completely vanished, replaced by a golden elixir phantom shaped like dragon scales. Mu Ling Huadan, Lin Wanni exclaimed in astonishment. Her own Xian Yintong Ming Jian underwent a metamorphosis amidst the lightning, revealing an ancient thunder pattern on the back of the mirror, identical to that found in the coffin of Lu Fei. The final bolt of heavenly thunder struck the center of the formation. Just as Li Xuan was about to counter it, Xiao Yunu embraced the vengeful bone pipa and advanced to meet it. The pipa shattered in the light of the thunder, yet managed to divert the lightning by a fraction, allowing it to strike the bronze-handed great sword on the ground. In the moment of the sword's explosion, everyone heard the piercing scream of a woman. The bronze hand of the sword's hilt shattered inch by inch, revealing a small finger joint sealed within, on which the characters Yi Qingli were clearly inscribed. The small finger transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the northeast. Li Xuan's virtual infant suddenly opened its eyes and emitted a voice in sync with the dragon child. 20th day. Sword tomb. The charred corpse of the blood sword elder suddenly convulsed. Before being entirely reduced to ashes, he squeezed out a final curse from his throat. Xianin. 7 sons have awakened. The crisis at Xiaoyao Manor was temporarily resolved, but a greater shadow loomed. On the star map of the formation, although the light representing the Xian-Yin sect's branch had vanished, the brightness of the other 6 had surged dramatically, particularly that of the Imperial Mausoleum, which was now extending 7 blood-red threads connecting to the Dan furnace pattern on Qin Hongxiu's forehead, the Muling virtual elixir newly formed by Su Miaoxin, the original site of Lu Fei's jade coffin, the direction in which Yi Qingli's small finger had flown, the remnants of the blood sword great sword, the dragon vein of Qianlong Valley, and the chaotic virtual infant within Li Xian's dantian. They are marking us. Lin Wani's voice trembled, preparing for the simultaneous opening of the 7 furnaces. Li Xian glanced at the formation in his hand. After merging with the bronze plate, a miniature crater mark appeared on the surface, within which lay a vague outline of a woman, the true form of Lu Fei's vengeful spirit. However, as he attempted to enlarge the image, the virtual infant suddenly screamed a warning from within the dantian. On the chaotic edge of the inner world, 7 bronze fingers had inexplicably appeared, slowly reaching towards the dragon child. Chapter 38. The dragon riding in the Golden Luan Hall. The imperial city was shrouded in an eerie red mist before dawn. Li Xian stood atop the Fudi Jiao, with behind him 4 distinct auras: Lin Wani's Xianbing sword energy, Qin Hongxiu's blood dragon battle aura, Xiao Yinu's pink mist, and Su Miao's emerald flow. The 5 energies harmonized under the formation, projecting a colossal, chaotic phantom above the clouds. Zhuangzhu, there is unusual activity towards the imperial tomb, reported a voice. Lin Wani's Xian-Yin reflected the underground scene. 7 bronze pillars were extracting the dragon veins from different directions, and the tremors from the central coffin grew increasingly violent, as if something was being awakened prematurely. Li Xian caressed the edge of the formation. Following the warning from the phantom last night, the inner world had sealed the intrusion path of the bronze fingers. Yet the collar around the dragon child's neck had transformed into a bronze hue, reminiscent of the cage in Yi Qingli's memory. Worse still, the furnace pattern on Qin Hongxiu's forehead had spread across half her face, threatening to spiral out of control at any moment. Proceed as planned. Li Xian suddenly cast the formation into the air above the imperial city. The copper plate expanded in the wind, transforming into a vast star map that enveloped the Golden Luan Hall. The guards at the hall had yet to sound the alarm before being immobilized by the star patterns, unable to even blink. The Fudi Jiao dove down, smashing through the woman and raising a cloud of dust. Qin Hongxiu led the charge, her Qinglong halberd sweeping through the ranks, shattering the armor of the imperial guards without inflicting a single wound upon them, showcasing her mastery over strength. Li Xian, how dare you? The chiding from the prime minister was silenced by a glance from Xiao Yinu. The seasoned statesman suddenly turned, bowing respectfully to the dragon throne. I welcome the king of freedom. Charm techniques ensnared the officials. The Golden Luan Hall erupted into chaos. The civil officials knelt like puppets on strings, while the military generals fell into an illusion, striking at the air with their swords. The old emperor on the dragon throne was filled with rage, slamming the imperial seal onto the court table. I am the true dragon emperor. At the moment the seal struck the table, the entire imperial city trembled. The reliefs on the 9-dragon wall outside the hall seemed to come to life, as 9 stone dragons burst forth, intertwining in the air to form a golden dragon of fortune. This colossal entity, born from 300 years of the dynasty's accumulation, bore the names of all the civil and military officials upon its scales. Li Xian, you little thief. The golden dragon bellowed in the emperor's voice. Today I shall. The threat was abruptly cut off. Qin Hongxiu suddenly leaped, her Qinglong halberd precisely piercing the golden dragon's reverse scale. With a sound that grated on the teeth, the inscription of Prime Minister on the scales vanished. Simultaneously, in reality, the Prime Minister collapsed, frothing at the mouth. So it is, Li Xian sneered, destroying its wings and severing its roots. The formation star patterns shone brightly, marking the brightest names on the golden dragon's body: Grand General, Minister of Revenue, Commander of the Imperial Guards. Su Miao's fingers danced, releasing countless golden tassels from her sleeves, ensnaring these vital names. With each name captured, the corresponding official crumpled to the ground. The old emperor finally panicked. He bit his finger and smeared blood on the imperial seal. Supervisor, save me. The seal suddenly exploded, its fragments transforming into 7 streams of light shooting in different directions. 6 of these flew towards known elixir furnace locations, while the last one hurtled directly toward Li Xian's heart. This turn of events occurred so swiftly that even Qin Hongxiu could not intervene. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal reverberated throughout the hall. The one blocking the fragments of the imperial seal was none other than Xiao Yunu. She had positioned herself before Li Xian, a sharp shard of jade embedded in her chest. Horrifyingly, the wound did not bleed. Instead, it bore a pattern identical to Qin Hongxiu's furnace mark. Yunu, Li Xian exclaimed, supporting her. Yet the woman revealed an eerie smile, her fingertip lightly touching his brow. Zhuangzhu. I see. Beneath the 7th pillar of the imperial tomb. Before she could finish, a shattering sound echoed from within her. The furnace mark spread like a web across her body, but was abruptly halted as Su Miao channeled the wood's spirit golden elixir into her veins. 420 breaths. I can only hold on. Li Xian suddenly looked up. The golden dragon had taken advantage of the chaos and was now overhead. Its gaping maw large enough to swallow the entire golden Luan Hall. At the critical moment, the Fudi Jiao dashed across, having evolved into a formidable beast. Though its size was not as grand as the golden dragon, its horn accurately pierced the dragon's throat. Roar! The clash of the two dragons sent shockwaves that shattered the glazed tiles of the hall's roof. In the ensuing chaos, the old emperor attempted to flee but was blocked by an ice wall conjured by Lin Wani. In despair, he tore open his dragon robe, revealing a gaping blood hole where his heart should have been, but instead, there lay a bronze bell. You do not understand at all. The emperor shrieked, frantically shaking the bell. The great Yin has long since. The sound of the bell resonated through the clouds. Suddenly, 7 chimes echoed from the direction of the imperial tomb. With each chime, the furnace mark on Qin Hongxiu's forehead glimmered brighter. At the 7th chime, she swung her halberd, striking at the Fudi Jiao. The Qinglong halberd pierced the dragon's reverse scale without obstruction, and scalding dragon blood gushed forth. Hongxiu! Li Xian's shout was futile. Qin Hongxiu's eyes had lost clarity, and the Qinglong halberd pivoted towards Su Miao. Just as tragedy seemed imminent, the formation unexpectedly soared above everyone's heads, projecting the ethereal image of Lu Fei. Dingling. The copper bell on Lu Fei's wrist chimed of its own accord. This sound resonated in perfect harmony with the bell held by the emperor, causing Qin Hongxiu's movements to freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian darted in, striking her between the shoulder blades. The chaotic phantom flowed into her body, rushing toward her forehead's furnace. The inner view was chilling. The inner walls of the furnace were inscribed with runes originating from the bronze coffin of the imperial tomb. What burned within was not flame, but the essence of the dragon veins. As the phantom entered, 7 bronze fingers extended from the furnace walls, attempting to seize it. So you are here. The phantom emitted the voice of the dragon child, actively biting down on one of the fingers. The bronze finger recoiled in pain, emitting not blood, but wisps of black mist, each containing the remnants of a woman's soul. The changes in reality were even more astonishing. A fissure opened on Qin Hongxiu's forehead, and 7 streams of black mist surged forth. Each stream that touched the ground transformed into a human form, revealing the first 6 remnants of souls that had been refined. The final stream of black mist was particularly solid, vaguely revealing the face of Yi Qingli. Bing Xian. Sword Tomb. Do not believe. The voices of the remnants were faint as a whisper, before the black mist was suddenly drawn back into Qin Hongxiu's forehead by an unseen force. She trembled violently, the Qinglong halberd clattering to the ground, replaced by the ethereal image of a bronze sword appearing in her palm, identical to that held by the dragon child in the inner view. Outside the Golden Luan Hall, the sky darkened ominously. The formation star map displayed 6 elixir furnaces frantically extracting earth vein essence, transmitting it through some spatial link to the imperial tomb. Above the tomb, the sky revealed the ethereal silhouette of a massive bronze alchemical furnace, measuring 1,000 feet in diameter. The overseer had commenced the alchemical process. Lin Wani, in a moment of desperation, hastily formed her incantation, attempting to freeze the bell at the emperor's heart with a chilling essence. Yet, as the frost touched the bell's surface, she suddenly screamed in anguish and collapsed, the mirror of her reflection revealing a horrifying sight. Within the bronze coffin, 7 fingers were connected to her spine. Just as Li Xian was about to assist her, a bronze hand unexpectedly emerged from beneath his feet. The 7 fingers closed like a prison, gripping him tightly. The ethereal infant within his dantian emitted a pained howl. while the bronze collar around the dragon child's neck constricted ever tighter. In this dire moment, the ground-bound Jiaogong suddenly detonated. This loyal beast poured all its blood essence into the dragon horn, transforming into a stream of light that pierced through the golden dragon's head. The golden dragon let out a mournful cry as it disintegrated, each shard of its shattered scales revealing the specters of officials who were being forcefully siphoned of their souls to sustain the alchemical process. The bell at the old emperor's chest abruptly exploded. In disbelief, he looked down to see the bronze fingers emerging from his heart. "No, you promised me eternal life." The fingers mercilessly crushed his heart, retreating into the void with bloody remnants. "Your Majesty has passed away?" The surviving officials were left in stunned silence. Seizing the moment, Li Xuan broke free from the bronze hand. As he summoned the array back into his grasp, 7 bloodlines appeared on the disc, marking the path of the bronze fingers. 6 of these lines connected to the known alchemical furnaces, but the 7th led to the heart of Xiao Yunu. Li Xuan tore open her clothing. He noticed the bronze nail marks that had inexplicably appeared on her chest, with an invisible thread extending towards the northeast, pointing to the Yi family's sword tomb. "So the 7th furnace has been by my side all along." Li Xuan smiled amidst his fury. He placed one hand upon the array, transforming the star patterns into a crimson hue. "Old dog, overseer, you wish to concoct elixirs? I shall ensure you have ample opportunity." The chaotic, ethereal infant suddenly detached from him, cradling the array as it surged towards the Imperial Mausoleum. Wherever it passed, the 6 bloodlines connecting to the alchemical furnaces were severed one by one. With each severance, the illusory furnaces in the distance collapsed. When the final bloodline was cut, the ethereal infant reached the skies above the mausoleum, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar directed at the bronze alchemical furnace's silhouette. The furnace trembled violently, and its lid cracked open slightly in response to the roar. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Li Xuan hurled the medicinal hoe with all his might. The dragon's blood totem on the hoe's blade detached, transforming into a 100-foot-long azure dragon, which slipped through the crevice and into the furnace. With a resounding explosion, the 7th pillar of the mausoleum collapsed. From the billowing dust, a charred piece of reverse scale flew forth, landing precisely in Li Xuan's palm. The scale bore 4 words written in blood: "Sword Tomb. Hasten here." The remnants of the Jiaogong suddenly radiated light. Its flesh and scales melted away, coalescing into a miniature bronze key, a replica of the bronze coffin of the mausoleum. The key, upon forming, took flight towards the northeast, seemingly guiding the way. Just as Li Xuan prepared to pursue, his feet suddenly weakened. The chaotic, ethereal infant returned to his dantian, and he felt the dragon child battling fiercely against the 7 bronze fingers, which had breached the defenses, 3 of them gripping the dragon child's throat. Zhuangzhu Xiao Yunu suddenly grasped his wrist, warning him of treachery at the sword tomb. That is, her words were cut short as the nail marks on her heart spread throughout her body, swiftly transforming her into a statue of jade. Even more terrifying, this petrification phenomenon spread like a plague, instantly converting the nearest officials into jade sculptures. "Flee!" Li Xuan lifted the jade statue of Xiao Yunu, and the array's star patterns enveloped them as they soared into the sky. Behind them, the imperial city was rapidly transforming into jade, while the sky's silhouette of the alchemical furnace, though shattered, began to slowly rotate, its opening now aimed directly at the northeast, towards the Yi family's sword tomb. Chapter 39. The record of the celestial messenger. The sky, over the direction of the sword tomb, was tainted with a morbid shade of purplish red, as if it had been marred by some colossal wound. Li Xuan stood atop the highest meteorite platform of the Xiaoyao Manor, the formation disc in his hand indicating that the area surrounding the sword tomb had transformed into a realm devoid of spirits, marking the complete activation of the blood sacrifice array of the Xianin sect. "Master, Yunu's heartbeat has ceased." Lin Wani pressed the Xian Yin Tongming mirror against the jade-like chest of Xiao Yunu. The mirror's surface crystallized with intricate frost flowers, yet her consciousness remained trapped, ensnared within a certain, sword-intent cage. Li Xuan gazed intently at the charred reverse scale in his palm. The edge of this half-dragon scale was jagged, and the broken ends vaguely formed the outline of the character Xian. More peculiarly, when he brought the scale close to Xiao Yunu's jade image, fine sword marks akin to those left by Yi Qingli on the Shan He-Wan appeared on the surface. "Prepare the teleportation array." Li Xuan suddenly pressed the formation disc onto the table, the star patterns automatically extending into a complex array. Before he could finish his words, a clear and melodious sword cry suddenly echoed from the horizon. A beam of azure light pierced through the purplish-red sky, swiftly descending before the manor. The newcomer stood upon a 3-zhang-long azure blade, donned in feathered attire and a star crown, with a jade token inscribed with the words Qin Yun at their waist, an envoy of the Golden Core stage from the celestial sect. Li Xuan, the master of Xiaoyao Manor? The envoy looked down from their elevated position, their voices crisp as ice-striking stone. By the decree of the master of Qin Yun's sect, you are commanded to immediately proceed to the mountain gate to plead for forgiveness. A jade slip flew from their sleeve, unfurling to reveal words that floated in the air like golden hooks and iron paintings. Slaughtering fellow disciples, a crime that cannot be pardoned. Li Xuan did not even glance at it, casually waving his medicinal hoe. The chaos stirred by the hoe's blade shattered the golden letters. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. There is no need for idle chatter. The envoy, rather than being angered, chuckled. You possess courage. With a flick of their sword finger, 12 beams of sword light erupted from the azure blade beneath them, each imbued with the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator. Unfortunately, Miran's ultimately. The harsh words were abruptly cut off. Qin Hongxiu had appeared behind him, the Qinglong halberd pressed against his back. Make another move, and you shall taste the essence of dragon's blood. The dragon scale pattern on her brow had inexplicably transformed into the shape of a sword mark, and the aura emanating from her was surprisingly akin to that of the envoy. The envoy's pupils constricted. How do you possess the aura of my Qin Yun sect? Because of that sword. Li Xuan approached leisurely. It was forged from the dragon bones of a woman from the Yi family. These words acted like a spell. The envoy's treasured sword suddenly wailed in despair, spiderweb-like cracks appearing along the blade. Even more terrifying, a pale golden liquid, dragon's blood, oozed from the fissures. The droplets of blood flew toward Qin Hongxiu, where they were absorbed by the sword marks on her skin. Impossible. The envoy finally panicked. This sword was crafted by our ancestor. Qin Yunzi personally slew the young dragon, didn't he? Li Xuan sneered. It was the mount of Yi Qingli, correct? As if to validate his statement, the sword mark on Qin Hongxiu's forehead suddenly emitted a beam of azure light, coalescing midair into a blurry image. Qin Yunzi pressing the crying young dragon onto the sword blank to extract its soul, while a young attendant beside him handed over tools, who was none other than the former overseer. The envoy was struck as if by lightning, their protective spiritual energy instantly dissipating. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan slammed the formation disc onto the ground. Kneel. The great celestial star array was activated with full force. As the envoy's knees hit the ground, the azure stone surface cracked in a spiderweb pattern. Struggling to lift their head, they saw that Li Xuan had somehow acquired a piece of jade that captured memories, the very image extracted from the memories of an elder from Qin Yun's sect. Returned to tell Qin Yunzi, Li Xuan crushed the jade slip. The blood debt from 30 years ago must be repaid. The image rising from the shattered jade caused the envoy to tremble uncontrollably. It depicted not only the scene of the dragon slaughter, but also a more horrifying aftermath. The remnant souls of the young dragon sealed within 7 flying swords, and the day those swords were forged was the same day the Yi family was annihilated. You, what are you? The envoy suddenly realized their golden core was dwindling, their cultivation plummeting from mid-golden core to foundation establishment, my realm. Dragon's blood backlash. Qin Hongxiu's halberd tip gently pressed deeper, piercing through their skin. For every Yi family member you kill, your life sword will absorb a fraction of your cultivation. She leaned closer to the envoy's ear. Care to guess how many members of the Yi family remain? The envoy suddenly let out a wail. Their jade pendant exploded, scattering 3,000 translucent spirit stones that formed the character for ransom in midair. This was the highest gesture of concession from a celestial sect, indicating a willingness to pay a hefty compensation. How intriguing. Li Xuan casually collected the spirit stones, only to discover that each contained a miniature talisman for tracking. He feigned ignorance, instead smilingly inquiring, "What other messages did Qin Yunzi send you with?" The envoy, as if granted a reprieve, replied, "The master said, if you are willing to hand over the daughter of Yi Qingli, Qin Yun sect is willing to assist you in combating the Xianin sect." Before the envoy could finish, their crowns suddenly exploded. A blood talisman shot into the sky, bursting into the 5 characters of the Xian Yin exorcism order. The envoy's remaining body swiftly turned to jade, ultimately transforming into a statue identical to Xiao Yunu, sharing the same manner of death. Indeed, they were two of a kind. Lin Wani rummaged through the envoy's belongings, retrieving a secret letter from their sleeve. The letter detailed the clandestine dealings between Qing Yun's sect and Xianyin sect, exchanging Yi Bingxian for a seat during the simultaneous opening of 7 furnaces. Li Xuan abruptly pressed the secret letter onto the formation disk. After scanning the star patterns, new light points emerged, revealing a signal deep within the sword tomb that resonated intermittently with the 7 flying swords. Even more astonishingly, this light point was linked through a spatial tether to the jade statue of Xiao Yunu. So that was it. Su Miao suddenly tore open her collar. The dragon scale pattern on her chest had inexplicably sprouted a sword mark, identical to the one on Qin Hongxiu's forehead, indicating that Yunu was a vessel. Li Xian's voice turned icy. The Xianyin sect has long selected her as the vessel to bear the soul of Yi Bingxian. The bronze key, transformed from the remnant soul of the earth dragon, suddenly let out a shrill cry. The key pointed towards the sword tomb, where 7 beams of sword light ascended, each topped with a miniature alchemical furnace, from which blood mist billowed, forming the 2 characters 3, sun in the air. The final ultimatum. Lin Wani suddenly spat blood. The Xian Yin Tongming mirror reflecting a horrifying scene. The stone tablet in the center of the sword tomb was melting away, revealing a bronze coffin beneath. From the seam of the coffin lid, 7 fingers emerged, one of which had already grasped the ankle of a certain white-clad woman. Yi Bingxian is in danger. Qin Hongxiu's Qinglong halberd hummed ominously. The sword mark on her brow shone like the blazing sun, and all the dragon scales on her body stood upright. Master Wi. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain in her dantian. Upon introspection, the pseudo-dan formed from the elder-esque cultivation was cracking, and the fissures were not filled with spiritual energy, but rather a viscous, blood-colored willpower emanating from the manticore sacrifice altar. Li Xian's virtual infant suddenly detached from his body. The 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma form embraced the formation disk and began to dismantle those 3,000 spirit stones. With each stone dismantled, a trace of the tracking talisman was devoured by the chaotic energy. As the final spirit stone was deciphered, the ethereal infant abruptly amalgamated all the prohibitions into a cohesive form, forging a certain spatial beacon. This realization struck Lin Wani. They sought not to track, but to pinpoint coordinates. As if to affirm her suspicion, the 7 beams of sword light from the direction of the sword tomb suddenly pivoted, simultaneously darting towards the Xiaoyao manor. Even more alarming was the fact that each beam was accompanied by the silhouette of a Jindan cultivator, with the foremost being the blood sword elder, who had evidently perished beneath the heavenly tribulation. An illusion? As Su Miao summoned the wood spirit Jindan, she was subdued by Li Xuan. No, it was a sword puppet. He fixated on the 7 luminous points moving synchronously across the formation plate. The Xianyin sect had transformed Jindan cultivators into living puppets. The blood sword elder's sword puppet suddenly accelerated, reaching the manor's front within a heartbeat. Just as he raised his sword to strike, Li Xuan performed an act that left everyone astounded. He plunged the bronze key into his own dantian. The manor master, amidst the gasps of the crowd. The key fused flawlessly with the spatial beacon in the ethereal infant's grasp. The inner world erupted open, and the bronze collar around the dragon child's neck shattered with a resounding crack. The liberated dragon child let out a thunderous roar, dashing into reality while clutching the chain of dragon veins. The heavens and earth abruptly transformed. The dragon vein chain elongated in the wind, swiftly morphing into a colossal bronze python spanning 100 miles. This monstrous entity, born of the dynasty's fortunes and chaotic energies, devoured the 7 beams of sword light in one gulp, and amidst the sound of chewing, the sky above the sword tomb erupted with thunder and lightning. Not enough. Li Xuan coldly chuckled, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. He withdrew the key from his dantian, the golden blood cascading onto the statue of Xiao Yunu. The surface of the jade immediately manifested a myriad of sword techniques, precisely Yi Qingli's renowned skill, the Xiantian 36 forms. Yunu, receive the sword. The statue's eyes snapped open, and a spectral image of the vengeful bone Pipa materialized in her embrace. As she plucked the non-existent strings, all present heard the resounding cries of swords, the symphony of countless flying swords unsheathing in unison. The assault of the blood sword's puppet disintegrated instantly. The 7 Jindan puppets plummeted like kites with severed strings, yet before they could touch the ground, they were swept towards the sword tomb by the bronze python's tail. They became the sharpest arrows, each striking true at a phantom of a Dan furnace. Earth-shattering explosions resonated in succession. Above the sword tomb, 7 mushroom clouds ascended, each containing a distorted spectral image of a bronze finger writhing in agony. When the final cloud dissipated, blood rain began to fall from the sky, mingled with minute jade fragments, each inscribed with the characters Xianyin. Had they won? As Su Miao finally exhaled in relief, the formation plate suddenly blared an alarm. The display indicated that something beneath the sword tomb was awakening. The lid of that bronze coffin had already opened a third of the way. Even more terrifying, 7 claw marks had appeared on the heart of the Xiao Yunu statue, each deep enough to reveal bone, and the bone was of a bronze-like material, identical to the fingers found within the coffin of the Imperial Mausoleum. Chapter 40. The fruit of mortal path achieved amidst the blood rain. The jade fragments fell upon the Ling Tian of Xiaoyao Zhuang, causing the goo-dispelling golden ears to wither instantaneously. Li Xuan stood at the edge of the meteorite platform, the array plate in his hands flickering wildly. The bronze coffin in the direction of the sword tomb already opened halfway, and the spiritual power readings displayed on the plate had long surpassed the golden core realm. There was no time to wait for nightfall. Suddenly, Li Xuan bit his fingertip and inscribed a blood symbol on the array plate. After absorbing his essence blood, the star patterns projected a three-dimensional celestial map, enveloping the entire village, while Lin Wani initiated the great array of the celestial bodies. The Xianyi mirror of Lin Wani hung high above, reflecting 360 beams of starlight. These rays perfectly aligned with the array eyes preset on the meteorite platform, swiftly forming an inverted bowl-shaped light screen. Within the light screen, the space began to twist and distort. This was a small-scale utopia Li Xuan had created after comprehending the 12 configurations of national Feng Shui, in conjunction with the array plate. Hongxiu, Su Miao, protect the law. Li Xuan sat cross-legged, his chaotic virtual infant emerging from his body. The three-headed, six-armed Dharma form embraced a bronze key and began to construct a bridge between the inner world and reality. The dragon child excitedly swam along the dragon vein chains, solidifying the bridge with each circle he made. Suddenly, the jade statue of Xiao Yunu moved on its own. It floated behind Li Xuan, and the ethereal pipa played a melody only souls could perceive. As the music flowed, 7 bronze claw marks on the statue's heart began to seep golden blood. These droplets did not fall to the ground but hovered in the air, gradually forming the outline of Yi Qingli. Not enough. Cold sweat beaded on Li Xuan's forehead. He abruptly plunged the medicinal hoe into his heart, extracting the reverse scale fused with the destiny of the dynasty, using the scale as a beacon to summon the mountains and rivers. The reverse scale exploded into countless points of light, each reflecting a landmark of the Yan Dynasty. When these shadows converged on the array plate, the mountains and rivers of the entire nation astonishingly manifested in miniature within the celestial map. At that moment, the position representing the sword tomb was slowly being torn open by 7 bronze fingers. Now is the time. Li Xuan's virtual infant suddenly grasped the dragon child and forcefully shoved him into that illusory bridge. The child's furious roar transformed into tangible sound waves, shaking the celestial map violently. However, what was even more astonishing was that as the dragon child struggled, the remaining bronze collar around his neck began to melt, the dripping metallic liquid etching intricate array patterns on the bridge, which was precisely the complete great array of the celestial bodies. It turned out that the collar was. Lin Wani suddenly realized the legacy celestial map of the Jianzheng lineage. The changes in reality were even more astonishing. The land of Xiaoyao Zhuang became semi-transparent, and the villagers were horrified to discover they could directly see the flowing spiritual veins beneath the ground. All the spiritual veins converged at Li Xuan's feet, where the shadow of the inner world was beginning to emerge, entering the realm with the physical body. Su Miao's wooden spirit golden core detached, forming an emerald vortex above her head. As the master intended to transport the entire Xiaoyao Zhuang into the inner world, a colossal sound of heaven and earth collapsing resonated from the direction of the sword tomb. The bronze coffin finally opened completely, and its 7-fingered master slowly sat up, a creature assembled from the remnants of countless women, each piece of skin engraved with furnace runes. Embedded in its heart was unmistakably half a reverse scale. Yi Bingxian. The jade statue of Xiao Yunu suddenly spoke, but the voice was a strange, cold female tone. Come. The creature suddenly tore through space, stepping outside Xiao Yaozhuang. It disregarded the defenses of the great array of the celestial bodies, directly inserting its 7 fingers into the light screen. Most terrifyingly, each finger manifested familiar faces: Lu Fei, Yi Qingli, the first 5 furnace dings, and Xiao Yunu, Sister Yunu. Qin Hongxiu's Qinglong halberd swept through, yet it pierced the fingers as if striking the void. Her brow's sword mark suddenly shone brightly, and the pseudo-Dan within her body uncontrollably flew out, aiming directly at the creature's heart's reverse scale. In a moment of peril, the dragon child fiercely bit the bronze collar on the inner bridge. The child's sharp teeth tore off a piece of star-pattern fragment, spitting it towards the real world. The fragment pierced through the spatial barrier, accurately striking the pseudo-Dan and sending it back into Qin Hongxiu's body. It was you. The creature spoke for the first time, its tone resembling a chorus of thousands, the little bug that escaped back then. It suddenly reached for Li Xian's main body at the center of the celestial map. The 7 fingers locked onto 7 vital points, and the 7 faces at their fingertips simultaneously chanted incantations, causing time itself to come to a standstill. At the critical moment, the inner world suddenly expanded. That illusory bridge leapt forth like a giant whale breaching the ocean, swallowing the entire Xiaoyao Zhuang within. The creature's fingers grasped at emptiness, while the miniature mountains and rivers on the celestial map coiled around its limbs like living creatures. You fell into my trap. Li Xian's voice echoed from all directions. What I desire is not escape, but to invite you into a snare. The inner world thunderously closed. Everyone felt the world spinning, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a chaotic space. There were no sun or moon, yet light illuminated the area, and despite the absence of land, they could stand firm. In the center stood a towering giant tree bearing 5 fruits of varying colors, and the surface of the trunk displayed the struggling images of the external monster. This is... Lin Wani touched the nearest blue fruit, and her fingertips instantly frosted over with ice crystals, the fruits of the 5 elements path. After 30 years of mortal trials, a utopia was finally achieved. Li Xian merged with his virtual infant, exuding an aura that surpassed the nascent soul realm. He plucked a crimson fruit and presented it to Qin Hongxiu. Transformed from the blood essence of the barbarian god, it can solidify your pseudo-Dan. The moment Qin Hongxiu swallowed the fruit, the sword mark on her brow faded, and her dragon scales turned dark gold. Even more remarkably, her symbiotic state with the earth-covering flood dragon became entirely controllable. Su Miao took the vibrant green fruit, and her wooden spirit golden core instantly solidified threefold. Lin Wani consumed the Xianbing fruit, evolving her mirror to predict the future, although Xiao Yunu's jade statue could not consume. The claw marks on its heart began to transform towards flesh and blood after being illuminated by the golden fruit. Still lacking the thunder fruit, Li Xian gazed at the only unripe purple fruit on the tree, kneading. His words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden tremor. The edges of the inner world cracked open, and the 7 bronze fingers forcibly pried apart the space. The creature's twisted visage flickered in and out beyond the fissure. Did you think hiding in the utopia would make you safe? Li Xian did not respond. He merely hurled the array plate towards the crack. The star patterns on the plate merged with the chaotic energy of the inner world, transforming into countless chains that ensnared the invader. The creature grinned malevolently, shredding the chains, yet unaware that with each break, a portion of its power was absorbed by the utopia. When half of its body squeezed into the inner realm, it finally sensed something amiss. You are stealing returning what belongs to you. Li Xian suddenly grasped Xiao Yunu's jade statue's hand and pressed it against the creature's heart's reverse scale. Yi Bingxian, awaken. The statue exploded, revealing the slumbering figure of a woman clad in white within. As she opened her eyes, the entire inner realm erupted with thunder and lightning, and the immature Legua fell away, transforming into a thunder dragon that plunged into her crown. Goo goo. The woman gazed at the monster's vulnerable spot, tears mingled with fury. I have finally found you. The creature emitted a shrill cry, unlike any human sound. The faces on its 7 fingers fell away one by one, revealing the rotting truth beneath. Yi Bingxian formed seals with her hands, summoning all the thunder spirits of the inner realm, and struck fiercely at the vulnerable spot. Boom! Amidst the lightning, the monster's body crumbled into dust. A half piece of the vulnerable scale flew towards Yi Bingxian, merging with the other half in her embrace to form a complete dragon scale. The inscriptions that emerged upon the scale made everyone gasp. Xian Tian's sword tomb, suppressing the heart demons from beyond for 700 years. Now the seal will break. The descendants of the Yi clan shall wield this scale and seek the chaos seed path seeker. The remaining text was obscured by a sudden tremor. The edge of the inner realm cracked open once more, but this time it was not fingers that emerged, rather a colossal bronze hand. The true form of Jianzheng finally made its move. Go. Yi Bingxian thrust the dragon scale into Li Xian's chest, taking everyone to the sword tomb for their lay. In the instant the giant hand descended, the inner realm folded automatically, propelling everyone back to reality. They found themselves before the stone tablet at the entrance of the sword tomb. Behind them, the now closed passage to the cave. The original text on the stone tablet began to dissolve, revealing a bloody truth beneath. Xianin sect is the heart demon. 7 furnaces represent the 7 orifices. On the day the elixir is formed, this realm shall fall into madness. Li Xian lowered his gaze to his chest. The vulnerable scale had merged with the inner realm, currently adjusting the flow of time in the cave to half that of the outside world through some mysterious connection. Even more astonishingly, the dragon child was clutching the dragon vein chain, recreating the entire terrain of the sword tomb within the inner realm. Zhuangzhu. Qin Hongxiu suddenly pointed at the sky. There floated 7 blood-red characters, each radiating a suffocating pressure. 3 days hence, the 7 furnaces shall open. Beneath the characters, the phantom of Jianzheng slowly materialized. What he held was not an elixir furnace, but a chaos sphere identical to Li Xian's inner realm, imprisoning the struggling Yi Bingxian within. The game has only just begun. The voice of the phantom slithered like a serpent. Did you truly believe the one who escaped was Yi Bingxian? Xiao Yunu suddenly clutched her chest. The bronze claw marks, which had previously faded, were now spreading wildly. Chapter 41. Starship across the sea of clouds. As dawn pierced through the clouds, the Xiangyao Zhuang hovered at an astonishing height, while the fierce winds below howled, unable to shatter the delicate barrier of shimmering starlight. Lin Wani stood at the edge of the meteorite platform, with the Xianin mirror floating before her. The reflection did not depict her image, but rather the undulating green mountains below and the magnificent Qingyan immortal city. Built against the mountains and enveloped in a colossal light shield, the city spiraled with the terrain, its flying eaves and brackets radiating brilliance. Several rainbow bridges spanned the sky, connecting floating islands, where immortal birds and spirit beasts flitted about, presenting a celestial spectacle unimaginable to mortals. Qingyan Immortal City is one of the 3 gathering places for scattered cultivators within the Daiyan realm. Lin Wani's fingertip glided across the mirror's surface, zooming in on the grand city gates, where entrants must verify their spiritual roots, pay spirit stones, and register their identities. Master, our time is running short, Li Xian said gravely. In the depths of the inner world, the jade statue of Xiao Yunu floated quietly, the 7 bronze claw marks on her chest pulsating like living entities, each throb stirring the essence of the inner world, causing golden blood to seep out, only to be forcibly suppressed by an unseen force. These claw marks, akin to parasitic maggots, were slowly but surely eroding Xiao Yunu's jade-like spiritual body. Each pulse manifested fine cracks on the statue's surface, as if it might shatter completely at any moment. 3 days after the ominous 7 blood-red characters were proclaimed from the sky, the 7 furnaces had opened, and a full day had passed. The chaotic sphere imprisoning Yi Bingxian in the hands of the monitoring figure loomed like a sword suspended above, each second heralding imminent destruction. We cannot wait. Li Xian turned abruptly, his gaze sweeping over the group. Though time flowed slowly within the inner world, the threat from the outside was pressing. The Xiangyao Zhuang must ascend, transforming into a wandering marketplace for scattered cultivators, swiftly merging into Qingyan Immortal City. There lies everything we need to unravel the mystery of the bronze claw marks, clues to counter the Xianin sect, and resources that could aid our survival. On the meteorite platform, the atmosphere tightened instantaneously. The formation disk in Li Xian's hand hummed, drawing countless threads of wind and earth energy from the mountains below, converging into a visible stream of pale golden light, frantically infusing the 365 formation flags pre-embedded within the Zhuang's ley line nodes. The ground trembled with a resounding roar, as if the entire estate were a slumbering giant awakening its sinews. Hongxiu, Li Xian called out in a low voice. Leave it to me. Qin Hongxiu responded immediately, She stepped off the meteorite platform, her body enveloped in dark golden dragon scales, the fierce blood of the barbarian god erupting like a volcano, her muscles bulging with raw power that tore through the air. The phantom of the earth-covering dragon roared behind her, its dragon might rolling like thunder. She embraced the oldest, deepest-rooted spirit tree within the estate, meticulously nurtured by Su Miao with wood spirit essence, and with a thunderous command, shouted, "Rise." Crack! The ear-piercing sound of tearing resonated. The robust spirit tree was forcibly uprooted from the earth, where it had taken root for countless years. Soil cascaded like a waterfall from its gnarled roots. Her muscles tensed like steel cables, blood energy surging beneath the dark golden scales like molten lava, and with a powerful throw, she launched the massive tree like a spear fired from a siege crossbow, hurtling through the void with the force of wind and thunder. Buzz! The formation disc in Li Xuan's hand erupted with blinding light. The chaotic power of the inner world surged along the trajectory of Qin Hongxiu's throw, instantly enveloping the giant tree. The colossal trunk emitted a peculiar humming sound as the chaotic force washed over it, with chips flying and spiritual patterns emerging from within. Its structure reformed and condensed in an instant, rapidly shrinking in size until it transformed into a floating formation base no larger than 10 feet, gleaming with starlit luster and adorned with intricate natural patterns. It hovered steadily beneath Xiangyao Zhuang, like a stabilizing needle, bolstering the entire estate with greater steadiness. "It's done," Su Miao exclaimed joyfully, forming seals with her hands as a jade-green with spirit golden elixir swirled above her head. Pure Emu energy transformed into countless emerald vines, rapidly entwining the newly formed formation base, thoroughly merging it with the estate's ley line. The vines tightened like living entities, embedding deeply into the base's star patterns, green light flowing, becoming part of the starlight barrier. Xiangyao Zhuang trembled violently, liberating itself from the gravitational pull of the mountains below. Akin to a true starship breaking through the sea of clouds, sailing steadily towards Qinyan Immortal City. At the imposing gates of Qinyan Immortal City, the air buzzed with voices. Various escape lights descended, revealing a multitude of cultivators. The city guards, clad in gray-blue standard robes, wore haughty expressions, meticulously scrutinizing each entrant. A measuring spirit stone, half a person tall, stood beside the gate, emanating a soft white light. The disguised Xiangyao Zhuang merchant team blended into the crowd, appearing inconspicuous. Li Xuan donned a simple blue robe, suppressing all brilliance, resembling an ordinary marketplace steward. Lin Wani wore a slightly oversized satin robe for better concealment, topped with a veiled hat, and held a jade abacus, presenting herself as a shrewd businesswoman. Qin Hongxiu shed her dragon scales, but her robust figure and fitted attire could not hide her fierce aura. A massive, unsharpened sword hung at her waist, her gaze sharp as an eagle, vigilantly scanning her surroundings, perfectly embodying the role of a guard. Su Miao concealed herself within the middle of the group, her presence reined in to the utmost. When their turn came, the city guard stated coldly, "Entry fee, 10 low-grade spirit stones per person." Without lifting his gaze, the leading guard spoke. Another guard behind him stared at Lin Wani, his eyes lingering on the thin veil beneath her hat, laced with a hint of curiosity. Li Xuan silently presented the spirit stones, his movements steady. The city guard accepted the stones and pointed to the measuring spirit stone beside him. "Place your hand on it to verify your spiritual root identity. Scattered cultivators must register." His companion's gaze remained glued to Lin Wani, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Li Xuan followed the instructions and placed his hand on the cold measuring stone. At the moment of contact, the chaotic virtual infant within his dantian slightly opened its eyes, sending forth an invisible wave of energy. In the depths of the inner world, the towering tree, which embodied the 5 elemental Dao fruits, gently swayed, with the blue Dao fruit representing water and the green Dao fruit representing wood glowing faintly. Simultaneously, the wind and water patterns at the core of the formation disc in Li Xuan's sleeve flowed silently, drawing upon the thin earth energy around him, coalescing into 2 extremely faint yet distinct streams of energy, one as blue as rippling water, the other as green as spring buds. The measuring spirit stone suddenly illuminated. Blue and green lights intertwined and wrapped around it, occupying the heart of the stone with stability and gentleness. Dual spiritual roots of water and wood. The city guard's brows subtly arched, his previously haughty demeanor softened, revealing a flicker of surprise and understanding in his gaze. No wonder he could muster a trading caravan. Please register name, origin, and the nature of your business. Li Xuan, a wandering cultivator, dealing in wild herbs and miscellaneous ores. I seek a place to settle in your esteemed city and exchange resources. Li Xuan withdrew his hand, his expression tranquil, as if the radiant glow of his dual spiritual roots were nothing extraordinary. The power of Feng Shui simulated spiritual roots, seamless in its illusion. The guard recorded this in a jade tablet, and it was Li Xuan's turn. Following instructions, she stepped forward, extending her gloved hand adorned with sheer fabric. Yet, just as her fingertips were about to graze the surface of the measuring stone, a soft exclamation escaped the guard who had been observing her intently. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Li Xuan with a predatory intensity. A black token hung at his waist began to tremble slightly, emanating an almost imperceptible chill. At the center of the token, a blurred character for Xian seemed to flicker. Li Xuan's movements halted imperceptibly, her eyes beneath the bamboo hat turning icy. It was the Xianin Ling. Although its presence was faint, she could not mistake that cold, tainted aura. This city guard bore a token of the Xianin sect. This celestial maiden. The guard stepped closer, his eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of greed, his lips curling into a smile. His graceful form moved like a lotus in bloom. Though his true appearance remained concealed, he was undeniably captivating. Might I inquire? Before he could finish, a figure silently standing behind Li Xuan. Xiao Yunu, who was perceived by others as an ordinary maid, instinctively shifted to evade the guard's invasive gaze. In this unguarded moment, her voluminous sleeve slipped, revealing a slender wrist, its beauty rivaling the purest snow. Sunlight caressed her skin, casting a soft halo upon her jade-like complexion. In an instant, the attention of all cultivators near the city gate, regardless of gender, was irresistibly drawn to that breathtaking glimpse of jade. An attraction, born from primal instinct, spread like invisible ripples through the air, momentarily suspending the atmosphere, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths. The guard with the Xianin Ling found his pupils constricting, his greed palpable as he fixated on Xiao Yunu's wrist, as if beholding a rare treasure, momentarily forgetting the token's tremors. A sudden cough from the head guard, laced with a hint of purifying energy, shattered the peculiar tension. He shot a warning glare at his indiscreet companion, then turned to Li Xuan, his tone reverting to cold formality. Registration complete. Proceed inside. Remember the rules of the celestial city. Behave. He waved his hand brusquely, as if to dispel some ominous allure. Li Xuan and his companions smoothly passed through the grand city gates, merging into the bustling throng of the celestial city. The streets were wide, flanked by numerous shops radiating treasures, the sounds of vendors and haggling filling the air, mingling with the rich scents of various elixirs and spiritual materials. An extraordinary tapestry of celestial and mortal realms unfolded before them. Yet, beneath the surface, danger had already revealed its fangs. The moment they stepped into the shadows of the city gate, Xiao Yunu's statue suddenly erupted with blinding blood light from the 7 bronze claw marks temporarily suppressed at its heart. As if stimulated by the dense spiritual energy of the celestial city or some more obscure essence, the claw marks writhed like awakening venomous serpents, violently straining to break free. Xiao Yunu's statue emitted a barely audible sound of pain, perceptible only to Li Xuan and Li Xuan. Within the statue, the delicate fractures, held together by golden blood, began to widen under the onslaught of the blood light. An ancient, cold, and sinister intention surged forth like invisible needles, piercing through the claw marks to connect with Li Xuan's chaotic virtual infant. The chaotic energy surrounding the virtual infant churned violently, momentarily disrupted by this intrusive thought. Li Xuan's complexion paled, his steps faltering. Li Xuan detected the anomaly immediately, her gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the explosive blood light emanating from Xiao Yunu's statue. She transmitted a message, her tone grave. Zhuangzhu. The claw marks are intensifying. They are absorbing the spiritual energy of the celestial city, attempting to break free from suppression. That sinister thought is assaulting your inner core. Li Xuan forcefully quelled the tremors in his spirit, the chaotic virtual infant within his inner world roaring silently, channeling the full might of his inner realm to firmly suppress the tumultuous claw marks. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the throngs of people, fixated on the resplendent Wanfa Pavilion, the most radiant edifice in the depths of the celestial city. There was no time for hesitation. Li Xian's voice resonated in the hearts of Lin Wani and Qin Hongxiu, cold and resolute, tinged with remnants of fear from the assault of the sinister thought. Our objective is the Wanfa Pavilion. We must find a way to suppress that malevolent entity with utmost haste. Yinu cannot endure much longer. He clenched his fist tightly. Behind him lay the recently opened, vibrant yet perilous gates of the Celestial City. Ahead loomed the unfathomable halls of the Celestial Path, the only possible sanctuary for salvation. Meanwhile, the 7 claw marks on Xiao Yunu's statue pulsated like living creatures, their blood light flickering ominously, as if heralding the acceleration of a countdown. Celestial fortune? This place was also a death warrant. Chapter 42. The Theft of Heavenly Secrets. The Wanfa Pavilion is situated on a floating island at the heart of the Qingyan Xianqing, its 7-tiered eaves resembling the outstretched wings of a golden rock. The glazed tiles shimmer under the sun, casting a prism of colors. A Tinjiang-wide rainbow bridge connects the island to the main city, its surface inscribed with prohibitive runes. Any unauthorized flight spells would trigger a thunderous retribution. Li Xian and his companions stand at the entrance of the rainbow bridge, gazing up at this sacred place revered by wandering cultivators. Revelers of all ranks, the lowest being at the foundation establishment level, continuously traverse the pathway, while the occasional golden core cultivator descends in a flash of light, prompting the disciples guarding the bridge to bow respectfully. The Wanfa Pavilion consists of 7 levels. Lin Wani lowers her hat and whispers discreetly. The first level contains miscellaneous books, the second level focuses on alchemy, the third on weaponry, the fourth on formations, and levels 5 and above require golden core cultivation or special tokens. The Xian Yin Lian Xin Pian we seek is likely above the 5th level. Li Xian's expression darkened slightly. The jade statue of Yulu he collected is being nurtured within his inner world, yet the 7 copper claw marks on his heart continue to spread slowly. The malevolent thoughts that surged upon entering the city made him realize that the claw marks left by Jianzheng not only erode Yulu, but can also, through some mysterious connection, taint his inner world. He must find a way to break this curse swiftly. A direct assault is impractical. Qin Hongxiu, gripping an unsharpened giant sword, tenses her muscles. I sensed at least 3 golden core auras within the pavilion just now. Suddenly, Su Miao gently tugs at Li Xian's sleeve, pointing to the right side of the rainbow bridge. There is a notice over there. As they approach, they discover a recruitment announcement for spiritual plant cultivators. Due to the unique prohibitions in the top-level herb garden, it requires cultivators with spiritual roots for regular maintenance, with the reward being the choice of 3 tomes from the 2nd level for replication. An opportunity. Li Xian exchanges a glance with Su Miao. Although the young girl's spiritual golden core is deliberately concealed, her innate talent for nurturing spiritual plants cannot be feigned. A quarter of an hour later, Su Miao stands alone in the assessment area on the 1st level. 10 withering lemongrass plants are arranged on a jade platform. These are auxiliary materials for refining foundation establishment pills and are notoriously difficult to cultivate. The elder in charge of the assessment carelessly tosses a bag of seeds. Reviving 5 plants is deemed satisfactory. If you manage to revive all, you may exceptionally access the 3rd level. Before he finishes speaking, Su Miao's palm radiates an emerald glow. The ephemeral shadow of her spiritual golden core flickers above her head, pure vitality akin to spring rain cascading down. The once dry Leiwen grass visibly rejuvenates, sprouting branches and unfurling leaves, while lightning patterns on the grass begin to glow, ultimately culminating in the formation of small thunder orbs at the tips. A congenital wood spirit body. The elder abruptly rises, knocking over his teacup. Surrounding cultivators gasp in astonishment. Such talent would earn core disciple status in any major sect. Seizing the distraction, Li Xian silently activates the array disc hidden in his sleeve. The energies of wind and earth beneath his feet form a miniature vortex, distorting the light. He pulls Lin Wani into the shadows and stealthily ascends the stairs towards the 4th level. The 4th level, dedicated to formations, is devoid of any presence. 72 jade discs are arranged in a circular formation, each inscribed with diagrams of formations, their surfaces shimmering with 3-dimensional light. In the center, a bronze cauldron burns calming incense, the wisps of smoke forming a veil-like prohibition. We found it. Lin Wani points to the jade disc in the southeast corner, where the ancient seal of Xian Yin sect basic formation explanation faintly glimmers. This is precisely what they need to decipher the copper claw marks. Understanding the principles of the formation is essential. As Li Xuan moves forward, he suddenly presses a hand on Lin Wani's shoulder. There is a deception in the prohibition. His eyes take on a chaotic hue, projecting images from his inner world onto his retina. The seemingly harmless blue smoke emanating from the jade disc is, in fact, composed of countless fine soul-binding threads. The moment one touches it, their consciousness would be ensnared, alerting the guards. A medium is required. Li Xuan retrieves a dragon scale from his bosom. This is a reverse scale that fell when Qin Hongxiu awakened her dragon markings. He pricks his fingertip and draws a wind and water-breaking symbol on the scale, then gently blows. The dragon scale floats towards the jade disc, and upon contact with the blue smoke, the blood energy from the scale resonates subtly with the prohibition. Now, Li Xuan forms hand seals, synchronizing with the chaotic phantom in his inner world. A wisp of chaotic energy seeps into the prohibition through the pathway opened by the dragon scale, swiftly contaminating the blue smoke like ink dispersing in water. The soul-binding threads soften and fall away. 30 breaths, Li Xuan commands. Lin Wani has already drawn forth the Xian Yin Tong Ming Jian, directing the mirror towards the jade disc and suddenly illuminating it. A beam of white light bursts forth from the mirror, perfectly replicating the contents of the jade disc. Simultaneously, a blank jade slip slips from her sleeve, suspended behind the mirror to receive the information. As the first jade disc is completed, footsteps suddenly echo from the staircase. Li Xuan swiftly pulls Lin Wani behind a pillar. The newcomers are two stewards from the Wanfa Pavilion, carrying newly arrived jade slips for archiving. Have you heard? The Xianin sect will open the 7 Apertures Dan furnace in 3 days. They say this time the medicinal materials include those from the Yi family bloodline. Hush! Tread carefully. Such secrets of major sects are not for us to discuss. One of them glances curiously at the bronze cauldron. Li Xuan inwardly curses. The excessive contamination from the chaotic energy has rendered the prohibition entirely ineffective. As the stewards prepare to investigate, a commotion erupts from below. The entire building shakes violently, and from the top level comes Su Miao's startled cry alongside the rustling sound of rampant plant growth. This is dire. The herb garden has spiraled out of control. The two stewards hurriedly rush downstairs. Li Xuan breathes a sigh of relief. This was the signal he arranged with Su Miao. Upon sensing danger, she would deliberately accelerate the growth of the Millennium Blood Ginseng vine on the top level to create chaos. Proceed. Lin Wani has already darted to the second jade disc. This one is initial resolution of Heart Demon Prohibition, perfectly corresponding to the characteristics of the copper claw marks. The Tong Ming Jian eagerly devours knowledge, its surface rippling due to information overload. As the content of the 7th jade disc is replicated, an unexpected change occurs. A hidden rune at the bottom of the jade disc suddenly illuminates, transforming into a stream of light that shoots into the Tong Ming Jian. The mirror's surface instantly contorts into a grotesque demon face, causing Lin Wani to stifle a groan. Blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Trace the rune. Li Xuan snatches the precious mirror, and the chaotic phantom directly emerges from his palm, swallowing the demon face in one gulp. The phantom's body immediately becomes enveloped in black mist, evidently afflicted by some curse. Run. He withstands the tearing sensation in his soul, pulling Lin Wani towards the window. Below, several beams of sword light shoot out from various points of the Wanfa Pavilion, beginning to seal off the surrounding airspace. In a critical moment, Qin Hongxiu bursts through the 3rd-floor window. She cradles a pale Su Miao in her arms, while behind her, dozens of wildly thrashing roots of the blood ginseng vine have morphed into a crimson hue, writhing like serpents in pursuit. Catch her. Qin Hongxiu throws Su Miao towards Li Xuan, then turns to sweep the vines aside with a powerful kick. Her primal blood energy erupts. Dark golden dragon scales enveloping her entire body, forcefully tearing a gap through the encirclement of sword lights. Li Xuan catches Su Miao, noticing that the girl clutches a bloodstained jade slip in her palm. She weakly transmitted, the top level, what was seen in secret, the Xianin Ling. The list. At that moment, within the inner realm, the cracks on the statue of Xiao Yunu had spread to her neck. It seemed to sense the external crisis, as the statue suddenly performed a seal on its own, and 7 bronze claw marks erupted with blinding blood light. In the real world, the fragment of the Xianin Ling that Li Xuan held in his arms suddenly became scorching hot. A bloodline shot forth from the token, pointing directly to a dilapidated mansion in the west of the city where a chill emanated, resonating with the ice spirit root of Yi Qing Li. Retreat. Li Xuan activated the formation plate, and the winds and earth energies beneath his feet formed a mist. Everyone took advantage of the chaos created by Su Miao to break through the encirclement and rushed towards the direction indicated by the bloodline. Behind them, the alarm bells of the Wan Fa Gu rang throughout the city. More terrifyingly, the chaotic smoke that had been tainted did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a blurred phantom of a giant bronze hand, ominously locking onto Li Xuan's figure in the distance. Within the dilapidated mansion's walls, a cold jade coffin covered in runes was gently trembling in the cellar. The 7 claw marks on the coffin lid were identical to the wounds on the heart of the Xiao Yu statue, yet deeper and more ancient, as though they had endured the passage of 1,000 years. As the fragment of the Xian Yinling drew near, a harsh sound of nails scraping against the coffin wall suddenly echoed from within. Ka, ka, ka. Chapter 43. The Enchantment of Dan Sha and the Immortal Fate within the desolate cellar of the abandoned manor. The sound of the cold jade coffin scraping came to an abrupt halt. Li Xuan gathered a wisp of chaotic energy at his fingertips and slowly pushed open the coffin lid. A wave of frigid air surged forth, instantly coating the ground with frost flowers. Inside the coffin lay not a corpse, but a fragment of an ice crystal steel. Its inscriptions largely eroded by some sharp instrument, leaving only a few faint lines of small seal script. Xian Yin 7 orifices. Not a Dan furnace. Truly, Yi clan woman. Bloodline as the key. Qing Xian. Sword tomb. Lin Wani suddenly pressed her finger to her temple, the Xian Yin Tongming Jian at her waist vibrating violently. She swiftly turned her gaze toward the cellar's entrance. Someone has triggered the alarm array I set up outside. Almost simultaneously, Qin Hongxiu's dragon scales erupted in response, shielding the weakened Su Miao behind her. She flared her nostrils. It's that poison cultivator from the auction house. There's the scent of the corrupted heart Dan on him. Li Xuan swiftly closed the coffin lid, the array plate sliding from his sleeve into his palm. In the inner world, the chaotic phantom infant opened its eyes in unison, frantically analyzing the array knowledge from the Wanfa pavilion. The seemingly decorative yet bizarre patterns on the cellar walls now revealed their true form in the chaotic vision, appearing as a miniature version of the Xian Yin sect's mountain-protecting grand formation. He is not tracking us. His pupils constricted. This poison cultivator is here to claim the cold jade coffin. A sound of splintering wood echoed from the staircase above, accompanied by a hoarse, sinister chuckle. I can smell the little mouse's scent. Surrender the items stolen from the Wanfa pavilion, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end. The stench suddenly intensified. The wooden boards at the cellar entrance visibly darkened, carbonizing and ultimately disintegrating into ash. A hunchbacked elder descended slowly through the poisonous mist, his purple-black robe embroidered with 7 Dan furnaces, and a Xianin token at his waist radiating a sanguine glow. In his right hand, he held a rolling poison bead, while his left hand bizarrely donned a glove made of ice silkworm silk, resonating with the aura of the cold jade coffin. Poison Heart Elder, mid-stage golden core. Lin Wani swiftly transmitted his background, an outer sect steward of the Xianin sect, tasked with collecting women of special physiques. His glove can suppress ice spiritual roots. Li Xuan's gaze sharpened. This poison cultivator could safely approach the cold jade coffin. Could it be that the Xianin sect was already aware of its existence? As his thoughts raced, he feigned a startled expression and retreated a half-step, secretly adjusting the array plate to resonate with the Earth's energy. Predecessor, discern accurately. As he bowed, his fingers subtly moved. A stream of Feng Shui energy quietly burrowing into the ground. We merely stumbled into this place. Stumbled? The Poison Heart Elder scoffed, and the poison bead suddenly shot out 3 black lines, accompanied by the stolen jade slips from the Wanfa pavilion. Furthermore, he gazed greedily at Qin Hongxiu, a dragon blood physique cultivator, just right to replace the furnace cauldron that fled yesterday. In the instant the black lines approached, Li Xuan stomped his foot. The entire cellar tilted suddenly by 30 degrees. This was no illusion. He had instantaneously altered the local gravitational field within the inner world, consuming parts of the reality rules. The poison lines grazed past and embedded themselves into the wall, corroding a deep pit. A petty trick. The Poison Heart Elder unleashed 9 poison needles from his sleeve, each entwined with the wails of wronged souls. This attack bore a tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing despite any distortion of gravity. At the critical moment, the cold jade coffin erupted with blinding blue light. From the areas where the inscriptions had been eroded, ice crystal chains shot forth, accurately ensnaring all the poison needles. With a series of cracking sounds, the needles transformed into ice shards that fell. The ice soul-locking spirit array of the Yi clan? The Poison Heart Elder was filled with both fury and disbelief. How could there still be energy remaining? He abruptly tore off the ice silkworm glove and pressed it against the coffin lid, evidently intent on resealing it. Li Xuan would not let this opportunity slip away. The array plate operated at full capacity, causing the top of the cellar to collapse with a thunderous roar. This was not an attack on the poison cultivator, but a deliberate exposure to the daylight. Revealing that 300 zhang away lay the bustling Tianbao street of Qingyan Xianqing, where an auction event was about to commence. Help! The Xianyin sect is killing and robbing treasures. Li Xuan shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice amplified by the Feng Shui array, causing a swarm of cultivators on half the street to turn their heads in unison. A few golden core senses immediately swept their way. The Poison Heart Elder's expression turned ashen. Although the Xianyin sect was powerful, they had to abide by the rules of the immortal city in the open. Gritting his teeth, he retracted his glove, the poisonous mist transforming into an ordinary robe, and he transmitted ominously, "You are ruthless, young ones. However, you may evade the initial danger, but you cannot escape the final reckoning." With that, he transformed into black smoke and vanished. Tianbao Street's auction venue was resplendent. Li Xuan and his companions mingled among the crowd of loose cultivators, seemingly selecting exhibits while secretly exchanging information. The cold jade coffin belonged to the Yi clan. Lin Wani caressed the newly inscribed text on the Tongming Jian, noting that the Qing Xian mentioned bore the same title as the estate owner in his previous life. A mere coincidence could not account for this. Suddenly, Qin Hongxiu crushed the jade cup in her hand. Look at the exhibition platform. The auctioneer was showcasing a set of ice crystal flying needles, a life treasure refined by a female cultivator of ice spiritual roots at the foundation establishment stage, with a base price of 800 spirit stones. The design of these needles was identical to those used by Yi Qingli. It belongs to Miss Yi. Su Miao's eyes reddened. The wooden spirit golden core is sensitive to life forces, and she could distinctly sense the lingering pain and struggle upon the needles. Li Xian's inner world trembled abruptly. The jade statue of Xiao Yunu floated spontaneously upon the chaotic sea, her claw marks resonating with the flying needles. A fragment of a shattered memory surged into his mind, a bronze Dan furnace. 7 chains binding different women. Yi Qingli being pressed onto an ice slab to extract her spiritual root. The Xianyin sect is indeed collecting women of special physiques. Cold sweat trickled down his back. The 7 orifices Dan furnace requires 7 keys. The auctioneer's next words plunged everyone into an ice abyss. The finale item, an improved version of the Foundation Establishment Dan formula, verified by Yaowang Valley to have no toxic side effects. Particularly suitable for, He suddenly faltered, his expression becoming vacant. Li Xuan keenly noticed a flash of pink mist in the second-floor box. The jade statue of Xiao Yunu in the inner world suddenly struck a pose as if playing the pipa, a charm technique. Cough, cough. Particularly suitable for dual cultivation partners to jointly establish their foundation. The auctioneer continued mechanically, entirely unaware that he had fallen under an illusion. Below, the cultivators erupted in excitement. A non-toxic foundation establishment Dan formula was considered a strategic resource. It's a trap. Lin Wani scoffed. Yaowang Valley announced 3 years ago that they could not dispel Dan poison. This formula is either fake or inherently toxic. Li Xuan fixed his gaze on the jade slip on the exhibition platform. Under the chaotic vision, the surface of the slip was floating with countless red threads, embodying the blood bait technique recorded in the Wanfa Pavilion, which, once cultivated, would become nourishment for the practitioner. The bidding quickly soared to 3,000 spirit stones. In the end, only 2 competitors remained, the mysterious female cultivator in the second-floor box and the recently disguised Poison Heart Elder. 3,500 spirit stones. The Poison Heart Elder gritted his teeth. He urgently needed this formula to recover from the loss of the cold jade coffin. A giggle echoed from the box, for 1,000. The curtain was slightly lifted, revealing half of an exquisitely beautiful profile. Li Xian's entire being trembled. The visage before him was unmistakably that of Xiao Yunu. Yet, the jade statue remained within the inner realm. In the fleeting moment of the illusion shattering, he discerned the true identity of the figure, a woman clad in red, bearing a resemblance to Xiao Yunu, with a golden-edged Yin-Yang at her waist, her aura having reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Elder Qiqing! Exclamations erupted from the surrounding cultivators. She was one of the 7 great elders of the Yin sect, specializing in the art of extraction. The Elder of Poison Heart's expression shifted dramatically as he chose to abandon his bid. Elder Qiqing snorted lightly, and pink mist coiled toward the auction stage. Just as she was about to seize the pill formula, an unexpected turn of events occurred. All the lights in the auction hall extinguished simultaneously. It was not magic. Rather, Li Xuan had drawn out the fire's spiritual energy within a 100-foot radius using an array plate. In the darkness, Qin Hongxiu darted across the stage like a specter, her dragon-scaled arm braving the backlash of the restraints as she lunged for the pill formula. Seeking death, Elder Qiqing unleashed threads of emotion from her sleeve, ensnaring Qin Hongxiu's wrist before she could grasp it. Just as victory seemed within her grasp, the pill formula spontaneously ignited. The true lethal strike materialized as 9 venomous serpents emerged from the flames, each imbued with the Elder of Poison Heart's essence. Were the 2 old poisoners ensnaring one another? Amidst the chaos, Li Xuan grasped Qin Hongxiu and retreated. To his astonishment, Elder Qiqing's true target was not the pill formula, but Qin Hongxiu. The pink mist morphed into a colossal hand, reaching out with a hunger for her pure dragon blood. Before her words could dissipate, the cold jade coffin unexpectedly projected a phantom from Li Xuan's inner realm. The coffin lid thunderously flung open, and 7 ice crystal chains erupted like dragons from the abyss, freezing the threads of emotion entirely. Even more astonishingly, a fragmented ice crystal tablet within the coffin reflected a scene. Elder Qiqing standing beside a bronze pill furnace, plunging an ice spike into Xiao Yunu's brow, extracting a certain golden liquid. It is you. Li Xuan's murderous intent surged. The claw marks on Xiao Yunu's heart had indeed been left by this enchantress. Elder Qiqing was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with joy. The cold jade coffin is indeed in your possession. She immediately revealed her golden core Dharma form, 9 spectral fox tails sweeping across the entire hall, claiming all for herself. Suddenly, the roof of the auction hall exploded. This was not the doing of Li Xuan, but a bolt of lightning that descended from the heavens, striking precisely between Elder Qiqing and the others. Emerging from the smoke was a sword-bearing Taoist, his sleeve embroidered with the insignia of the Qingyan Immortal City Law Enforcement Hall. Weapons were prohibited in the Immortal City. The Taoist had yet to unsheath his sword, yet the sword energy had already carved a Tinjiang trench into the ground, intent on driving them outside the city. Elder Qiqing's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a cold smirk. Junior, when the 7 furnaces open in 3 days, I hope you can still be this exuberant. She deliberately flicked her sleeve to reveal a jade token at her waist, inscribed with the words Furnace Register, beneath which were the names Yi Qingli, Xiao Yunu, and even Su Miao. The law enforcement Taoist turned to Li Xuan. You all. Before he could finish speaking, Li Xuan had already crushed the escape talisman. The crowd, engulfed in a yellowish light, sank into the ground, heading straight for the abandoned residence of the cold jade coffin. As they traversed underground, Lin Wani suddenly spat blood. Trembling, she unfurled the transparent mirror, which revealed that the group was unwittingly entangled with pink threads, the mark of Elder Qiqing's technique. Even more terrifying was that the jade statue of Xiao Yunu had begun to show signs of disintegration under the erosion of the claw marks on her heart. The cracks formed an eerie pattern, which upon closer inspection resembled a miniature bronze pill furnace. The poison must be resolved immediately. Li Xuan retrieved the genuine pill formula from his pocket. What Qin Hongxiu had snatched was a counterfeit, while the true swap had been orchestrated by Su Miao using a wood spirit to cultivate a diversion. As he unfurled the jade slip, his pupils contracted sharply. The so-called formula for the non-toxic foundation-building pill had as its core material the bone marrow of an ice spirit root female cultivator, and the method of refinement, perfectly aligned with the fragmented inscriptions of the cold jade coffin. This is not a pill formula. Lin Wani's voice quivered. It is the operational manual for the Yin-Yang sect's 7-aperture pill furnace. Su Miao suddenly pointed to the cinnabar seal at the end of the jade slip. This mark. I have seen it at the top of the Wanfa Pavilion. The imprint was composed of 7 small flowers, which were indeed the emblem of the Yawang Valley. However, under the chaotic vision, the small flowers gradually twisted into 7 agonized human faces, identical to the woman in Li Xuan's memory from within the bronze pill furnace. The inner realm was suddenly beset by thunder and lightning. Above the chaotic sea, the jade statue representing Xiao Yunu shattered completely, revealing the true form of a white-clad woman curled within. The 7 claw marks on her heart had transformed into bronze conduits, continuously drawing forth golden blood. In the real world, the cold jade coffin suddenly soared into the air, violently trembling toward the direction of the sword tomb. The remaining portion of the ice crystal tablet within the coffin rapidly melted, ultimately revealing a line of blood-red characters. Qingxian. Return swiftly. The sword tomb has changed. Chapter 44. Lei Qi Yunzhan Jian Xiaoyao Zhuang floated amidst the clouds surrounding the Jian Zhuang, with all the energy nodes within the estate operating at full capacity. On the falling star platform, Li Xuan pressed the remaining ice crystal fragments of the Hanyu coffin into the formation disk. In an instant, the fragments vaporized, forming a three-dimensional map of the core area of the Jian Zhuang. Astonishingly, 7 bronze light pillars surged into the sky, each imprisoning the ethereal figure of a woman. The 7-aperture Dan furnace had been activated in advance. Lin Wani traced the transparent mirror with her fingertip, revealing that the positions of the light pillars corresponded to the 7 stars locking soul formation recorded in the Yi family's ancient texts. The central pillar was the true form of Xiao Yunu. Suddenly, Qin Hongxiu exclaimed in alarm, "Zhuang master, the Hanyu coffin is melting." The crowd turned to see the runes on the coffin's surface rapidly fading, and golden liquid seeping from within, transforming into small lightning serpents that slithered away. All these lightning snakes surged toward a particular spot within the estate, where Su Miao had meticulously nurtured a strain of Li Xuan grass. No, this was not melting. Under the chaotic vision, Li Xuan realized that the Hanyu coffin was returning to its origin. That golden liquid was a highly concentrated source of thunder spirit, and the coffin itself was a sword sheath. As if to validate his hypothesis, the Li Xuan grass absorbed the golden liquid and grew wildly, instantly transforming into a towering thunder tree. A fragmented purple sword-shaped fruit formed among its canopy, exuding an oppressive aura. Thunder sword seed. Lin Wani gasped in astonishment, recalling the legendary treasure formed from the fusion of heavenly thunder and sword intent when a sword immortal transcended tribulation. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the direction of the Jian Zhuang. A whirlpool opened between the 7 bronze pillars, and a gigantic hand covered in bronze scales slowly emerged, each scale inscribed with the patterns of the Dan furnace, heralding the arrival of the true body. There was no time to wait for the sword seed to mature. Li Xuan swiftly snatched the thunder fruit, and the chaotic virtual infant immediately swallowed it. The violent power of thunder instantaneously engulfed the inner world, causing the chaotic sea to boil and the 5 elements Dao fruit tree to shake violently. The purple fruit representing the thunder path visibly swelled. To the Lei Qi, although blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his gaze burned with intensity. To the east of the Jian Zhuang, there lay a forbidden area known as the Chui Jian Lei Qi, capable of rectifying the flaws of the sword seed. 300 miles east of Qinyanxian City, the Chui Jian Lei Qi served as a forbidden ground for the Xianin sect, usually guarded by Golden Core elders. Yet tonight, it was unusually quiet, as all the guards had been dispatched to the Jian Zhuang for the 7-aperture Dan furnace ritual. The group lay in ambush on the edge of the cliff by the Lei Qi below. The pool measuring 100 feet in circumference was entirely composed of liquid thunder, with a peculiar stone riddled with holes suspended in its center, continuously absorbing and releasing thunderous light. Even more bizarrely, 7 ice coffins lay submerged at the bottom of the pool, identical in style to the Hanyu coffin. "It's a trap," Qin Hongxiu's dragon pupils contracted. Each coffin contained a golden core-level corpse puppet, but Li Xuan's focus remained on the peculiar stone at the center of the Lei Qi. That was the true objective, the thunder tribulation essence. Within the chaotic vision, he discerned a complete thunder pattern concealed within the stone, which was the key to perfecting the sword seed. Just as he was about to act, Lin Wani suddenly pressed down on him. "Someone's coming." A group of Xianin sect cultivators approached the Lei Qi, dragging an iron cage. Inside the cage, a bloodstained prisoner in white robes caught their breath. Yi Qingli. The final key had arrived. The leading cultivator leered as he opened the cage door, intending to extract 3 portions of bone marrow for the elder of 7 emotions to refine pills, with the remainder sent to the Jian Zhuang. Yi Qingli suddenly lifted her head, a flicker of purple lightning flashing in her eyes. The moment the cultivator reached for her, The entire iron cage erupted with blinding, thunderous light. 5 Foundation establishment cultivators were instantly reduced to charred remains, while the remaining golden core attendants recoiled in horror. You've actually fused with the remnants of the Thunder Sword seed. The girl staggered to her feet, conjuring a half-formed thunder sword in her hand. Yet, it was evidently insufficient, the sword flickering erratically. She suddenly turned her gaze toward the cliff, as if she could see through the rock and directly perceive Li Xuan. Resonance. The sword seed within Li Xuan trembled violently. In an instant, he realized. Yi Qingli could sense the shared thunder power. At that moment, the 7 ice coffins at the bottom of the pool opened simultaneously, and the corpse puppets, sensing the presence of the living, began to rise slowly. Plans had to be altered. Li Xuan thrust the formation disc into Lin Wani's hands, instructing, "Hongxiu, follow me down. You two stay here to assist Miss Yi." Without waiting for a response, he leaped off the cliff. Qin Hongxiu followed suit without hesitation, her dragon scales reflecting a dark golden brilliance in the thunderlight. The two plummeted into the Lei Qi like shooting stars, splashing not water, but a cascade of thunder. Seeking death, the golden core attendant brandished a ghost-headed knife. Before the blade even approached, the foul air emanating from it had corroded the surrounding atmosphere, hissing ominously. Li Xuan did not evade. He allowed the knife's aura to strike his back, while simultaneously channeling the power of the sword seed into the Lei Qi. The entire pool boiled. Countless lightning snakes surged toward the ghost-headed knife, rebounding against its master. The golden core attendant screamed in agony, unable to react before being reduced to ash. However, the corpse puppets at the bottom of the pool remained unaffected, as they were inherently crafted from thunder attributes. 7 grotesque creatures with green faces and sharp fangs erupted from the water, their claws extending 3 feet, aiming directly for the throats of the two. "Get away!" Qin Hongxiu unleashed her primal blood energy, her dragon scales covering most of her body. She shattered the skull of the first corpse puppet that lunged at them with a single punch. But more puppets attacked from behind. Li Xuan suddenly grabbed her shoulder and pressed down forcefully. "Hold your breath." In an instant, they sank into the depths of the Lei Qi. The stinging sensation of liquid thunder caused Qin Hongxiu's muscles to spasm. But what was even more terrifying was that the corpse puppets moved as if they were in water, their speed tripling. At the critical moment, Li Xuan pressed the half-finished sword seed directly into the formation eye at the bottom of the pool. The chaotic virtual infant in the inner world synchronized with the gesture, invoking a pseudo-heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, the entire Lei Qi spiraled upwards, forming a thunderstorm vortex with a diameter of 100 feet. The corpse puppets were forcibly extracted from the water, torn apart within the whirlwind. Now, Li Xuan transmitted his voice to rouse the dazed Qin Hongxiu, who was blinded by the thunderlight. The female cultivator roared in fury, grasping the peculiar stone at the center of the pool, her dragon scales sparking against the thunder. Just as she pulled up the stone, 7 bronze chains shot out from the pool bottom, each wrapping around the souls of the women. The chains coiled around Qin Hongxiu's limbs like venomous snakes. Just as she was about to suffer a dire fate, an icy blue sword energy shot from the cliff, precisely severing 3 of the chains. Yi Qingli, having somehow broken free from her restraints, arrived wielding a long sword interwoven with ice and lightning, dogs of the Xianyin sect. The remaining 4 chains suddenly shifted their target, all aiming for Yi Qingli's heart. The girl was exhausted from her previous exertions and had no time to defend. In a moment of desperation, Li Xuan slammed the peculiar stone against his chest. Boom! The stone shattered, and the complete thunder pattern within was absorbed by the sword seed. Purple lightning erupted from every pore of Li Xuan's body, transforming him into a streak of thunder that instantly moved before Yi Qingli. He grasped the 4 chains with his bare hands, sending the thunder coursing back down the chains into the pool bottom. The ice coffins at the bottom exploded collectively. But even more astonishingly, the explosion revealed an ancient altar beneath the mud, inscribed with the same inscriptions as the Hanyu coffin. At this moment, the inscription on the monument absorbed the energy of thunder, gradually illuminating Qingxian Sword Immortal, sealing the demons here. Future bearers of the Thunder Sword must continue. The text abruptly halted. Suddenly, 7 bronze pillars of light from the direction of the sword tomb turned simultaneously, locking onto the thunder pool like searchlights. Within the light pillars appeared the colossal visage of Jianzheng, whose bronze-hued eyes revealed an unprecedented fury. It turned out that not only had Yi Bingxian escaped back then, but also the sword essence. The entire thunder pool was lifted by an invisible force, threatening to spill into the sword tomb like a bowl of water. Li Xuan clung desperately to the altar, shouting at Yi Qingli, "Sever the connection of the light pillars." Without hesitation, the young girl hurled the ice thunder longsword towards the nearest light pillar. The instant the sword tip made contact with the pillar, she suddenly bled from all 7 orifices. Imprisoned within the light pillar was none other than the remnant soul of her aunt, Yi Bingxian. Continue. Li Xuan channeled the recently restored energy of the thunder sword into the altar. The inscription was fully activated, transforming into 7 thunder dragons that surged towards the light pillars. Each thunder dragon accurately seized the remnants of the woman's soul, dragging them towards the altar. Jianzheng roared in fury, shaking the heavens and the earth. The bronze giant hand abandoned the sword tomb and reached directly for the thunder pool. Just as the giant hand was about to close, Qin Hongxiu leaped with the Tiankaji Li Sui extracted from the core of the miraculous stone. Her dragon-scaled arm bulging with veins, hurling the Li Sui like a spear into the palm of the giant hand. With a hissing sound of corrosion, the giant hand was burned through, creating a gaping hole. Seizing this moment, the altar completed its final ritual. The 7 remnants of the women's souls transformed into flowing light, merging into the inscription, while the monument soared into Li Xuan's brow, forming an ethereal image of an ancient sword entwined with thunder dragons within his inner world. "Let us go." Lin Wani's voice erupted from the transmission talisman. "Xiaoyao Zhuang is here to assist." Just as everyone leaped onto the descending meteorite platform, the original location of the thunder pool suddenly collapsed into a black hole. Jinjing's bronze fingers emerged from the abyss, each scale opening revealing bloodshot eyes. "Li Xuan, do you think saving these remnants of souls is sufficient?" The 7 orifices Dan furnace has long. Before he could finish, the black hole was suddenly sealed by countless ice crystals. Yi Qingli collapsed onto the platform, a shard of cold jade appearing in her hand unbeknownst to her. "Aunt taught me. The ice soul sealing magic seal." Xiaoyao Zhuang soared rapidly into the sky. Through the clouds, everyone witnessed the formation of a colossal bronze Dan furnace shadow, 1,000 feet in diameter, above the sword tomb. Within the 7 apertures of the furnace, 6 female figures wailed in despair, with only the central aperture vacant, prepared for Xiao Yinu. Li Xuan's inner vision revealed that the newly acquired ethereal image of the ancient sword resonated with the jade statue of Xiao Yinu. The claw marks on the statue's chest faded slightly, revealing more of its true visage. Meanwhile, the thunder sword essence floated above the chaos sea, continuously exuding purifying power. Still not enough. Yi Qingli weakly pointed towards the western side of the sword tomb, where lay a true sword coffin. Aunt said, it concealed the Qingxian sword immortals. She suddenly fainted. Lin Wani's expression changed drastically upon inspection. She has a restriction within her. Speaking just now triggered a backlash. Qin Hongxiu pried a bronze fragment from the young girl's tightly clenched palm, on which were inscribed the unique star patterns of Jianjing's lineage, but the combination unmistakably resembled a variant of the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. Zhuangzhu. Su Miao suddenly pointed at the projection of the inner world. On the 5 elements Dao fruit tree, the purple fruit representing the thunder Dao had fully ripened, and the scene reflected on its surface sent chills down everyone's spine. Deep within the bowels of the sword tomb, a massive ice coffin, entwined by 360 bronze chains, lay in slumber. An ancient sword, dimly glowing with thunder, was thrust into the coffin lid, its hilt inscribed with the characters Qingxian. The ice coffin trembled slightly every 10 breaths, as though something within was about to awaken. Chapter 45. The 100 arrays buried golden core as the Xiaoyao Zhuang soared swiftly towards the western side of Jinzhou. The inner world suddenly quaked violently. Li Xuan coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, the chaos void infant within him splitting open 3 fissures as a backlash from forcibly merging with the thunder sword seed. Although the thunder Dao purple fruit on the 5 elements fruit tree had matured, it incessantly unleashed a tempest of violent currents, scorching the boundaries of the inner world. Master. Lin Wani supported the swaying Li Xuan, the Xuanin clear mirror revealing his dire condition as the energy from the sword seed tore through his meridians. Without hesitation, Qin Hongxiu slit her wrist, letting the dark golden dragon blood drip into Li Xuan's mouth. The blood of the barbarian god temporarily suppressed the raging thunder, Yet everyone understood this was merely a stopgap measure. Ye Qingli remained in a state of unconsciousness, frost forming upon her brow. After probing with the wood spirit qi, Su Miao gasped in horror. A bronze goo worm had been implanted within her spirit root, devouring her ice spirit root. The mark of the Xuanin sect. Lin Wani opened the jade slip inscribed with the Taoyin Lianshan Pian, which mentioned that this was a living key prepared for the 7 orifices pill furnace. Suddenly, the Yunqing platform tilted. Below, the clouds parted to reveal a large hole, with 3 beams of escape light closely pursuing 2 early-stage golden core elders of the Xuanin sect, along with the Poison Heart Elder, enshrouded in toxic mist. You little beast. The Poison Heart Elder's roar shattered the clouds. Dare to steal my sect's treasure from the Thunder Pool? Today, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. He summoned a dark green poison pearl, which transformed into a 3-zhang giant toad in the wind, its long tongue lashing towards Xiaoyao Zhuang. Li Xuan gritted his teeth against the immense pain, activating a defensive array. Just as the starlight barrier formed, it was corroded by the toxic toad, creating a large hole through which poison rain fell. Su Miao screamed as she lunged towards the spirit field, the wood spirit golden core erupting in emerald light, summoning all the detoxifying golden spikes to form a protective shield. Bring Miss Ye into the inner world. Li Xuan tossed the array disc to Lin Wani, instructing her to set it up at the designated coordinates while transmitting a segment of geomantic positioning. Qin Hoshio transformed into a semi-dragon form, her shadow merging with her true self. She seized the bronze cauldron at the edge of the Yunqing platform and leaped through the barrier, confronting the toxic toad. Old poisoner. Try this. The cauldron swung forth with a sonic boom, smashing the toxic toad and splattering its juices. The Poison Heart Elder sneered, forming a hand seal. The splattered poison suddenly animated into countless small toads, surrounding Qin Hoshio from all directions. Just as she was about to be ensnared, a bolt of ice thunder sword energy traversed the sky, instantly freezing half of the toxic toads. Ye Qingli, having regained consciousness at some point, appeared as pale as paper, yet the ice thunder sword in her hand remained as steady as a rock. The Xuanin sect's lapdogs deserve to die? Before her words could fade, she coughed up blood laced with bronze fragments. Do not use spiritual power. Lin Wani urgently called out. The goo worms will breed faster. But it was too late. Where the young woman's sword pointed, the Xuanin orders of the 3 golden core elders simultaneously shone with light. The Poison Heart Elder cackled madly as he shattered the jade pendant at his waist. The sect leader is wise. We have indeed lured out the remnants of the Ye family. The shattered pendant transformed into bronze chains, disregarding distance as they directly ensnared Ye Qingli's neck. Fine barbs emerged on the chains, piercing into her veins to begin siphoning her blood. More terrifyingly, the phantom of the pill furnace above the Jianzhu trembled, with bloodlight illuminating the central orifice. 7 orifices resonance. Li Xuan's eyes widened with fury. He discerned that the true aim of the Xuanin sect was to use Ye Qingli as bait to forcibly summon the true body of the overseer. At that critical moment, Xiaoyao Zhuang suddenly plummeted towards the valley below. It was not a loss of control, but rather a deliberate act by Li Xuan. He bit his tongue and inscribed scarlet runes on the array disc. Hongxiao, bring them into the zhuang. Qin Hoshio swept her dragon tail, pulling everyone back into the barrier. Meanwhile, Li Xuan stood alone at the edge of the plummeting Yunqing platform, hands forming an ancient sword seal, the very starting gesture of the Thunder Dragon ancient sword within the inner world. Seeking death, the Poison Heart Elder directed the chains to strike at Li Xuan's heart. Just as the chains approached, a phantom of the Thunder Sword seed emerged from Li Xuan's chest. The raging thunder surged along the chains, causing the Poison Heart Elder to be scorched blackened on one side. Xiaoyao Zhuang crashed heavily into the valley. Contrary to expectations, it did not shatter. The zhuang passed through the surface like a wisp of smoke, as Li Xuan had previously altered the geomantic properties of the area, allowing the estate to temporarily merge with the mountain. The 3 golden core elders pursued closely. As they landed, the entire valley suddenly illuminated with 360 points of light. Each point manifested a miniature battlefield illusion. Charred corpses in the fiery array, shattered bones beneath the giant stone array, and skeletons floating in the toxic marsh. Mortals battle formations? The younger golden core elder scoffed. Do ants dare? His words were abruptly cut off as the ground beneath him softened, and countless pale arms erupted from the earth. These were not spells, but the ancient battlefield souls summoned by Li Xuan's geomantic techniques. Without spiritual power, these military souls bore tremendous resentment, latching onto the golden core cultivators like a festering wound. A trivial skill. Another elder summoned his flying sword. The sword light swept through, severing hundreds of military souls. Yet it could not cut through the resentment they emitted. This resentment seeped into the protective spiritual light of the golden core cultivators, beginning to taint their cores. The poison heart elder was the first to sense something was amiss. Be careful. These are. He suddenly glanced around, his face paling, the burial pit of 100,000 military souls. Indeed, this valley was the site of the battle between immortals and mortals 1,000 years ago. Li Xuan had activated the buried resentment deep within the earth using the Thunder Sword seed, and, with the Chaos Void Infant as a medium, transformed it into a special toxin targeting cultivators. The stronger the spiritual power, the heavier the backlash. First array, heartburning. Li Xuan's voice resonated from all directions. The military souls ignited spontaneously, and the eerie blue flames surged along the resentment towards the three golden cores. Their protective spiritual light inadvertently became a catalyst, turning them into three burning figures. The poison heart elder roared in fury as he crushed his life-saving poison pill, the dark green mist temporarily extinguishing the vengeful flames. Yet the second wave of attacks followed in quick succession, with countless corroded mortal weapons shooting up from the ground. These iron fragments, devoid of spiritual power, were transformed into blades that could break through spells by the resentment as they passed through the protective light of the golden core cultivators. The youngest elder had his calf severed. More horrifyingly, the wound would not heal. The rust on the mortal iron was spreading into his flesh. He realized in terror that the golden core he had painstakingly cultivated for 300 years was rusting. Second array, corrosive path. Li Xuan's voice was as cold as iron. Standing atop Xiaoyao Zhuang, he wielded the Thunder Sword seed to guide the celestial phenomena. From the dark clouds descended hundreds of pale lightning bolts, concentrated to the extreme, embodying the murderous intent of the battlefield, specifically designed to shatter one's Tao heart. The two golden core elders clutched their heads in anguish. Images of unprecedented horror surfaced in their sea of consciousness. They were being torn apart, boiled, and devoured by countless mortals in the most primal of ways. Their Tao hearts began to crack. The poison heart elder, however, was seasoned. He gritted his teeth, severing his contaminated right arm, and produced a blood-red talisman. Junior, forcing me to use the Xuanine blood escape talisman. You are indeed worthy of pride. As the talisman ignited, he transformed into a beam of blood light soaring into the sky. Trying to escape? Li Xuan scoffed coldly. The third formation finally unleashed, coalescing the grievances of the entire valley into a colossal hand, with the star patterns of the Jianzheng lineage manifesting within its palm. This retaliatory strike, a measure of poetic justice, sent the elder of the poison heart crashing to the ground, his blood dispersing in a chaotic retreat. How could you possess the power of Lord Jianzheng? He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. The answer came in the form of the Thunder Sword seed embedded deep within his dantian. Li Xuan grasped the essence of thunder, forcefully driving the sword seed into the elder's golden core. This strike is for Xiao Yunu. The tempestuous lightning shattered the golden core. Yet, just before his demise, the elder of the poison heart suddenly sneered, crushing the jade pendant at his waist. Let us perish together. The bronze liquid sealed within the pendant splattered onto Li Xuan's hand, instantly permeating his skin. The interior world was instantly turned upside down. Above the chaotic sea, the bronze giant eye of Jianzheng emerged, a consciousness forcibly intruding. I've found you. Li Xuan groaned, collapsing to his knees. Sensing impending defeat, the Thunder Sword seed soared into the chaotic sea, merging with the phantom of the ancient sword. The sword light cascaded like a river of stars, cleaving the bronze giant eye asunder. Jianzheng's roar resonated through the shattered interior world, the sword of Qingxian. Impossible. In the real world, the remaining two golden core elders seized the opportunity, igniting their essence blood to pounce upon Li Xuan. Just as they were about to succeed, the gates of the Xiaoyao Manor swung open. Yi Qingli stepped forth with deliberate grace. With each step, ice lotuses blossomed beneath her feet. Most astonishingly, a complete lightning pattern emerged on her forehead. As Su Miao had utilized the wood's spirit golden core as a medium to channel a portion of the Thunder Sword seed's energy into her, temporarily freezing the bronze goo worms. the Xianin sect. The girl clasped her hands together, and icy lightning sword energy coalesced into a 3-foot azure blade in her palm. Return my aunt's life. The sword light surged forth like a rainbow. This strike contained the accumulated power of the thunder pool over millennia, infused with the lingering spirit of Yi Bingxian. The protective treasures of the 2 golden core elders crumbled like paper, and as the sword energy passed through them, they were horrified to discover that their golden cores had frozen. The crisp sound of shattering golden cores rang out melodiously. The 2 elders transformed into ice sculptures, only to be pulverized into powder by the subsequent arrival of Qin Hongxiu. Before the joy of victory could fully blossom, Li Xuan suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. The bronze taint on his hand had spread to his elbow, with countless tiny bronze particles protruding beneath his skin, originating from the claw marks on Xiao Yunu's heart. Lord of the Manor, Lin Wani exclaimed. Supporting him as the luminous mirror revealed a terrifying image. The surface of Li Xian's heart was now covered in bronze patterns, slowly spreading towards the chaotic void. Yi Qingli suddenly cut her wrist, allowing her ice spirit root blood to drip onto the contaminated area, and said, "The bloodline of the Qingxian sword immortal can temporarily suppress." Where the ice blood met the bronze, wisps of smoke rose. The rate of contamination indeed slowed, yet all understood this was merely a quenching of thirst with poison. Suddenly, the meteorite platform shook violently. In the direction of the sword tomb, the phantom of the bronze elixir furnace solidified to 90%. 6 of the 7 orifices glowed with a sanguine light, while the central orifice remained dim, corresponding to the missing true body of Xiao Yunu. There was no time to search for the sword coffin. Li Xuan struggled to rise, heading straight for the sword tomb. The true body of Jianzheng was about to descend. We must. Before he could finish, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. It was not sorcery, but rather some colossal entity rising from the depths. Amidst the collapse of earth and stone, an ice coffin entwined in bronze chains erupted from the soil, its lid pierced by an ancient sword that trembled violently, the characters Qingxian glowing like stars. Even more astonishingly, at the moment the ice coffin appeared, the phantom of the ancient sword in Li Xian's interior world automatically soared forth, merging with the physical ancient sword. The 360 chains binding the ice coffin snapped simultaneously, and the lid slowly creaked open. A hand, covered in crystalline ice scales, rested upon the coffin's edge. Chapter 46. The ice skeleton breaks the seal. At the moment the ice coffin was opened, the temperature around Xiaoyao Zhuang plummeted. Frost flowers crystallized instantly on the ground, and the moisture in the air transformed into ice crystals that fell in a flurry. The icy hand resting on the coffin's edge exerted a slight force, causing the coffin lid to crash down. Be on guard. Qin Hongxiu, her dragon scales enveloping her, stood resolutely before the crowd. Her spear held firm. The ethereal shadow of a serpent solidified behind her, its dark golden vertical eyes fixated on the ice coffin. From within the coffin sat a woman entirely covered in ice scales. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to Yi Qingli, yet her brows were etched with the harshness of experience. Most notably, 7 bronze claw marks dug deep into her chest, each claw mark extending into fine chains as thin as threads, connecting to some ethereal point in the void. Goo-goo. The ice thunder sword clattered to the ground from Yi Qingli's hand. She stumbled forward 2 steps, then abruptly halted. No, this is wrong. Under Li Xian's chaotic vision, the woman was indeed composed of pure ice spirit, yet her essence was intertwined with dense bronze patterns, akin to the claw marks on her chest. More alarming was the half-broken bronze nail protruding from her crown, inscribed with alchemical runes. Suddenly, the ice-scaled woman opened her eyes. There were no pupils, only 2 flickering pale flames. She raised her hand, and shards of the cold jade coffin in Yi Qingli's embrace flew into her palm. 300 years, finally. Her voice was like the grinding of ice crystals, pressing the shards against her heart. The bronze claw marks erupted in golden light, and the chains extending into the void trembled violently. The phantom bronze alchemical furnace above the sword tomb shook suddenly. The originally stable 6 streams of blood light from the 7 orifices dimmed simultaneously, and a glass-shattering sound echoed from the central orifice. The overseer's furious roar resonated from the depths of the clouds. Yi Bingxian, how dare you silence? The ice-scaled woman, Yi Bingxian, barked fiercely. The golden light at her heart surged, transforming into 360 streams of ice crystal sword energy piercing into the void. Each sword energy resonated with the sound of chains snapping, and fissures began to appear in the phantom of the alchemical furnace. Li Xuan suddenly knelt on one knee. The bronze corruption on his arm resonated with Yi Bingshuan's claw marks, and a wave of excruciating pain washed over him. In the internal realm, the crack on the chaotic, ethereal infant's chest expanded further, and the Li Long ancient sword emitted a desperate hum. Zhuangzhu. Lin Wani supported him, the Xianyi mirror illuminating Yi Bingxian, but the surface instantly froze. She was not a living being. She was a sword spirit. As if affirming this statement, Yi Bingxian's body began to turn transparent. The ice scales peeled away piece by piece, revealing the swirling sword intent within. She looked down at Yi Qingli, her fiery eyes softening slightly. Silly child, how have you come to this? With a gentle touch on the girl's brow, the bronze parasitic insect within Yi Qingli let out a piercing shriek, forcibly frozen into shards and expelled from her body. Yet, at the same time, large sections of ice scales fell away from Yi Bingxian. Time was running short. Yi Bingxian turned to Li Xuan, suddenly placing her hand on his chest. You, the successor of Qingxian, possess his sword essence within you. A bone-chilling cold emanated from her palm. Li Xuan felt his heart momentarily cease, and the next moment, the Li Long ancient sword in his internal realm flew out automatically, merging with Yi Bingxian. The woman's form expanded dramatically, transforming into a Tinjiang tall ice crystal giant, yet her body became increasingly ethereal. Behold, the truth of the sword tomb and the seven-orifice alchemical furnace. A sword energy laced with ice thunder cleaved through the clouds. The phantom of the alchemical furnace was forcefully torn apart, revealing a horrifying sight. 7 bronze altars arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, each imprisoning a woman, Xiao Yinu, 5 unfamiliar female cultivators, and an ice coffin that looked exactly like Yi Bingxian. 2 Yi Bingshuans? Su Miao gasped in astonishment. I once severed my own soul. Half guards the sword tomb, half was refined into the core of the alchemical furnace. She pointed to the ice coffin now. They become one. The giant suddenly disintegrated, reshaping into the Li Long ancient sword. This time, the sword body was entwined with ice crystal chains, striking towards the alchemical furnace with overwhelming force. The space above the sword tomb tore apart like fabric, and the 7 altars trembled violently. The overseer's cold snort echoed from the abyss. A bronze giant hand emerged once more, this time opening 7 eyes in its palm, each reflecting the visage of a different woman. The giant hand grasped the sword light, and the powers of ice thunder clashed violently with the poisonous flames of bronze. The shockwave swept through the surroundings. The defensive array of Xiaoyao Zhuang shattered instantly, and the crowd was hurled into the air. Amidst the turmoil, Li Xuan witnessed a horrifying scene. The ice crystal chains of the Li Long ancient sword were melting, while the eyes on the bronze giant hand exploded one after another, leading to a mutually destructive predicament. It's not enough. The weak voice of Yi Bingxian echoed from the ancient sword. I need the sword coffin. Suddenly enlightened, Li Xuan gritted through the pain in his arm and lunged toward the opened ice coffin, channeling all his energy into the chaotic ethereal infant. Indeed, there was a hidden mechanism within, the bottom inscribed with a miniature celestial array, the focal point missing precisely. The thunder sword essence. So that's it. He infused the remaining sword essence energy within him into the focal point. The ice coffin immediately radiated a blinding blue light, and a line of small characters appeared at its base. Qingxian's sword tomb, hiding the sword in the heavens. The celestial array as a guide, the thunder calamity as the key. The entire ice coffin disassembled and reformed, transforming into a 3-foot sword box. Just as Li Xuan reached to grasp it, 7 streams of ice crystal shot forth from the box, accurately striking the foreheads of the crowd. A torrent of information flooded into their minds. Li Xuan glimpsed fragments from 300 years ago. The Qingxian sword immortal and the overseer were once fellow disciples, jointly exploring the chaotic Tao. However, due to differing philosophies, the overseer fell into the demonic path, creating the evil arts of the 7-orifice alchemical furnace, aiming to refine this realm into an elixir. To thwart the calamity, the Qingxian sword immortal severed his own Tao fruit, transforming into the thunder sword essence, sealing his lifetime of cultivation within the sword box. Yi Qingli suddenly screamed in horror, clutching her head. The memories she received were entirely different. Yi Bingxian had endured 300 years of torment, imprisoned within the alchemical furnace. The most terrifying part of the memory was the final scene, where the overseer bowed before a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yunu. Lady of 7 emotions, this batch of furnace cauldrons is ready. Lin Wani trembled as she raised the illuminating mirror. I understand now. Elder of 7 emotions is not human at all. She is. Before the truth reflected in the mirror could manifest, the mirror suddenly cracked with several fissures. In the real world, the Lei Long ancient sword finally faltered, its body riddled with cracks as it was grasped by the bronze giant hand. The phantom of the alchemical furnace above the sword tomb reformed. The blood light from the 7 orifices more intense than before. Even more alarmingly, the central altar where Xiao Yunu stood began to sink, a sign that the alchemical furnace was about to officially activate. Receive the sword. Li Xuan exerted every ounce of strength to hurl the sword box into the sky. The box opened, unleashing a devouring force. The nearly shattered Lei Long ancient sword transformed into a stream of light and vanished into its sheath. In the next instant, a brand new ice thunder sword beam soared into the heavens. The elegance of this sword is beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. As the sword light passed, time seemed to come to a standstill. The immense bronze hand was severed at the wrist, and the 7 orifices of the alchemical furnace simultaneously spewed forth black blood. The anguished roar of the supervisor shattered the clouds within 100 miles. Qing Xian. The sword's momentum was not yet exhausted, plunging directly towards the heart of the sword tomb. The restraints of the 7 altars crumbled like paper, and the shackles on Xiao Yunu and others simultaneously broke apart. However, just as the sword light was about to shatter the main altar, a coffin identical to that of Yi Bingxian suddenly opened, revealing another curled-up Xiao Yunu inside. No, it was the true form of Elder Qi Qing. At this moment, she shed her human guise, revealing a devilish form adorned with a face full of desire, and in her arms lay a bronze infant. Did you think I was concocting medicine? The demon laughed wickedly. Mistaken. I am delivering a child. She hurled the infant towards the sword light. Come now. Sever your own. The sword light descended without pause. The bronze infant was split in two, but the severed body suddenly transformed into 2 bronze chains, one entangling the ice thunder sword, while the other crossed space and lashed onto Li Xian's wrist, perfectly connecting with the previous corruption. The Dao seed returned to its rightful place. The supervisor's voice echoed from all directions. The ground of the sword tomb cracked open, and 360 bronze pillars erupted from the earth, each topped with a cloaked cultivator performing the same alchemical formula. Li Xian, in horror, discovered that the bronze corruption on his arm was spreading uncontrollably, swiftly covering half of his body. What was even more terrifying was that the chaotic inner world was ensnared by the bronze chains, being forcibly dragged towards some unknown dimension. Master, Qin Hongxiu, in her dragon transformation, reached over 95% completion, nearly transforming into a humanoid tyrant dragon. She seized the bronze chains, unleashing both her divine blood and dragon power. The chains emitted a painful groan, yet remained immovable. Yi Qing Li, gritting her teeth, severed her own wrists. The essence blood of the ice spirit root gushed forth, drenching the chains. Where the ice met bronze, foul-smelling blue smoke erupted, and the chains finally began to loosen. Not enough. Li Xian's consciousness began to blur. He vaguely saw a massive alchemical furnace materializing at the center of the sword tomb, with 6 of its 7 orifices flickering with the shadows of women, while the central orifice remained empty, directly corresponding to the direction he was being dragged by the chains. Complete the 7 orifices. He suddenly realized, I am the final key. In the thin line between life and death, the sky suddenly began to rain blood. This was no metaphor. It was a true, tangible rain of crimson. Each drop carried a pungent metallic scent, and upon hitting the bronze chains, they corroded and created pits. The blood sacrifice of the dragon veins of the Grand Yan Dynasty? Lin Wan gazed up at the sky, the clear light revealing a scene from 1,000 miles away. On the altar of the imperial city, the old emperor personally severed the throat of the crown prince. Amid the blood rain, a graceful figure descended from the air. Xiao Yunu's jade statue, appearing at some unknown time at the edge of the battlefield, bore 7 claw marks across her chest, all of which burst open, revealing her true visage within. She cradled a charred tail pipa, her fingertips lightly plucking, and sound waves materialized as golden runes. Master, do you remember? The statue spoke, but it was the voice of the true Xiao Yunu. You promised to listen to the entirety of Inai Shang. The pipa spun rapidly. The golden runes, like moths to a flame, collided with the bronze chains, each rune exploding and taking away a wisp of bronze essence. The chains visibly faded in color, decaying, and ultimately snapped with a resounding clang. From the direction of the alchemical furnace came the supervisor's furious roar. Qi-Qing, you dare to betray. Silence, old fool. Xiao Yu knew. No, she should now be referred to as the true form of Elder Qi-Qing. Lazily stretched, I have performed this act for 300 years. I have grown weary of it. She suddenly turned her gaze to Li Xuan, her eyes glistening with allure. Young lord, may I borrow the sword sheath in your hand? Without waiting for a response, she had already flashed to Li Xuan's side, her crimson lips parting to release a wisp of pink mist into the sword sheath. The ice thunder sword beam was immediately tinged with colors of desire, its power tripling in intensity. This sword, in return for your life-saving grace. The tone of Elder Qi-Qing suddenly became solemn. She grasped Li Xuan's hand holding the sword, directing it towards the central orifice of the alchemical furnace, thrusting it in, and you shall witness the truth. The sword surged forth like a dragon. This strike encompassed the power of ice thunder. The divine blood of the barbarian god, the essence of the wood spirit, the illuminating profound light, and the lifetime cultivation of Elder Qi-Qing. In that instant when the alchemical furnace was pierced, the entire sword tomb began to collapse. The supervisor's scream was mingled with disbelief. You actually bestowed the Tao seed to a mortal? The body of Elder Qi-Qing began to dissipate. Her final gaze towards Li Xuan was complex and inscrutable. Remember, there are no pills in the alchemical furnace, only. Before she could finish her words, she transformed into a sky full of peach blossoms. And from the crack of the alchemical furnace, what flowed forth was not medicinal liquid, but rather chaotic essence. Li Xuan felt as if struck by lightning. This essence was all too familiar, originating from his own inner world. Could it be that what the supervisor had been refining for 300 years was another chaotic Tao seed? Chapter 47. The heist of the Kongming stone. The chaotic energy erupting from the crack in the Dan furnace surged forth like a deluge, instantly engulfing half of the sword tomb. Li Xuan was the first to bear the brunt, swept away by the force of the wave and crashing against the mountainside. Amidst the debris, he was horrified to discover that this chaotic energy was ravenously devouring his inner world. This was no ordinary chaotic energy struggling to rise. He perceived beneath the chaotic veil countless bronze threads writhing within the gray mist, each adorned with the distinctive star patterns of Yin-Yang. He is replicating my inner world. The members of the Xiaoyao Zhuang were similarly embroiled in a fierce battle. Qin Hongxiu, in her dragon transformation, found herself suppressed by the chaotic energy, her dark golden scales peeling away in large patches. Yi Qingli, whose ice spirit root had just recovered, was once again injured. Ice shards spilling from the corner of her mouth. Lin Wanni's Xianin mirror shattered completely, leaving only the frame clutched in her hand. Most bizarre of all was the jade statue left behind by Xiao Yunu, or Elder Qi-Qing. It floated serenely amidst the chaotic energy, not only unscathed but seemingly absorbing the gray mist. From the previously shattered claw marks on the statue's heart, a fantastical bronze flower bloomed. Zhuang Master, look inside the Dan furnace. Su Miao suddenly shrieked. Her wooden spirit golden core was most sensitive to life forces. Now pointing at the crack in the Dan furnace, her face turned pale, for there was something breathing. Li Xuan focused his gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. The interior of the Dan furnace was not the fiery realm he had imagined, but a miniature starry sky. 360 bronze stars were arranged in the formation of the heavenly bodies, with a fleshy mass resembling an embryo suspended at the center, expanding and contracting with each breath. The surface of the mass was covered in vein-like bronze patterns, subtly forming the contours of a young Yin-Yang's face. He has turned himself into a chaotic seed. Li Xuan finally comprehended Yin-Yang's ultimate goal. This madman intends to abandon his physical form, merging his consciousness into the chaotic world he has created, becoming an existence akin to the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, the ground of the sword tomb heaved upward. Countless bronze chains burst forth from the earth, coiling around the members of the Xiaoyao Zhuang like giant serpents. Each chain was inscribed with runes from the Dan furnace, and upon contact with skin, they began to siphon away spiritual power. Qin Hongxiu roared as she tore apart a few chains, but more ensnared her, quickly wrapping her in a bronze cocoon. Use the sword box. Yi Qingli coughed out ice crystals, exclaiming that her aunt's memories had mentioned the Qingxian sword box before she could finish. She too was engulfed by the chains. Li Xuan gritted his teeth and raised the sword box. But the chaotic energy that had invaded his inner world had thrown everything into disarray, rendering him incapable of channeling even a fraction of his strength. Just as the chains were about to ensnare him, Jianzheng's anguished roar erupted from within the Dan furnace. Who is meddling with my Kongming stone? A silver light shot up into the sky from the west side of the sword tomb. It was a petite figure adorned with a bronze mask, cradling a silver ore the size of a human head. The surface of the ore was riddled with honeycomb-like holes, each exhaling spatial ripples, the very core material for refining the Dongtian magical treasure. The Kongming stone. It is that female cultivator who impersonated me at the auction. Li Xuan instantly recognized her movement style. Even more shocking was that she wore a token of an inner elder from the Xianin sect at her waist and a few strands of ice blue hair, strikingly similar to Yi Qingli's, peeked from the edge of her mask. The masked female cultivator made a swift motion, causing the Kongming stone to explode into countless silver needles. These spatial fragments accurately pierced the nodes of the bronze chains, causing over 300 chains to simultaneously stiffen. Seizing the opportunity, she flung out an icy silken ribbon, ensnaring the members of Xiaoyao Zhuang. Let us go. As they were pulled from danger, 7 beams of bloodlight suddenly shot out from within the Dan furnace. Jianzheng's voice twisted in fury. The little mouse of the Yi family, you deserve to die even more than your aunt. The bloodlight transformed midair into 7 bronze crows, their sharp beaks aimed directly at the masked female cultivator's back. In a critical moment, the jade statue of Xiao Yunu soared into action, the bronze flower at its heart blooming to block 5 of them. The remaining 2 were shattered by Li Xuan using the sword box, but at the last moment, the crows self-destructed, sending shockwaves that unmasked the female cultivator. Yi Hongshuang. Yi Qingli gasped in shock. Beneath the mask was a face strikingly similar to hers, save for the right side, marred by bronze rust, clearly a victim of prolonged exposure to the Xianin sect's wicked arts. The woman sneered, call me sister. With that, she suddenly coughed up a pool of black blood, within which wriggled tiny bronze insect eggs. The effects of the Kongming stone began to wane. The bronze chains reactivated, more of them burrowing up from the depths. Seeing escape becoming hopeless, Li Xuan suddenly thrust the sword box into Yi Hongshuang's hands. Take them away. To the ancient well where the Hanyu coffin is located. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and charged towards the Dan furnace. This action seemed suicidal, yet in truth, it was a meticulously calculated move. The parts of him tainted by bronze were resonating with the Dan furnace. The closer he got, the weaker the pull became. You finally figured it out? Jianzheng's mockery echoed from within the furnace. Here to serve as the key to the 7th orifice? Li Xuan did not respond. Instead, he focused all his energy on operating the chaotic virtual infant. A wondrous transformation occurred. The invading chaotic energy in his inner world was now being absorbed through the fissure in the virtual infant's chest. The bronze threads thrashed in a frenzy, yet could not escape. How is this possible? Jianzheng finally panicked. My Dao seed was clearly more complete before he could finish his sentence. Li Xuan leaped into the crack of the Dan furnace. The scene within was far more terrifying than he had envisioned. The 360 bronze stars were, in fact, 360 corpses of cultivators, each with a bronze nail driven through their celestial crowns. The chains extending from the nail tails, all connecting to the central fleshy mass. The mass writhed violently, Jianzheng's face protruding from its surface. Do you think absorbing a bit of chaotic energy can contend with me? You have delivered yourself right to my door wrong. Li Xuan suddenly revealed a triumphant smile. What I want is this. He forcefully injected all remaining energy from the Thunder Sword seed into his inner world. The fissure in the chest of the chaotic virtual infant expanded to its limit, voraciously devouring everything around it like a black hole. This was not mere absorption. It was a culmination of Li Xuan's understanding of the sword box's information, transforming his inner world temporarily into a chaotic vortex, specifically targeting unformed Dao seeds. Madman! Jianzheng's fleshy mass thrashed violently. This will consume you as well, ah! Amidst the screams, a large chunk of the mass was forcibly torn away. More critically, among the 360 corpses, 7 suddenly opened their eyes. These were the original keys to the 7-orifice Dan furnace, the true body of Xiao Yunu, the other half of Yi Bingxian's soul, and 5 women unknown to Li Xuan. Now, Li Xuan transmitted thoughts to the seven. They simultaneously exerted their strength, the chains rattling, and the fleshy mass was torn into 7 pieces. Jianzheng emitted a howl that was less than human, as the entire Dan furnace began to collapse. Outside, the members of Xiaoyao Zhuang were led to the ancient well by Yi Hongshuang. This well was the very site where the Hanyu coffin had first been discovered, its walls inscribed with star patterns akin to those of the sword box. Jump down. Yi Hongshuang pressed the remnants of the Kongming stone against a specific spot on the well wall. As the celestial patterns ignited, the well's water instantaneously froze, forming a downward slide. Qin Hongxiu, shouldering the unconscious Su Miao, was the first to leap in. Lin Wani followed closely, yet at the brink of the well, she abruptly turned back. The master. There is no time for that. Yi Hongshuang barked. She forcefully pushed Lin Wani down, intending to grasp Yi Qingli, when suddenly she groaned and collapsed. The bronze rust on her face spreading like a living entity, swiftly enveloping half her body. Gritting her teeth, Yi Qingli hoisted her sister and leapt into the icy pathway. In that final moment, she beheld the alchemical furnace shatter completely, countless bronze shards raining down like a torrential storm. At the epicenter of the explosion, Li Xuan's figure was swallowed by chaotic energy. The descent felt as though traversing through time and space. Around the icy path, countless fragments of memories flickered. How Yi Bingxian uncovered the conspiracy of the overseer, how she severed her own soul, and how the revered Xianjian immortal split the sword seed in 2. Most chilling of all was a fragment showing the overseer kneeling before a certain bronze portal, where 7 fingers extended from the crack, resembling the claw marks on Xiao Yunu's heart. We have arrived. Yi Hongshuang's groan drew the attention of the others. At the end of the icy passage stood a crystal palace. At its center a massive raw Kongming stone floated, its surface naturally adorned with a cosmic star map. Qin Hongxiu's dragon-like pupils constricted. This is the true inheritance site of the sword immortal. Coughing up bronze shards, Yi Hongshuang lamented, "My aunt never made it here." She trembled, pointing to a certain spot on the Kongming stone, where a broken sword lay embedded. Its hilt inscribed with the words Qing Xian, now dim and lifeless. Just as Yi Qingli reached to touch it, the entire Kongming stone suddenly resonated. It was not a repulsion, but a jubilant leap, as the ice spirit root within her perfectly aligned with the activation conditions of the residual force of the Thunder Sword seed. It requires bloodline. Yi Hongshuang's breath grew faint, quick. Yi Qingli sliced her palm and pressed it against the broken sword. Blood seeped into the blade, and the Kongming stone erupted with radiant silver light. Those honeycomb-like hollows expelled countless threads of spatial energy, weaving themselves into the shape of a portal. From within came a vast sword intent, and the silhouettes of myriad flying swords could be faintly seen bowing in reverence. Just as the portal was on the verge of solidifying, the palace's roof suddenly collapsed. A downpour of bronze rained down, coalescing mid-air into the incomplete visage of the overseer. "You will not escape." He unleashed 7 blood arrows, each aimed at a different person. Qin Hongxiu roared as she stood at the forefront, her dragon scales colliding with the blood arrows, producing blinding sparks. As she appeared on the verge of collapse, a familiar figure suddenly barreled in from the side, intercepting the blood arrows. "The master?" Lin Wani gasped. It was indeed Li Xuan, yet his state was exceedingly bizarre. One half of his body was crystalline, while the other was entwined with bronze patterns, and a gaping wound in his chest pulsated with not a heart, but a swirling mass of chaotic energy. There is no time to explain. Li Xuan's voice resonated with an unusual weight, as if 2 voices were speaking simultaneously. He hurled 7 ice crystal chains that ensnared the others, yanking them toward the spatial portal, into it. The overseer let out a roar of defiance, his entire visage transforming into a colossal bronze hand that came crashing down. In that critical moment, Xiao Yunu's jade statue erupted from Li Xuan's embrace, the bronze flowers blooming on her heart, firmly bracing against the giant hand for 3 breaths. Just that fleeting difference allowed everyone to successfully surge into the portal. Amidst the dizziness of spatial transition, Li Xuan was the last to step through. As he turned around, he witnessed the jade statue shatter completely, while the overseer's giant hand revealed the ethereal figure of Elder Qiqing. This being, who had once manifested as Xiao Yunu, now bore a smile of liberation, her crimson lips whispering something. Through lip reading, Li Xuan discerned the chilling words, "I will be waiting for you in the future." On the other side of the spatial portal lay a sword tomb. This was not the external bronze sword tomb, but a secret realm formed by countless ancient swords thrust into the ground. At the central altar, the complete Qing Xian sword floated serenely, its blade reflecting the astonished faces of those present. Yet, before they could revel in joy, Li Xuan suddenly knelt, spitting blood. The chaotic energy vortex in his chest was consuming the crystalline half of his body, while the bronze patterns vied for the other half. More alarmingly, within the inner world, the bronze stars representing the overseers will began to self-destruct. Master, Lin Wani supported him, only to find her own hand succumbing to crystalline contagion. Yi Hongshuang struggled toward the altar. Only the Qing Xian sword can sever. Before she could finish her sentence, the sky of the secret realm suddenly fractured. A colossal hand, covered in crystalline scales, reached in, its palm revealing the overseer's remaining third of flesh. The surface of the flesh writhed with veins, forming a blood-written line. Did you think you could escape? This is the true Seven Apertures Dan Furnace. Chapter 48. The bow of 10,000 swords. The Qingxian sword tomb's secret realm trembled violently. The icy crystal hand of the supervisor tore through the sky, and the grotesque words formed by twisted veins dripped down like living entities, creating a blood ring around the altar. Each droplet of blood that fell to the ground transformed into a small bronze serpent, hissing as it slithered toward the ancient sword at the center. Protect the Qingxian sword. Yi Hongshuang, straining against her illness, hurled a shard of the Kongming stone. A silver light swept across, shattering a dozen bronze serpents with the spatial rift, yet more venomous snakes surged forth from the blood ring. Li Xuan's condition was the most peculiar. His semi-crystallized body continuously shed icy flakes, while the other half of his body bore bronze patterns that spread like roots. Two forces clashed within his chaotic chest, each encounter forcing him to spew blood mixed with ice shards and golden flecks. Master, Qin Hongxiu, having reached the limits of her dragon transformation, was covered in dark golden scales. She swung her halberd to sever the attacking bronze serpents, only to be bitten on the ankle by a poisonous snake. The dragon scales began to corrode, releasing wisps of green smoke, and the excruciating pain forced her to kneel. Yi Qingli's situation was equally dire. She attempted to summon the Ice Thunder Sword, but found her spiritual power being drawn away, the source being the ancient Qingxian sword on the altar. The words Qingxian on the hilt flickered with a sinister blood light, as if actively siphoning her power. Something is wrong. Lin Wani suddenly pressed her temples, the shattered transparent mirror frame reflecting a terrifying truth. This was not a legacy. It was a trap. She struggled to crawl to Li Xuan's side and pressed the mirror frame before him. Through the remaining shards, Li Xuan saw 7 ice coffins buried beneath the altar, each containing a woman resembling Yi Qingli. Each of them had a bronze nail piercing their hearts, with chains extending from the nail tips connecting to the Qingxian sword. For 300 years, the women of the Yi family have been mere sustenance. Yi Hongshuang coughed up a pool of black blood, the bronze rust on her face spreading up to her neck. The Qingxian sword has been tainted. As if to validate her words, the Qingxian sword suddenly emitted a piercing sword cry. All the ancient swords within the tomb trembled simultaneously, their tips turning to point at the group. Even more terrifying was that the specters of past Yi family sword cultivators began to emerge beneath the inverted swords, their souls haunting the scene. The supervisor's maniacal laughter echoed through the rift in the sky. Do you finally understand? The so-called inheritance of the Qingxian sword is merely a pasture for nurturing Dao seeds. The icy crystal hand descended with force. This time, it did not attack the group, but reached directly for the Qingxian sword. The sword's body erupted with blinding bloodlight, seemingly flying toward the massive hand of its own accord. In a critical moment, Li Xuan suddenly surged forth. He did not know where the strength came from, but he leapt toward the Qingxian sword, colliding with it midair. An incredible scene unfolded as the sword tip pierced through his chaotic chest, not causing harm, but instead fitting perfectly like a key in a lock. You. The supervisor's voice was filled with rage and disbelief. The fleshy mass convulsed violently, its veins bursting. How could it recognize its master? Li Xuan did not respond. His entire mind was consumed by the drastic changes within him. The Qingxian sword was merging with the Thunder Sword seed. The inner world was turned upside down as the chaotic phantom seized the invading bronze stars and stuffed them into its mouth, the crunching sound sending chills down the spine. In the real world, Li Xuan's body began to radiate light. The crystallized portions refracted a rainbow glow, while the bronze patterns flowed with a molten gold sheen. Under the guidance of the Qingxian sword, the two lights formed a delicate balance. So that's how it is. He tightened his grip on the hilt, his voice resonating with metallic echoes. What you need is not the bloodline of the Yi family, but... The sword tip suddenly turned, aiming directly at his Dantian. At the moment the sword pierced through his body, 360 bronze stars erupted from the wound, raining down like a meteor shower upon the supervisor's fleshy mass. Each star was tethered by a chain, the ends of which were connected to the chaotic phantom within his inner world. Chaotic Dao seed against chaotic Dao seed. Li Xuan coughed up blood interwoven with gold and blue. Eager to see who would devour whom, the chains tightened. With a sickening tearing sound, a large chunk of the supervisor's fleshy mass was forcibly ripped away. This writhing mass of blood and flesh was consumed mid-air by the chaotic phantom, transforming into pure energy that nourished Li Xuan. The crystallization and bronze patterns on him receded slightly. You seek death. The supervisor was utterly enraged. The rift in the sky expanded to 100 feet wide, revealing the terrifying sight of the complete form of the 7 orifices Dan furnace. The 6 imprisoned women were melting, their spiritual essence being channeled through bronze pipes to the central orifice, where a chaotic sphere identical to Li Xuan's inner world floated. Only at this moment did everyone truly comprehend the supervisor's scheme. He did not aim to refine pills. Rather, he sought to create a perfect chaotic Dao seed, transferring his consciousness into it to achieve immortality. Li Xuan's inner world just happened to provide the final piece of the puzzle. It's too late. The supervisor's cold laughter was filled with glee. Look at your sword. The Qingxian sword trembled violently. Dense bronze veins emerged along its body, climbing up Li Xuan's arm and soon enveloping half of his body. Even more alarming, the ground of the sword tomb began to collapse, revealing a massive bronze formation beneath. This was the true body of the 7 orifices Dan furnace. Yi Hongshuang suddenly screamed, clutching her head and rolling on the ground. The bronze rust on her face writhed like a living thing, forming a Dan furnace pattern on her forehead. A similar phenomenon occurred with Yi Qingli, though she exhibited crystalline patterns instead. The bloodline of the Yi family, ultimately, is my key. The supervisor cackled madly. The 7 orifices Dan furnace emitted a deafening roar, beginning its formal operation. The 7 orifices of the furnace simultaneously shot forth beams of light, intertwining into a web at the top of the secret realm. Under the light web, everyone except Li Xuan began to undergo transformations. Qin Hongxiu's dragon scales turned bronze, Su Miaomu's Lingjin Dan was covered in Dan furnace patterns, and Lin Wani's shattered transparent mirror frame reassembled into the shape of a miniature Dan furnace. Most tragically, the Yi sisters gradually became transparent, on the verge of merging into the light web. In a moment of crisis, Li Xuan did something that no one expected. He reversed the Qingxian sword and thrust it into the altar. Since you desire it, he smirked coldly, then I shall grant it all to you. The moment the sword was completely submerged in the altar, time in the entire secret realm seemed to freeze. Soon after, the sound of breaking chains resonated from beneath the altar. The 7 ice coffins simultaneously opened, and the corpses of the Yi family women opened their eyes. No, the supervisor's scream nearly shattered eardrums. The 7 corpses raised their hands, shooting forth icy crystal chains that ensnared the light web. These chains clashed violently against the bronze veins, producing a grating sound that made teeth ache. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xuan poured all his energy into the chaotic phantom. The Thunder Dragon ancient sword soared from his inner world, colliding with the remaining hilt of the Qingxian sword outside. Thunder and chaos intertwined, forming a miniature vortex upon the altar. Enter the vortex. He grasped the nearest Yi Qingli and hurled her into the center of the whirlpool. The girl's figure vanished in an instant, followed by Qin Hongxiu, Su Miao, Lin Wani. When it was Yi Hongshuang's turn, an unexpected change occurred. The bronze patterns on her face suddenly surged, transforming into tangible chains that ensnared Li Xuan's neck. Thinking of escaping? The voice unmistakably shifted to that of the supervisor. Li Xuan remained unfazed, forcefully pressing the hilt of the Qingxian sword against Yi Hongshuang's forehead. The words Qingxian glowed, causing the bronze patterns on her face to recede like the tide. Go. He exerted all his strength to push Yi Hongshuang toward the vortex. Just before she disappeared, her lips moved, uttering something. Li Xuan could not catch it clearly but discerned through lip reading that it was, "Beware of the sword sheath." At that moment, The secret realm teetered on the brink of collapse. The confrontation with the 7 female corpses and the supervisor triggered a chain reaction, causing countless fissures to crack open in the ground, from each of which shot forth beams of bronze light. Just as Li Xuan was about to leap into the vortex, 7 fingers, resembling bronze digits that matched the claw marks on Xiao Yunu's chest, suddenly emerged from the heavens. With a flick, the vortex collapsed instantly. Li Xuan's escape route was irrevocably severed. Game over. The supervisor's voice echoed from all directions. Did you truly believe that what you just devoured was my Dao seed? Li Xuan looked down sharply, discovering an unfamiliar bronze imprint on his chest, shaped like a miniature 7-orifice Dan furnace. With each pulse of the imprint, a portion of chaotic energy was siphoned away. That was a bait I intentionally provided you. The 7 bronze fingers gradually converged. Now, it is time for the rightful owner to reclaim what belongs to him. The entire secret realm began to collapse inward. The altar, the sword tomb, the light net, everything compressed toward Li Xuan. His body creaked under the unbearable weight, and the surface of his skin revealed blood vessel patterns identical to those of the supervisor's grotesque form. Just as he was about to be completely engulfed, Li Xuan suddenly smiled. He relaxed his left hand, revealing the core essence of the Thunder Sword seed, a strand of purple lightning. You were right. He struck the purple lightning into the imprint on his chest. It was indeed time for the rightful owner to reclaim what belonged to him. The purple lightning twisted like a key. The bronze imprint suddenly reversed its operation, beginning to channel the devoured chaotic energy back into Li Xuan's body. More astonishingly, this strand of purple lightning surged through the energy channel, directly striking the supervisor's true form outside the secret realm. You. The supervisor's voice was filled with rage and shock as the 7 bronze fingers stiffened for a moment. That moment was sufficient. A new power erupted within Li Xuan, awakening the legacy of the Qingxian sword. He transformed into a beam of sword light, shattering the shackles of the secret realm and soaring into the heavens. The external scene was breathtaking. The sword tomb had vanished, replaced by a colossal Dan furnace suspended in midair. Within the 7 orifices of the furnace, 6 flickered with the ethereal forms of women, while the central orifice reflected Li Xuan's inner world. Above the furnace, the supervisor's true form finally revealed itself, a grotesque creature partially merged with a bronze star map, its lower half entirely composed of chains. Finally emerged? The supervisor sneered. He raised his hand, summoning 360 bronze stars. Let me show you the true formation of the Zhou Tian star array. The stars fell like rain. Each star transformed into a black-robed cultivator, encircling Li Xuan in formation. The pressure from the formation distorted the space, causing the sword-light form Li Xuan had just attained to shatter instantaneously, reverting him to his human form. Where is your sword? The supervisor taunted. Where is your Dao seed? Li Xuan offered no reply, merely gazing at the central orifice of the Dan furnace. Within that inner world, the chaotic, ethereal infant was making peculiar gestures, as if cradling an invisible sword sheath. In the real world, a sudden change occurred. The 6 ethereal figures of women in the furnace simultaneously opened their eyes. In unison, they chanted, Qingxian sword path, conceal the edge within the sheath. The supervisor's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. You clearly. Before he could finish, the 6 ethereal figures burst forth from the orifices, intertwining midair to form the shape of a sword sheath. Simultaneously, the 7 corpses of the Yi family soared into the air, transforming into 7 stars embedded in the sword sheath. As the sword sheath took shape, the ancient thunder dragon sword within Li Xuan's inner world automatically flew forth, not to attack, but to return to its sheath. An unprecedented aura of terrifying sword intent enveloped the surroundings. The supervisor's Zhou Tian star array crumbled like paper, and the 360 black-robed cultivators simultaneously spat blood. In Li Xuan's hand, a long sword gradually materialized, existing between reality and illusion. Its blade composed of the purple lightning of the Thunder Dragon sword, its hilt adorned with golden patterns of the Qingxian sword, while the sheath was formed from the souls of the 6 women and the power of the 7 stars. Now, Li Xuan slowly drew the sword, each inch causing the stars to vanish. It is time to settle the score. As the sword was not fully drawn, the ruins of the sword tomb trembled, splitting the earth and sky. Chapter 49. The illusory realm and the true immortal. As the Qingxian sword is unsheathed by 3 inches, the colors of heaven and earth shift dramatically. Before the sword light arrives, the sword intent already exerts a tangible pressure, causing the grand formation of the stars to crack and shatter. The robes of the 360 black-robed cultivators simultaneously explode, revealing identical bronze seals on their chests, each depicting a miniature 7-aperture alchemy furnace, now pulsating like a breath. Do you think this is sufficient? The chains binding the deformed body of the supervisor clank ominously, as the bronze star chart integrated into his lower half suddenly blazes with light. 300 years of scheming cannot be undone by a mere sword strike. He forms a hand seal, causing the 7-aperture alchemy furnace to tremble violently. The female phantoms within the 6 apertures emit piercing wails, their spiritual essence being forcibly extracted and channeled through bronze pipes into the central aperture. The chaotic sphere within the furnace expands rapidly, its surface revealing a landscape identical to Li Xuan's inner world. The terrifying energy fluctuations distort the space around them. Li Xuan's hand, gripping the sword, trembles slightly as he senses the chaotic sphere replicating the structure of his Dao seed. Even more alarming, as the replication progresses, the sword light of the Qingxian sword begins to flow backward, as if it were being devoured by the furnace. Have you noticed? The supervisor laughs with wicked glee. Your sword grows stronger, and my Dao seed becomes more complete. Suddenly, Li Xuan releases his grip, allowing the Qingxian sword to hover in midair. This unexpected action momentarily stuns the supervisor, but his expression swiftly changes as he realizes that the 6 female phantoms are separating from the sword body. They transform into streaks of light, darting towards the 6 apertures of the furnace, merging with the imprisoned remnants of their souls. The supervisor hastily forms a hand seal, but it is too late. The 6 apertures erupt with blinding radiance, and the women's wails transform into fierce shouts. Yi Bingxian, sever the shackles. Xiao Yinu, break the heart chain. Lu Hanyan, incinerate the furnace. Each command is accompanied by a unique attack. Yi Bingshuan's crystalline sword energy freezes the bronze pipes. Xiao Yinu's pipa sound waves shatter the internal restraints. Most astonishingly, the woman named Lu Hanyan ignites her life fire, transforming the entire aperture into a blazing torch. The furnace shakes violently, and cracks appear in the chaotic sphere at the central aperture. The supervisor, filled with rage and panic, tears off his left arm and hurls it towards the furnace. The severed limb morphs into 360 bronze nails in midair, raining down upon the 6 women like a torrential storm. Now, Li Xuan suddenly bellows. The Qingxian sword automatically returns to its sheath, while he forms hand seals identical to those of the chaotic phantom infant, projecting the inner world into reality. The space within 1,000 zhang instantaneously warps. All the bronze nails become ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, their velocity drastically reduced. Seizing this opportunity, the remnants of the 6 women's souls detach from the furnace apertures, returning to the sword sheath. Yet, Li Xuan's true strike has only just begun. His chest suddenly splits open, and the chaotic phantom infant, cradling the thunder sword seed, leaps forth. The infant's form expands dramatically, transforming into a towering giant, its 3 heads and 6 arms exuding a solemn divine presence. Each of its 6 arms forms seals, invoking alterations in the heavens and earth. The first draws upon the stellar forces, inverting the Milky Way. The second gathers the energies of the 9 underworlds, summoning vengeful souls. The third ignites the 5 elemental fires, incinerating the boundless realms. The fourth grips the dragon veins of wind and water, stabilizing the fortunes of mountains and rivers. The fifth holds a luminous treasure mirror, illuminating past and present. The 6th hand remains empty. Yet that emptiness instills the deepest fear in the supervisor. Impossible. The supervisor screams in retreat. The 6th seal. It should have been. The 6th hand of the chaotic giant suddenly plunges into its own chest, extracting a pulsating core of chaos. Wrapped within this chaotic essence is a miniature bronze portal, the very door shown by Elder Qi Qing at the time of his demise. So you have been hiding this all along. The supervisor's voice quivers with the first hint of fear. The chains of the star chart binding his lower half retract frantically, seeking escape. Too late. The chaotic giant presses the portal's phantom against the central aperture of the furnace. The moment they touch, the entire furnace shifts from bronze to a sickly purple-black hue, its surface erupting with countless human faces, each murmuring incomprehensible whispers. You have gone mad. The supervisor loses all composure. Should that door open, all beings in this realm will. The chaotic giant pays no heed. With all 6 arms exerting force, it thrusts the mutated furnace towards the supervisor. A horrifying transformation occurs as the point of contact between the furnace and the supervisor begins to assimilate. Like 2 droplets of mercury meeting, they swiftly merge into a greater entity. No, this is not my plan. The supervisor struggles to separate, but the furnace clings to him like a parasite. His star chart lower half melts first, followed by his torso, arms, until only his head remains, still howling. You will regret this. The existence beyond the door is more terrifying than death. The voice abruptly ceases. The fully merged entity of the furnace and supervisor hovers in midair, its surface continuously bulging with human faces, as if countless lives within are colliding. Meanwhile, the chaotic giant's form begins to disintegrate, first losing its 6 arms, then its legs, until only its torso and head plummet towards the earth. Li Xuan catches the falling core of chaos. At the moment of contact, an overwhelming torrent of information floods his mind. The supervisor and the Qingxian sword immortal were once brothers of the same sect, together discovering the chaotic sea behind the bronze portal. The supervisor, lured by the existence within the sea, believed that devouring this realm would lead to eternity, whereas the Qingxian sword immortal chose to sever his Dao fruit, sealing the portal deep within his inner world. So it turns out, I was also part of the plan. Li Xuan chuckles bitterly. He suddenly comprehends that his traversal was not mere coincidence, but rather a contingency crafted by the Qingxian sword immortal over 3 centuries. While he contemplates, a sound akin to shattering glass resonates above him. The surface of the furnace supervisor composite reveals a web of cracks, and purple-black light seeps through the fissures. Even more terrifying, the protruding human faces gradually merge, forming 7 visages resembling Xiao Yinu. Flee! Yi Bingshuan's voice emanates from the sword sheath. The door is about to open. Li Xuan grits his teeth against his injuries, grasping the Qingxian sword to make his escape. Suddenly, the 7-star patterns on the sword sheath illuminate, projecting an image of Yi Hongshuang's final message, a bronze palace floating amidst the clouds. Within the palace, 360 ice coffins arranged in a cosmic formation, each coffin cradling a woman resembling the 7 maidens. At the very center of the palace hovers a complete Kongming stone, sealed within it. The image abruptly cuts off. A hand covered in crystalline scales emerges from the crumbling furnace. This hand is identical to the ice crystal giant previously formed by Yi Bingxian, but its aura is 100 times more terrifying. It reaches out with a gentle grasp, warping the space within 100 miles like fabric, rendering Li Xuan's escape technique instantly ineffective. At last, I have awaited your arrival. As the furnace shatters completely, a woman resembling Xiao Yunu steps forth from the purple-black glow. She was entirely enveloped in icy crystalline scales, with a miniature model of a bronze portal embedded in her forehead. 7 strands of hair stretched into the void, each entwined with different colored Dao principles. Li Xuan felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. The oppressive aura emanating from this woman far surpassed that of Jianzhong, even more formidable than the entities within the chaos sea. Strangely, the Qingxian sword quivered slightly, not in fear, but rather in exuberance. Who are you? Li Xuan demanded, sword held firmly against his chest, the core of chaos swirling in the palm of his left hand. The woman chuckled lightly, her voice resonating with multiple echoes. I am Qi Qing, and also Xiao Yunu. I am Yi Bingxian, and also Lu Hanyan. With each name she uttered, her appearance transformed correspondingly. Of course, you may call me Minnu. Suddenly, she pointed at Li Xuan's heart. Qingxian has cunningly concealed the key within you. It was then that Li Xuan realized that a small bronze key had somehow appeared at the center of the chaos vortex within his penetrating wound. Even more alarming was that this key was siphoning his life force, turning slowly. Do not be anxious. The woman, or rather Minnu, strolled through the void, leaving behind crystalline footprints with every step. I am unlike that fool Jinzheng. He seeks to obliterate this realm, while She suddenly appeared by Li Xuan's ear, her ruby lips parting, aimed to save it. This declaration was more shocking than any assault. Li Xuan's Dao heart trembled violently, nearly causing him to lose grip of the Qingxian sword. Seizing the moment, Minnu touched his forehead, a chilling sensation piercing his soul. Behold, the true end of days. Before Li Xuan's eyes exploded countless images, the bronze portal opening amidst the chaos sea, the master of 7 fingers descending slowly, the heavenly Dao of this realm being devoured like a lamb. billions of souls transforming into sustenance. Finally, it culminated in an incredulous scene where the Qing Xian sword immortal knelt before Men Nu, pressing the sealed key into his own chest. Do you understand now? Men Nu's voice was laced with pity. Qing Xian is not a hero, but a sinner. His sealing of the portal has led to the imbalance of two worlds, thus inviting the devourer. She pointed towards the crumbling Dan furnace, the Jianzheng composite, within which lay the true key capable of balancing both realms. Li Xian's head throbbed with agony. Reason told him that Men Nu was lying. Yet his Dao heart could not sense an ounce of falsehood. More contradictory was the reaction of the Qing Xian sword. It resisted Men Nu, yet subtly resonated with her. What do you want me to do? He gritted out. Men Nu smiled, revealing a dimple identical to that of Xiao Yunu. Very simple. Use the key in your chest to assist me in completing Jianzheng's unfinished ritual. She gestured towards the remnants of the Dan furnace, urging the key to descend into the world and balance the two realms. Though her request appeared reasonable, it sent shivers down Li Xian's spine. The core of chaos suddenly activated autonomously, reflecting Men Nu's true form. Beneath her beautiful facade were 7 intertwined bronze chains, each binding a remnant soul of a woman. You cannot deceive me. Li Xian abruptly thrust the Qing Xian sword into the ground, summoning the sword mount. The ancient sword remnants scattered around trembled in unison, transforming into a rain of swords aimed at Men Nu. Though these blades could not harm her in the slightest, they successfully created a fleeting moment of distraction. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian crushed the chaos core, allowing the tumultuous chaos energy to envelop him entirely. Foolish. Men Nu's anger erupted for the first time. Her 7 strands of hair darted forth like serpents, piercing through the chaos energy. Do you think you can escape? The hair entwined around Li Xian's limbs, but recoiled abruptly upon reaching the bronze key on his chest. Men Nu's countenance shifted drastically. You. How could you? As the chaos energy dissipated, Li Xian's figure had vanished. Only the Qing Xian sword remained embedded in the ground, its blade vibrating ominously, as if mocking her miscalculation. Men Nu gazed into the void, her fury gradually subsiding. She reached out to caress the sword hilt, suddenly breaking into a strange smile. Run along, little mouse. After all, the key has already begun to turn. Her figure began to fade, leaving only her voice echoing in the sword mound. In 7 days, when the portal opens, you will come seeking me. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain 1,000 miles away, the void suddenly split open, and a bloodied Li Xian tumbled out. Struggling to rise, he was met by an unexpected figure, Yi Xuan, who should have been transported away in the vortex. The bronze rust on her face had faded, revealing a visage nearly identical to Yi Qingli. She crouched down, placing an icy crystal on Li Xian's forehead. Listen, time is short. Men Nu deceived you, yet not entirely. Information stored within the icy crystal surged into him like a torrent. The existence behind the bronze portal was known as the Chaos Sovereign, and Men Nu was but a vessel for a fragment of its consciousness. The true purpose of the 7-orifice Dan furnace was not annihilation, but rather the creation of a vessel capable of accommodating the sovereign's descent. Most crucially, the key in Li Xian's chest was not left by the Qing Xian sword immortal, but rather a seed planted by the sovereign. When the key fully turns, it will signal the opening of the portal. There is still one last chance. Yi Xuan pointed to her heart, the secret guarded by the Yi family for generations. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Icy patterns emerged beneath her skin, her form cracking like porcelain. Quick! To the sword immortal palace. Kongming stone. Before she could finish, she transformed into a heap of ice crystals. As the mountain wind swept by, wisps of blue smoke rose from the ice crystals, forming a small line of text in the air. Beware of the Qing Xian sword sheath. Chapter 50. The Dragon's Fall. In the immortal vessel, the ice crystal formed by Yi Xuan melted in Li Xian's palm, as he gazed intently at the warning inscribed on the Qing Xian sword sheath. The searing pain in his chest intensified, as if a key were turning within him. He attempted to look inward, only to find that the bronze key within the chaotic vortex had turned nearly halfway, each degree extracting a piece of his vitality. The sword immortal palace, the Kongming stone. Li Xian murmured the clues, while the Qing Xian sword behind him emitted a restless hum. Suddenly, he recalled the image projected by the 7-star pattern on the sword sheath. Perhaps the bronze palace in the clouds was the sword immortal palace referred to by Yi Xuan? In the distance, a thunderous rumble echoed from the heavens. Li Xuan looked up to see the sky over the sword tomb had transformed into a deep purple black, with 7 bronze pillars of light extending like colossal roots in all directions. Wherever the light pillars passed, mountains crumbled to dust and rivers reversed their courses, as if the entire world were being consumed by some formidable entity. Immediate action was imperative. Li Xuan gritted his teeth against the pain and summoned his sword, but the Qingxian sword resisted flight in an unusual manner, while ice crystals continued to seep from the sheath. Connecting this to the warning, he resolutely discarded the sheath, holding only the sword as he ascended into the void. Just as he rose 100 feet, an unexpected transformation occurred. The sword sheath suddenly exploded, and countless shards of ice reformed in the air into the visage of Min Nu. "Where are you in such a hurry?" The ice crystal lips moved, producing Min Nu's signature echoing voice. "Your friends are waiting for you in the Sword Immortal Palace." The fragments revealed a blurred image. Qin Hongxiu and others were trapped within the bronze palace, each pierced by bronze nails through their foreheads. Most alarming of all was Xiao Yunu, whose chest bore 7 claw marks that had split open, exposing a pulsating bronze heart within. "Do you think escaping the sword tomb ensures your safety?" Min Nu chuckled lightly. "The Sword Immortal Palace is the true 7-orifice furnace, and your beauties are becoming the finest fuel." Suddenly, the ice crystal shot toward Li Xuan's brow. In a critical moment, the Qingxian sword instinctively intercepted, the blade clashing with the ice crystal and sparking a blinding light. Using the recoil, Li Xuan swiftly retreated, biting his tongue to draw blood and inscribing a teleportation symbol in the void. "Futile," Min Nu's voice followed him like a shadow. "The key in your chest will always guide me." In the final moment before the blood teleportation activated, Li Xuan took an audacious risk. He plunged the Qingxian sword into the keyhole of his chest. The sword tip clashed with the bronze key, producing an excruciating screech, yet the key's rotation surprisingly paused for a heartbeat. It was in this fleeting moment that the blood teleportation successfully activated. Li Xuan's form transformed into countless blood crows, scattering in all directions, each carrying the same aura, perfectly obfuscating any pursuit. High above the clouds, Li Xuan reverted from the last blood crow form to his human shape, his complexion pale as parchment. The forced interruption of the key's rotation inflicted grievous harm to his meridians, yet he had temporarily evaded Min Nu's pursuit. "I must first locate the others from Xiaoyao Zhuang." He swallowed a healing spirit seed left by Su Miao, the wood spirit energy momentarily stabilizing his injuries. According to the feedback from the Blood Crow clones, there was a familiar dragon aura emanating from 300 miles to the northwest, most likely Qin Hongxiu. As he flew, Li Xuan repeatedly attempted to contact the chaotic virtual infant, but only received fragmented responses. The virtual infant had suffered heavy damage in its confrontation with the supervisor and was now deep in slumber within the inner realm. The sole piece of good news was that the Thunder Sword Seed had perfectly merged with the Qingxian sword, the blades flowing purple lightning possessing a unique restraint against bronze materials. Approaching his destination, Li Xuan suddenly halted. The sight before him was chilling. A colossal corpse of a 1,000-foot-long dragon floated above the sea of clouds, its head pierced by 7 bronze nails, forming a bizarre 7-star, soul-locking array. The dark golden scales remaining on the dragon corpse unmistakably indicated that this was Qin Hongxiu's dragon form. Hongxiu. Just as Li Xuan moved forward, the heart of the sword suddenly issued a warning. The Qingxian sword autonomously slashed towards the empty space to the right, producing a clash of metal and iron as a bone dagger entwined with black mist materialized. Good reflexes, a ripple in the void revealed a black-clad youth carrying a sword box. His face was as pale as a corpse, with a miniature alchemical furnace embedded in his brow. He was none other than the true disciple of the Xianyin sect, who had competed with Li Xuan for the foundational pill formula at the auction. The youth flicked the bone dagger with his fingers. "I am the 7th true disciple of Xianyin sect, Shikuei. Under the orders of Lord Min Nu, I have come to claim your head." Li Xuan sneered coldly. "Is that so?" But before he could finish, his expression shifted abruptly. The eyes of the dragon corpse suddenly opened, turning completely to bronze. Shikuei grinned. "What if I add your dragon blood as a guard?" The dragon corpse let out a thunderous roar, its 1,000-foot body stirring the sea of clouds. Even more terrifying, countless bronze corpse insects crawled from its wounds, each exuding the aura of Qin Hongxiu. In an instant, Li Xuan understood that this was not mere necromancy, but rather a method of imprisoning Qin Hongxiu's dragon soul within countless corpse insects, compelling her to attack her former master. You shall pay. Li Xian's fury ignited, and the Qing Xian sword surged with purple lightning. However, how could he bring himself to strike down his former companions? Seizing the opportunity, Shi Kuei launched his assault. Each swing of the bone dagger released a putrid scent of decay, and insidiously infused within that foul aura were bronze particles that, upon entering his body, would accelerate the rotation of the qi in his chest. Li Xian found himself at a disadvantage, quickly falling into a perilous position. In a moment of dire straits, a jade-green light pierced through the air. Vines coiled around Shi Kuei's wrist like spirit serpents, and the familiar with spirit energy revitalized Li Xian's spirits. Su Miao? Master, flee. Su Miao's voice echoed from above the clouds. This is a trap. Sister Hongxiu's dragon soul is before she could finish. A bronze spear pierced through her shoulder. The blood had yet to spill before it froze into an ice crystal, empowered by Yi Qingli's ice spirit root. Miss Su is right. It is indeed a trap, Shi Kuei chuckled, licking the bone dagger. Did you think only Qin Hongxiu was turned into a corpse puppet? The clouds parted to reveal a scene of despair. 360 cultivators formed a celestial formation, each controlling a corpse puppet. And at the center, Su Miao dangled suspended in midair by chains of ice crystals. Her right eye transformed to bronze, while Yi Qingli stood expressionless at the formation's core, pointing an ice lightning sword at Li Xian. Most heart-wrenching of all was Lin Wani, cradling a completely bronze-transformed Tongming mirror, its surface reflecting not future fragments, but the sinister grin of Min Nu. Welcome to the Ascension Ceremony, Shi Kuei bowed mockingly. These are the furnace vessels that Lord Min Nu has meticulously prepared for you. Li Xian's grip on the sword trembled slightly. It was not fear, but an overwhelming rage igniting within him. He suddenly comprehended Min Nu's true intent. It was not merely to kill him, but to compel him, in a state of extreme emotion. To complete the final rotation of the key, Zhuangzhu, flee swiftly. Su Miao suddenly struggled to lift her head, her left eye still retaining clarity. Within them all resided an ice crystal arrow that pierced through her throat. Yi Qingli, unbeknownst to the time, had drawn her bow, her gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. That arrow struck like a dagger in Li Xian's heart, unable to suppress his murderous intent any longer. The Qingxian sword erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Though the sword remained still, the sword aura had already severed the heads of 10 corpse-controlling cultivators. This was precisely right. The Shi Kuei retreated with exhilaration, reveling in anger and despair. Let the key turn faster. Li Xian's vision began to redden. The key in his chest spun rapidly, extracting vast amounts of life force with each rotation. In stark contrast, he felt a surge of power. Acutely aware that he was on the verge of breaking through the Yuaning boundary, albeit at the cost of hastening his descent into the trap of the door slave. At the critical moment, the corpse of the earth-covering Jiao suddenly thrashed violently. A dark golden dragon claw ruptured the Jiao's belly, and Qin Hongxiu's true form crawled out, drenched in blood. Most of her dragon scales had shed. Yet her right hand firmly clutched a pulsating sphere of azure light, the severed core of the dragon's soul. Zhuangzhu, catch this. She exerted all her strength to hurl the luminous sphere. The instant the azure light entered his body, Li Xian heard Qin Hongxiu's transmission in his mind. The door slave controls us through the bronze nails. The nail's tail is connected to the Kongming stone of the Sword Immortal Palace. In a fit of rage, the Shi Kuei transformed its bone knife into a colossal blade aimed at Qin Hongxiu. Would Li Xian allow such a thing to come to fruition? The Qingxian sword struck first, entwining the bone knife with purple lightning. The collision of their powers shattered the clouds within 100 zhang radius, revealing an astonishing sight above, a bronze palace suspended in the heavens, surrounded by 360 chains, each extending in various directions. Beneath the palace lay the decaying corpse of an ancient dragon, its immense form still exuding a lingering majesty, with eyelids the size of houses. The abyss of the falling dragon. Li Xian suddenly recalled Yi Hongshuang's hint. So the Sword Immortal Palace was erected upon the ancient dragon's corpse, and that Kongming stone must be. Before he could finish his thought, the ancient dragon's closed eyelids suddenly lifted. In its hollow eye sockets danced azure flames, fixating intently on Li Xian. More terrifyingly, all the controlled residents of Xiaoyao Zhuang simultaneously turned, uttering in unison the words of the door slave. You have finally arrived, keyholder. Seizing the opportunity, The Shirkuei crushed a jade talisman. The base of the sword immortal palace opened, lowering a bronze spirit vessel. The vessel's body was etched with alchemical furnace patterns, and on its deck lay 360 ice coffins, each containing a woman resembling Xiao Yunu. This is the final gift. The Shirkuei bowed and retreated toward the spirit vessel, stating that if he could rescue them before the vessel reached the sword immortal palace, the truth would be revealed. As the vessel ascended, Li Xuan glimpsed the interior scene. In the central ice coffin, the true form of Xiao Yunu was melting, the bronze liquid having risen to her chest. In her grasp was a half-piece of a lock that perfectly matched the shape of the key in Li Xuan's chest. Yunu. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan pursued the spirit vessel. Behind him, the Shirkuei's sinister laughter echoed. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the power source of this spirit vessel is the souls of your beloved residents. As he spoke, 360 residents of Xiaoyao Zhuang ignited simultaneously, their souls transforming into azure light that flowed into the spirit vessel. Astonishingly, the ancient dragon's corpse began to stir, its massive jaws opening to bite down on Li Xuan. With the spirit vessel ahead and the dragon corpse behind, Li Xuan found himself in an inescapable predicament. In an unexpected move, he plunged the Qingxian sword into the keyhole in his chest. If you desire the complete key, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Then take it. The sword's edge clashed against the key, producing blinding sparks. The key was forced to accelerate, instantly surpassing its critical point. A column of bronze light erupted from Li Xuan's chest, piercing through the spirit vessel and reaching the sword immortal palace. The palace doors thunderously swung open, revealing a breathtaking sight within. 360 ice coffins arranged in a circular formation, each cradling a woman bearing the same visage as the 7 maidens. At the center of the palace floated not the Kongming stone, but a miniature bronze portal. The essence of the door slave stood before the portal, her hair entwined with the bodies of 7 different women. She turned, smiling, her ruby lips parting. "Welcome home, Mr. Qi." At that moment, the ancient dragon's massive jaws closed, swallowing both Li Xuan and the spirit vessel whole. In the final instant before darkness descended, Li Xuan saw Xiao Yunu on the vessel silently mouthing the words, "Sword sheath." And then the world plunged into darkness. Chapter 51. The foundation of the false realm. Upon the meteorite platform, blood droplets oozed from Su Miao's fingertips and swiftly absorbed by 3 peculiar, crimson rice plants. The rice ears burned like flames, their interiors revealing a glimmer reminiscent of flowing lava. The final batch of explosive rice was ripening. The young girl's complexion was as pale as paper, with the wooden spirit golden elixir above her head flickering erratically. After 3 moments of forging with mundane fire, the outer layer would exhibit the golden patterns of the explosive Yuan Dan, yet the inner fire poison was potent enough to incinerate the meridians of those who had not yet established their foundation. Li Xuan gazed at the surging sea of clouds beyond the realms of Xiaoyao Zhuang, feeling the admission token for the Xian-level secret realm of Qingyin Xianxing warming subtly in his hand. The inscription at the end of the document, requiring 3 disciples who had established their foundation to accompany, burned like a red-hot brand. There was no choice left. He turned to approach the 3 kneeling villagers, Shiyong, the hunter, Zhaoda, the blacksmith, and Xiao, the weaver, all of whom were old souls who had ascended from the mundane world with the Zhuang. The process was akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at the heart. To withstand it was to live, to succumb was to die. Shiyong knocked his head against the ground fiercely. "The master grants us immortal fate. Even death is worth it." Deep within the inner realm, the crack on the chest of the chaotic virtual infant continued to ooze bronze-colored mist. Li Xuan forcefully summoned the source, extracting 3 streams of grayish air from the palm of the virtual infant, like venomous snakes penetrating the heavenly crowns of the 3 villagers. Zhao Da's entire body convulsed as his veins bulged like writhing earthworms, a chaotic light radiating from beneath his skin. Xiao dug her nails deep into the bluestone slab, blood seeping through her fingers. Only Shiyong's eyes were bloodshot, yet he remained silent, swallowing the blood and crushed teeth in his mouth. Lin Wani's mirror of high clarity hung aloft, the light locking onto the 3 stanchions. Source impact overload. Quickly seal your meridians. Yi Qingli's fingers, poised like swords, unleashed a chilling sword aura that cleaved through the air. 3 threads as fine as hairs precisely pierced the villagers' stanchions, the sword aura inscribing intricate ice patterns that mirrored the core circuit of the imitated water spirit root. The moment the ice patterns took shape, the chaotic energies surging around the three suddenly calmed, their skin glowing with a water-blue spiritual radiance. Explosive rice, Li Xuan exclaimed. Su Miao tossed 3 grains of crimson rice into the air. The grains ignited upon meeting the wind, transforming into golden-red streams of light that entered the mouths of the three. The searing fire flowed along the fabricated spiritual root circuit, instantly enveloping their bodies in a misty white vapor, with foul-smelling black mud exuding from their pores, a clear sign of the I Ching's cleansing of the marrow. In the verification hall of Qingyan Xianqing, the bronze law mirror hung high, its surface inscribed with flowing runes as alive as any creature. The robed cultivator lazily tapped the mirror frame. Place your hand on the back of the mirror and release your spiritual power. Shi Yong stepped forward first. As his palm made contact with the cold mirror surface, the chaotic essence trapped within his dantian violently surged. The fabricated water spirit root circuit flickered dangerously, the fire poison from the explosive rice wreaking havoc within his meridians. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, Li Xuan subtly turned the array plate hidden within his sleeve. Buzz! The law mirror suddenly blazed with a dazzling blue light, the surface revealing a clear inscription of the water spirit root, while the adjacent spiritual power scale stabilized firmly at the early stage of foundation establishment. Next, the robed cultivator glanced at the image left on the mirror, recording the scene. Zhao De and his Xiu followed suit. When the final blue light illuminated, the elder guarding the hall suddenly squinted. Wait. His bony finger pointed toward his Xiu, sensing her spiritual power was unstable, as if, "Esteemed elder, allow me to explain." Li Xuan stepped forward, slipping a bag of spirit stones into the elder's sleeve discreetly. This maidservant was injured by lightning half a month ago, hence her unstable spiritual power. As the bag of spirit stones brushed against something within the elder's sleeve, a sharp pain shot through Li Xuan's fingertip. Inside lay half a piece of the Xianin token. The elder's sleeve flicked, pocketing the spirit stones without changing expression, and waved his hand. If it is an accident, then it is of no consequence. Hold on to the admission jade token. The secret realm will open in 3 days. In the cellar of Xiaoyao Zhuang, frost covered the walls. Pooh! The blood spat from Shi Yong crystallized into red ice mid-air. He curled on the ground, convulsing as blue light and gray mist clashed fiercely beneath his skin. Zhao Da's entire right arm's meridians bulged like coiled snakes, the red poison of the explosive rice spreading along his arm. A Xiu fared the worst. The ice patterns on her abdomen fracturing inch by inch, chaotic energies writhing out of her pores like serpents. The backlash of the source had begun. Lin Wani's mirror light swept over the three's dantians, her expression grave. The ice patterns could suppress for no more than 12 hours, and the fire poison from the explosive rice had already infiltrated their heart meridians. Li Xuan placed his palm on Shi Yong's back, the chaotic virtual infant within emitting a painful wail. With each strand of source drawn out to suppress the backlash, the bronze cracks on the virtual infant's chest expanded further. Those misty strands writhed like living creatures, attempting to contaminate the foundation of the inner realm. Master, no? Yi Qingli's sword aura sealed Li Xuan's wrist. Your injuries. Go fetch the 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Li Xuan shouted, as Su Miao used her wooden spirit energy to stabilize their heart meridians, while Qingli inscribed the ice patterns anew with her sword energy. We must hurry. The sound of sword energy slicing through the air intertwined with the emerald brilliance in the cellar. Yi Qingli's fingertips bled as she excessively urged the sword essence, causing her unhealed old wounds to rupture. Su Miao's wooden spirit golden elixir had cracked, yet she grit her teeth, pouring life energy into the three. 3 hours later, the trio's injuries stabilized momentarily, yet they were encased in the ice like living corpses. No more than 3 days. Yi Qingli wiped the blood from her lips. When the ice marrow was exhausted, the chaotic essence would completely consume them. Li Xuan silently caressed the icy surface. Within the inner realm, the cracks on the chaotic virtual infant had extended to the neck, as the bronze mist greedily devoured the purple lightning seeded by the lightning sword. At midnight, in a dark chamber somewhere within Qingyan Xianqing, the water mirror replayed the images left by the verification law mirror. When it reached a Xiu's examination, a hand adorned with a black jade ring abruptly froze the frame at the mirror's edge, revealing a corner of an array plate peeking from Li Xuan's sleeve, its star patterns faintly glowing. Distorted verification law mirror. A hoarse voice echoed in the darkness. Xiaoyao Zhuang. Intriguing. A new image materialized beside the water mirror. The heart of the ice-encased furnace maidens. 7 claw marks pulsed with a faint resonance, tracing back to a certain location within the immortal city. The image magnified, revealing the inn where Li Xuan temporarily resided. Notify the poison crow. The black jade ring tapped on the table. Let them enjoy themselves in the secret realm. Before the water mirror extinguished, it captured the remnants of the half-sliced Yin token, marked with traces of ice lightning sword energy. At the spiritual vein node beneath Xiaoyao Zhuang, Li Xuan stood alone in the boiling spiritual spring. The bronze pollution had spread to his collarbone. He gazed at his reflection in the water's surface, suddenly piercing his dantian with his finger. The excruciating pain dimmed his vision. His fingertips surged through the chaotic vortex, finally brushing against the slowly rotating bronze key. Just as he was determined to extract the key, a peculiar pulse emanated from the depths of the inner realm, as if some slumbering entity had been awakened. In the water's reflection, his pupils instantly turned bronze, and a strange female voice resounded in his mind. Take out the key now, and your beloved will instantly become my puppet. Li Xuan abruptly looked up, in the direction of the inn. A figure cloaked in black robes pressed half a piece of the Yin token against the wall. The moment the token touched the bricks, the bronze claw marks on the heart of the jade statue in the room where Xiao Yinu resided suddenly glowed with blood light. Chapter 52. The theft of the bone book from the Thunder Lake. The entrance to the secret realm of the Zhuanglong Lei Yu was a rift in the sky shaped like a jagged bolt of lightning. As Li Xuan passed through the barrier with the entrance token in hand, the token suddenly became searing hot, scorching his palm and causing the dark patterns of the Yin sect to flicker momentarily. Indeed, he had attracted attention. He discreetly wiped away the blood and gazed at the rolling thunderclouds ahead. The interior of the secret realm was far more expansive than what was visible from the outside. Beneath the leaden-gray clouds lay countless floating Li Xuan mountains, with rivers of liquid thunder coursing between them. In the distance, a massive mountain resembling a dragon's bone towered majestically, with azure-purple lightning striking down from its peak incessantly. According to the map provided by the Immortal City, the ancient jade tablet should be situated in the heart of the Li Xuan mountain range. Lin Wani unfurled the transparent fragment of the mirror, which reflected a blurry route, yet the actual terrain had deviated by at least 30 miles. Before he could finish his thought, 3 streaks of light descended from the sky. Leading them was a gaunt old man with a face marred by sores. Hanging 7 small elixir furnaces from his waist, none other than the outer sect elder of the Yin sect, Dujio. Behind him, 2 disciples carried a bronze chest, from which black blood seeped through the seams. Ah, young friend, what a coincidence, Dujio grinned, revealing his greenish teeth. Shall we not travel together? This old man has some understanding of thunder techniques. Li Xuan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the Lei Jian within the chest, which suddenly trembled as if sensing something. He smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, it would be a rare opportunity. Thus, the 2 parties, each harboring their own ulterior motives, journeyed together. As they passed through the 3rd Li Xuan mountain, Dujio suddenly pointed towards a thunder river. Look, thunder spirit grass. Indeed, several bluish-purple spiritual plants were growing by the riverbank. Yet, through Li Xuan's chaotic vision, he discerned that these spirit herbs were, in fact, traps disguised as twisted, resentful souls. I am but a novice in cultivation. I dare not take risks. Li Xuan feigned humility. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Dujio's eyes, prompting him to collect the herbs himself. Just as he bent down, Li Xuan subtly manipulated the formation disc in his sleeve, triggering a violent upheaval of the underground thunder vein. Boom! The Li Xuan rock beneath Dujio's feet suddenly erupted, and liquid thunder surged upward like a great serpent. The old poison master reacted swiftly, casting an elixir furnace to shield himself, yet the furnace was split asunder by the lightning, spilling out a dozen pulsating hearts, each entwined with bronze threads. Ah, so you practice this kind of thunder technique, Li Xuan sneered coldly. Dujio's face twitched, ready to turn hostile, when a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from afar. The thunder clouds surrounding the Dragon Bone Mountain churned, revealing a gigantic shadow moving within. The 2 disciples of the Yin sect gasped. It is the thunder beasts guarding the jade tablet. Let us go. Li Xuan suddenly seized Lin Wani's wrist, activating the Feng Shui formation disc with all his might. The ground erupted with Li Xuan sand, forming a deceptive mist. By the time Dujio dispersed the thunder sand, The figures of the Shuyao Zhuang had already vanished without a trace. They have raised a thunder beast cub in that chest. As they hurried onward, Lin Wani's complexion turned pale, realizing that those hearts were bait for feeding the thunder beasts, each connected to a living soul. Li Xian's expression darkened. It was evident that Du Jiao was targeting the Lei Jian, possessing an acute sensitivity to high-level thunder spirits. Suddenly, he pressed against his chest, where the key was rotating at an accelerated pace, as if drawn by an unseen force. Approaching the Dragon Bone Mountain, the oppressive thunder pressure became palpable. They were compelled to descend and walk, with tiny lightning serpents coiling around their ankles with each step. Qin Hongxiu's dragon scales naturally activated, their dark golden sheen particularly striking amidst the lightning. Something is watching us. Yi Qingli unsheathed her ice sword, the blade extending 3 inches. Despite her right arm being wrapped in bandages to suppress internal injuries, she stood resolutely. Suddenly, the mist ahead parted, revealing a breathtaking sight. 9 towering thunder pillars arranged in a formation, each crowned by thunder beasts the size of small houses. These creatures, resembling Qilins but with dragon tails, were composed entirely of liquid thunder, their eyes blazing with flickering azure-white fireballs. In the center of the thunder pillars, a jade tablet was half submerged in the thunder pool, its inscriptions flickering with alternating brightness. The Jiuxiao Lei Yin sword technique. Li Xian squinted to decipher the inscriptions, his heart jolting with shock. This was indeed the thunder-based sword manual left behind by an ancient sword immortal. However, the lower half of the tablet was submerged, rendering the critical content invisible. The thunder beasts simultaneously turned their heads, their 18 fiery orbs locking onto the group. The mightiest among them, the Thunder Beast King, let out a skyward howl, and instantly, 9 thunder pillars, each as thick as a person's embrace, descended from the heavens. Hongxiu, Li Xian bellowed. Qin Hongxiu had already transformed to 70% of her dragon form, and, upon hearing his voice, charged forward rather than retreating. The shadow of the earth-covering dragon overlapped with her true form as she braced herself against the heavenly thunder. In an instant that lightning struck her. A patch of reverse scales on her neck glowed, a gift bestowed by the remnants of an ancient dragon's soul. The Thunder Beast King's attack was absorbed by the reverse scales, yet its residual force still forced her to kneel, leaving her dragon scales charred in large areas. 3 breaths. She gritted her teeth, shouting the agreed signal. Yi Qingli pointed her sword towards the sky. Under the full activation of her ice spirit root, the sword energy transformed into 100 zhang ice phoenix, soaring toward the thunder pool. The extreme cold clashed with the thunder, and the resulting white mist instantaneously froze the surface of the thunder pool. The ice phoenix cried out mournfully as it shattered, but it successfully bought precious time. The thunder pool remained frozen for 3 breaths. Li Xian shot toward the jade tablet like an arrow released from a bow. The Lei Jian inside him surged wildly, and the previously hidden portions of the inscriptions materialized under his chaotic vision. He pressed his palm against the tablet's surface, and the ancient thunder dragon sword within the inner world automatically flew out, its tip tracing across the tablet, sparking as it engraved the complete sword technique. Just as the last stroke was completed, an unexpected event occurred. The bottom of the jade tablet suddenly cracked open, and 7 bronze chains, resembling venomous serpents, coiled around Li Xian's wrist. The other ends of the chains plunged deep into the thunder pool, tugging at an enormous object from below. Simultaneously, the key in his chest trembled violently, rotating at such a speed that it left behind afterimages. Master, Lin Wani activated the transparent mirror fragment, which projected a horrifying image. Beneath the thunder pool lay a bronze coffin, its lid slowly being pulled open by the chains. The Thunder Beast King abruptly abandoned its assault on Qin Hongxiu and lunged toward Li Xian. In a moment of crisis, Su Miao tossed out an emerald seed. Upon encountering the thunder, the seed rapidly grew into a towering vine that ensnared the Thunder Beast King. This was the thunder-eating vine she had cultivated using the wood's spirit golden elixir, specifically designed to combat thunder-based creatures. Run! Yi Qingli swung her sword, cleaving at the bronze chains. The ice thunder sword energy clashed with the chains, emitting a metallic clang, leaving only white marks behind. Li Xian suddenly reversed his grip, seizing the chains as the chaotic void infant within the inner world let out a silent roar. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The bronze chains began to fade, their energy flowing like a tide into his body. The coffin beneath the thunder pool sensed the anomaly, plummeting back into the depths as the chains snapped apart in unison. Roar! The Thunder Beast King broke free from the thunder-eating vine, its eyes locking onto Li Xuan's heart. It seemed to perceive the existence of the key, and in its fury, it summoned the celestial phenomena of the secret realm. The entire Dragonbone Mountain's thunder converged above it, forming a thunderstorm vortex with a diameter of 100 zhang. Retreat! Li Xuan hurled the engraved sword technique Jade Slip to Li Xuan, while he charged toward the Thunder Beast King. With both hands forming the initial stance of the sword technique, he executed the first move of the recently stolen Jiuxiao Lei Yin Jinju, the thunder stride through the heavenly gap. The direction of his sword pointed forth, and the tempestuous vortex of thunder split to release a force that he guided, colliding fiercely with the breath of the Thunder Beast King. The explosive shockwave sent the surrounding thundermagnetic rocks soaring for 100 zhang. As Li Xuan utilized the momentum of his flight to reunite with the others, the Feng Shui array plate activating its escape technique with utmost effort. Behind him, the Thunder Beast King roared with a voice that shook the heavens. Thief! I shall pursue you to the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs. 1,000 li away. Du Jiu gazed at the shattered soul plate in his hand, his countenance as dark as turbulent waters. The Thunder Beast cub within the bronze box had already perished, with an ice crystal embedded in its skull, a remnant of the sword Qi left by Yi Qingli amid the chaos. Elder, shall we continue the pursuit? A disciple asked, trembling with trepidation. Du Jiu suddenly crushed the soul plate. No need. He turned his gaze towards the depths of the secret realm, revealing an enigmatic smile, for the mark of the Thunder Beast King had already been branded upon them. All they needed to do was wait patiently for the rabbit to come into the trap. From his sleeve, he slid out a half-piece of the Xianyin order. The back of the token bore an unfamiliar lightning pattern, faintly resonating with the distant Thunder Beast King. The members of the Xiaoyao Manor retreated to a safe location, when suddenly, Li Xuan coughed up blood and fell to his knees. He tore open his clothing, causing everyone to gasp in shock, for the rotating marks of the bronze key had formed a complete circle, and the skin on his chest revealed a brand in the shape of a portal. The energy from the chain accelerated the key's rotation. Lin Wanni's voice trembled. How much time is left? Before Li Xuan could respond, something suddenly flew from his embrace, a fragment of the bronze chain absorbed from beneath the thunder pool. The fragment disassembled and reassembled in the air, transforming into a miniature coffin model. The coffin lid slowly opened, projecting an image. 7 ice coffins floated within the bronze palace, each containing a woman whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yunu. As the camera panned towards the central ice coffin, all present froze. The woman within was pierced not by a bronze nail, but by the tip of a sword. The words Qing Xian on the hilt were clearly visible. Chapter 53. The vines ensnare the Beast King. Emerald-hued vines coiled around Li Xuan Mountain like colossal pythons. With Su Miao kneeling at the center of the vine web, the Muling Jin Dan suspended above her head, already exhibiting a network of spiderweb-like cracks. With each bolt of thunder cascading down, the vines actively intercepted it, channeling the power of the storm into the underground spiritual veins. The area spanning 1,000 feet had been forcibly transformed into a hunting ground for the thunder-devouring vines. Hold on for another quarter of an hour. Yi Qingli's icy thunder sword energy darted through the gaps between the vines, precisely striking at the joints of the Thunder Beast King. This ancient creature had relentlessly pursued them for 3 days and nights, and even now, ensnared by thousands of thunder-devouring vines, it could still spew forth a molten thunder that could melt gold and stone. Li Xuan stood atop the highest peak of Lei Ci Rock, his hands forming seals as he continually adjusted the Feng Shui array. 3 days prior, he had stolen the jade slip of the Jiuxiao Lei Yin sword technique, which now floated before him. The words of the third form, Thunder Prison, transforming into flowing light as they entered his brow. With each segment of the sword technique absorbed, the bronze portal on his chest burned hotter. Master, the vine formation in the northeast corner is about to break. Lin Wanni exclaimed, her Tongming Jian gleaming with horrifying images. The 3 Thunder Beast cubs were gnawing at the vine roots, their eyes not flickering with thunderfire, but with the unique bronze flame of the Xianyin sect. With a swift motion of his sword finger, Li Xuan forcibly redirected the underground spiritual veins. Liquid thunder erupted like a fountain, propelling the Thunder Beast cubs high into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Hongxiu transformed into her dragon form, merging her ethereal shadow with her corporeal body, and delivered a powerful kick, that severed the cubs in half. As the beast's blood spilled, the thunder-devouring vines voraciously consumed it, and the surface of the vines instantly shimmered with thunder patterns. Roar! The Thunder Beast King, seeing this, was filled with rage. Its unique horns suddenly detached from its head, transforming into a 100-foot-long thunder spear aimed at Li Xuan. This strike contained the primordial power of the secret realm, warping the space in its wake. In a moment of dire peril, Li Xuan produced a fragment of the bronze chain absorbed from the bottom of the lei pool from his sleeve. When the fragment collided with the thunder spear, it did not produce sparks, but rather a strange bronze liquid. This liquid, like a living entity, enveloped the thunder spear, corroding it into countless luminous specks. The Thunder Beast King suddenly froze, its beastly eyes fixated on the bronze liquid. "Thief, you think you have won?" Its voice abruptly shifted to that of the overseer. "This beast's corpse is a gift for you. Enjoy the treasures I buried within the thunder core." With a thunderous explosion, the beast's corpse did not splatter flesh and blood, but rather transformed into 360 streams of bronze light shooting towards various parts of the secret realm. Each stream rooted itself upon landing, rapidly sprouting into bronze laci trees. The moment the tree crowns formed, the entire secret realm's thunder took on a bronze hue. "He is contaminating the essence of the secret realm." Yi Qingli severed the nearest bronze tree, but black, viscous blood oozed from the cut. The stump quickly rejuvenated, sprouting fruits resembling human faces, vaguely reminiscent of poisonous doves. Li Xuan suddenly pressed down on his solar plexus, where the chaotic virtual embryo was emitting a sharp alarm. Through the perception of his thundersword seed, he witnessed a terrifying scene. All the roots of the bronze trees connected underground, forming an array, the core of which was the lei pool from which they had initially stolen the sword technique. At that moment, the bronze coffin at the bottom of the pool had opened halfway, and 7 fingers were slowly emerging. "We must leave the secret realm at once." Li Xuan tossed out the Feng Shui array disc, its star patterns resonating with the thunder-devouring vines. Instantly, the vines beneath their feet wove into a vessel, propelling them forward with great speed. Behind them, the bronze forest surged forward like a living entity, the sound of branches cracking akin to a wicked curse. As they passed a certain laci mountain, Li Xuan suddenly pointed at the mountainside. "Hongxiu." Qin Hongxiu understood, her dragonized right arm bulging with muscle, and with a single punch, she shattered the mountainside, revealing a crystalline piece of Li Sui jade within. This jade was the stone upon which the Thunder Beast King sharpened its claws, containing the purest essence of thunder spirit. "Take this." Li Xuan threw the Li Sui jade to Su Miao. "It will temporarily suppress the cracks in your Jindan." In their flight, Lin Wani suddenly let out a muffled sound. The Tongming Jin fragment in her hand was scorching hot, reflecting the scene of the secret realm's exit. Poisonous doves along with a dozen disciples of the Xianyin sect were guarding the barrier, each standing over a bronze furnace, within which burned the hair of 3 imposter foundational cultivators from the Xiaoyao Manor. A bloodline tracking array. Li Xuan's expression darkened. Clearly, they intended to use the bloodline of the farmhands as bait to launch a curse the moment they crossed the barrier. Yi Qingli's icy sword trembled slightly. "Shall we take a detour?" "No." Li Xuan suddenly crushed 3 thunder spirit fruits, their juices drawing peculiar symbols on the ground, turning the tables. The juice symbols combined with the Feng Shui array disc, creating illusory duplicates of the 5 of them. The duplicates charged towards the barrier, and indeed, the poisonous doves activated their formation. As the black threads shot out from the bronze furnace to ensnare the duplicates, the thunderous power contained within the thunder spirit fruits surged back. The poisonous doves and their companions collapsed, emitting smoke. Taking advantage of the moment, the real disciples of Xiaoyao Manor slipped through the barrier from another side. Before leaving, Li Xuan cast a last glance at the depths of the secret realm, where the bronze trees had grown into towering giants, their crowns intertwining to form a massive Big Dipper pattern. In the center of this pattern, a pair of cold eyes slowly opened. In Qingyan City, deep in the night, Li Xuan stood alone atop the inn's roof, the Li Sui jade in his hand emitting a soft glow. The bronze key upon the chest has been temporarily subdued by the Lei Lingua, yet within the inner world, the state of the chaotic virtual infant is deteriorating. The energies of the absorbed bronze chains are coalescing within the virtual infant, forming new portals of illusory shadows. The figure of the master, Xiao Yunu, has appeared behind, with 7 ominous claw marks glowing with a sinister blood light across the heart. There are guests. With a gentle tap of her fingertip, the figure conjures a watery mirror image. In the cellar of the inn, 3 pseudo-foundation cultivation farmers encased in ice are beginning to melt. Beneath the ice, their skin reveals intricate bronze tree patterns, originating from the same source as the pollution in the secret realm. Even more alarming is the sudden awakening of Shi Yong, whose eyes now blaze with the distinctive bronze flame of the monitoring guardian. The 3-day deadline has not yet arrived. Li Xian's pupils constrict in shock. The ice ceiling has been prematurely lifted. In the watery mirror, Shi Yong slowly raises his hand, and at his fingertips coalesces not chaotic energy, but pure bronze liquid. He draws in the void a portal imprint identical to that upon Li Xian's chest. Chapter 54. Star Map. Devouring the dragon soul. As the icy layer of the cellar in Xiao Yaozhuang completely melted, the bronze liquid at Shi Yong's fingertips had already etched a complete portal imprint onto the ground. The moment the imprint took shape, the fragment of the thunder pool chain in Li Xuan's possession suddenly became heated, and the chaotic virtual infant within the inner world emitted a painful wail. Master Zhuang, be careful. Xiao Yunu's jade statue interposed, the ethereal image of a pipa appearing autonomously. When the first stream of bronze liquid shot forth, the pipa's strings vibrated, producing a sonic barrier, yet it was corroded and penetrated upon contact. Li Xuan's Feng Shui array rapidly spun, drawing upon the underground spiritual veins to form an earthen wall. The bronze liquid seeped into the wall, causing the bricks and stones to writhe, as if alive. With flame patterns identical to those in Shi Yong's eyes emerging on the surface. Retreat. He grasped the jade statue and swiftly withdrew, simultaneously shattering the thunder essence jade in his possession. The pure thunder spirit erupted, temporarily halting the spread of the bronze liquid. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed his chaotic vision, finally discerning the truth. What flowed within Shi Yong was not the essence of chaos, but a secret realm thunder spirit transformed by the bronze tree patterns. The revenge of the Thunder Beast King. Li Xuan suddenly realized. The monitor had long manipulated the thunder core. Anyone absorbing the Thunder Beast King's energy would become a vessel of pollution. Shi Yong's body suddenly swelled, root-like protrusions writhing beneath his skin. Just as he was about to explode, Lin Wan Yi and others arrived upon hearing the commotion. Yeching Li reacted swiftly, freezing Shi Yong's entire body with her ice thunder sword qi, temporarily solidifying the bronze tree patterns as well. Useless. Shi Yong's throat emitted the voice of the monitor. The seed has already sprouted. Before his words fell, the ice encasing Zhao Da and Ashio simultaneously detonated. Their bodies shattered like porcelain, revealing a bizarre structure resembling bronze saplings within. The remaining head of Ashio rolled to Li Xuan's feet, lips still moving. Master Zhuang. Escape. Boom. The 3 bodies exploded simultaneously, countless bronze roots darting toward the group like venomous snakes. Qin Hongxiu crossed her dragon-like arms to block, the collision between the scales and roots producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Most frightening was the liquid secreted from the tips of the roots, capable of corroding even dragon scales. Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Li Xuan hurled the array plate into the air. The star patterns on the plate surged, transforming into a luminous barrier enveloping the cellar. The roots struck the barrier, generating a grating sound that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Lin Wan Yi's mirror of clarity fragment flew up on its own, its reflected light sweeping across the ground covered in bronze roots, revealing a terrifying scene. Within every root flowed a miniature image of the thunder pool, the coffin at the bottom already half open. They are constructing a passage, she exclaimed in shock. Li Xuan swiftly traced a sword finger, the array plate star patterns shifting to attack mode. Star light fell like rain, severing the roots one by one. Yet, those severed limbs took root upon landing, quickly sprouting new bronze saplings. To make matters worse, the surface of the array plate began to exhibit tree pattern pollution, inversely corroding the artifact. Use this. Su Miao suddenly threw a thunder spirit fruit. The juice from the bursting fruit splashed onto the array plate, causing the tree patterns to recede slightly. Li Xuan felt an auspicious inspiration, crushing all remaining thunder spirit fruits. The juice mixed with the energy of the Star Do Great Array, forming a radiant net of thunder. Beneath this massive net, the bronze saplings emitted piercing shrieks, curling into char under the thunderous fire. Before they could catch their breath, the array plate unexpectedly projected a 3-dimensional star map. This was a new ability acquired after devouring the remnants of the ancient dragon's soul. An illusory figure of a fallen dragon materialized within the star map, its mouth agape, as if seeking to convey something. Compelled by an unseen force, Li Xuan reached toward the dragon's mouth, astonishingly pulling out a fragment of memory from the illusion. The fragment fused into his third eye, and unfamiliar images immediately unfurled before him. Above a floating sea of clouds, a bronze palace hovered. In front of the palace, 360 cultivators knelt, each with a bronze nail protruding from their chests. The tails of the nails were all connected to the center of the palace, a broken sword tip. Sword Immortal Palace. Li Xuan suddenly regained his senses, realizing the star map was guiding them to seek the location depicted in the fallen dragon's memory. Before he could finish speaking, a violent tremor suddenly reverberated beneath his feet. The floor of the inn cracked inch by inch, familiar bronze roots emerging from the fissures. Pollution from the secret realm had indeed pursued them into the real world. Run! Li Xuan stowed away the array plate, and the group escaped through the windows. In the night sky, the protective array of Qing Yin Xiansheng had inexplicably taken on a bronze hue, with the surface of the barrier displaying the same seven-star tree patterns as those in the secret realm. Most chillingly, the bronze roots trapped within the inn did not pursue them. Instead, they intertwined into the shape of an altar. At the heart of the altar, 3 heads formed from tree patterns slowly rose, faintly resembling Shi Yong and the others. Outside the city, at the site of the ancient battlefields, the members of Xiao Yao Zhuang stood at the entrance to the fallen dragon valley, facing a giant dragon skeleton half buried in the earth. Even after a millennium of death, the oppressive aura emanating from this ancient dragon rendered the surrounding area barren. The dragon soul indicated by the star map was located here. Li Xuan unfurled the array plate. The star patterns resonated weakly with the dragon skeleton. But someone had arrived before them. Intense sounds of battle echoed from within the valley. 5 cultivators clad in star-patterned robes were besieging a dragon-shaped light shadow, which was unmistakably the lingering soul of the fallen dragon. 3 corpses already lay at their feet, each with a soul-drawing nail embedded in their skulls. Those from the Guanxing men, Lin Wani murmured, a righteous sect specializing in star spells. How could they resort to such wicked sorcery? Under the veil of chaotic vision, Li Xuan discerned that the star-patterned robes were merely an illusion, their true forms being disciples of the Xuan, Yinzong inner sect. The soul-drawing nails in their hands matched precisely with the scene in the fragment of the fallen dragon's memory before the bronze palace. The mantis stalks the cicada. He signaled the others to conceal themselves while subtly adjusting the array plate. When the disciples of Guanxing men finally trapped the dragon soul with their formation, Li Xuan suddenly activated a modified version of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, Star Dragon Array. The array plate transformed into a stream of light that burrowed into the ground. The next moment, 360 starbright chains burst forth from the earth, ensnaring the 5 cultivators like a giant python. Simultaneously, an illusory figure of the fallen dragon appeared at the array's focal point, swallowing the ensnared dragon soul whole. Who? The leading cultivator bellowed, as the disguise of the robe burned in the starlight, revealing the unique bronze alchemical furnace tattoo of the Xuanin Zone. The answer came from Yeqing Li's ice thundersword chi. This strike was unreserved, instantly freezing 2 of the cultivators into ice statues, as the remaining 3 prepared to retaliate. Qin Hongxiu had already transformed into her dragon form, crashing in with the illusory image of a coiling serpent, shattering one of their chests. The last 2 crushed their escape talismans in a desperate bid to flee, but were pierced through the dantian by the descending starbright chains. Li Xuan stepped forward slowly, the array plate hovering in his palm. Who sent you? The cultivator grinned maliciously, biting down on a poison pouch. But before the toxin could take effect, Lin Wan's mirror light immobilized his soul-searching technique. The mirror of clarity forcibly extracted memories, revealing a shocking scene. Deep within the main hall of Xuanin Zone, 7 bronze lamps were enshrined, each wick comprised of a woman's heart. Among the flames of one lamp, a miniature model of the Jianxian Palace astonishingly floated. The Qiqiao lamp, guided by the 7 emotions. A cultivator suddenly spoke in a feminine voice, identical to that of the maidservant. Li Xian, you have arrived too late. The cultivator's head exploded, and amidst the blood mist, the ethereal silhouette of a bronze portal emerged. A finger extended from the gap of the door, gently tapping the key imprint on Li Xian's chest. In a moment of peril, the dragon soul consumed by the formation suddenly roared. Memories of the fallen dragon surged into everyone's minds. It was the guardian spirit beast of the Jinxian Palace, and years ago, to prevent the supervisor from stealing the broken sword within the palace, it was sealed by 7 bronze nails. Before its demise, it concealed the broken sword within its reverse scale, sinking it into the fallen dragon Thunder Prison. In the final moments of memory, the full visage of the Jinxian Palace flashed before them. It was not a palace at all, but a colossal starship traversing the 3 realms. The location of the broken sword was precisely the core of the starship's power. Thus it was. Li Xuan suppressed the turbulent blood within him. The formation evolved as it consumed the dragon's soul, and the star map now bore a vivid depiction of the fallen dragon. However, when he attempted to activate this newfound ability, the dragon pattern suddenly turned bronze. For within the dragon's soul lay a hidden contingency left by the supervisor. The ethereal form of the fallen dragon thrashed wildly within the formation, causing the star map to destabilize. Worse still, the ground beneath them oozed bronze liquid, forming a portal imprint identical to that in the inn's cellar. It could no longer be contained. Lin Wani's Tongming mirror shattered completely. The pollution of the dragon soul was rebounding against the formation. In this critical moment, Su Miaomu's Lingjin Dan unexpectedly separated from her body, enveloping the formation in an emerald light. She had utilized her life essence pill as a vessel to temporarily contain the tainted dragon soul. The surface of the pill was instantly covered in tree patterns, and the girl collapsed, spitting blood. Sumia, Qin Hongxiu caught her falling body. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan retrieved the formation, discovering that while the star map had stabilized, the fallen dragon pattern had transformed into a bronze hue, with the eyes of the dragon pulsating with the flame of the supervisor. We must leave this place. He carried Su Mia on his back, and the group hastily retreated. Not far from their escape, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. As the entire fallen dragon valley sank into the earth, bronze liquid gushing forth like a fountain, coalescing in the air into 7 ethereal fingers, pointing ominously in their direction. At midnight, within the temporary hiding cave, Su Mia lay unconscious, the tree patterns from the Lingjin Dan having spread to her neck. Li Xuan attempted to expel the pollution with the Thunder Sword seed, only to discover that the patterns had fused with the pill. This was no mere erosion, but a form of symbiosis. She was undergoing a transformation. Yi Qingli's ice sword lightly touched Su Mia's skin, and the sword tip immediately crystallized into bronze, reminiscent of those rustic figures in the inn. Suddenly, Lin Wani pointed at the center of Su Mia's brow, exclaiming, "Look!" Delicate emerald sprouts were emerging from beneath her skin. As they grew, intricate patterns reminiscent of the thunder-eating vine appeared around Su Mia, yet they were even more ancient and complex. Most astonishingly, the bronze tree patterns were gradually being absorbed by the sprout, converted into nourishment. This is Jinmu. Li Xuan recalled the ancient legend of the divine tree connecting heaven and earth. He cautiously touched the sprout, and his fingertips were instantly met with a vision. A colossal tree reaching the heavens and the earth, its trunk entwined with bronze chains. At the top of the crown stood a hazy figure, wielding a broken sword to sever the chains. The vision shattered, and Su Mia suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils had transformed into an emerald hue, with bronze flames flickering deep within. I saw it. The Jinxian Palace in the ethereal sea of clouds, the 7th layer. She fell back into unconsciousness, yet the sprout at her brow grew even more robust. It emanated a pure life force, reviving the surrounding withered grass and causing flowers to bloom from the crevices of rocks. Li Xuan gazed intently at the sprout, suddenly placing the formation upon Su Mia's heart. To his astonishment, the bronze dragon pattern in the star map actively flowed towards the sprout, entwining and absorbing it with its roots. As the formation regained its purity, a tiny bronze bud blossomed at the tip of the sprout. It was purifying the pollution. Lin Wani's voice trembled, yet when the flower bloomed. Outside the cave, a sudden thunderstorm erupted. The group rushed out to investigate, only to see the night sky shrouded by bronze thunderclouds, within which an ethereal dragon image swirled, the very dragon that had been consumed by the formation. At that moment, it was entirely under the control of the supervisor, directing its bronze thunderfire towards the earth. Where the thunderfire struck, the flora grew wildly into a bronze forest, and the rocks transformed into kneeling human-like statues. Most chillingly, each statue had a broken sword embedded in its chest, with the words Qing Xian clearly visible on the hilt. Chapter 55. The furnace and the broken Xian. In the torrential rain poured down, with bronze droplets corroding the makeshift water barrier erected at Xiaoyaozhuang, producing wisps of green smoke. Li Xuan gazed intently at the map marked with the location of the Yin sect's branch, drawn in blood by the furnace maiden saved from the Thunder Prison secret realm just before her demise. The branch was established atop an ancient battlefield's grievance vein, with a mass grave serving as its focal point. Lin Wani pointed to the 7 skull symbols on the map, each marking a node imprisoning a furnace maiden of unique constitution, utilized as living array instruments. Suddenly, Su Miao coughed violently, revealing a bronze leaf in her palm. Since the night the tender sprout of the Jinmu appeared, her botanical traits had become increasingly pronounced. Fine branches sprouted from the tips of her hair, and she exhaled a golden powder reminiscent of pollen. At this moment, the tender sprout on her forehead emitted a faint glow, seemingly sensing something. To the southwest, 30 miles, she murmured, there is a furnace maiden. She is a Mu Ling body. Li Xuan exchanged a glance with Yi Qingli. A Mu Ling body would serve as an exceptional alchemical medium for the Yin sect, if rescued. It might resolve the anomalies afflicting Su Miao. Hong Xiu remained behind to care for Su Miao. Li Xuan folded the map and instructed the others to follow him to scout the camp. From a distance, the Yin sect branch appeared as an ordinary manor, yet beneath the chaotic vision lay a blood-red barrier. Faces of resentment writhed upon the surface of the barrier, and with each flash of lightning, those visages emitted silent wails. The mass grave was situated beneath the ancient battlefield. The furnace maiden must be imprisoned underground. Lin Wani unfolded a fragment of the transparent mirror, revealing an underground structure with 7 bronze pillars arranged in a Big Dipper formation, each pillar's base securing a woman. Li Xuan's gaze sharpened. As the mirror's light passed over the 3rd bronze pillar, it depicted a girl in a green dress who bore a striking resemblance to Su Miao. The difference was that instead of a bronze nail, a lush branch was pierced through her heart. The living seed technique of the medical immortal valley. Lin Wani gasped, realizing they had cultivated the Mu Ling body like a medicinal plant. Yi Qingli's ice sword trembled slightly. Should we charge in? No. Li Xuan turned his attention to the approaching convoy, waiting for the day of sacrifice. The convoy bore the black flag of the Yin sect, escorting a dozen unconscious maidens. The most striking figure was a beguiling woman in a central jade palanquin, her veil fluttering, yet the sound of her pipa penetrated the rain, unmistakably the renowned piece Ni Chong performed by Xiao Yunu. Sister Yunu? Qin Hongxiu's dragon pupils contracted. Li Xuan placed a hand on her shoulder. It is a counterfeit. Under the chaotic vision, the woman concealed 7 threads of emotion within her pipa, each connected to a maiden's heart. After the convoy entered the branch, the blood-red barrier momentarily opened. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan threw 3 talismans, transforming into a menial worker among the convoy. As they passed through the barrier, the key at his chest suddenly grew hot. Beneath the branch lay a fragment of a bronze portal. Proceed as planned. He communicated through thought, instructing them to first disrupt the spiritual vein's nodes. The group dispersed. Lin Wani disguised herself as a physician to approach the prison. Yi Qingli lurked at the altar's edge. Li Xuan followed Xiao Yunu into the main hall. Inside, 7 bronze lamps were enshrined, one of which contained the essence soul of the girl in the green dress. The counterfeit Xiao Yunu suddenly turned, her veil falling without wind. A distinguished guest has arrived. Shall we share a drink? Her pouring motion mirrored that of the real Xiao Yunu. Yet the cup contained a writhing bronze liquid. Li Xuan sneered, arms crossed. Since when did Elder Qi Qing turn to acting? The pipa string snapped abruptly. The woman's face contorted, and 7 threads of emotion shot from her sleeve. How could you? Before she could finish her sentence, the ground outside the hall quaked violently. Yi Qingli's ice thunder sword aura detonated the prearranged Feng Shui killing array, causing the 7 bronze pillars to tremble simultaneously. Seizing the moment, Li Xuan pointed his sword at the woman's forehead, the thunder sword's purple lightning coursing along the threads of emotion, incinerating 5 of them in an instant. Seeking death, the remaining 2 threads plunged into the ground. The entire branch's floor tiles erupted, revealing a mass of skeletal remains beneath. These millennia-old bones began to reassemble into a skeletal army under the manipulation of the threads of emotion. Simultaneously, Lin Wani successfully unraveled the prison's restraints. As she severed the chains binding the girl in the green dress, the maiden suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils resembling 2 leaves. Be careful. Lin Wani retreated hastily, her previous standing place now pierced by thorns. The branch at the maiden's heart grew wildly, transforming the entire cell into a cage of vines. Even more terrifying, the other 6 furnace maidens erupted simultaneously, each exhibiting the horrifying powers bestowed upon them through transformation. The fire spirit turned into flames. The gold spirit's bones protruded like blades. The water spirit's flesh became toxic sludge. The 7 mutated spiritual powers intertwined through the bronze pillars, manifesting as a phantom of a 7-orifice elixir furnace above. The branch began to collapse. Li Xuan broke through the main hall's roof, witnessing Yi Qingli besieged by 3 skeletal dragons. Just as he prepared to rescue her, the counterfeit Xiao Yunu detonated. The splattered blood and flesh transformed into corrosive bronze rain, each drop carrying a venomous essence. In a moment of peril, the sound of a pipa resonated across the battlefield. The true Xiao Yunu's jade statue appeared in the air, and a performance of 10 directions ambush shattered the bronze ring. The 7 claw marks upon the statue's heart ignited, resonating oddly with the phantom of the 7-orifice elixir furnace. "Yunu, do not approach the elixir furnace," Li Xuan shouted, but it was too late. The statue had already been drawn into the central orifice of the furnace. Through the furnace wall, the scene within was visible. Xiao Yunu's jade-like form was melting, revealing her long-sleeping true essence. At last, it has gathered. The elixir furnace emitted the voice of the portal master. The 7 mutated furnace maidens levitated, resembling 7 stars encircling the elixir furnace. The Jinmu branch within the green-dressed maiden suddenly detached, soaring towards Su Miao's direction. Li Xuan activated the Feng Shui array to its fullest, transforming the earth vein into a cage. Just as the Jinmu branch was about to breach the barrier, a thunderous sound erupted from below as the fragment of the portal broke through the earth, merging with the elixir furnace. The complete bronze portal formed above the elixir furnace, 7 fingers extending from the gap, delicately plucking the strings as they controlled the 7 furnace maidens. The laughter of the portal master echoed from all directions. "Do you think I was concocting potions? Wrong. I was tuning." The 7 types of mutated spiritual powers resonated like vibrating strings, and where the sound waves passed, tiny fissures appeared in space. The most terrifying aspect was that these fissures leaked not chaotic energy, but a gray mist that shared a source with Li Xuan's inner world. "She is mimicking my chaotic Dao seed," Li Xuan suddenly realized. The portal master intended to use the 7-orifice elixir furnace as an instrument, playing the melody to unlock the portal. In a moment of crisis, countless emerald tendrils burst forth from the ground, driven by Su Miao's Jinmu sprout. These tendrils pierced through the 7 furnace maidens, not to kill, but to purify. The girl in the green dress was the first to regain clarity, with a pained expression. She pulled out the remaining branch from her heart and hurled it towards the elixir furnace, medical immortal valley. Revenge. At the moment the branch struck the elixir furnace, the portal master let out a pained howl. The 7-orifice melody became chaotic, and the bronze portal trembled, on the verge of collapse. Li Xuan seized the opportunity, unleashing the full force of the Lei Jian Zong as he struck toward the center of the portal. Before the sword light could reach its target, the portal unexpectedly opened a narrow slit. The entity beyond emitted a soft sound, and merely that acoustic wave shattered the offensive of Lei Jian Zong. Even more terrifying was that the key embedded in Li Xuan's chest began to spin uncontrollably in a frenzy. No. He gritted his teeth and crushed the final shard of Lei Suiyu, temporarily suppressing the key with the power of the heavenly tribulation. The portal seemed incensed, with 7 fingers reaching out simultaneously. Just as they were about to make contact with Li Xuan, the true form of Xiao Yunu within the alchemical furnace suddenly opened her eyes. "Zhuangzhu, receive the sword." From her heart, she extracted a fragment of memory, which astonishingly was a shard of the Qingxian sword. The fragment soared through the furnace wall, flying toward Li Xuan, momentarily merging with Lei Jianzong. The newly birthed sword aura radiated a hue of azure and violet, cleaving through 3 fingers with precision. The portal trembled violently, and the remaining 4 fingers hastily retracted. The illusory form of the alchemical furnace, bereft of its melodic support, began to collapse, and the 7 furnace cauldrons plummeted to the ground. The cold snort of the portal's servant resounded through the heavens. "In 7 days, the melody shall manifest." As the portal vanished, the sub-temple completely crumbled. The crowd rescued the barely conscious girl in the green dress, who clutched Su Miao's hand and whispered, "Former Valley Master, imprisoned in the Grand Temple's medicine tomb." After uttering these words, she transformed into specks of light, leaving behind a leaf mark upon Su Miao's palm. The jade statue of Xiao Yunu fell amidst the ruins, the claw marks upon her heart vanishing completely. Yet the surface of the jade was riddled with cracks. Most peculiarly, a bronze string had inexplicably appeared in her hand, stained with the blood of the portal's servant. The moment Li Xuan picked up the string, the interior world was suddenly engulfed in thunder and lightning. The chaotic virtual infant clutched its head in agony, as 7 sound holes had mysteriously emerged upon its chest, opening and closing in accordance with an unseen rhythm. Chapter 56. The needle technique that changes hearts. Emerald-hued light points ascended from the dissipating figure of the maiden in the green skirt, coalescing in Su Miao's palm into an imprint resembling leaf veins. Suddenly, she pressed her hand against her forehead as the tender shoots of the Jianmu tree burst forth with dazzling azure light, illuminating the scene 30 zhang beneath the earth. Twisted roots entwined a bronze cage, within which curled an elderly man with white hair. His fingers were pierced by bronze nails, each nail extending slender tubes that incessantly extracted a certain luminous green liquid. The former leader of Yixian Valley, Lin Wani, recognized the 9-needle pattern on the old man's garment. They had turned him into a living medicinal spring. The water array of Li Xianfeng sensed an anomaly in the underground spiritual veins. The entirety of the sub-temple's spiritual energy emanated from his life force. Wait, those slender tubes. In the chaotic vision, the luminous green liquid flowed in 3 directions. Part of it injected into the alchemical chamber of the sub-temple. Another portion merged into the underground dark river, and the last, most secretive stream, connected to a volcano 1,000 miles away. The core vein of the earth-fire jade. Yi Qingli's ice sword quivered lightly. Was the Xianyin sect using the life force of the former valley master to nourish the fire jade? Su Miao suddenly knelt upon the ground, the Jianmu shoots growing wildly, instantly forming a canopy above her head. Countless strands of light descended from the leaf veins, intertwining with the meridians of those present. In an instant, everyone beheld the same memory. In the first year of the former valley master's imprisonment, he sought death daily using the Tai Su needle technique as a bargaining chip. Until one rainy night, the gate's servant personally brought 7 maidens, thrusting Jianmu branches into their hearts before his very eyes. Either watch them become medicinal beings or teach me the final form of Tai Su needle. The servant's voice was sweet, yet venomous. You know what I desire, the sky-lock needle that can seal the key to chaos. The memory abruptly halted. The Jianmu canopy above Su Miao suddenly withered, leaving only a single green leaf to drift down. The leaf surface revealed a delicate map leading directly to the secret passage of the medicinal tomb at the Xianyin sect's headquarters. This is a transaction? Qin Hongxiu's dragon-like pupils constricted. Li Xuan picked up the green leaf, the leaf veins reconstituting in his palm into the illusory shape of 9 golden needles. She wishes for us to rescue the former valley master in exchange for the needle technique to restrain the bronze key. 3 days later, at the Wansong Valley, the residence of the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Beneath a makeshift grass hut lay hundreds of wounded individuals, the air thick with the mingling scents of decaying flesh and medicinal refuse. This was the front line of the battle between the righteous and demonic paths, with daily arrivals of loose cultivators injured by the sinister arts of the Xianyin sect. Make way, clear the way. A commotion erupted in the crowd. Several cultivators rushed in carrying a stretcher, upon which lay a robust man covered in bronze tree tumors. Quickly summoned Divine Dr. Sun. The so-called Divine Doctor, a frail old man, lifted the patient's garment, shaking his head with a sigh. The poison has entered the heart veins. Prepare for the end. Not necessarily. A cold, clear voice interjected. Su Miao stepped forth from the crowd wearing a wide-brimmed hat, deliberately concealing the tender shoots on her brow. She concentrated emerald-hued fine needles at her fingertips, gently piercing the patient's heart. An astonishing scene unfolded. The bronze tree tumors recoiled as if encountering a natural enemy, shrinking and falling away. The root-like patterns protruding beneath the patient's skin were guided by the golden needles to emerge from his fingertips, turning to ashes upon touching the ground. The Tai Su needle technique. Divine Dr. Sun fell to his knees. The young lady is the heir of Yixian Valley? Su Miao remained silent, continuing her needlework. With the descent of the 9th needle, the patient expelled a mouthful of black blood, mingled with bronze fragments. The onlookers erupted in cheers, more stretchers rushing toward this side. From a distant cliff, Li Xuan gazed down at the spectacle, News spread faster than anticipated. Lin Wani adjusted the angle of the transparent mirror. 17 sects have already sent representatives seeking treatment, including 3 affiliated forces of the Xianyin sect. The mirror's light swept across the valley entrance, freezing on a luxurious carriage. Look, the big fish is hooked. The curtain of the carriage lifted slightly, revealing half of a pale, handsome face. The young male cultivator bore a jade pendant inscribed with the words by Chao Men, yet his sleeves subtly revealed the dark patterns of the Xianyin sect. The top disciple of Bai Chao Men, Chu Feng, ostensibly came to procure medicinal materials. Lin Wani scoffed coldly. In truth, he was here to investigate who could cure the bronze poison. Yi Qingli's sword energy hummed softly within its sheath. Should we take him down? No. Li Xuan pointed to the clouds further away. Wait for a bigger fish. Hidden within the clouds was an invisible spirit vessel, its hull adorned with eye-like patterns, the mark of the Xianyin sect's inspector. As night fell, Su Miao had treated over 300 individuals. With each cure, she left a leaf imprint on their palms, claiming it as a proof for follow-up consultations. No one noticed that these leaf imprints were constructing a certain formation. Chu Feng could no longer restrain himself, stepping forward when the crowd thinned. Fair maiden, with your miraculous hands, I would like to offer the earth fire jade as a gift in exchange for treatment of my ailment. He lifted his garment, revealing a thumb-sized fire jade embedded at his heart, within which was sealed a bronze serpent, precisely the method used by the Xianyin sect to control its vassals. Su Miao's Jinmu shoots glimmered faintly. This poison requires 9 consecutive needles. Can young Master Chu endure it? Just let me live. Chu Feng gritted his teeth. As the 9th needle pierced his Xianzhong point, his eyes widened in shock. The power of the Jinmu resonated with the fire jade, forcing the bronze serpent out of his body. As the serpent attempted to flee, it was instantly reduced to powder by Yi Qingli's ice thunder sword energy. Chu Feng stood in a daze for a moment before tears streamed down his face as he knelt. Thank you, benefactor, for my liberation. Bai Chao Men is willing to offer its utmost assistance. I want the map of the fire jade mine. Su Miao stated her intention directly. Chu Feng unhesitatingly extracted a thread of memory light from his sea of consciousness. The latest mine is located in the belly of the volcano, but there. Before he could finish, a bloody hole suddenly erupted from his brow. A thread of emotional connection shot down from the spirit vessel in the clouds, instantly shattering his soul. Immediately, dozens of bronze chains tore through the air, aiming directly at Su Miao. Now is the moment. Li Xuan's array glowed brilliantly. On the ground, 300 leaf imprints simultaneously lit up, forming a reverse summoning formation. The chains bizarrely turned in midair, instead entangling the invisible spirit vessel. The instant the vessel became visible, Qin Hongxiu leaped into action. The phantom of the earth-covering dragon merged with her fist wind, shattering the protective formation beneath the vessel. 3 black-robed cultivators burst forth from the cabin, each possessing golden core cultivation. Form the formation. The leading cultivator summoned the 7 emotions lamp. As the wick flickered, the hundreds of rescued loose cultivators suddenly screamed in horror, clutching their heads as the leaf imprints in their palms were reversed into control symbols. Li Xuan smirked, forming a hand seal. Explode. All the leaf imprints ignited simultaneously. However, it was not the host that burned, but the flames of the 7 emotions lamp that traced back along the control links. The 3 golden core cultivators had yet to react when their life-bound artifacts exploded into fireballs. Impossible. The inspector spat blood and fell. How could a mere wood spirit? Because this is not a wood spirit. Su Miao removed her hat, the tender shoots of the Jianmu glowing fiercely. This was Jianmu's revenge against the bronze. The loose cultivators awakened from their stupor, gazing at Su Miao with reverence, as if seeing a deity. Someone shouted Ishian reborn, and hundreds knelt in unison, including several elders from minor sections. Li Xuan seized the opportunity to present the prepared jade slip. Among your sects, there must be more who are afflicted by the poison. This method can temporarily suppress the toxin, but true healing requires the earth heart fire jade. The jade slip circulated among the crowd, containing a simplified version of the Tai Su needle technique. Upon reaching the final instruction regarding the periodic extraction of toxins with fire jade, several small sect leaders exchanged glances. How much fire jade does one require? Inquired an elder with white hair, representing the assembly. Though our strength is limited. Not much, Li Xuan smiled. As long as you assist me in obtaining a piece of living jade. At that moment, a crystal-clear image emerged. revealing a humanoid fire jade suspended in the jade pool within the volcano's core, with 9 golden needles embedded in its chest. The very locking heaven needles transformed by the former leader of the medical immortal valley, using his life's essence. At the main headquarters of the Xianyin sect, someone trembled and retreated. What are you afraid of? A robust man, once tormented by the bronze tree tumor, slammed his fist onto the table. This life was given to me by my benefactor. I will fight to the death. Amid the fervor, no one noticed the copper liquid seeping from the body of the overseer, quietly infiltrating the ground. At midnight, within the forbidden grounds of Wansong Valley, the map provided by Chu Feng hovered in the air, indicating that the volcano lay behind the Xianyin sect's main hall. As Li Xuan calculated the route, Su Miao suddenly pressed her hand to her heart, feeling the leaf vein imprint in her palm fading away. The former leader is in danger, she exclaimed, just as the ground unexpectedly split apart. The copper liquid that had seeped underground coalesced into a pool, from which 7 oil lamp shadows arose. Each wick bore the silhouette of a woman, one of whom was strikingly the girl in the green dress. The 7-day agreement has been moved forward. The voice of the gate slave resonated from the flames. Because you have been too noisy. The 7 lamps erupted into flames, intertwining in the air to form a bronze portal. This time, it opened only a narrow slit, yet hundreds of emotional threads shot forth towards the crowd like a torrential downpour. Li Xuan had just begun to deploy his defensive formation when the emotional threads abruptly curved, all piercing into the delicate sprout at Su Miao's brow. The Jianmu seedling was forcibly accelerated in growth, instantaneously sprouting branches. Instead of bearing fruit, the branches produced 7 bronze locks, each corresponding to a notch on the key at Li Xuan's chest. An alternative to the locking heaven needle, the gate slave chuckled, crafted from Jianmu, guided by the 7 emotions. Thank you for aiding me in perfecting the final step. Su Miao let out a scream that was not human, as the Jianmu branches frantically grew, beginning to siphon her life force for fruition. Li Xuan's thunder sword sliced through the bronze portal, yet was blocked by the 7 small locks. The resonance between the key and locks caused blood to pour from his chest. In this critical moment, Lin Wani utilized a fragment of the Tongming mirror to refract the moonlight, revealing the hidden truth. Those emotional threads were, in fact, transformed from the former leader's golden needles. Without hesitation, she leaped into the beam of light, using her body as a medium to reunite the mirror's reflection. Yi Qingli, strike the shadow, but not the form. The icy thunder sword energy followed the trajectory of the mirror's light, cleaving at the junction of the emotional threads and the flames. The 7 lamps swayed in unison, forcing the portal's slit to constrict. The gate slave let out an angry huff and, at the last moment, flicked his fingers, shooting forth a beam of azure light that entered Su Miao's brow. The Jianmu ceased its frenzied growth, but the 7 locks had already taken shape. Su Miao fell into a faint, her body adorned with the same golden needle patterns as the former leader depicted in the volcano's image. Li Xuan lifted Su Miao, noticing that the leaf vein in her palm had reconfigured into a new map. This time, it did not mark a route, but bore a message. Kill me, to obtain the locking heaven needle. Chapter 57. The Deception of Tianzhuling Mountain. The volcanic crater exuded a pungent sulfur mist in the twilight before dawn, as Li Xuan stood at the precipice, gazing into the tumultuous lake of magma below. Su Miao lay unconscious against Qin Hongxiu's shoulder, her brow adorned with a budding green shoot that had transformed into a bronze hue, while 7 ethereal locks flickered beneath her skin. The former valley master resided upon the jade platform at the lake's heart. Lin Wani adjusted the angle of the transparent mirror, its light piercing through the thick smoke to reveal a chilling sight. 9 bronze pillars stood within the magma, each entwined with chains, collectively binding a humanoid fire jade. The jade body, formed from jade marrow, bore 9 golden needles arranged in a stellar formation, with spiritual threads extending from their tips directly into the lake's depths. Yi Qingli's ice sword trembled slightly. That is, the ultimate forbidden technique of Tai Su needle art, the locking celestial array. Li Xuan's Feng Shui array sensed an anomaly in the Earth's veins. The entire volcano was an illusion. Beneath the chaotic vision, the so-called magma was, in fact, liquid spiritual energy, and buried at the bottom of the lake were 360 corpses of cultivators, collectively forming a counterclockwise stellar array. The Xianyin sect had transformed the volcano into a massive alchemical furnace using the former valley master as the array's focal point. As he spoke, Su Miao suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils had entirely shifted to an emerald hue, yet her voice emerged as that of an aged man. Young man. Jinmu has chosen you. She, or rather the former Valley Master, pointed to the locking celestial needles at her heart, urging him to take them. But only with chaotic energy as a scabbard. Otherwise, before she could finish, the lake's surface erupted. 9 colossal magma serpents lunged toward the group, each serpent's head bearing a human face, unmistakably resembling the slain inspectors. Qin Hongxiu transformed into her dragon form to counterattack, the illusory coiling dragon colliding with the magma, resulting in a shower of fiery rain. They had refined the inspectors' corpses into puppets to guard the array. Lin Wani's mirror light swept across the serpents' bodies, revealing their internal bronze skeletons, the weakness located. The mirror suddenly frosted over. A pressure far beyond the Yuan-Ing level surged from the lake's bottom, causing the magma to part, unveiling the fire jade figure seated upon the jade platform. The true form of the former Valley Master raised its head, with cerulean flames flickering in its eye sockets. Retreat. This is a trap. It was too late. The 9 bronze pillars simultaneously ignited, chains rattling. The fire jade figure was violently torn apart, revealing 360 golden needles within, each strung with a miniature bronze alchemical furnace. These furnaces arranged themselves into an array, and from their mouths spewed forth not flames, but the 7 emotions threads of the men's servants. At last it has arrived. The voice of the men's servants echoed from each thread. I want the locking celestial needles. I want Jinmu. And, of course, the key from your chest. The threads rained down like a torrential storm. As Li Xuan raised the stellar array for defense, the mountain beneath him suddenly collapsed, revealing that the entire volcano was hollow. As they plummeted into the abyss, they beheld 7 female statues standing at the bottom, each corresponding to a different spiritual energy attribute. The central position was vacant, perfectly aligned with the base of the 8th statue, which resembled Su Miao completely. Yulu, Li Xuan bellowed. The statue of Xiao Yulu burst forth from the inner world, and the sound waves from her pipa momentarily obstructed the threads. Seizing this brief respite, he bit his tongue and drew his lifeblood symbol upon the array plate. The stellar array, heed my command. The array plate exploded, and 360 beams of starlight surged outward. They were not an attack, but rather a frantic extraction of the spiritual energy from 1,000 miles around. With the loss of spiritual energy support, the volcanic illusion dissipated like a bubble, revealing the true landscape. What was before them was not a mountain range, but the wreckage of a colossal starship half buried underground. The bronze pillars were masts, the magma was energy leaking from the power cabin, and the former Valley Master's prison was precisely the navigation core of the starship. The vessel of the Xian, Sword Immortal? Yi Qingli stared in astonishment at the severed sword emblem on the ship's bow. The laughter of the men's servants suddenly became palpable. You are mistaken. This is the 7 aperture starship of the supervisor. The 7 female statues activated simultaneously. Years ago, he had used this starship to destroy the Sword Immortal Palace, solely to obtain. Before she could finish, the wreckage of the starship began to tremble violently. The 360 golden needles at the navigation core withdrew autonomously, forming a sword shape in the air. The last words of the former Valley Master echoed. The true purpose of the locking celestial needles is to seal this history. The golden needle sword pierced the starship's deck, where the engraved stellar map suddenly came to life. Amidst the shifting stars, the concealed truth emerged. It was not the starship that had destroyed the Sword Immortal Palace, but rather 7 fingers extending from the bronze portal. The supervisor was merely a puppet. The true mastermind was. The image abruptly cut off. The golden needle sword became ensnared by the 7 emotions threads, and the men's servants displayed anger for the first time. You loquacious old fool. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Li Xuan grasped Su Miao's wrist. Now, the branches of Jinmu shot forth, piercing the starship's deck. The ancient spiritual energy stored within the ship was frantically extracted, transformed into pure vitality through Su Miao's body, and continuously infused into the statue of Xiao Yulu. The cracks on the surface of the statue rapidly healed, and the claw marks upon her heart vanished entirely. When the last surge of spiritual energy was infused, the jade shell exploded, revealing the long-dormant true form of Xiao Yulu. The moment the woman opened her eyes, all 7 emotions threads snapped. She parted her crimson lips, and the first note she sang shattered 3 of the statues. In Aishang, The first stanza of the broken array. The sound waves manifested as golden runes, each striking precisely at the nodes of the threads. The men's servants groaned, and the remaining 4 statues hurriedly formed a defensive array. Amidst the chaos, Li Xuan's Feng Shui array plate operated at full capacity, forcibly severing the connection of the starship wreckage to the Earth's veins. "Let us go." He cast the backup array plate, transforming it into a streak of escape light. Just as they departed, the entire wreckage of the starship was engulfed by a bronze liquid. The cold snort of the men's servants echoed after the escaping light. "You may flee the monk, but you cannot escape the temple." 3 days later, 300 feet beneath the Wansong Valley. Before Li Xuan floated 360 golden needles, each tip glimmering with starlight. These were the locking celestial needles left behind by the former Valley Master, now the core for reconstructing the stellar array. "Array activate." He pointed his sword toward the heavens. The golden needles shot forth like meteors toward their predetermined positions, automatically constructing the array's foundation after penetrating the soil. The scattered cultivators on the surface felt only a slight tremor, unaware that beneath their feet, a super-array capable of contending with the Yuan-Ying had been born. Lin Wani cradled the newly crafted core of the array, a modified version integrating starship technology, with miniature falling dragons swirling amidst the star patterns. All spiritual vein nodes are in place, ready to begin the mountain relocation. Li Xuan nodded. The array plate radiated brilliant light, and the 3 barren mountains outside the valley trembled simultaneously. Star patterns, identical to those of the starship, emerged on the mountain's surface, and under the array's influence, they slowly lifted off the ground. This breathtaking scene caused the surrounding cultivators to kneel in reverence, with some exclaiming about the miraculous powers of the true immortal. Yi Qingli's sword energy surged, slicing the floating mountains into sword shapes. Each blade of sword energy contained the power of thunder tribulation, purging the impurities from the mountain rocks, revealing their essence, which gradually glimmered with a jade-like luster. "Let the thunder come." Qin Hongxiu unleashed her lightning whip. This artifact, forged from the spine of the Thunder Beast King, invoked celestial phenomena, as 9 bolts of violet lightning, as thick as a man's embrace, descended from the ominous clouds, fusing the 3 sword peaks into a singular entity. When the radiance of the thunder dissipated, a floating owl resembling the Qing Xian sword emerged in the air, its surface adorned with swirling star patterns, emanating a terrifying aura of authority. Su Miao stood at the heart of the isle, with branches of the Jinmu embedded into specially crafted spiritual soil. As she channeled her spiritual energy, the isle rapidly became enveloped in verdant vegetation. The underside of the leaves bore starry spots, a product of the fusion between Jinmu and Xingqia techniques. Only one final step remained. Xiao Yinu gently caressed her pipa. After her true self awakened, her demeanor became increasingly ethereal, a golden vertical line manifesting on her brow, necessitating an entrance that the cultivation world would forever remember. Li Xuan gazed towards the west, where the headquarters of the Xian-Yin sect lay. "Let us use the head of Elder Qi Qing as a congratulatory gift." The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, yet Lin Wani anxiously touched her mirror frame. This morning, the final shard of the Tongming mirror had suddenly reflected a strange vision. Within the reflection of the floating isle lay half of the Jinjing's face. At midnight, within the core chamber of the floating isle, Li Xuan inspected Su Miao's condition, his brow furrowed. The Jinmu branches had fused with her spine, and 3 of the 7 small locks at her heart had materialized. Strangely, while she lay in slumber, a schematic of the internal structure of the Xingqia emerged beneath her skin. The key turned more slowly. He touched the brand upon his chest, but the door's servant seemed more urgent. Xiao Yinu appeared silently at the entrance, cradling a reflective stone, proclaiming, "I have regained a portion of my memories." The door servant was not Jinjing's assistant, but the image projected by the reflective stone froze Li Xuan's blood before the bronze portal. Jinjing knelt on the ground, while the door servant sat upon a throne. In her hands, she toyed with nothing less than a segment of the Qing Xian sword. She was the guardian of the portal, and also, Xiao Yinu suddenly pressed her hand to her heart, where a small lock identical to Su Miao's appeared. "My creator." The earth-shattering confession was interrupted by the blaring of alarms. Outside the isle, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. As the 2 rushed out, they beheld the night sky illuminated by flames from 13 warships of the Xianyin sect, besieging the floating isle. On the leading ship, Elder Qi Qing, cradling her pipa, sneered. You stole my Xingcha technique and dare to flaunt it? Her gesture of plucking the strings mirrored that of Xiao Yunu precisely. Even more chillingly, dozens of cultivators were bound to the bow of the ship, each with a Jinmu branch protruding from their chests. These were the previously missing members of the Loose Cultivators Alliance. At the tips of the branches, instead of fruit, pulsated human hearts. A gift returned to you. Elder Qi Qing waved her hand, and those hearts launched toward the floating like cannonballs. Each heart bore the imprint of the bronze portal, rapidly expanding during its flight. Li Xuan activated the starry array, yet heard Xiao Yunu's urgent warning. Do not touch. That is, the explosion's blinding light engulfed her voice. As the brilliance faded, all the vegetation surrounding the isle withered, and more alarmingly, the star patterns on the isle's surface had been tainted with bronze. Those patterns writhed like living creatures, slowly and steadily creeping toward the heart of the isle. Elder Qi Qing's laughter echoed through the night sky. Do you think the Xingcha technique was invented by someone else? This floating isle has, from its very inception, been the vessel I prepared for the sect leader. Chapter 58. The control of Dan poisoned. The star patterns surrounding the floating island had completely transformed into a bronze hue, resembling veins that spread towards the heart of the island. Li Xianfeng rapidly calculated the water array, uncovering a more dreadful reality. These polluted patterns were reorganizing into a variant of the Zhoutian star array, and it was even more intricate than the original. It was not erosion. Lin Wani's Tongming Jian projected the essence of the patterns, revealing their evolution. The warships of the Seven Emotions Elder took this opportunity to advance, with the prow extending 7 bronze tubes aimed at the floating island, spewing forth a viscous liquid. These liquids ignited upon contact with the wind, and within the flames appeared countless tortured faces. It was the soul-burning fire of the Baichao sect. Xiao Yunu swiftly turned her pipa, erecting a sound wave barrier that blocked most of the firestorm. They had betrayed us. Li Xuan swiftly traced the array disk with his fingers, activating the defenses that had been preset. 7 fissures opened at the sword's edge of the floating island, and the Tianju spear, crafted from the Thunder Calamity Whip, slowly ascended. Each spear was entwined with the aura of the Thunder Beast King, while the spearheads were forged from an unknown metal sourced from the star vessel. Launch. The 7 spears pierced the air, akin to the Big Dipper descending to the earth. The foremost 3 warships of the Xianyin sect were instantly penetrated. Their hulls did not explode, but rather melted into bronze liquid, cascading down into the mountains below. Upon contact with the flora, those plants instantly mutated into ferocious trance. They were creating a pollution zone. Yi Qingli swung her ice sword, severing dozens of fireballs. The source must be cut off. Qin Hongxiu had already transformed into a dragon to 80%, her shadow of the ground dragon nearly solidifying. She seized 2 Tianju spears and leaped towards the enemy's ship, declaring, I will carve a path. The long spear, like a dragon's fang, pierced the main warship's deck, and the explosive thunderlight forced the 7 Emotions Elder back 3 steps. Just as Qin Hongxiu was about to deliver a fatal blow, a dozen cultivators suddenly surged from the cabin. Each was a poisoned disciple of various sects. They all had branches of the Jinmu tree thrust into their chests, their eyes gleaming with a bronze light. Kill me, I beg you. The leading cultivator trembled as he raised his sword, but his actions were uncontrollable as he lunged towards Qin Hongxiu. This moment of hesitation allowed the 7 Emotions Elder's pipa strings to ensnare her ankle. At the critical moment, the Jinmu canopy at the center of the floating island suddenly expanded. Su Miao hovered within an emerald light pillar, her fingertips extending countless spiritual threads, precisely connecting to each controlled cultivator. The Jinmu bud on her brow fully unfurled, taking the shape of a bronze key. Locking the sky needle, reversing. The spiritual threads suddenly tightened. The branches of the Jinmu tree in the cultivator's chests inverted, pushing the bronze toxin within back towards the 7 Emotions Elder. This change occurred too swiftly. The 7 Emotions Elder barely managed to block with her pipa, yet was splashed with the backlash of toxic liquid. Ah! She shrieked as she tore off her skin, revealing it to be a human skin mask. Beneath the mask was a visage strikingly similar to Xiao Yunu. But her right cheek was covered in bronze scales. How dare you? Her harsh words were abruptly cut off as she realized in terror that the backlash of the toxin was activating some sort of restriction within her. The bronze scales began to spread across her body, and a chilling voice from her heart declared, waste should return to the source. The body of the 7 Emotions Elder shattered like porcelain. each piece of flesh transforming into bronze liquid, which reassembled in the air into a miniature portal. From the crack emerged 7 emotional threads, slithering like snakes towards the floating island. Now is the time. Li Xuan crushed the jade slip in his hand. The scattered cultivator alliance, lying in wait for a long time, revealed themselves. 360 cultivators appeared simultaneously, each wielding specially crafted replicas of the skylocking needle made from star vessel materials. The needle rain collided with the emotional threads, and the resulting explosion did not produce sparks, but rather an eerie sound wave. This sound caused the door to tremble violently, rendering it temporarily unable to close. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yinu played the final chapter of Rainbow Dress on her pipa. The sound waves transformed into golden hands, forcibly pulling half of the bronze key from the door crack. No! The gatekeeper's scream shattered the clouds. With the loss of the key's support, the portal's phantom collapsed with a resounding crash. The residual force overturned the remaining warships, and bronze blood rained from the sky. In the aftermath, the outer region of the floating island suffered a loss of 30%, yet the core remained uncontaminated. More gratifyingly, this battle had yielded the Baichao sect's secret alchemy records, detailing how to concoct a pseudo-foundation pill using Jinmu branches. No wonder they had betrayed us. Lin Wani flipped to the last page, where the Xianin sect promised the Baichao sect the true formula for the elixir. Li Xuan smirked. Then let us grant them something even better. He extracted the bronze liquid obtained while Su Miao reversed the toxin, mixing it with the essence of Jinmu to create a foundation pill that could temporarily elevate cultivation but required periodic antidote consumption. 3 days later, news erupted throughout the realm of cultivation. The Xiaoyao Tianfang would sell a new type of foundation pill at a low price, boasting effects comparable to that of prestigious sects. On the day of the auction, the streets were deserted. When the jade box was opened, the aroma of the elixir condensed into a miniature Jinmu phantom, igniting the envy of all cultivators present. The newly appointed leader of the Baichao sect personally verified the goods and immediately purchased 300 pills. Rest assured, Li Xuan publicly consumed one, instantly propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, with no toxins or side effects. What he did not disclose was that each pill contained a trace of bronze liquid. These liquids were enveloped by the Jinmu essence, harmless in normal circumstances, but would activate upon contact with specific musical tones, such as Xiao Yinu's rainbow dress. By the end of the month, Xiaoyao Tianfang had become a regional center for elixir transactions. Cultivators from various sects flocked in, unaware that the antidotes they regularly purchased were, in fact, poisons that deepened their control. In a dim chamber, Li Xuan observed the latest intelligence jade slip. Among the foundation cultivators of the 7 sects, 60% had been regularly consuming the antidote pills. The Baichao sect had secretly pledged allegiance, becoming an affiliate of Xiaoyao Tianfang. Even a certain sub-leader of the Xianin sect had discreetly come to buy medicine. The plan was progressing smoothly. Lin Wani set down the Tongming Jian, though a concern lingered. The mirror reflected Su Miao's sleeping figure, the star vessel patterns beneath her skin becoming increasingly pronounced, even beginning to murmur an ancient language in her dreams. Just as Li Xuan was about to investigate, the ground suddenly trembled. The defensive array of the floating island activated autonomously, and star pattern chains shot towards the western night sky. There, a strange white jade flying vessel hovered, manned by a figure wearing a bronze mask, casually toying with a piece of earth core fire jade. The foremost prodigy of the Xianin sect, Imo-chun. Xiao Yinu's pupils constricted. He had been in seclusion for 30 years and was rumored to be on the brink of the Yuaning stage. Imo-chun tossed the fire jade into the air, and his voice emanated through the mask. The sect leader entrusted me to deliver a gift. The fire jade disintegrated midair, revealing an ice-encased object within, the head of the former leader of the medical Immortal Valley. The elder's eyes suddenly opened, and he bellowed, "Run! The star vessel is alive." No sooner had he spoken than the floating island trembled violently. All star patterns twisted simultaneously, forming a colossal bronze vortex at the heart of the island. Su Miao found herself inexplicably standing at the center of the vortex, the branches of the Jinmu swaying like tentacles, as she monotonously repeated the syllables, "Return, return, return." Even more terrifying was the sudden spontaneous rotation of the key upon Li Xuan's chest, resonating with the vortex. Imo-chun's laughter echoed from the heavens. "Do you think you are harnessing the technology of the Xingcha? You are mistaken. It is the Xingcha that is harnessing you." Chapter 59. The sword challenges the auction feast. The bronze vortex of the floating island expanded like a colossal maw. With Su Miao suspended at its center, the branches of the Jinmu tree intricately fused with the star patterns. With each incantation she uttered, the island trembled, as if some slumbering behemoth was awakening. Steady the formation. Li Xuan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his chest as the Feng Shui array operated at full capacity. 360 locking heaven needles shot forth from the island's base, piercing the vortex like a golden rain. Yet upon approaching Su Miao, they inexplicably hovered, ensnared by the branches of the Jinmu tree that precisely wrapped around each needle. Mo Chen's white jade flying boat descended with an oppressive aura, the bronze mask reflecting a cold light. Give up, once the starship's master program is initiated. Before he could finish, Yi Qingli's icy thunder sword energy cleaved towards the boat. The strike was unreserved, imbued with the primordial power of the Thunder Beast King, shattering the boat's protective formation as easily as paper. Mo Chun let out a soft gasp, and 7 alchemical furnace-like artifacts flew from his sleeve, forming a 7 stars formation in midair. Clang! The sword energy collided with the alchemical furnaces, unleashing a shockwave that overturned half of the vegetation on the floating island. Mo Chun staggered back 3 steps, cracks appearing in his mask. Yi Qingli, meanwhile, bled from her mouth, her right arm encased in bronze-hued ice crystals. Qingli, Qin Hongxiu, transformed into a dragon, leaped up, a shadow of a coiled dragon enveloping her like a shield, blocking the alchemical fire that Mo Chun unleashed in pursuit. The flames clashed with the dragon's scales, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be flames were actually countless miniature bronze alchemical furnace phantoms. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan pointed his sword, and the hovering golden needles suddenly turned around, all piercing into his own acupuncture points. The locking heaven needles entered his body, forcibly stalling the rotation of the key. After gaining a brief respite, he bit his tongue and inscribed a lifeblood symbol on the array. Zhou Tian Xing Do, reverse. The bronze star patterns on the periphery of the floating island suddenly reversed, retracting towards the vortex like a receding tide. This unexpected maneuver even stunned Mo Chun. You dare to accelerate the awakening of the starship? It is not awakening. Li Xuan, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, managed a grin. It is overload. The returning star pattern energy far exceeded Su Miao's threshold. The branches of the Jinmu tree quaked violently, the starship patterns beneath her skin beginning to burn with overload. Just as the vortex was on the verge of collapse, the sound of Xiao Yunu's pipa resonated through the heavens. The Yin-I Chong breaking array, tuned specifically targeted the 7 emotions lock, the sound waves slicing towards Su Miao's heart, aimed at the 7 small locks. Crack! The first lock shattered. Su Miao's eyes momentarily regained clarity. Zhuangzhu. The Starship Navigation Core. There is a trap. Before she could finish, the second lock ignited with a bronze glow. Mo Chen's expression finally changed. Stop them. The bottom of the white jade flying boat opened, and hundreds of bronze-controlled cultivators descended like locusts. Though their movements were stiff, each strike was lethal. What was more terrifying was that their blood, when spilled, would corrode the formation. Buy us 10 breaths. Li Xuan shouted to Qin Hongxiu while he sat cross-legged. The locking heaven needles flew out from his body, tracing an ancient array in the void with his lifeblood. With every stroke, the tremors of the floating island intensified. Yi Qingli held the east, weaving a death net with icy thunder sword energy. Qin Hongxiu defended the west, her dragon fist distorting the very fabric of space. Lin Wani coordinated in the center, the fragments of the transparent mirror refracting the enemy's weaknesses. Most astonishing of all was Xiao Yunu. With each pluck of her pipa strings, an enemy cultivator would turn against their comrades. After 7 breaths, the array before Li Xuan was complete. This was a counter-summoning array he had deciphered from the remnants of the starship, specifically designed to sever the power of the portals. The moment the array was formed, a gigantic phantom of the starship emerged outside the floating island, resonating with the island itself. Now, Li Xuan pointed his sword at the vortex. The starship phantom, like a gigantic whale drinking water, devoured all the bronze energy. Su Miao let out a cry as she fell, and when Qin Hongxiu caught her, only the last of the small locks remained, struggling against her heart. Mo Chen's mask shattered completely, revealing a face covered in bronze patterns. Do you think this is the end? He suddenly crushed the jade pendant at his waist. Lord, descend. The shards of the pendant transformed into a phantom of a bronze portal. Though only 3 inches tall, it emanated a suffocating pressure. From the crack of the door seeped the threads of the 7 emotions, like living entities, piercing towards the core of the floating island where half of the key, seized from the elder of 7 emotions, was stored. In a critical moment, a crimson sword light descended from the heavens. Before the sword's edge arrived, the scorching wave had already evaporated all the threads of the 7 emotions. Everyone looked up to see a figure in a crimson robe standing amidst the clouds, a lotus of fire blooming beneath his feet, with 72 flaming flying swords floating behind him. Nanming Li Hua's sword. Ji Xiaozhen. Lin Wani exclaimed in shock. This individual was one of the leaders of the righteous path, a formidable being of the mid-Yuan-Ing stage. However, Ji Xiaozhen paid no heed to the others, his gaze fixed solely on the phantom of the bronze portal. Indeed, a disciple has infiltrated this realm. He beckoned with a sword gesture, and the fire swords rained down, pinning the portal phantom in mid-air, scorching it. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chun transformed into a stream of bronze light and fled, casting a venomous glare at Li Xuan. Now that the starship has awakened, do you think you can still keep your hands clean? After the battle, the floating island sustained heavy damage, but its foundation remained intact. More encouragingly, Ji Xiaozhen left behind 3 fire lotuses as materials for repair, with the sole condition of attending the heavenly auction 3 days hence. His true objective was this. Lin Wani pointed at the last item on the auction list, the Yin-Yang, an ancient elixir said to increase the probability of forming a fetus by 30%, the formula of which was rumored to have long been lost. Li Xuan caressed the depiction of the elixir, his expression contemplative, because the main ingredient is Jinmu fruit. He glanced at the still unconscious Su Miao, noticing that the tender bud at her brow had already swollen with a small flower bud. Ji Xiaozhen had likely discerned her identity long ago. Suddenly, Xiao Yinu pressed down on the pipa strings. Guests are arriving. The water mirror revealed a scene outside the auction house. A dozen figures in black robes were inspecting invitations, each sleeve embroidered with a miniature alchemical furnace. Most striking was the elder leading them, whose compass's needle consistently pointed towards the floating island, the material of the compass identical to that of the starship remnants. The appraisal master of the Xianin sect. Xiao Yinu's fingertips trembled. They recognized the technology of the starship. Li Xuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Then let us present them with a grand gift. 3 days later, the auction house of the Xiaoyao Tianfang was filled to capacity. When the finale item, the Yin-Yang, was presented, the atmosphere among the Golden Core realms shifted dramatically. Ji Xiaozhen sat at the front, meditating, yet the box containing his sword had already opened a crack. The starting bid was 3,000 superior spirit stones. The bidding escalated rapidly. When the price soared to 8,000, the black-robed elder from the Xianin sect suddenly sneered. You dare to sell a fake elixir at such a high price? His compass emitted a blue light, attempting to verify the item on the spot. The jade box containing the elixir opened automatically, and the Yin-Yang floated upward, exuding an enticing aura. Just as the blue light touched the elixir's surface, a transformation occurred. The surface of the elixir cracked open, revealing a pulsating bronze seed within. It was a trap. Ji Xiaozhen Ren's sword light arrived after the strike, yet it cleaved nothing but emptiness. That seed vanished into thin air, only to reappear at the old man's brow. The elderly man let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed, with root-like protrusions beneath his skin writhing in frenzy. More terrifyingly, a compass from his sleeve autonomously soared towards Li Xuan, disintegrating mid-flight and reconstituting itself into the form of a bronze key. Indeed, it was the navigation compass of the Xingcha. Li Xuan seized the key, and the chaotic virtual infant within the inner realm suddenly opened its eyes. The 2 keys resonated across the air, merging into a complete form at his chest, which manifested as a miniature version of the Qingxian sword. Ji Xiaozhen Ren's pupils constricted. How could you command the portal key? Chaos ensued in the auction house. Amidst the turmoil, Li Xuan cast his gaze towards a quiet private box where sat a mysterious figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat, with a talisman from the celestial realm laid before him. As the key fully materialized, the talisman spontaneously ignited into ash, revealing an underlying star map, the 7th level of the mysterious Cloud Sea, the ruins of the Sword Immortal Palace. The hat-clad individual looked up in an instant, and Li Xuan was struck as if by lightning. The face before him was identical to that of the Qing Xian sword immortal he had seen in his dreams. "At last I have found you," the voice of the hat-clad figure resonated directly within his mind. With the key complete, the Gui Jin palace before the words could fully escape. The private box was suddenly engulfed by bronze liquid. The cold snort of the door slave reverberated throughout the venue. "Indeed, the traitor is here." Zhishao Zhenren opened his sword box entirely, and 72 fiery swords formed the burning heaven array. Just as the battle was on the brink of erupting, a heart-wrenching scream from Su Miao echoed from the direction of Floating Island, and the last small lock shattered. Chapter 60. The Shadow Thief and the Celestial Pavilion. Su Miao's piercing scream reverberated through the heavens, causing the central Jinmu Huagai of the Floating Island to wither abruptly. Li Xuan, disregarding the chaos of the auction house, activated the Feng Shui array with all his might to return to the island. Upon landing, the key sword embedded in his chest trembled violently, as a powerful spatial fluctuation emanated from the direction of the island's heart chamber. The stone door of the secret chamber had shattered, revealing a scene that left everyone frozen in place. Su Miao floated midair, her Jinmu branches spreading like a peacock fanning its tail. Fragments of the final small locks swirled at her heart, wildly absorbing the star-patterned energy of the floating island. Most shockingly, a translucent figure stood before her, wearing a conical hat and bearing a sword box. None other than the mysterious figure from the auction house. "Don't go near." Xiao Yinu's pipa strings vibrated, yet the sound waves dissipated silently upon reaching the hat-wearing figure. The figure lifted his head, revealing a face strikingly similar to Li Xian's, 7 parts resemblance. "You are too late, reincarnated one." Qing Xian's sword immortal, the remnant soul? Lin Wani's Tongming mirror reflected the truth, but the mirror instantly frosted over. No. It was a projection of memory. The hat-wearing figure chuckled lightly, his fingertip gently touching Su Miao's brow. The bud atop the Jinmu sprouted in response, but instead of blooming into a flower, it unleashed a sword tip measuring mere inches. This severed sword perfectly aligned with the key sword in Li Xian's chest, emitting a sword aura that began to dismantle the entire floating island. "The sword immortal palace awaits you." The figure's form began to fade, taking with it the core of the star vessel. Before his words could conclude, a giant bronze hand suddenly smashed through the dome of the secret chamber. The 7 emotional threads of the door slave descended like a celestial punishment, each entwined with different Taoist powers. The remnant soul of the hat-wearing figure was pierced directly, yet a smile of triumph emerged on his face. Too late. The remnant soul exploded into countless specks of light, merging into Su Miao's body. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, and a complete star vessel navigation map appeared within her pupils. The ethereal sea of clouds, the 7th layer. The emotional threads redirected towards Su Miao, but upon touching the Jinmu branches, they came to a strange halt. The furious voice of the door slave echoed from the clouds. "You actually hid the coordinates of the sword immortal palace within the Jinmu seeds." Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian summoned the key sword from his chest. This diminutive sword rapidly grew in the wind, transforming into a 3-foot azure blade in an instant. Although the sword's body was mottled and incomplete, the characters Qing Xian were as clear as new. "So you had always carried your true form," Xiao Yunu murmured. She plucked her people lightly, and the entire melody of Ni Chong materialized into golden chains, temporarily restraining the 7 emotional threads. "To the Celestial Pavilion," Su Miao suddenly declared, her voice mingling with the echo of the hat-wearing figure. "The last 3 pages of the Zhou Tian Star Refining Manual are the blueprints for the star vessel's power furnace. The Wanbao Pavilion's Celestial Pavilion, located in the forbidden zone of the Qingyan Immortal City." Taking advantage of the residual chaos from the auction house, Li Xian distorted the monitoring array with Feng Shui techniques, allowing the 5 of them to stealthily infiltrate the core area like ghosts. Before them stood an inverted bronze tower, with countless holes from which jade slips of techniques floated, and at the very top rested the sacred text of weapon refining. Something is amiss. Yi Qingli's ice sword trembled slightly. How could a place reputed to be heavily guarded like the Celestial Pavilion? Before she could finish her thought, the bronze tower suddenly collapsed. Tens of thousands of jade slips surged forth like a swarm, each transforming into sharp blades. Qin Hongxiu's dragon form defended against the onslaught, her scales clashing with the jade slips, which were not jade slips at all, but miniature flying swords. "Welcome to the Sword Tomb's branch library." The projection of the door slave materialized in the void, I knew you would come for the star vessel blueprints. 360 flying swords formed a sword array, and the sword aura ricocheted within the enclosed space, swiftly cornering everyone. Li Xuan swept his Qing Xian sword, and the fractured sword edge corroded the flying swords it touched in an instant. Indeed, it can counter bronze. The door slave chuckled, unperturbed. But how many can you corrode? Suddenly, the inner walls of the tower began to ooze bronze liquid, rapidly regenerating tenfold the number of flying swords. Even more terrifying, these new swords bore star patterns that were improved versions using star vessel technology. Lin Wani. Li Xuan hurled the array disc. Lin Wani understood the cue, and the Tongming mirror's fragments reflected the location of the flying sword array's core. Yi Qingli's ice thunder sword aura struck first, accurately hitting the core node. At the moment the sword array was thrown into disarray, Qin Hongxiu surged forward, her dragon claws reaching for the top-level refining manual. Just as she was about to touch the jade slip, the refining manual spontaneously ignited. In the flames, 3 pages of gold paper emerged, revealing the missing star vessel blueprints. Yet at the same moment, the entire celestial pavilion began to collapse. The door slave had long set a self-destruction prohibition at the core. Run! Li Xuan cleaved a path with his Qing Xian sword. As the group rushed out of the tower, a thunderous roar of collapsing space echoed behind them. The accumulated secret classics of the Wanbao Pavilion over the years were obliterated in that instant. The blueprints are fake, Xiao Yunu suddenly exclaimed. She plucked at a residual emotional thread, which bore the mark of the door slave. Li Xuan, however, retrieved a recording stone from his bosom. It was a mural of the tower's interior sketched by Lin Wani amidst the chaos. The truth had never been within the celestial pavilion. The stone's surface revealed the hidden patterns of the interior of the bronze tower. When combined, these patterns distinctly formed the three-dimensional blueprints for the star vessel's power furnace. The door slave made a mistake. He smirked coldly. He engraved the true blueprints onto the entire tower. At midnight, amidst the wreckage of the floating island, the group surrounded Su Miao, forming a formation. The vortex at the girl's heart had expanded to a considerable size, with the Jinmu branches deeply embedded in the island's foundation, slowly extracting the core of the star vessel. This core resembled a compass, its surface adorned with star patterns identical to those of Li Xuan's key sword. Positioning complete. Su Miao's voice was hollow. The star vessel can set sail at any moment. Before her words could fade, the night sky was suddenly cloaked by bronze clouds. 7 streams of flowing light descended, transforming upon landing into 7 women. Each bore distinct appearances, but all possessed identical eyes to those of the door slave. The 7 star apostles. Xiao Yunu held her pipa horizontally, embodying the door slave. The battle was about to erupt. Li Xuan's Qing Xian sword clashed against the Tian Shu apostle, the fractured sword edge corroding the opponent's weapon with each strike. Yi Qingli fought valiantly against the Tian Xian and Tian Ji apostles, ice thunder sword aura clashing with bronze Taoist powers. Qin Hongxiu engaged the Tian Quan apostle, her dragon form clashing with the celestial serpent's phantom and the star vessel martial techniques. The most perilous was Lin Wani. She used the Tongming mirror fragments to predict the attack of the Yu Heng apostle, but was ambushed by the Kai Yang apostle from the shadows. As the emotional thread was about to pierce her heart, Xiao Yunu suddenly dashed forward to shield her, the pipa's sound waves annihilating the emotional thread. Yunu. Li Xuan's eyes widened in despair. The Qing Xian sword sensed his fury, and from its fractured part, starlight erupted, causing the sword to begin repairing itself. The sword light poured forth like a galaxy, instantly severing the heads of 3 apostles. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining 4 apostles merged into a colossal bronze figure, their 7 emotional threads weaving a net to ensnare the core of the star vessel. Now, Su Miao screamed. The Jinmu branches fully penetrated the core, and the compass-shaped core of the star vessel exploded forth, transforming into a stargate with a diameter of 100 feet. Within the gate, starlight swirled, revealing the faint outlines of floating celestial palace ruins. The bronze giant, unable to halt its momentum, surged directly into the stargate, just as it was about to make contact with the ethereal image of the celestial palace. 7 fingers abruptly shot forth from within the gate, identical to those that had once shattered the sword immortal palace. With a delicate twist, the giant was crushed as if it were but an insignificant insect. No. The voice of the gate's master revealed an unprecedented panic. Master, I. The fingers turned towards the crowd outside the star gate, seemingly hesitating. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan raised the Qing Xian sword, its blade reflecting the shadow of the figure beneath the conical hat. The fingers paused momentarily before gradually retreating into the depths of the Stargate. It recognized the aura of the sword immortal. Xiao Yunu uttered weakly. The area where her heart had been pierced by the threads of affection did not bleed. Instead, it emanated a lustrous sheen of jade. The Stargate began to destabilize, and the star patterns beneath Su Miao's skin flickered rapidly. Make a decision quickly. The star patterns can only sustain the passage for 30 breaths. Li Xuan surveyed the crowd. Yi Qingli exuded a fierce sword intent. Qin Hongxiu bore blood-stained dragon scales. Lin Wanyi's shattered mirror reflected unwavering resolve. Xiao Yunu's transformation into jade had reached her neck. Board the ship. He pointed his sword towards the Stargate. To the Sword Immortal Palace. As the group rushed into the Stargate, the floating island collapsed entirely. In the distance, the observer, Qi Xiaozhenruan, let out a deep sigh, sheathing his fiery sword. The great calamity is imminent. The final sight reflected before the Stargate closed was above the Qingshan Immortal City, where 360 bronze portals simultaneously opened. Behind each door stood a figure resembling the gate's master. And they chanted in unison, "In 7 days, all doors shall open." Meanwhile, the key sword at Li Xuan's chest suddenly soared towards the depths of the Stargate, as if something within were calling it. Chapter 61. The Wangu Air Xian Min. The interior of the Xingcha is not the magnificent celestial palace one might envision, but rather resembles a frozen expanse of starry ruins. Shattered jade steps hover in the void, while colossal bronze remnants slowly rotate like the debris of fallen stars, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The air is suffused with a peculiar scent, a blend of ancient metal and stellar dust. In the distance, a palace, half collapsed, yet still revealing the contours of its former glory, floats deep within the sea of stars. It is the remnant of the Sword Immortal Palace. A broken path of dim starlight meanders towards it, barely laid out. The energy dissipation exceeds 70%, and the core of the Xingcha is severely damaged, able only to maintain minimal protection in this tenuous route. Su Miao's voice emanates from the direction of the Xingcha's control core, sounding hollow as if separated by a heavy curtain of water. She hovers at the center of a massive, cracked star-patterned compass, with countless delicate strands of light extending from the compass into her body, forcibly linking her to this ancient vessel. Her eyes are tightly shut, yet her thick eyelashes tremble violently, as if engaged in a silent struggle with another powerful will within her. Every tremor of the Xingcha causes her body to convulse slightly. Xiao Yunu leans against the cold bronze wall, where the jade hue of her heart has spread to her collarbone, resembling a slowly forming cold jade artifact. Yi Qingli sits cross-legged nearby, icy spiritual energy continuously flowing into her body in an attempt to slow the bizarre erosion, though with little effect. Qin Hongxiu carefully wipes away the dark bloodstains belonging to the bronze apostle from her dragon claws, while Lin Wanyi focuses intently on the remaining fragments of the transparent mirror, illuminating the distorted shadows around them and remaining vigilant for any potential danger. Li Xuan stands at the forefront, gripping tightly the ancient sword named Qing Xian. The blade remains mottled, yet the starlight that erupted during the previous battle has mended the most severe gashes, making the character's Qing Xian appear all the more clear and sharp. A dormant power pulsing faintly within the sword's depths. His gaze pierces through the semi-transparent energy barrier of the Xingcha, locking onto the increasingly closer ruins of the Sword Immortal Palace. Time is of the essence. Xiao Yunu's condition, the remnant soul within Su Miao, and the terrifying prophecy of the Bronze Gate's 7 days and myriad doors all sear into his nerves like a red-hot branding iron. Suddenly, the Xingcha shakes violently, as if colliding with an invisible wall. The deafening sound of twisted metal grates on the teeth. Floating shards of jade steps rain down like a storm, crashing against the energy wall with explosive pops. The interior light of the Xingcha dims instantly, and Su Miao emits a suppressed groan of pain, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. What is happening? Qin Hongxiu rises abruptly, the dragon scales instinctively covering her arm. Lin Wanyi's fragment of the transparent mirror flickers wildly, revealing a scene that causes everyone's pupils to constrict. Before the Xingcha lies not a vast sea of stars, but a continuous mountain range shrouded in a dense, toxic green miasma. The mountains resemble the skeletal spine of a monstrous beast, with a solitary peak piercing the clouds, its summit brutally flattened, upon which stands a massive fortress constructed from eerie white bones and dark rocks. Countless twisted, anguished faces are carved into the fortress's outer walls, silently lamenting. And at the pinnacle of the fortress, a colossal banner, painted with a grotesque skull in some dark red liquid, flutters ominously in the miasma. The headquarters of the Xianyin sect. Outside the energy barrier of the Xingcha, a layer of viscous green light, thick as ink, tightly envelopes the vessel. Countless intricate runes flicker within the green glow, forming a gigantic web that ensnares the entire Xingcha. It is this strange membrane that forcibly drags the Xingcha from its spatial jump, pinning it to this desolate land. Xianyin sect? How could they? Yi Qing Li's ice-cold eyes brim with disbelief. It must be that remnant soul. Lin Wan Yi exclaims, the light of the fragments focusing on Su Miao. There at her brow, a faint yet distinctly clear silhouette of a hat-wearing figure flashes momentarily, sending a subtle ripple towards the direction of the Xianyin headquarters. He did this on purpose. He has lured us here. Xiao Yunu's voice resonates with a jade-like coldness, using treachery to harm us. Prepare for battle. Li Xian's voice is resolute, the starlight on the Qing Xian sword reigniting, its tip aimed directly at the bone fortress. Anger surges within him like molten lava. That damned remnant soul, not only possessing Su Miao, but also using its last vestiges of power to drag the Xingcha into this deadly trap. Deep within the bone fortress, a sharp, manic laughter akin to the wails of a night owl pierces through layers of barriers, striking against the energy wall of the Xingcha. Ha! Heaven aids me. Such a treasure has willingly walked into my net. Tear it apart. Seize the treasure. Refine the soul. The voice is venomous and penetrating. Indeed, it belongs to the master of the Xianyin sect. With his roar, from the mountains and forests surrounding the bone fortress, countless streaks of dark wind and black gas surge into the sky. Like a massive swarm that has been disturbed, they blot out the sun. Thousands upon thousands of Xianyin sect cultivators, wielding various pale bone artifacts, poisonous banners, and ghostly blades, unleash a cacophony of howls as they recklessly charge towards the ensnared Xingcha. Poisonous flames, dark thunder, tainted bloodlight, and invisible curses pour forth like a dam bursting, crashing against the energy shield of the Xingcha, igniting blinding flashes of light. The shield trembles violently, emitting groans of overstrain. The energy shield is rapidly depleting. It cannot endure for much longer. Su Miao's voice is laced with forced suppression and urgency. Loose cultivator alliance, strike with me. Entangle the outer minions. Li Xian commands, his voice resonating throughout the Xingcha. The loose cultivators, already roused to a frenzy by the scene before them, surge forth with furious roars, led by several Golden Core leaders, charging fiercely from the reserved passage of the Xingcha. Various magical treasures illuminate, colliding instantly with the oncoming tide of demonic cultivators from the Xianyin sect. Blades flash and weapons roar, miasma engulfs the area. Severed limbs and broken arms fly through the air, and a brutal melee erupts at the periphery of the Xingcha, forming a temporary barrier of flesh and blood that momentarily alleviates some of the pressure on the Xingcha's shield. But this is merely the beginning. At the highest platform of the bone fortress, the figure of the Xianyin sect master materializes. He is as gaunt as a skeleton, draped in a robe made from countless tiny infant skulls strung together, wielding a skeletal staff topped with a massive, ghastly green eye. He raises the staff high, reciting a blasphemous and ancient incantation. Below the fortress, the very rocks of the mountain seem to come alive, as countless twisted runes emerge from the depths, intertwining to form a vast, horrific green formation that spans 100 miles. Buzz. In the vast expanse of the universe, the malevolent energy, the essence of death, and the lingering resentment were frantically extracted and converged upon the white bone bastion. Atop the fortress, the banner of the skull, drenched in blood, billowed fiercely in the wind, its surface twisting as if it were the gaping maw of hell itself. A thick, suffocating beam of ghastly green light, accompanied by the wails of countless souls, surged forth like a spear hurled by a demon of the abyss, tearing through the poisonous miasma toward the compass location where Su Miao, the heart of the Star Chariot's defense, resided. Wherever the beam passed, the space itself exhibited bizarre folds and signs of corrosion. This was the full-force strike of the Xianyin sect's protective array, the 9 nether erosion of the soul, capable of severely injuring a cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. This is dire. Yi Qingli's face turned ashen as the Bingpa sword was drawn in an instant, exuding an icy aura, prepared to confront the threat with her life. "Let me handle it." A hoarse yet resolute voice rang out. A stooped figure, having appeared unbeknownst to anyone at the edge of the shattered window of the star chariot, faced the devastating beam of green light. His hair and beard were white, his face etched with deep wrinkles and strange dark spots, revealing him to be the long-missing former leader of the Yixin Valley. In the murky depths of the elder's eyes, there was no fear, only a profound tranquility akin to liberation and an intense hatred. "You vile creature, I have clung to life until this moment, awaiting this very instant." He suddenly tore open his tattered robe, exposing a gaunt chest. Upon that chest was a blazing imprint of a skull, identical to the one on the Xianin sect's array flag. At this moment, the blood mark emitted a searing red light, as if it sought to break free from the confines of flesh. "With my frail body as the guide, I shall offer up 100 years of resentment from the poison of the elixir. Burn." The elder let out a heart-wrenching and determined howl, transforming into a meteor engulfed in dark red flames, resolutely charging toward the terrifying beam of green light. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. The dark red poisonous flames collided violently with the ghastly green demonic light, intertwining and annihilating each other. The elder's burning form ignited a chain reaction as if a spark had been cast into boiling oil. The seemingly indestructible beam of green light twisted and dissipated violently upon contact with the dark red flames fueled by the very essence of the Xianin sect's own elixir poison. "No!" The enraged roar of the Xianin sect master echoed in despair. The dark red flames surged along the trajectory of the beam, resembling a vengeful fire dragon, fiercely biting into the ghastly green barrier enveloping the white bone bastion. The once impenetrable barrier, which had accumulated over a millennium, began to erode under the strange flames of the elixir poison, making a sound akin to sizzling butter beneath a scalding iron, visibly thinning and dissolving at an alarming rate. A massive hole, with edges flowing with dark red molten-like substance, appeared prominently in the center of the array. An opportunity. Li Xian's eyes sparkled with intensity as he bellowed, "Su Miao, release the soul-devouring insect." Su Miao, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. A cold calculation not belonging to her own self, but to the remnant soul of the Dopan, flashing within her pupils. Her hands formed seals with a speed that transcended limits, and the vortex at her heart expanded abruptly, sending an invisible command piercing through the barrier of the star chariot, directly reaching the battlefield below. With a hum, akin to the opening of Pandora's box, an unsettling yet intensely concentrated sound of flapping wings filled the air. From beneath the star chariot, from the sleeves of the scattered cultivators, even from their mouths and noses, countless tiny points of light surged forth. Initially resembling a cascade of stars, they swiftly coalesced into a golden tempest that blotted out the sun. Improved soul-devouring insects. This terrifying swarm, meticulously cultivated by Su Miao, feasting upon the flesh and spiritual power of Xianin sect cultivators, now sensed the rich and pure essence of death leaking from the weakened array. Becoming utterly frenzied, they surged forth like a golden sandstorm, ignoring the futile attacks and protective auras of the lower-tiered demonic cultivators, disregarding the pervasive poison, and greedily pounced toward the massive breach opened by the elder and the elite disciples of the Xianin sect, who were in disarray and fear due to the backlash of the formation. What are these monstrous creatures? My spiritual power. They are devouring my spiritual power. The protective artifact is useless. The golden core. My golden core. No. The screams of terror drowned out the sounds of battle in an instant. Xianin sect cultivators, whether at the qi refining or foundation establishment stages, found their bodies rapidly withering and collapsing, akin to wax figures cast into strong acid, as they were engulfed by the golden swarm. Their years of painstaking cultivation, blood essence, and even the very essence of their souls became the sweetest sustenance for the insects. A few golden core elders attempting to form a defensive array found their protective artifacts shattering in mere moments under the relentless gnawing of innumerable tiny mandibles. They gazed in horror as their once reliable golden cores, enveloped by the insects, rapidly dulled and pockmarked, their cultivation devoured as if a dam had burst, leaving behind only a few skeletal remains wrapped in tattered robes. Devouring golden cores like decayed wood. This terrifying scene shattered the resolve of all surviving Xianin sect cultivators, their spirits collapsing in an instant. The golden swarm surged through the breach in the array like a merciless tide of death, rapidly dissolving the defensive perimeter of the white bone bastion like snow under the blazing sun. You worthless fools! All of you are worthless! Within the white bone bastion, the Xianin sect master's furious roar nearly toppled the roof. His emaciated hand gripped the skull staff tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, his eyes ablaze with rage and disbelief. The meticulously laid trap, the 9 nether erosion of the soul, which had cost a tremendous price to activate, was now being torn apart by an old relic of a sacrifice and a swarm of bizarre insects. Master, the soul-devouring insects. They are the creation of Su Miao from Yixian Valley, a bloody elder, half covered in frenzied golden insects. Scrambled into the hall, his voice distorted by sheer terror. He attempted to scorch the insects with the true fire of his nascent soul, but upon contact, the flames not only failed to incinerate them, but instead fueled their rampage. The insects, having feasted on his blood essence, now bore strange blood patterns on their shells, their mandibles becoming even sharper and more vicious, hastening their consumption of the nascent soul's true fire. Even more terrifying was the icy chill piercing his soul, surging into his purple palace with reckless abandon through the gnawed wounds. What? The Xianin sect master's heart trembled violently as he turned to gaze outside the hall. Before the eyes lay a golden tide of insects, which had devoured countless Xianin cultivators, particularly staining the blood of several Jin Dan and the elder of Yuaning before him. The hue shifted from a pure golden yellow to a somber crimson gold. The buzzing of the swarming insects grew more profound and piercing, akin to the gnashing of teeth by myriad malevolent spirits. A chilling malice, aimed at the soul, spread like an invisible tide from the center of the swarm, freezing the very essence of one's being. The attribute of soul devouring. These accursed insects, stimulated by the bloodshed of the battlefield, began to undergo a terrifying transformation, one that could directly gnaw at the primordial essence of a cultivator's soul. Their threat to the Yuaning practitioners was escalating at an exponential rate. The leader of Xianin, filled with both shock and rage, abruptly raised his skeletal staff, the ghastly green orb at its tip erupting with blinding malevolence. He was prepared to recklessly channel the core power of the Great Formation, regardless of the immense cost, to purge these wretched insects. However, just as his magic was about to surge forth, crack, a faint yet distinctly clear sound of shattering resonated from the core of the array beneath his feet.